Chapter 81 Takaroo. We're not using the panda model this time. No 3-core equilibrium cycle for autonomous energy generation. Yaga picked up a carving blade and turned toward you. The gestation period for an independent cursed corpse is too long. Kizakabe's sister won't survive 3 months in her current condition. We'll use the faster method instead, the one that needs periodic external cursed energy input to stay active. Then he set the tools down and, with a seriousness that made the air feel heavier, slid the most important materials across the bench toward you. And this cursed corpse, the one meant to become Takaroo. I'm leaving it entirely to you. You looked up, caught off guard. Sensei? But, no buts. Yaga cut you off flat. Behind the sunglasses, his eyes held the look of a master handing everything over to a student he trusted, with no reservations left. When you helped me repair Panda, the 3-core theory you proposed and the precision of your technique told me all I needed to know. Your talent for fine cursed corpse reconstruction already rivals mine. During this project, I'm going to teach you every piece of core knowledge behind creating soul-informed cursed corpses. All of it. Nothing held back. His voice sank lower. This technique is forbidden. But if it's you, I trust your judgment. I trust you to wield this in the future without being swallowed by the power to fabricate life. About a week passed. Under Yaga's completely unreserved guidance, your cursed energy-enhanced hands finally finished the vessel carrying so many people's prayers. The Takaroo doll. The way it moved its arms, the angle of its head, even the soft, babbling imitation of a child's voice, all of it matched the soul data you'd painstakingly woven into its core from that mountain of recordings and memories. Reason told you exactly what it was. Not the real Takaroo. Just cotton and cursed energy wearing a shape. But when it opened its round eyes and reached for you with those clumsy fuzzy arms, there was a pure, uncomplicated curiosity in it that matched everything you'd learned about the real boy. The second Kizakabe heard it was done, he didn't wait for morning. That very night, he brought his sister to Jujutsu high in her wheelchair and pushed her into the hidden workshop. The door opened. Kizakabe's sister sat exactly the same way she had before, limp and lifeless, her empty eyes pointed at the floor. Behind you, the small plush figure that had just been fully calibrated peeked out from where it had been hiding. Half its body stuck out from behind the bench. It stared curiously at the gaunt woman in the wheelchair, then tugged lightly at your pant leg, looked up at you, and spoke in a voice young enough to crack something inside your chest. Sensei, that person over there is my mom, right? The Takaroo cursed corpse clung to your leg. Its voice was created by vibrations from its cursed energy core, but that tone, that exact mix of attachment and longing only a child had for his mother, sent a jolt through both you and Yaga. For a full week you had burned the concept of mom into its core over and over, photo by photo, video by video, memory by memory through Kizakabe's recollections. You rested a hand on its head. The soft wool stuffing gave gently under your palm. That's right. You recognized her already? The little cursed corpse happily rubbed against your hand, tipped its simple but expressive face up at you, and grinned with the kind of smug childish pride that fit its apparent age perfectly. Hee, I knew it from the first look. She looks just like the person in my memories who always told me stories. Pretty smart, right? Those innocent, ordinary words hit Kizakabe's sister like a key forced into a lock that had rusted shut. Takaroo? The dead emptiness in her eyes snapped apart. Her whole body went rigid at that familiar voice, that familiar name. Slowly, almost painfully slowly, she lifted her head and stared at the little figure smiling up at her from beside your leg. What broke her wasn't just the face or even the name. It was the tiny habits. The natural little mannerisms. In an instant, sealed-off memories came rushing back. She remembered all those evenings when her son would cling to her leg exactly like that, look up at her with the same expression and proudly announce, "I'm pretty great, right?" Takaroo. The scream tore out of her, carrying every ounce of pain she'd been bottling up since the day he died. This woman had been so frail that even sitting upright looked exhausting. And yet she exploded forward with a strength her wrecked body had no business producing. She didn't care that the wheelchair wheels were still spinning. She forced herself up, staggered across the room, and threw herself at that tiny body. The Takaroo cursed corpse didn't dodge or flinch. It just opened its stubby little arms and let the stumbling woman gather it into her embrace. "I missed you so much. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She buried her face in the toy's chest, no longer cold, and sobbed so hard the sound filled the entire workshop. In that moment, nothing else mattered. Not the technique. Not the lie. Not the taboo. Only the grief finally breaking open. Beside you, Kizakabe was already crying openly. This grade 1 sorcerer, the man who built his whole identity around caution and distance, stood there with one hand over his mouth, shoulders shaking so hard he could barely stay upright. Then he bent low before you and Yaga and stayed there. He, unable to straighten himself. The cursed corpse needed regular maintenance and recharging. On top of that, Yaga had insisted on one necessary condition from the start, to keep Kizakabe's sister from drowning completely inside the illusion. Takaroo's cursed corpse would not live with her. The furthest Yaga was willing to bend was a fixed visitation schedule. Once a month, Kizakabe could bring his sister to Jujutsu High to see it. You had expected that arrangement to crush her. But when it came time to part, though her eyes were full of reluctance, she accepted it with a calm that surprised everyone there. Because now she had something to wait for. Even if it was only the promise of seeing this child again next month, it was enough to make her eat. Enough to make her sleep. Enough to make her keep going. Kizakabe watched his sister clutch the toy and cry, but what struck him harder than the tears was the light that had finally returned to her eyes. He understood then that this version of her, living inside a lie but able to cry and laugh again, was infinitely more alive than the walking corpse she'd become before. The tears came back, but this time they weren't born from despair. They were gratitude. He didn't swear some grand oath of repayment. He didn't promise his life. He simply stood there with swollen red eyes and bowed to you both with every scrap of sincerity he had. Principal Yaga. Hayes, thank you. You saved her. You saved me too. About a month later, Kizakabe brought his sister back for her second visit. She was still thin, but the change in her was staggering. She had dressed carefully before coming out, put on a little makeup, and although some sadness still lingered in her eyes, they were no longer stagnant dead water. After that visit, the man who had always treasured his freedom above everything else, the man who avoided responsibility whenever he could, walked into Yaga's office and submitted a formal application to join Tokyo Jujutsu High as a staff instructor and resident sorcerer. Watching the three of them together, this false reunion warmer than a lot of real ones, you felt something inside you settle into place. Even the ugliest curse handled carefully could still become the thing that gave someone one small, fragile piece of happiness in this brutal world. Chapter 82, Departures and Returns, Bonus. Right on time, the New Year's draw dropped. The simulator's cold, familiar chime rang through your head. Draw complete. Ultimate Energy Saving Mode N. Through absurdly precise micro-adjustments to your nervous system, your body has developed a hyper-efficient hibernation state. 4 hours of dreamless, bottomless sleep is enough to flush out all the lactic acid and psychic residue left behind by heavy cursed energy use, fully restoring both physical fatigue and mental strain from the previous day. You can also set a biological alarm down to the exact second, letting you wake up and hit 100% combat readiness instantly. A plain little N-rank card. Stupidly practical for someone like you, who'd somehow turned overwork into a lifestyle. That same year, the two juniors who'd come up behind you and Gojo finally graduated from Tokyo Jujutsu High, Yuhibara and Kento Nanami. By all rights, it should have been a happy day. New blood entering the field and all that. Instead, once the ceremony ended that evening, something hit everyone's desk like a brick. Gojo took it the hardest. 2 applications sat side by side in the office. Hibara and Nanami had both filed to leave the jujutsu world for good the moment they graduated. The smile on Gojo's face froze. For a second, he looked like he genuinely thought someone was pranking him. Nobody was. Once he pressed them, the two finally said out loud what they'd been sitting on this whole time. Hibara, that bright kid who was always talking about protecting his little sister, kept his head down the whole time. His voice shook when he spoke. Ever since that exorcism mission that nearly got all of them killed, the sight of Nanami almost dying had lodged itself deep inside him. Fear. Not the kind you brush off after a bad night. The kind that sinks into your bones and stays there. He kept thinking about his little sister back home, a girl who could see curses but had no way to protect herself. He'd enrolled at Jujutsu High to get strong enough to keep her safe. But now the whole thing looked different to him. If he died in this meat grinder, then the sister he'd wanted to protect would be left alone with nothing. Better to take her and disappear into ordinary life than throw everything onto a table rigged against him. Nanami's reason was different, but only a little. He was tired of frontline sorcerers bleeding for every mission while the higher-ups shrugged off bad intel, treated lives like numbers on a sheet, and wrapped the whole rotten system in moral blackmail. You're a sorcerer, so dying is your responsibility. He was done. I'd rather work some boring office job and at least know I'm still alive than die in some back alley for people like that. You leaned against the lectern and looked at Gojo. The man who always stood above everyone else, the one who looked like he could do anything, sat there with his head slightly lowered. His sunglasses hid his eyes. His face gave away nothing. His fists did. You didn't need to see his eyes to guess what was under there. Confusion, frustration, disappointment, and underneath all of it that thin, ugly thread of guilt. Gojo had always seen Hibara and Nanami as future allies. Good people. Reliable people. The kind who could help him drag the jujutsu world into something better. So this hit twice as hard. Watching people he trusted eyed to leave before they'd even really begun was bad enough. Worse was the question probably going in circles in his head. Was I still not enough? Even as the strongest, I couldn't make them feel safe? Is this on me too? It forced him to rethink a few things. He kept circling back to what you'd told him before, wondering if maybe you were right, if maybe he really should carry more himself instead of expecting everyone else to keep up through sheer belief. Your goals overlapped well enough. Both of you wanted to tear this broken world down and rebuild it into something better. But this was where you and Satoru Gojo were different. You had understood from the very beginning that unless someone was born at the summit like Gojo and Ghetto, born with power so absurd it ignored common sense, walking the road of a sorcerer meant walking shoulder to shoulder with death, madness, and despair every single day. You'd learned that the ugly way, through simulation after simulation, paid for it in blood. No matter how hard you fought, no matter how strong you got, there was always another impossible death waiting farther down the road. If even you, with all those memories and every advantage the system had handed over, still had to claw this hard just to stay alive, then what chance did ordinary people have? The ones without talent. Without cheats. Without anything. That was the real reason you insisted on carrying everything yourself. The plans. The rules. The sins. All of it. Gojo was the strongest. The gap between him and normal people was the gap between a god and everyone else. And even he couldn't save everybody. That was reality. So when Nanami and Hibara chose to leave, you didn't try to stop them the way Gojo did. You voted yes. This place isn't worth staying in. If you can leave, then leave. That was all you said. On the morning they left, Nanami stood at the school gate with a single bag, then walked over to you without a word. He took the weapon off his belt, the bandage-wrapped blunt cleaver that had cut down more cursed spirits than anyone cared to count, and held it out. Hayes. You borrowed this blade once. I always thought, maybe it'd be more useful with you than with me. He still wasn't looking at you. His eyes stayed on the handle, his voice flat and even like always. I'm leaving this world to become an ordinary salaryman. So I'll leave it to you. To most people you were strong. Grade 1 strong. But next to Gojo you were still recognizably human. And humans died. This was Nanami's awkward, understated way of looking after the senior who'd once looked after him. You looked down at the heavy blade, took it, and ran your thumb over the rough flat of the steel. There was still a trace of cursed energy on it. Faint. Warm. Then you looked back at him. No mockery. No pity. Just respect. All right. You didn't refuse. But I won't take it as a farewell gift from someone who's gone for good. I'll hold on to it for you until the day you need it again and come back for it yourself. Doesn't matter how long that takes. Nanami blinked. Then, finally, a small smile loosened across his face. Light. Unburdened. Then I'll leave it with you. Time rolled into 2011. The New Year's draw showed up on cue, same as always, the simulator chiming in your head. Draw complete. Dimensional reduction analysis R. Your brain has developed a built-in translation engine. When teaching others complex curse technique principles or cursed energy control, especially the kind of thing most people grasp through instinct rather than logic, you can instinctively find the most accessible real-world comparison. Students learn 20% faster, and their odds of hitting a breakthrough rise accordingly. Nothing major happened in the jujutsu world that year. Maybe Nanami and Hibara leaving had shaken people more than anyone wanted to admit, because the incoming class at Jujutsu High produced nobody especially remarkable. Then again, talented sorcerers had always been rare. To make up for the lack of manpower, Gojo spent the year in constant motion. Special grade firepower, thrown all over the map, day after day, spinning like a top from one mission to the next. Compared to that, you almost looked idle. So you used the time to train and teach the managers. Kiyotaka Ajichi graduated that year. He'd always been timid, and Gojo, in his own half-threatening, half-helpful way, nudged him away from becoming a combat sorcerer and toward assistant manager work instead. The jujutsu world had never lacked for sorcerers born without an innate technique. Kizakabe, for example, had fought his way to grade 1 with pure new shadow-style swordsmanship and a simple domain. But Ajichi didn't have that kind of talent, and he definitely didn't have the kind of edge you needed to make a living on the line between life and death. The next few years passed in relative peace. Your days settled into a routine: training Panda, training Megumi Fushiguro, taking teaching shifts, handling field missions, and continuing to refine your own jujutsu. Corporate slave, try hard, and ultimate energy-saving mode stacked together into something deeply unhealthy and absurdly efficient. Reverse curse technique patched over the physical damage and kept the whole machine running. In terms of output alone, you could rival even Gojo. The difference was where that output went. The scarier part was that life is like a play covered every crack. From the outside, nobody could tell they were looking at a monster who functioned 20 hours a day without stopping. Unless somebody deliberately dug through your mission history and work logs, the general impression as that you spent your days drinking tea in the office, some mild-mannered instructor with way too much spare time. Year after year, the system's draws kept arriving on schedule, bolting new pieces onto the war machine you'd made of yourself. None of them looked flashy. All of them were mean. 2012. Dynamic speed reading, and your optic nerves can instantly capture and process huge quantities of text, symbols, and visual patterns. Reading speed for books, blueprints, and complex textures increases by 300%, while retention becomes fully photographic. 2013. Absolute temperature control system, and, by exercising extreme control over your pores and subcutaneous blood vessels, you can keep your body functioning at peak efficiency in environments from -20 to 50 degrees Celsius. Freezing stiffness and heat-induced collapse no longer interfere with you. 2014. Ballistic intuition. Your brain can account for initial velocity, mass, and air resistance in a fraction of a second, letting you predict the arc and landing point of any projectile or moving object almost instantly. Also in 2014, something happened that felt surprising and inevitable at the same time. You'd promised 4 years ago, "I'll keep it for you." Back then, you hadn't really expected that promise to get called in. But one day, Kento Nanami walked back through the gates of Jujutsu High. He looked like shit. Dark circles under his eyes. Office clothes neat enough to hide nothing. The kind of exhaustion that settled into a person's bones after too many nights of overtime and too many mornings forcing themselves back out of bed to do it again. Apparently, after enough time in the ordinary world, he'd arrived at one profound truth. Labor was garbage. You looked at the man standing in your office doorway. You didn't ask what exactly the ordinary world had dragged him through. You didn't ask why he was back. You simply opened a drawer, took out the blunt cleaver you'd kept polished to a mirror shine, the bandages freshly rewound, and set it on the desk in front of him. "Welcome back, Nanami." Your eyes held nothing but warmth and respect. You respected every time he left. You respected every time he came back. Nanami stared at the blade for a long while. Then he picked it up. The smile he gave this time was rougher than it had been 4 years ago, more worn down, more certain, with that particular bitterness of a man who'd seen enough to stop romanticizing anything. "Yeah, it's all garbage either way. Might as well pick the garbage that means something. Thanks, Hayes." Chapter 83. Maki. 2015. Extreme Overload Control. The human brain normally limits muscular output to roughly 30% in order to protect the body. You can consciously override that restriction and force your body to release 100% or more of its explosive power. The price is severe muscle tearing and widespread microfractures throughout the skeleton. Time slipped by fast, the kind that only hits you after it's already gone, and before you knew it, 2016 had arrived. The New Year's draw came on schedule. Draw complete. Voiceprint analysis and mimicry are, your auditory system has been enhanced to detect minute shifts in vocal cord vibration and frequency. You can read lies through heartbeat changes and tonal drift, and you can also adjust your own vocal apparatus to perfectly reproduce any voice you've heard. Even the speaker's closest acquaintances would be fooled. The underground workshop at Jujutsu High smelled like scorched cursed tools and expensive wool felt. Wearing safety goggles, cursed tool clamp in hand, you were finishing the last round of skeletal reinforcement and core cursed energy circuit tuning on Panda. By now his body had grown huge, a whole furry mountain of a thing. This part needs more support. You were focused enough that you didn't hear the footsteps. The heavy iron door to the workshop groaned open and Yaga stepped inside. Hayes. Someone's here for you. Your clamp was locked onto a critical cursed energy circuit in Panda's wrist. You didn't even look up. Who? If it's Nanami or Ajichi, tell them to come in. Better yet, tell them to use their phones. But even as you said it, something felt off. Why would a visitor go through the principal instead of contacting you directly? If it were somebody you actually knew, they would have just called. At this point, even Fushigiro's homeroom teacher had your number. Without thinking much about it, you threw out one more question. Yaga looked at you for a moment. Took a slow breath. When he answered, his voice was heavier than before. No. It's someone from the Zenin clan. What? You handed the rest of Panda's core tuning, along with the tools, over to Yaga without a hint of expression crossing your face. I'll go see what this is about. You walked the long corridor, pushed through the doors to Jujutsu High's old-fashioned reception room, and immediately spotted the figure waiting off in the corner. A girl in plain casual clothes. Dark hair tied in a high ponytail. She sat with her back so straight it looked less like posture and more like a drawn blade. A Zenin girl? You studied that slim, stiff silhouette for a moment. It had been years since the night you walked into the Zenin estate alone, dragged Megumi Fushiguro out of Naoya's hands, and afterward had a very friendly chat with the clan head, Naobito Zenin. Since then you hadn't had any real contact with that rotten old snake pit. While you were still turning it over, the girl's head snapped toward you. Fast. Like she'd caught the slightest shift in the air. Her eyes locked onto you from across the room, sharp enough to cut. That made you pause. For someone whose cursed energy was barely there at all, her awareness was way too good. Years of lurking in bad places, plus your passive abilities, had pushed your cursed energy suppression close to perfect. When you wanted to disappear, you disappeared. Outside of Gojo and those 6 eyes of his, you could count on one hand, probably with fingers left over, the number of people who'd noticed you that quickly while you were actively hiding yourself. Hold on. Once you got closer, something else felt off. You could barely pick up any cursed energy from her at all. But the closer you got, the clearer the details became. The tight muscle lines under her clothes. The controlled, even rhythm of her breathing. You dropped the idea that she might just be some normal civilian. It wasn't that she had no cursed energy. It was that the amount inside her was so low it sat almost at a regular person's baseline. In a place like Jujutsu High where everyone reeked of the stuff, she'd nearly slipped past your senses entirely. You took the chair across from her. She sat ramrod straight, staring at you without blinking, jaw tight enough to crack a tooth. When it became obvious she had no clue how to start, you opened for her. You're Maki Zenin? Surprise flashed over her face. Like she genuinely hadn't expected you to know who she was. Then she jumped to her feet, something bright and fierce lighting up in her eyes, her voice trembling a little at the edges. Lord Touma Hayase, you remember me? The words Lord Touma Hayase made your hand pause halfway through pouring tea. Years at Jujutsu High had long since gotten you used to Sensei Touma Hayase, or, in Gojo's case, something roughly equivalent to, hey you. Hearing that Zenin-style honorific again, thick with all the old clan hierarchy and stale feudal nonsense, yanked you right back to the atmosphere of that compound. It felt awful. Maki had grown up there. Of course that kind of language was drilled into her. Knowing that didn't make it any less irritating. You waved a hand. Drop the Lord. It sounds weird. Sensei is fine. My name is fine too. Anyway, you came all the way to Jujutsu High looking for me. What's this about? Something shifted in her eyes, like she'd finally crossed some line in her own head. She stood up so abruptly the chair scraped, then bowed so hard her forehead smacked against the wooden table with a solid thud. Her voice came out raw. "Lord Touma Hayase, I want to study under you. Please teach me how to become stronger." She'd practiced those words over and over. You could hear it. Years ago you'd crushed the mountain called OG Zenin, her father, right in front of her with overwhelming force. Later, when she learned you'd nearly torn through the Zenin clan's elite by yourself, stopping only short of the clan head Naobito, something in her must have changed. You'd shown her in the bluntest way possible that the things crushing her and her sister weren't untouchable. To her, you'd probably become the first crack in a wall that had looked permanent. Of course, none of that was anything she'd ever say out loud. Feelings like that, the kind that get tangled up with fear and gratitude and old humiliation, usually stayed buried. You definitely weren't about to guess that a bit of violence from years ago had taken root that deeply. What you did know was simple enough. You knew what the Zenin clan was like. You'd seen Naoya torment Maki and her sister with your own eyes. So your conclusion was straightforward: she wanted out. Or at least she wanted enough strength to stop being prey inside that disgusting environment. You knew a little about her condition too. Like Toji Zenin, the so-called heavenly restriction tyrant, she carried a heavenly restriction. Cursed energy traded away in exchange for physical ability. The problem was that hers looked incomplete. Whatever physical boost she'd gotten, it was nowhere near the level Toji had reached. If she'd been that strong, she wouldn't be here asking you for help. She would have walked back into the Zenin estate and torn the whole place apart with her bare hands. Honestly, when you thought back to that night, you knew one thing for sure: even if every Zenin in the compound had rushed you at once, the pressure still wouldn't have matched the suffocating terror Toji once put on your shoulders. Even now, if someone dropped you into a rematch against that monster in his prime, you weren't sure you'd win. This time you didn't bother correcting the Lord. Now that you knew why she'd come, you didn't say yes or no right away. You just looked at her, calm and serious. Chapter 84 Love Rendezvous Bonus. I think I get what you want. Probably why you came to me too. But let me be honest first. Everyone's situation is different. I might not be able to give you what you're hoping for. You know your body isn't like a normal sorcerer's, mine included. The only person you really have anything in common with is Toji Zenin. You don't have a cursed technique, and your cursed energy is so low it's basically negligible. Standard jujutsu training won't do much for you. So even knowing I may not be able to give you some huge breakthrough in physical combat, you still want to stay here and learn from me. Maki slowly raised her head. Surprise showed plainly on her face. That wasn't the answer she'd prepared for. Before coming here, she'd probably run through every ugly possibility she could think of. A flat refusal because she wasn't worth the trouble. A polite brush-off FO. Followed by a quiet message to the Zenin clan telling them to come collect their unwanted problem. What she hadn't expected was honesty. The kind that stung a little because it wasn't trying to flatter her. She looked at you carefully. Time had sharpened your features, but your eyes hadn't changed. There was none of that measuring look Zenin people had, the one that priced human beings like livestock. No smug pity. No condescension. Just one thing. You were looking at her like she was a person. An equal. Someone worth basic respect. What you didn't realize was that, from her point of view, you were already the only choice she had left. In this jujutsu world where prejudice had soaked into everything, she couldn't think of anyone else strong enough or willing enough to treat her like she actually mattered. After a long silence, the uncertainty in Maki Zenin's eyes hardened into something like iron. The kind of resolve that keeps slamming itself into the wall until either the wall breaks or you do. Yes. Even if it turns out exactly like you said, even if I don't get anything out of it. Her fists tightened. I still want to stay at Jujutsu High and learn from you. You watched her for a few seconds, then let out a quiet breath. If you were being objective, you didn't think of yourself as some hand-to-hand genius, and your cursed tool skills weren't anything special either. Most of your fighting style leaned hard on your innate technique and all the ridiculous passive effects stacked on top of it. Still, she was a kid who'd clawed her way out of a place that ate people alive. Looking at her reminded you a little of yourself back when survival had been the only thing that mattered. If you could help, you wanted to. Yaga didn't object. He agreed to let Maki stay and study at Jujutsu High. But the second you tried to push her through the official process and register her as a first year at Tokyo Jujutsu High, trouble started. The higher-ups pushed back. The Zenin clan pushed back too. From their perspective, Maki had no innate technique. Her cursed energy was practically non-existent. She couldn't even see cursed spirits on her own. To those rotten old fossils, someone like her didn't deserve to be called a jujutsu sorcerer. At best she was a servant. And the Zenin clan, not wanting their family's blemish showing up in public, happily added more pressure. The end result was simple. Maki could stay at the school, but she couldn't be officially added to this year's first-year roster in time. She didn't care. Not even a little. As long as she could get stronger, she'd stay as an auditing student, an unregistered extra, whatever they wanted to call it. She accepted the arrangement without complaint and remained at Jujutsu High anyway. That same year, the school did get 2 official new first years. Kinji Hikari, who looked like he'd stepped straight off a delinquent wanted poster, and Kirara Hoshi, stylish and eye-catching with a full Gyuru vibe. One thing worth mentioning, despite Kirara's long hair, cute feminine look, and the kind of mannerisms that practically shouted girlish charm, he was biologically male. You didn't claim to understand every piece of how young people express themselves these days, but you had the bare minimum decency and open-mindedness expected of an adult. Unlike certain museum exhibits in the upper ranks, you never asked him anything rude or invasive. At some point, Hikari and Kirara started moving as a pair. Close enough, comfortable enough, obvious enough that anyone with eyes could tell they were deep in the honeymoon phase. Because Phantom Night Parade gave you that borderline unfair ability to analyze and replicate curse techniques, you were the first teacher to properly evaluate both of them. That analysis let you identify their techniques, Hikari's private pure love train and Kirara's love rendezvous. Even you had to stop for a second after seeing the feedback Phantom Night Parade returned. Those were the most aggressively modern curse technique names you'd ever heard. And Hikari's technique in particular, all gambling motifs and pop culture flavor, sent the conservative old guard into a fit. They were banging tables in council meetings, red in the face, shouting that techniques like this were impure, indecent, and a stain on 1,000 years of jujutsu tradition. Letting something like this into Jujutsu High is outrageous, one of them barked, practically foaming. That little performance was shut down on the spot by one blindfolded white-haired problem. Huh? A stain? You fossils can barely use a smartphone. What would you know about modern techniques? If it kills curses, it's a good technique. And if you hate it that much, feel free to teach them yourselves. Or should we talk about this a little more personally? Between Gojo's completely undisguised threat of violence and the fact that the higher-ups still weren't united enough to push as one block, most of them decided picking a fight with that lunatic over this wasn't worth it. So they swallowed it. After that, you learned Hikari could also use domain expansion. His domain was called Idle Death Gamble, but its effects were wildly different from Unlimited Void. Through it, you learned for the first time that a domain expansion didn't necessarily have to be aimed at the enemy. It could target the user instead. When you compared Idle Death Gamble to Unlimited Void, a pattern started to show itself. Domain expansions and innate techniques seemed fundamentally linked. Hikari's base technique and domain both revolved around pachinko. Gojo's Limitless and Unlimited Void both tied back to overwhelming floods of information. That thought snagged in your mind and refused to leave. If domain expansions grew out of innate techniques in connected but non-redundant ways, then what would Phantom Night Parade's domain expansion look like? And if the answer wasn't hidden in the techniques it copied, then where exactly was it? Chapter 85 Special Grade, Special Case, Bonus. High school life moved a lot faster than you'd expected. By the time you realized it, the years had already blurred together. Hikari had entered Jujutsu High looking exactly like the punk he was. He argued with Principal Yaga about gambling like it was a matter of faith, and at one point he even tried to set up an underground casino on campus. Strip away the attitude though, and he was exactly the guy the simulator had shown you. Loyal to the bone, full of fire, and weirdly sincere once you got past the swagger. A hot-headed idiot basically, but the good kind. With Kirara partnered up with him on missions, there really wasn't much to worry about. At this stage, Love Rendezvous still didn't hit especially hard, but as a defensive and control-type technique, it was already nasty to deal with. As for Hikari, there was barely any need to say it. That reckless idle death gamble style of his, once it had some time to grow, was going to be a complete headache for anything unlucky enough to fight him. Time kept moving. Before long, the calendar rolled over to 2017. Another year, another familiar chime from the system. Draw complete, absolute center of gravity in your cerebellar vestibular system is abnormally developed. Whether standing on ice slicked with lubricant, clinging to the outside wall of a skyscraper tilted past 90 degrees, or perching on top of a vehicle moving at the speed of sound, you can lock your center of gravity in place instantly, like you have suction cups. Physical motion and vibration will never make you lose your balance. Other than Hikari and Kirara smoothly moving up to second year, Jujutsu High's new first-year class welcomed 3 pretty unusual freshmen. First, Maki Zenin's enrollment paperwork finally made it through. Some people in the Zenin clan were still busy playing games behind the scenes. Using their internal connections, they forced her official evaluation all the way down to the bottom, grade 4 Jujutsu sorcerer. A cheap, deliberate insult. They wanted the family's blemish to get fed up and quit on her own. Maki didn't care. A few cold words on a ranking sheet weren't enough to define her. Her heavenly restriction gave her senses sharp enough to vaguely pick up the presence of cursed spirits, but that only went so far. Fighting something you couldn't properly see was never a long-term answer. Grade 1 missions weren't common, but they weren't rare enough to ignore either, and at that level, being unable to read a curse's technique in the middle of a fight would get her killed. So you had a special pair of curse tool glasses made for her. The second Maki put them on, the curse-infested world finally came into focus. That was also the moment she truly stepped onto the road of rebellion. Panda was the next one. He'd already completed the transition into a fully mature body and had spent the last year getting used to it. Yaga officially enrolled him as a Jujutsu sorcerer student. The higher-ups naturally assumed that had happened because of you. They still suspected you were hiding the truth behind Panda's creation, but suspicion wasn't proof. In the end, after the usual round of bureaucratic nonsense, Panda entered as the first-year class's second student without much trouble. The third was Toji Inumaki, admitted through a family recommendation. As the last surviving heir to the cursed speech bloodline, he had inherited the clan's signature technique. His words carried compulsive force through the special cursed markings on his body, turning speech itself into commands people couldn't resist. The results were brutal. The backlash was just as bad, ripping through the user's body every time he invoked it. Maybe that was why Inumaki couldn't speak casually in daily life. One careless sentence could injure anyone close enough to hear it. So for safety, he limited his everyday vocabulary to rice ball ingredients. Salmon. Bonito flakes. It took some getting used to, sure, but the kid wasn't hard to deal with. There was no malice in him. And with Panda and Maki already close to you, taking over basic instruction for all 3 freshmen happened without any pushback. Everything was moving along nicely. Hikari and Kirara were steadily improving under Kizakabe's guidance as second years. Then one day Gojo called you to Yaga's office. That alone was unusual. The atmosphere inside was heavy from the start. Gojo skipped the small talk and looked at you and Yaga. Do either of you know Yuda Okatsu? Yaga frowned, turning the name over in his head like he was digging through old paperwork. Okatsu. Yuda? You recognized it immediately. Sorting through the information you had, you answered first. He's the one from that case, isn't he? The boy who nearly beat 4 classmates to death. Confirmed to be carrying a special grade vengeful cursed spirit. The first person in years to be labeled special grade the moment he was discovered. Recognition hit Yaga a second later. So it's him. He looked at Gojo. Why bring him up now? Gojo lifted a finger and gave it a casual wag before turning to you. That's him, yeah? But Hayes, one correction. Those 4 students stuffed into the lockers didn't die. They were severely injured. They survived. Your face went cold. Your eyes sharpened. Severely injured, you said. Are you downplaying it on purpose, or do you really think that changes anything? Every bone in our bodies was broken. Their organs were ruptured. For ordinary people, injuries like that mean spending the rest of their lives flat on a hospital bed. Tell me how that's meaningfully different from death. Yaga felt the air in the room drop and cut in before it got worse. Enough. Both of you. Gojo, whatever you're here to say, say it. Gojo watched you quietly. He understood where your anger was coming from. Ordinary people had their lives destroyed, and you were furious on their behalf. But as far as he was concerned, he had only stated the facts. Emotionally, he hadn't moved an inch. The raised voices carried through the office door. Outside, the first-year trio had apparently been eavesdropping, and now they were all but glued to the crack in the door, peeking inside with anxious faces. Panda stared at you and muttered under his breath. "This is bad. I've known Hayes for years and I've never seen him look like that. He doesn't even raise his voice." Maki and Inumaki hadn't known you nearly as long, but they had never seen this side of you either. The man in that room looked nothing like the teacher they knew, the one who always wore a faint smile and patiently walked them through training. And the person you were staring down was Satoru Gojo, the strongest. There wasn't a trace of fear in your eyes. Maki adjusted her glasses, surprise slipping into her whisper. "No kidding, he's squaring up with a special grade." "Salmon?" Inumaki shrank deeper into his collar, worry written all over his face. Inside the office, Gojo ignored your question entirely. "I'm planning to bring him to Jujutsu High," he said evenly. "Let him learn to control that power, or maybe break the curse altogether." Yaga's jaw dropped so hard his sunglasses almost slid off. "What?" he blurted. "Enroll him? He's a special grade cursed human." You let out a cold laugh. "So that's what it comes down to," you said. "If someone's strong enough, being dangerous doesn't matter. If they've ruined people's lives, it still doesn't matter. As long as they're useful, the door stays open." Gojo corrected you in that same maddeningly calm tone. It wasn't murder. Attempted murder at most. And those 4 students were bullying Okatsu first. They shoved him into a locker. The curse he can't control reacted on its own and injured them. Okatsu himself never wanted to hurt anybody. He even tried to kill himself out of guilt. Strictly speaking, none of it was intentional. That didn't move you in the slightest. Your voice dropped, low and tight with anger. "So what? That makes it fine to ruin 4 people's lives? Say it was out of his control once, say passive self-defense once, and suddenly all the consequences disappear? Is he exempt because the jujutsu world says he's a sorcerer? Because somebody stamped special grade on his file? Is that really how this works? If you're talented enough, you never have to answer for the damage you cause?" Gojo didn't answer right away. He held your stare for a long moment, then turned and pulled the office door open. On his way out, he left one sentence behind. "If that's how you see it, then come with me, Hayes. See the boy for yourself. Decide with your own eyes whether he's a monster or just someone worth pitying." Chapter 86 Special grade or not, I'll kill them all the same bonus. Following the light tap of Gojo's footsteps, you passed through damp, dim corridors and headed deeper underground, through layer after layer of confinement cells built by the higher-ups. Creak! Gojo shoved open the heavy iron door. Inside was a cramped room plastered top to bottom with suppression talismans. There wasn't even a bare patch on the ceiling. The talismans writhed like red snakes, pulsing with oppressive cursed energy as they pinned down the slight figure at the center of the room. Wrapped in those twisting seals, a skinny boy in a white t-shirt sat curled up on the room's only wooden chair. Knees pulled tight to his chest, body trembling, he looked like some stray animal cornered with nowhere left to run. Gojo stopped at the door and stepped aside, one arm sweeping out in an exaggerated gentleman's gesture. The smile tugging at the corner of his mouth made it clear he thought he was presenting something interesting. You ignored the act. Walking straight past him, you looked down at the boy's pale face, the dark circles under his eyes, the misery and grief written all over him. Your own expression didn't move at all. Without a word, you activated Phantom Night Parade. Blue streams of cursed energy data flashed through your vision as you began a deep analysis of the boy's cursed energy signature and innate technique. Yuda Okatsu looked like he might fall apart if someone touched him too hard. You felt nothing. Your gaze was colder than the underground air. The logic in your head was simple. Excuses didn't matter. I lost control. I didn't know. Once someone had taken lives without reason, once they had caused harm that could never be undone, they had already lost the right to call themselves human. At that point, all that was left was a monster wearing human skin. No different from any curse that needed to be exorcised. While you waited for the analysis to finish, Gojo strolled forward and crouched without caring about the dirt. He picked something warped up from the dusty floor. A pencil sharpener blade, or what used to be one. The blade had been twisted into scrap, bent like soft candy by some absurd force. What's this, Yuda Okatsu? Gojo held the ruined blade between two fingers, tone breezy as ever. Yuda's narrow shoulders jerked. He ducked his head lower, eyes fixed on the floor and ants. Read in a voice so hoarse it was barely there. That was a blade. I was going to kill myself. But Rika stopped me. Clang. Gojo dropped the mangled blade. It struck the concrete with a sharp ring. He let out a sigh, and it was hard to tell whether it was mockery or pity. You're really gloomy, huh? Listening to that casual exchange, the cold behind your eyes only deepened. You stepped forward and looked down at the shaking boy. Hiding like that means you know exactly what you've done, right? Yuda folded in on himself. Fingers digging into his hair, he lowered his head until it nearly touched his knees. When he spoke, the words came out with a cracked sob. It's all my fault. I'm the one to blame. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. Right then, after several minutes of analysis, Phantom Night Parade finally returned a result that made your pupils tighten. Innate Technique copy. In a certain sense, Yuda Okatsu's Innate Technique was very close to your own. Both belong to the absurdly rare category of replication-type abilities. And that immediately tore a huge hole in the logic of the situation. If his technique was copy, then what exactly was the Rika he kept talking about, the thing powerful enough to critically injure 4 students and get labeled special grade by the higher-ups? What was it? A sorcerer with a copy-type technique should not have been able to produce some monster with an independent will, especially one so fiercely devoted to protecting its host. You turned toward Gojo. Satoru. The thing that critically injured those 4 students, was it the curse he calls Rika? Gojo blinked at the sudden question and tilted his head, faintly puzzled. Yeah. The special grade vengeful curse spirit named Rika. Why? What made you ask that all of a sudden? You frowned and looked back at Yuda, who was still shaking under the weight of his guilt. Because I just read his innate technique. It isn't summoning. It isn't a shikigami. It's copy, same category as mine. The moment you said it, Gojo's eyes widened behind the blindfold. A second later, understanding hit. 6 eyes let him see the flow of cursed energy in absurd detail and analyze techniques the moment they were used. But dormant power was different. If a technique had been sealed away and never actively used, even 6 eyes could not identify what kind of machine it was while it sat there unpowered. Phantom Night Parade could. That was exactly the blind spot it filled. Gojo was quick. He understood what you meant immediately. So that's what it is. If Yuda Okatsu's innate technique was copy, then Rika, that violent independent entity, was clearly not something produced by his natural-born technique. In other words, the existence of copy itself was strong evidence that the attack on those bullies was probably not a conscious choice on Yuda's part. He looked less like the perpetrator and more like someone being haunted. The pieces snapped together and Gojo broke into a broad grin. He slid over and slung an arm around your shoulders like there was nothing strange about it. See? I told you I wasn't wrong about him. That wasn't really his doing. And besides, he leaned in with the kind of smile that belonged on a salesman trying to push a rare collector's item. His technique is copy too. Doesn't that make you the best possible teacher for him in all of Jujutsu High? Touma, this is destiny. You answered by shoving his arm off your shoulder. Your expression didn't warm even a little. Don't spin this, Satoru. That proves nothing on its own. That thing called Rika is obviously tied to him by something deep. Even if it wasn't his intention, even if he's a victim too, the source of the danger is still him. Those 4 people's lives were ruined because of him. You turned slightly, giving both Gojo and Yuda a clean view of your profile. As long as that danger still exists, the blame stays with him. Nobody here is innocent. Some people are just too weak to control what's theirs. The room went still. Gojo laughed right into the silence, as if sheer audacity could break the tension by force. Hands in his pockets, he looked at the boy curled up on the chair and spoke in the same casual tone someone might use to invite a kid to an amusement park. Come on, don't be so serious. Anyway, Yuda, you've got 2 choices right now. Stay here and wait for the secret execution order to show up one day, or... He bent slightly, looking at Yuda through the white bandages over his eyes. Come to our school. Tokyo Prefectural Jujutsu High School. Learn how to break curses. Learn how to undo Rika's curse and how to use your power to protect people. Yuda slowly raised his head. Something faint flickered back to life in his hollow eyes. Break the curse? Exactly. Gojo snapped his fingers and gestured lazily in your direction, where you stood with all the warmth of a frozen blade. And let me introduce you properly. This scary guy who says terrible things is Touma Hayase. His innate technique is the same rare copy as yours, so he's basically the perfect mentor for you. With him around, you'll definitely get stronger. Your response killed the little teacher-student moment he was trying so hard to create. Stop dumping your problems on me, Satoru. You shot him a flat, icy look. You're the one who insisted on saving him. If you want to teach him, do it yourself. I don't have the time or the patience to babysit someone who can't keep his own dog on a leash and does nothing but cry. Then you stepped closer. Your gaze pinned Yuda in place, sharp enough to feel physical. And drop the pitiful act, Yuda Okatsu. I'm not nearly as easy to deal with as Satoru. Each word landed cold and clean. For now, all you've earned from me is temporary clearance on deliberate malice. That's it. So listen carefully. If I find out those 4 students' injuries had any direct connection to your own conscious intent, or if your cowardice lets that power run loose and hurt innocent people again, your voice dropped, low and absolute. I'll classify you as a curse user myself. Then I'll kill you. There was no cursed energy in the killing intent that rolled off you. That only made it worse. It was pure, direct, unmistakable. Yuda's whole body shook. For 1 second he forgot how to breathe. He understood. The man standing in front of him wasn't bluffing. Whoa! Gojo sucked in a loud, ridiculously dramatic breath and slapped a hand over his mouth. Scary, scary. You'd really kill him? Touma, do you realize the higher-ups just classified this kid as a special grade cursed human? People would kill for a talent like that. And you'd still put him down, special grade and all? You didn't hesitate. You met Gojo's eyes head-on and the smile at the corner of your mouth was thin enough to cut. Special grade? So what? You look straight at him, voice flat. Special grade isn't some golden pass. It doesn't erase consequences. And besides, your eyes narrowed. He wouldn't be the first special grade sorcerer to fall and become a curse user. Right, Satoru? The cramped confinement cell went dead silent. You saw it. For the briefest moment, the careless smile that always sat on Gojo's face stopped moving. It lasted less than a second, but the cursed energy drifting loosely around him still rippled. You knew exactly where you'd hit. You had cut straight into the oldest wound in the strongest sorcerer's heart, the one named Suguru Ghetto, the one that had never closed. You walked to the door, stopped, and looked back at him one last time. Back then, I failed to stop him, so he fell where I couldn't reach him. I'm not going to stand by and watch someone else fall right in front of me. Not again. Chapter 87, The Right of Execution Bonus. You hadn't stayed to watch the rest, but the result played out exactly like you'd expected. Yuda Okatsu took Gojo's offer, that lifeline disguised as salvation. Not long after, he put aside the idea of killing himself and stepped through the gates of Tokyo Prefectural Jujutsu High. For him, it was a turning point. To you, it was more like letting a warhead with a bad fuse into the building. You kept your word. Once you'd made your position clear in that conversation, you stuck to it. From the day Yuda enrolled, you refused to take any part in his training or supervision. No lectures, no guidance, no exceptions. It was a quiet line in the sand, and the last one you were willing to draw as a member of the faculty. The usual loose, half-ironic mood at Jujutsu High got heavier after that. Everyone noticed. Hayes Sensei's coldness toward the special grade transfer student didn't look personal. That was what made it worse. It was clean, principled rejection, the kind that left no room for appeal, and nobody was stupid enough to pry. So the school settled into a silent understanding. If you showed up at one end of a corridor, Gojo would read the air instantly and take his students somewhere else. Yuda understood that better than anyone. He never showed resentment. If anything, he acted like someone carrying a sentence on his back, your warning from that day in the confinement cell carved straight into him. Whenever you crossed paths on campus, he'd stop at once, bow stiffly, and call you Hayes Sensei in a voice so careful it almost hurt to listen to. You would pause. Light would glance off your lenses in one cold flash, and then you'd give him nothing but a small, flat nod. That kind of politeness, stripped of any warmth, cut deeper than a scolding ever could. The first real turning point came on his first field mission after enrolling. Gojo, in his usual way, bulldozed protocol and shoved Yuda into a team with first-year Maki, sending them to exorcise a curse at an abandoned elementary school. After the mission, you were the first one to see Maki in the infirmary. She looked exhausted, but there was something else in her eyes too. Something sharp. Something she hadn't had before. "Sensei, that guy, he's not like us." Sitting on the cot, Maki told you what happened. She walked through the fight from start to finish, but the moment she got to the part where the tide turned, where the special grade vengeful curse spirit Rika manifested and erased the curse in a single blow, you cut in. Your face had already gone hard. "You're saying Rika didn't go berserk because his life was in danger?" She answered Yuda Okatsu's will? Your voice had gone low enough to make the air feel dangerous. Maki blinked, then nodded. "Yeah. I saw it. He talked to Rika first. He called her out on purpose." She kept talking after that, sounding half impressed by how Yuda had found the resolve to save the missing children in the middle of a crisis, but you barely heard any of it. By then, the rest had turned into static. Only 2 words stayed behind, hitting the inside of your skull again and again. Deliberate summoning. Your expression darkened all at once. "So it can be controlled after all." Your head dipped. The words came out barely above a murmur, but the disgust in them was enough to make skin crawl. A curse born from love turned into a tool for killing. That's disgusting. The revulsion was real. Not because of the curse itself, but because of the ugliness underneath it. Someone holding the launch codes to a disaster and still pretending to be the victim. "Sensei, what did you say? What's disgusting?" Maki stared at you, caught off guard. She had never seen that look on your face before, that naked contempt with nothing covering it. You took one slow breath. Life is like a play activated. In less than a heartbeat, the darkness was gone. By the time you lifted your head again, your usual expression had settled back into place, steady and warm and reliable. "Nothing." You patted her shoulder, gentle and measured, every bit the responsible instructor again. "You're safe. That's enough. Go get some rest." The second the door shut behind you, you stopped pretending. You cut across the empty wooded path on campus and pulled out your phone, dialing a number you hadn't touched in a long time. "Moshi Moshi, my dear busy man. What is this, the sun coming up in the west? You suddenly remembered I exist?" Mei Mei's lazy voice drifted through the receiver, all smooth edges and the smell of money. "Got a new job that's going to make me rich." You ignored the banter completely. "Mei, I need you to arrange a meeting. Straight to the point." Your voice was hard and cold. "I want to speak with the higher-ups. All channels go around the Gojo clan and anyone tied to it. And this stays completely hidden from everyone at Jujutsu High. Can you do that?" There was a brief silence on the other end, 3 seconds maybe. Mei Mei was going to take the job, that part was obvious. She was just too curious not to ask. Keeping it from Jujutsu High and the Gojo clan too, wow. That's a fun request. For you to go this far, the topic must be, "I want to talk about Yuda Okatsu." You answered without the slightest pause. "The current arrangement has gone off the rails. I have a different view of it." With Mei Mei handling things, the process moved faster and cleaner than expected. Part of that was because the whole thing was unusual. This was the first time the ghost called Touma Hayase, the man who had almost crippled the Zenin clan in a single night and then spent years quietly teaching at Jujutsu High, had ever reached out to the higher-ups on his own. And once you made it clear that Gojo's eyes and ears were to be avoided, the old men's curiosity lit up immediately. So did their greed. Anything that might give them leverage over Satoru Gojo was bait they couldn't ignore. The meeting was arranged soon after. The hall was almost completely dark, the kind of dark that made even candlelight look rotten. Behind a line of tall screens painted with grotesque patterns sat the shadows gripping the throat of the jujutsu world. The candles flickered weakly. The air smelled like stale sandalwood and old fear. Touma Hayase. The first voice to speak was dry enough to sound like dead wood scraping together. "You've gone behind Satoru Gojo's back to contact the council directly. What do you want?" You stood alone in the middle of the hall, facing the people who liked to call themselves the peak of order. The pressure rolling off those screens was fake and cheap, and it did nothing to your pulse. You adjusted your glasses, calm enough to look like you'd shown up for an ordinary staff meeting instead of a negotiation that could end in blood. This seems to be our first formal meeting, but none of you sound unfamiliar with me, so let's not waste time pretending otherwise. You raised 2 fingers, clear and steady in the dim light. I want one confirmation and one request. Insolence. An angry voice burst from behind one of the screens. Who do you think you are? You dare come here and talk about negotiation with us? If I had really decided to do something, insolence. You paused. Your tone stayed flat, which only made it colder. Then after that night, the Zenin clan might not exist anymore. You should be grateful I'm still willing to sit here and help you prop up this limping excuse for order. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't need to. The words rolled through the black hall like distant thunder. The silhouettes behind the screens went stiff. One representative with deep ties to the Zenin clan grabbed his armrest before he even realized he was doing it. They remembered. That night years ago you hadn't stopped because you lacked the strength to finish it. You had stopped because you chose to. That restraint, total and deliberate, was exactly what made you terrifying. If combat record alone decided rank, you were arguably the unquestioned second under Gojo, with a gap between you and everyone else that few people even wanted to think about. There was a murmur of low discussion behind the screens. At last, one relatively composed elder spoke. Say what you came to say. You lowered one finger. First, I want to confirm something. In the incident involving Yuda Okatsu, has your final judgment classified him as a curse user? If not, then while he remains a Jujutsu sorcerer, does the Jujutsu sorcerer code of obligations apply to him like it would to anyone else? The question dropped into the room, and the hall stayed quiet for a long while. The old foxes traded glances. They had expected you to come here on behalf of the Gojo clan, or maybe to ask for political room to expand your own authority. They had not expected you to go through all this trouble just to confirm the rules. The question was too simple. That was what made them wary. Something that simple always had teeth hidden in it. After a long pause, an old voice finally answered. The former is negative for now. As long as he remains at Jujutsu Kaisen, he is under observation. As for the latter, naturally. So long as he acts as a Jujutsu sorcerer, all provisions of the code apply to him. You nodded once. No pushback. No extra comment. For a second you looked less like a negotiator and more like a researcher who'd just gotten the data point he needed. Then what is this request of yours? The question came out edged with caution. You lowered your second finger and looked toward the shadows behind the screens. I want the authority over Yuda Okatsu's secret execution transferred to me. I also want equal authority to judge whether he has become a threat. I believe I'll need that legitimacy. That landed, and this time the silence didn't hold. What? You want to kill the boy Gojo fought to protect? Why would you ask for that? Shock rippled behind the screens. In their minds, you and Jujutsu Kaisen were basically one faction, and Jujutsu Kaisen was just Gojo's private garden. They had assumed you were sent here to oppose the execution order. The possibility that you had come to take that authority for yourself had never crossed their minds. One elder spoke, bewilderment thick in his voice. Gojo is the one who threatened us over the execution. Touma Hayase, are you saying you intend to betray Gojo and kill Yuda Okatsu? Big words. Another voice sneered. And you think you can really kill that special grade Rika? Through all of it, your face didn't change. Don't misunderstand me. There is a lot about the way you people operate that I cannot stand. But in this matter, my position overlaps with the interests of order. Yuda Okatsu is an unstable bomb. In the current state of society and under the system barely holding that society together, he is a massive risk. You adjusted your glasses. Your gaze felt sharp enough to punch straight through the screens and into the people hiding behind them. As for special grade, if he ever falls far enough to become irredeemable trash, I'll handle it myself. His classification means nothing. The room went still for a beat. When you spoke again, your voice carried a killing intent so cold it changed the air. Suguru Ghetto fell because I failed to stop him in time. If he stood in front of me now, I would kill him with my own hands and clean up the mess I left behind. After those words, the hall dropped into absolute silence. The figures behind the screens exchanged uneasy looks. What they heard in that speech was responsibility pushed so far it curved into something almost pathological. It also forced them to rethink something. The Zenin clan incident had been catastrophic, but not a single person had died. Combined with what you just said, the picture of you became suddenly uncomfortably clear. Compared to the rebellious and emotional Gojo, the man standing before them was much worse. Because in a twisted way your principles leaned closer to order than theirs did. And the request you had made, from their perspective it barely had a downside. If anything, it sounded convenient. Chapter 88. Nice to meet you. The result turned out even better than you'd expected. Not every council member had shown up, but the ones who did folded. They handed you the authority to judge Yuda Okatsu and execute him if necessary. The absent elders would be dealt with afterward by the people who had attended. The factions present today already held an overwhelming majority of seats on the council. Even if the conservatives tied to the Gojo clan complained, they no longer had the numbers to steer the final decision. You weren't worried in the slightest. Under the current balance of power, the Gojo clan had always been isolated, always stuck on the weaker side of the board. That was exactly why, buried deep inside your long plan to rip the rot out of the jujutsu world, you'd hidden one key move, putting Megumi Fushiguro in position to become head of the Zenin clan. That step mattered more than almost anything else. It was the cleanest path to taking control of the council through legitimate means and smashing the old balance between the big three sorcerer families. Once that happened, the Gojo clan wouldn't resist future reforms. They'd become your strongest allies. As for the Kumo clan and the scattered independent elders, the independents weren't worth bothering with. Too much trouble, too little payoff. Not something one simulation was going to solve. You hadn't dealt much with the Kumo clan either, but you knew they were closely tied to Kyoto Jujutsu High. The upcoming exchange event between the sister schools might give you a chance to feel out their weak points. Not long after the council gave its approval, Takarajichi, senior assistant manager, brought you bad news. Expected bad news, but bad news all the same. Yuda Okatsu and Toji Inumaki had been sent to an abandoned shopping district to exorcise what should have been a simple semi-grade cursed spirit. Somewhere during the mission, things went sideways. Someone had layered a second curtain over the one Ajichi set up, and they'd done it so cleanly he never noticed. Worse, a first-grade cursed spirit had shown up inside a mission zone that was supposed to be safe. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe. But the timing was a little too perfect, and so was the location. The list of people who could slip past a veteran assistant manager's notice while casually dropping high-level cursed spirits where they pleased was very, very short. There was only one man who fit. A man who should have disappeared from the public eye years ago. You and Gojo came to the same conclusion the second the report reached you. The name surfaced in your mind almost automatically, Suguru Ghetto. You hadn't gone out of your way to track him over the years, but you could guess what kind of garbage was fermenting inside that broken head of his. With cursed spirit manipulation in his hands, there was no way he wouldn't set his sights on the special grade vengeful cursed spirit bound to Yuda Okatsu, Rika Orimoto. Rika was the only reason the higher-ups had stamped Yuda as special grade before he'd shown even a trace of real jujutsu talent. That endless pool of cursed energy, if someone like Ghetto forcibly absorbed it through cursed spirit manipulation. No, that wouldn't just be addition. The end result would be something much worse. Once you'd worked that out, there was barely anything left to confirm. By the afternoon of December 24th, trouble came knocking on its own. Suguru? No way. Principal Yaga's brow furrowed hard. He couldn't quite accept your conclusion. Ghetto had vanished for years. Why resurface now and so openly instead of waiting for a cleaner chance to strike from the shadows? Part of him wondered if you were overthinking it. Gojo had already lost every trace of humor. When he answered, the weight in his voice killed any doubt. I'm sorry, Principal, but it's him. I checked the mission site myself. The traces left behind, the residual cursed energy, it was Suguru's. You think I wouldn't recognize his cursed energy? The room had gotten tight enough to snap when Yaga suddenly turned his head. Something violent had just slammed against the barrier around Jujutsu High. Damn it. Right when we were talking about him. His face changed instantly. He rushed for the training grounds, voice booming across the campus before anyone else could move. All sorcerers semi-grade 1 and above, report to the main rotary immediately. Level 1 alert. Wind tore across the grounds of Jujutsu High. A massive shadow swallowed the sunlight. A giant white pelican cursed spirit, big enough to look ridiculous, beat its wings once and crashed down into the middle of the field, kicking up a wall of dust. A man stepped down from its back at an almost lazy pace. Long hair tied in a half knot. 5 striped monk robes draped over his body. Suguru Ghetto wore the same old smile, equal parts fake kindness and absolute arrogance. The first years had been doing combat training on the field. Yuda froze on the spot in confusion, while Maki, Panda, and Toge felt that suffocating wave of cursed energy hit them and moved on instinct, dropping straight into fighting stances. Maki's grip tightened around her long blade. She aimed the edge directly at the intruder, glaring at Ghetto and the figures still climbing out of the pelican's open beak. "You're not staff here." Panda tugged on his custom gauntlets and cracked his fists together. His heavy frame gave a series of low pops. "Never seen a cursed spirit like that before, and that cursed energy density is bad news." Toge pulled down the high collar covering the lower half of his face, revealing the markings at the corners of his mouth. He spoke one quiet, steady word. "Salmon." Ghetto ignored the student's hostility completely. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, he looked out over the campus he hadn't visited in years, taking in the familiar buildings and trees with half-lidded eyes. Ah, the air here is still nice and clean. Jujutsu High really hasn't changed at all. More people hopped down from the pelican behind him. The first was Nanako Hasaba, blonde and dressed in flashy Shibuya streetwear, holding up a glowing smartphone as she complained in theatrical misery. "Lord Ghetto, this is really Tokyo? It's so rural. I can't even spot a decent convenience store." Mimiko Hasaba came after her in a black sailor uniform, short dark hair brushing her cheeks, clutching a weather doll talisman that gave off an unsettling aura. She murmured quietly, "Nanako, that's rude." Nanako puffed out her cheeks. "Huh? You were thinking it too, Mimiko. Don't act innocent." Behind the twins came Laru, built like a mountain and so absurdly huge the whole thing almost looped around into comedy. On his bare chest, in violent contrast to all that muscle, sat a pair of pink heart-shaped pasties. "Come on now, girls. Hurry up and get down. Don't keep everyone waiting." The second Nanako hit the ground, her sharp eyes locked onto Panda. Fear didn't even make the list. She let out a squeal and immediately started snapping pictures. "Oh my god, a panda. It's so cute." Panda ignored the mocking tone. He jabbed a thick finger at the newcomers and barked, "Who the hell are you people? This is Jujutsu High. You don't just walk in here." But the moment the words left his mouth, whoosh! A light breeze passed by. Ghetto, who had been several meters away an instant earlier, appeared in front of Yuda Okatsu like a ghost. Those pale, slender hands caught Yuda's cold fingers in an eager handshake. A warm, harmless-looking smile spread across his face. "Pleasure to meet you, Okatsu. I'm Suguru Ghetto." Yuda clearly hadn't even processed how the man got there. He answered on pure reflex, stiff and bewildered. "Huh? Oh, and nice to meet you." Chapter 89. Now I have no reason to hold back bonus. Maki, Toge, and Panda all broke into a cold sweat. Ghetto had moved too fast. Far too fast. Their eyes hadn't kept up. Their bodies hadn't either. If that hand had gone for Yuda's throat instead of offering a handshake, none of them would have made it in time. Ghetto didn't spare the others so much as a glance. He looked straight at Yuda with an almost religious intensity, voice dripping with persuasion. "You possess a magnificent power, Okatsu. I believe power like yours should be used for something meaningful. Haven't you ever questioned this warped world? This ridiculous reality where jujutsu sorcerers, people with real power, have to skulk around in the dark just to keep ordinary society running." Yuda stared at him with a face that clearly said, "What the hell are you talking about?" Question mark. Totally unfazed, Ghetto slung an arm over Yuda's shoulders. Standing in the middle of the training field like some professor giving a lecture, he launched into his sermon with broad, theatrical conviction. To put it simply, we, the strong, are forced to accommodate the weak, those ants under our feet. The contradiction is absurd. It's tragic. The highest beings on this planet have stopped their own evolution just to coddle the feeble. It's nonsense. Humanity needs to rethink how it survives, and so... He leaned in close to Yuda's ear, finally showing the knife hidden under all that preaching. "I'd like your help." Yuda recoiled a little, alarmed. "Help you do what?" Ghetto straightened and spread his arms wide, answering with the calm certainty of a man announcing divine truth. Kill every non-sorcerer. Create a paradise where only jujutsu sorcerers exist. The words landed like a thunderclap. Yuda's eyes went wide. Beside him, Maki, Panda, and Toge all recoiled like they were watching a lunatic grin at them. Stop feeding that insane pitch to my students, Suguru. Gojo's voice cut through the field just as he arrived, Yaga and the others right behind him. Satoru. It's been forever. Ghetto's smile flared brighter, wilder, the second he saw his oldest friend. I heard this year's first years are pretty talented. His gaze slid across the students, amusement flickering in his eyes. Let's see, all your precious little pupils are here. Then his expression sharpened. A special grade cursed human. The last descendant of the cursed speech bloodline. An abrupt mutated cursed corpse and His eyes landed on Maki, gripping her blade, and his lip curled like he was looking at trash. The Zenin clan's deadweight. The next words came out cold and precise. My world has no place for a monkey who can't even produce cursed energy. Smack. Yuda slapped Ghetto's hand off his shoulder. For the first time, real anger burned across his face. I'm sorry, Mr. Ghetto. I don't understand your grand philosophy at all, but I'll never help someone who insults my friends. Take it back. Ghetto blinked once, then gave an easy shrug. Sorry. Didn't mean to upset you. In the middle of that razor-taut tension, you moved. Silent until now, you stepped through the crowd and stopped beside Maki, whose face had gone pale with humiliation. You didn't comfort her. Instead, you reached up and took off the plain glasses resting on your nose. Maki, your voice was calm enough to make people nervous. Hold these for me. She blinked, thrown off, and loosened one hand from her weapon on reflex to take the glasses, still warm from your skin. Huh? Sensei? You didn't look at her. You turned your head and your now uncovered eyes, dark and still as deep water, passed over Gojo before settling on Ghetto's smug face. Suguru Ghetto. I'll ask you this one last time. You pointed first at Laru, half-naked and towering behind him, then at the twin girls. Let me confirm something. The sorcerers standing with you, are they your people? Ghetto's gaze shifted to you. As he studied your face, something surfaced in his memory. Years ago you had barely possessed enough strength to matter, yet you still tried to drag him back from the edge even if it killed you. His expression softened for a second, almost against his own will. A trace of nostalgia crept into his voice. It really has been a long time, Touma. Though I have to say I didn't expect to see such a frightening look in your eyes. What sat in your eyes at that moment was pure killing intent. No anger. No grief. Nothing human enough to call emotion. Just the flat indifference of someone looking at a pile of meat. Once it became obvious you had no interest in old memories, Ghetto kept his composure and answered with that same easy smile. A small correction. They aren't companions. They're family. Family. Your lips bent into something that held no warmth at all. Then let me make sure I have this right. They're killers too? Curse users with innocent blood on their hands? Even with the weight of your stare pressing down on him, Ghetto kept smiling. He even spread his hands a little like he was proud of it. Innocent blood, honestly, I couldn't give you an exact number. But if by innocent people you mean those monkeys, then yes. Absolutely. The answer settled in, and something inside your body shifted. The tension across your shoulders loosened, just slightly. You let out a long, slow breath. I see. One hand drifted behind your back and closed around the hilt of Asakurimaru, the short blade that had followed you through more battles than anyone here could count. When you spoke again, your voice had dropped to a murmur, but every person on the field heard it perfectly. Now I have no reason to hold back. What? Ghetto's brow twitched. And the moment your words faded, without warning, without even a hint of build-up, Phantom Night Parade roared to life. You reproduced the Zenin clan's prized legacy technique without hesitation, projection sorcery. Its ability to split a Lu second into 24 frames and rewrite physical motion focused entirely on your right wrist, the hand that would throw Asakurimaru. Frame acceleration pushed all the way to the edge. Extreme overload control followed. The body's usual 30% output limit shattered instantly. The muscles in your right wrist swelled and hardened so violently your bones practically screamed, but you locked the output at exactly 100%, just enough to complete one attack before the limb destroyed itself. Then ballistic intuition locked in. Your vision pierced space and time and fixed on a single point, the center of Laru's forehead, the biggest, easiest target standing at the back. All 3 techniques stacked in 0.01 seconds. Before anyone on that field, including Gojo and Ghetto, could fully understand what you were doing, your wrist snapped forward. 100% of your body's strength, combined with projection sorcery's absurd frame acceleration, hurled the short blade at a muzzle velocity fast enough to break the sound barrier. The crack in the air came a fraction too late. Then came the impact. Whip. Splat. Laru had been standing there with his arms folded, watching everything like it was a show. The next instant, his head exploded like a watermelon hit point-blank by an anti-material rifle. What was left of his skull vanished into a red spray, misting Nanako and Mimiko's stunned faces with blood. Chapter 90 Because I Believe You, Suguru bonus. Everything happened too fast. Too fast, too brutal, too final. It wasn't just Ghetto's curse users who locked up. The Jujutsu high side froze too. Nobody had expected the execution to be that savage. A second ago, Nanako had been squealing over Panda with her phone up like a tourist. Mimiko had been standing there in sullen silence, clutching her weather doll. Now both girls looked completely blank, like their minds had stalled out. Their mouths hung open. Their faces twisted with shock, but no scream came. It was like something had grabbed them by the throat and crushed the sound before it could get out. Their legs started shaking first. Then their knees gave way and both of them collapsed into the cold mud, where Laru's blood and bits of brain had already splashed across the ground. Gulp! Further back, Takuma Ino stared at the blood still spraying from the headless corpse and swallowed hard enough to hurt. When he spoke to Kento Nanami beside him, his voice came out thin and shaky. And Nanami, was Mr. Hayes always this terrifying? And Ino knew exactly what he meant by terrifying. Part of it was simple enough. The sheer physical force. Crossing that distance in an instant and blowing a man's skull apart with one throw. But that wasn't the part making his spine go cold. What really got to him was how naturally you had done it. No pause. No ceremony. No visible struggle. You killed Laru as casually as someone pouring a glass of water. Ino had never gone through Tokyo Jujutsu High's main campus. The version of you he knew was the man in the infirmary, smiling gently while patching up wounded juniors, patiently explaining cursed techniques when someone had questions. Dependable, calm and easy to trust. He respected that version of you. He had never imagined that underneath all that patience was something this vicious. Nanami didn't answer. He pushed his goggles a little higher on the bridge of his nose. Behind the lenses, his eyes had gone dark and complicated. Even as your former classmate, even as someone who still worked alongside you, he'd never seen this side of you before. No restraint, no softness, just naked killing intent rolling off you like heat. On paper, the two of you held the same rank. First-grade sorcerers. But Nanami was honest with himself. If that throw had been aimed at him instead, there was a very good chance he wouldn't have stopped it. Even if he somehow blocked it with cursed energy reinforcement pushed to the limit, he'd probably lose an arm for the effort. And in a fight between sorcerers, losing an arm might as well be a death sentence. That thought dragged up an old story, one people in jujutsu circles had been repeating for years. The tale of your solo midnight raid on the Zenin clan's main compound. Everyone knew it. Nobody knew the details. It had always sounded more like myth than fact. Until now. Watching this, Nanami finally understood what those rumors had been trying to describe. The polite, composed Touma Hayase everyone dealt with every day had always been real. But so was the thing under it. Cold, violent, and extremely good at killing people. This is the first time I've seen him like this too. Nanami muttered it so quietly it barely counted as speech. Somewhere along the way his grip had tightened around his short blade. Maki felt that shock a little differently. The sight of a curse user crumpled in a widening pool of blood dragged her straight back to that night years ago, the night everything changed, the night you almost killed her father, OG Zenin, with a single strike. But back then there had still been a line in your eyes. You had stopped where justice stopped. You had never gone further than you had to. That line was gone now. The killing intent in your gaze had become something solid and absolute. It wasn't a sword held back anymore. It was a blade fully drawn, pointed at evil without the slightest hesitation. Sensei? Maki's fingers whitened around the hilt of her long blade. There was shock in her eyes, sure, but there was something else too. Something deeper. Something close to reverence. Panda was startled by how sudden the violence had been, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The guy had admitted it himself. He was a curse user with innocent blood on his hands. A jujutsu sorcerer putting him down was just how things were supposed to go. If anything, mercy here would have been the real insult. And Panda trusted your judgment completely. As your student and in every way that mattered as your son, he wasn't going to doubt you for even a second. The one who took the hardest hit from all this was Yuda Okatsu. He was still too green. Too sheltered. This was the first time the warm, reliable image he'd built around you had been ripped away this completely, forcing him to look straight at the ugly truth of the jujutsu world. He didn't really have a concrete sense for what a curse user was in practice. But he could feel what was coming off you now, clear as day. Pure killing intent, aimed at evil without an ounce of doubt. And it was exactly the same as what he'd felt that day in the sealed room, when you'd spoken to him through the iron door in that winter-cold voice. If I ever find out those four got hurt because you were too cowardly to control your power, because you let it spill onto innocent people, I'll classify you as a curse user on the spot. Then I'll kill you myself. Same tone. Same intent. Yuda's pupils shook. He stared at your back, straight and cold, and only now did the truth really sink in. You hadn't been trying to scare him back then. You hadn't been bluffing. If he ever crossed that line, your blade would reach his throat without a second thought. Further behind them, Kizakabe, Mei, Principal Yaga, and off to the side, Kinji Hikari and Kirara Hoshi, all sucked in a sharp breath at almost the same time. Ever since the Zenin clan incident, rumors had been floating around the jujutsu world. Had you already gone beyond first grade? Were you the strongest sorcerer still carrying that rank? That one throw was the clearest answer anybody had gotten. And out of everyone present, only one person had actually seen the whole thing from start to finish. Satoru Gojo. Because of the 6 eyes, he had caught every detail. And precisely because he had seen every detail, the blue eyes hidden under his blindfold had gone unusually grave. He had never seen anyone use the Zenin clan's projection sorcery in such a suicidal way. It wasn't just the speed or force that held his attention. It was the cost. Through the 6 eyes he had seen it perfectly. The overloaded burst of power had shredded every muscle fiber in your right arm. Skin split open. Flesh tore apart. Under all that ruin, bone flashed white for an instant. This was insane. An attack that threw self-preservation straight into the trash. Just looking at the state of that arm, Gojo could practically feel how much pain it should have caused. But your expression hadn't changed once. Like the ruined arm belonged to somebody else. Gojo understood why you were furious. The moment Ghetto's people confirmed they had innocent blood on their hands, something in you had locked in. He got that. Still, he couldn't fully agree with where that fury led. From where Gojo stood at the absolute top, even curse users who had gone off the rails were still resources. Talent. People the jujutsu world was already too short on. With the right guidance and enough control, maybe they didn't have to die. Across the field, Ghetto slowly turned his head. For the first time, disbelief cracked through the calm mask on his face. He looked at what was left of Laru. The headless body twitched once, nerves firing meaninglessly, then went still. Blood kept spreading across the frozen ground, dark and thick. And with that, the fake compassion on Ghetto's face finally broke. His head snapped toward you. The serene smile he always wore twisted apart, replaced by a mess of rage, grief, confusion, disbelief, and something uglier, something that looked a lot like loss. Touma Hayase, why? His voice broke halfway through, half shout, half snarl. Back then, when we fought side by side, even against those Q curse users trying to kill Rico, you never went this far. You're not this kind of person. You were never someone who killed like this. You knew exactly what he meant. The Star Plasma Vessel mission. Rico Amanai. The years when the two of you had still walked the same road. You didn't let him keep talking. Because I believe you, Suguru. Your voice cut cleanly through his, calm and steady, like you were stating something too obvious to argue with. I believe that even now, even after everything you've become, you wouldn't lie to me about this. You answered yes just now. I believe that answer was real. I believe their hands are stained with innocent blood. That's enough. And before the words had even finished hanging in the air, you gave Ghetto no time to process any of it. Phantom Night Parade activated again. This time, the target was Kento Nanami standing behind you. Using the surgical pull of the limitless, something so precise it felt almost absurd, you ripped the weight out of Nanami's hand. 1 second his charm-wrapped cleaver was there. The next it was in your right fist, while flesh and muscle knit themselves back together under reverse curse technique. The instant your last word landed. Boom, the concrete under your feet exploded. The ground cratered. Broken chunks of stone blasted outward. You rode that recoil like a launched shell and vanished from where you'd been standing. Ghetto's expression flickered through a whole chain of emotions so fast they almost overlapped. Being trusted by an old friend should have meant something warm. Instead, you had trusted him to be honest about being a monster. The logic was twisted. Ridiculous even. And for one brief second it rattled him. That tiny crack in his composure was all you needed. By the time you appeared again, wrapped in that terrifying cursed energy, you were already less than half a meter from his face. Your right hand was still bleeding. Reverse cursed technique hadn't fully repaired it yet. But your grip around Nanami's blunt blade was iron, and the weapon came down toward Ghetto's skull with zero mercy behind it. Ghetto knew your techniques too well. That was the problem with old classmates. He knew summoning cursed spirits at this range against you would be suicide. So instead of trying to counter with a spirit, he threw both arms up, poured cursed energy reinforcement into them, and prepared to block the strike head-on. But in the split second before the blade landed, you opened your mouth. A strange wave of cursed energy spilled from your throat. It was power that should have belonged only to the last heir of the Inumaki bloodline. Power that was never supposed to be yours. But through Phantom Night Parade you had replicated it. At point-blank range, aimed straight at Ghetto, the words left your mouth like a divine order. Don't move. Ghetto's arms, already swinging up to block, and the rest of his body, already trying to shift backward, locked in place all at once. It lasted only an instant. It was still more than enough. Chapter 91 Heal Him. The instant cursed speech left your lips, the command drove straight into Ghetto's soul and nailed his body in place. And that split second, that razor-thin edge between life and death, was exactly what shocked the battle-hardened special grade fully awake. You hadn't used Phantom Night Parade's reversal to lock down his cursed spirit manipulation the way you had the last time you fought years ago. A bitter little laugh flashed through his mind. Of course. Years had passed. Why would Touma Hayase still be standing where he used to be, still be that man who only knew how to shield other people? When he met your eyes cold enough to make his bones feel iced over, Ghetto understood instantly. There was no hesitation in them. No mercy either. You had come here to kill him, and you did not care what it would cost. But the man who had once stood at the top of the Jujutsu world beside Satoru Gojo was not easy prey. In the tiny slice of time the paralysis held, his sensitivity to cursed energy picked out the flaw in your cursed speech. The force behind "don't move" wasn't fully stable. The suppression had only been absolute at the moment it landed. After that it was already slipping. The reason was simple. The gap in cursed energy between you and a special grade was too big. Forcing an order onto someone at Ghetto's level was shredding the technique from the inside and kicking the price back onto you. Worse, his instincts had already caught the weakness in your sequence. Your technique setup hadn't changed. You could still only keep one curse technique running at a time. If that weren't true, you never would have needed such careful timing to swap them around. And the worst part, the part you'd missed because you were going for the kill, was even uglier. Cursed speech could freeze his body, but it couldn't completely shut down the cursed technique circuits fused into his soul. The moment that clicked, something feral lit up in Ghetto's eyes. He stopped trying to fight the paralysis in his limbs. Instead, he went the other way and unleashed every cursed spirit he'd collected and beaten into submission in one violent burst. There was no finesse to it. No elegant deployment. He just dumped them out like trash and turned the whole mass into the crudest shield possible, a wall of flesh, bone, and curses. But you'd already seen that coming. Instead of wasting effort trying to seal the part of his technique he could still force through, you chose the most brutal answer available. You would cut off every route he had in one blow. The instant the cursed speech finished, the backlash from commanding a special grade tore through your throat like a serrated blade. You didn't even twitch. You didn't spare a second to heal it with reverse curse technique either. Your brain screamed under the load as Phantom Night Parade activated again and smashed straight into projection sorcery. 24 frames carved out of a single second. That impossible acceleration crashed down on your right wrist, the hand still locked around the cleaver, the hand that had never fully healed to begin with. You pushed the frame count all the way to the limit. Extreme overload control came off the leash completely. In less than a second, the muscles in your right arm started tearing apart one fiber at a time, unable to survive that kind of acceleration. Scarlet blood burst from ruptured capillaries. It collided in midair with the black, foul-smelling gore of cursed spirits, those things barely halfway out of Ghetto's body before your blade pressure shredded them apart. Blood and ichor splashed together and came down like grotesque rain. And you still weren't done. After projection sorcery hit its maximum acceleration inside that single second, you didn't swap back to reverse curse technique to save the arm that was already seconds from collapsing. You did something even crazier. You switched straight into limitless. Using the reversed application, read as pure propulsion, you slammed that force into the pommel of the cleaver in less than a heartbeat. There was only one goal: make absolutely sure this strike landed. Every calculation, every switch, every desperate gamble packed into 3 seconds. Boom! Black sparks of cursed energy exploded inside the sea of cursed spirits like a supernova. Black flash. The miracle born from a sorcerer hitting absolute focus. Under that warped, space-twisting force, the blade ripped through the wall of spirits for an instant. But the recoil, strong enough to break bedrock, snapped your already ruined right arm with a sickening crack. Bone broke clean through a limb that was basically raw meat by now, white exposed beneath shredded flesh. The shockwave blasted outward with the dying shrieks of cursed spirits mixed into it and sent you flying. Midair, you bit down so hard it felt like your teeth might crack. Your left hand snapped toward Ghetto. Index finger and pinky extended. Middle finger, ring finger, and thumb folded in. The shape looked like devil horns, ugly and lethal. The air around you started screaming as cursed energy condensed. And then your fingers shook, curled inward, and closed into a fist. You gave up on the technique. There were 2 reasons. Your students and allies were all around you, and without the 6 eyes, firing that attack would have been indiscriminate. The aftermath would have been a disaster. And second, the same old problem that had always chained you down showed up at the worst possible time. You were running out of cursed energy. If you'd had a little more. If your body had held together just a little better. That strike might have ended everything. Only then did everyone else finally snap out of it. The exchange had been so violent, so absurd, that the others had frozen where they stood. Now they rushed to reinforce themselves with cursed energy and started dealing with the low-level cursed spirits that had gone feral after losing control. Touma, Panda launched himself into the air and caught your falling body with both arms. His voice was tight with urgency and disbelief. Maki, Toj, and Yuda, all still barely new to this world, saw your right arm at the same time. The muscles were almost completely torn away. White bone pushed through split skin and hung in the open air. Every one of them went pale. But what hit them even harder was your face. You were white as paper from pain and cursed energy exhaustion, but there wasn't even a trace of concern for yourself on it. You hadn't made a sound. Not even a grunt. Those cold eyes stayed locked on Ghetto through the thinning tide of cursed spirits, tracking him without blinking, like the broken wreck of your body belonged to someone else. Like if he twitched wrong, you would throw yourself at him again immediately. They couldn't understand it. The teacher they knew, the calm, gentle one they saw every day, what kind of resolve was driving him this far? What kind of conviction let him keep hurling this mortal body toward the sun, again and again, knowing full well it could burn him to ash? That lesson branded itself into the first years far deeper than any speech ever could. Even Yuda Okatsu was shaken by how pure your intent was. You idiot. Why are you just standing there? Maki's voice cracked across the field like a whip. She spun on Yuda, who was still staring at you in shock, and the anger in her face barely covered the tremor underneath. Heal him. Now. That finally kicked Yuda back into motion. He rushed over with shaking hands and pressed reverse cursed technique over your arm, warm light spilling across the mangled limb that was basically hanging by threads. Waro. Right, I'm doing it. But before he could even finish, you forced yourself up out of Panda's grasp. Your right hand was still wrapped in the glow of reverse curse technique. It was stiff, slow, nowhere near fixed. Didn't matter. You bent down, snatched the blood-soaked cleaver off the ground, and lowered your body again, ready to charge. A tall figure stepped into your path. Gojo didn't turn around. He only tilted his head slightly, blindfold angled toward your ruined arm. When he spoke, every trace of his usual lightness was gone. Enough. That's enough, Touma. Chapter 92, I am a person first, and a sorcerer second bonus. From the far side of the field, Nanako and Mimiko screamed. Lord Ghetto, your hand? As the cursed spirits receded like a filthy tide pulling back, everyone finally saw what state Suguru Ghetto was in. His left arm was gone below the forearm, severed cleanly. Blood dripped from the stump in a steady line. A deep slash had torn across the chest of his monk robe, carving through the fabric and the flesh beneath it. Dark blood spread through the deep blue cloth until it looked almost black. Gojo's eyes moved from you to the man across the field, both of you standing there ruined in different ways. Something in that sight caught him off guard. All the blood on the ground overlapped in his mind with that night in the remote village, the night you and Ghetto had broken apart for good, even though he hadn't been there to see it happen. A strange sense of dislocation washed over him. He couldn't even tell when it had started. Once the three of you had walked these same grounds side by side. Now you'd ended up here, weapons out, one step away from killing each other. How the hell had it gotten this far? He had always wanted to ask. Before everything became irreversible, why hadn't either of you turned around and talked to him? Why was the so-called strongest always stuck on the outside of this kind of fate, forced to watch from the edge while everything slid into the abyss again and again and unable to stop it? But Gojo knew better than to cling to that now. He was an adult. In the adult world there were no what-ifs. He took a long breath. Across the field, Ghetto had already summoned a long serpent-like cursed spirit and wrapped it tight around the stump of his arm to slow the bleeding. When Gojo spoke, his voice came out dry and rough. What did you come here for, Suguru? Ghetto didn't look at him. His gaze went past the empty space between them and settled on you instead, cold meeting cold. For one ridiculous moment, a strange illusion caught him. Looking at the person who had maimed him, Ghetto almost felt like your eyes were asking him a question. Why couldn't you wait a little longer? Why couldn't you give me more time to change all of this? A faint smile touched his mouth. It was too thin to really be called a smile, and there was nothing in it but bitterness. If the one standing in front of me back in that village had been the you of today, you probably would have beaten that stubborn idiot version of me senseless with the blade in your hand. Maybe that would have been enough. Gojo's question was still hanging there. Ghetto drew a deep breath and shoved the storm inside him back under the surface. When he lifted his head again, the face drained pale by blood loss had already put the mask back on. That arrogant, empty smile of a cult leader returned to his lips. I'm here to deliver a declaration of war. Gojo answered without a hint of feeling. Is that supposed to be funny? You want me to laugh? Ghetto gave a soft, self-mocking chuckle like he hadn't just been nearly cut in half. Then he straightened his battered body and raised his voice until it rang across the entire field. Everyone here, listen carefully. I am here to issue a formal challenge. On December 24th at sundown we will begin the night parade of 100 demons. His remaining arm swept outward, grand and theatrical, like a fanatic preaching the end of the world. The battlegrounds will be this cursed capital, Tokyo, Shinjuku, and the holy land of Jujutsu, Kyoto. We will release more than 1,000 cursed spirits across both cities, and they will be given one simple order. Kill every breathing thing in sight. His eyes moved over the assembled sorcerers. Madness glittered underneath the smile. If you don't want to watch the world turn into a living hell, then come stop us with everything you have. Let's kill each other to our heart's content in this grand festival of curses. Gojo barely lifted his chin. You think I'm letting you walk away from here? Ghetto smiled, wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth with his thumb, and answered like none of this bothered him in the slightest. I may look a little rough right now, but I can still use cursed spirit manipulation. Save your energy, Satoru. Don't forget, your precious students are still well within my range. He didn't wait for a reply. He turned, and Nanako and Mimiko hurried to his sides, taking his weight as he made his way toward the massive pelican cursed spirit one labored step at a time. At the edge of its huge open beak he stopped. His gaze dropped to Laru's headless body lying nearby in the dirt. Those perpetually narrowed eyes opened a little wider, and something real finally showed through. His lips moved soundlessly, shaping one last goodbye. Then he stepped into the pelican's mouth with the two girls, and the cursed spirit rose into the air. Standing on its back high above the field, he lifted a hand in a lazy wave. Well then, everyone. See you on the battlefield? Your grip tightened on the hilt until your knuckles whitened. The tip of the blade followed Ghetto's ascent, and a low growl scraped up from your ruined throat. Next time we meet, I will kill you with my own hands. Ghetto turned at the sound of your voice. He let out a quiet sigh, and the look he gave you standing there in that lake of blood was too complicated to fit into any neat label. I don't understand, he said softly, almost like he was genuinely asking. Touma Hayase. You've already reached power on the level of a special grade. So why are you still so desperate to protect those stupid monkeys? Why do you even care? You tipped your head back and met his eyes without wavering. Your answer came out cold, steady, and simple. Because I am a person first and a jujutsu sorcerer second. Chapter 93, All You Needed Was Time bonus. The giant pelican curse spirit beat its wings and hauled the mangled Suguru Ghetto up into the sky, vanishing toward the horizon in a storm of wind and feathers. Then the backlash hit you all at once. Rapidly cloning and swapping between multiple top-tier curse techniques. Pushing reverse curse technique way past what it should have been able to handle while your cursed energy bled out like water from a cracked tank. A right arm that was basically hanging on by sheer spite. Every bill came due at once. Vertigo crashed into your skull so hard it almost dropped you on the spot. Nausea twisted your stomach. Your vision doubled, then blacked out for a split second. You drove the cleaver into the muddy ground and leaned your weight against it, barely managing to stay upright. Satoru Gojo looked at the state of you. His hand lifted like he was about to catch you, then stopped halfway. A second later, he let it fall. The fight had moved too fast. So fast it didn't even feel real. To everyone else, all they'd seen was power smashing into power, your projection sorcery burst, the flash of reversed red, and the final crack of black lightning ripping through the battlefield. It had been too fast, too olent for even veteran grade 1 sorcerers to follow the actual exchange underneath it. Only after the dust settled, after the leftover shockwaves of cursed energy died down and the swarm of cursed spirits Ghetto had summoned finally pulled back, did Masamichi Yaga snap out of it and sprint your way. Touma. The moment he got close enough to see your injuries clearly, even Yaga froze. His pupils tightened. Your right arm looked the worst by far. Whole sections of muscle had been torn open, white bone exposed to the air. You'd lost enough blood that just standing there looked like work. Yaga twisted around and shouted over his shoulder, voice cracking with rage and panic. Shoko? Now. Get over here and heal. Before he could finish, you raised your left hand and waved him off. The dizziness was awful. The nausea was worse. But when you spoke, your voice came out calm and level. It's fine, Principal Yaga. I can handle this myself. Save Shoko's energy for the others. This isn't over yet. Don't worry about me. Everyone there knew you could use reverse cursed technique. They all knew you were good at it. But looking at your face, not one of them could make those words line up with what they were seeing. You had just killed a powerful curse user by yourself, then pushed yourself to the absolute edge to cripple Suguru Ghetto, a special grade sorcerer at the peak of the jujutsu world, badly enough that he had to cut off his own arm to live. That kind of record wasn't just impressive. It was the sort of thing that got written into history. And the person who'd done it, pale, broken, half bled out, did not look like someone who didn't need help. Kento Nanami quietly stepped up beside you. He nudged his slightly crooked goggles back into place and looked at the faint tremor running through your body. His mouth opened like he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. The gap between you had gotten too wide. He didn't even know where to start. You didn't seem to notice. You just reached back and held the cleaver out to him. Thanks. That helped a lot. You said it softly. Nanami took the weapon without a word. His eyes moved from your face, drained of all the killing intent that had been there moments ago, down to the blade in his hands, still wet with a special grade's blood. A bitter little smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. More than anything, he wished that when it really mattered, he'd been able to do more than lend you a weapon. A rough caw cut through the air. A crow dropped from the sky with Asakarimaru dangling from its beak, the sword you'd used to take Laru's head. It landed neatly on your shoulder. You took the blade from its beak and gave Mei Mei a small nod. She stood a short distance away, watching you with open interest and not much attempt to hide it. Appreciate it, Ms. May. After sheathing the sword, you turned back toward Yaga's grim face and took a slow breath, forcing the dizziness back down. I'll sit out the next part. I need a little rest. Once the operation starts, I'll be there on time. Yaga stared at you, at a body that looked one good breeze away from collapsing. Every instinct he had screamed at him to shut you down right there. Tell you to stop. Tell you to get on a stretcher and stay there. Tell you the rest of them could handle it. But he'd known you too long, and what was coming next weighed too heavily. So the words stayed behind his teeth. Because what you'd shown in that fight had left every grade 1 sorcerer there in the dust. Even Yaga, your own teacher, could only stand back and watch from a distance he could never cross. In the eyes of Yaga, Nanami, Mei, and every first-year student on that field, it no longer mattered that the higher-ups hadn't officially named you special grade. You already were one. More than that, you'd become what Satoru Gojo had always been, the ceiling. The benchmark. The point where everyone else had to stop and admit, yeah, that's the limit. Yaga had 1,000 things he wanted to say, and none of them made it out. In the end, he let out one long breath and forced out a single word. All right. They watched in silence as you dragged yourself away, step by heavy step, alone, heading for your office. By that point, both your body and your mind were at the end of their rope. Still, with ultimate energy-saving mode active and try-hard stacked on top of it, for solid hours of real sleep should, in theory, be enough to drag your wrecked body back into fighting shape before the actual battle started. All you needed was time. And there wasn't much of that left. Chapter 94 - What they each knew bonus. Yaga drew in a breath, shoved his worry for you aside, and swept a hard gaze across the assembled sorcerers. All grade 2 and above report to the briefing room immediately. Suguru Ghetto has declared war. We begin tactical planning for the night parade of 100 demons now. The war room at Tokyo Jujutsu High felt suffocating. The air itself seemed too heavy to breathe. Kiyotaka Ijichi stood by the whiteboard, face pale, giving a rushed intelligence summary from whatever scraps had been gathered so far. Regarding Suguru Ghetto, he established a religious group and used his followers to gather cursed spirits. Ijichi pushed his glasses up with fingers that weren't entirely steady. Combined with the cursed spirits he already possessed, his claim of more than 2,000 may not be exaggerated. From the side, Yaga added, that said, most of them should be small fry. Grade 2 or lower, according to the intelligence we've got. And the number of sorcerers under his command shouldn't exceed 50. Gojo leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed. The white bandage over his face hid his expression, but not the mood in the room. That makes it worse, not better. He wouldn't start a war he knew he'd lose, especially not after Touma did that to him, and he still chose to go through with it. The room fell completely silent. He was right. Suguru Ghetto, former special grade, wasn't stupid. If he was willing to launch this after taking a loss like that, then the 2,000 cursed spirits were only the surface of it. A distraction. Smoke hiding the real play. And Gojo didn't need Touma Hayase to spell out what that real play was. It was Rika. The special grade vengeful cursed spirit bound to Yuda Okatsu. Damn it. Yaga slammed his fist onto the table hard enough to make the whole thing jump. He rose to his feet, sunglasses hiding his eyes but not the iron in his voice. Contact every graduate. Reach out to the big 3 sorcerer families. Each word landed hard. This is total war. This time we exorcise the curse called Suguru Ghetto once and for all. At almost the exact same moment Yaga gave the order for full mobilization, Gojo's gaze drifted past the room and down the corridor toward your office door. He knew you too well. You understood better than anyone that Ghetto's real target was Yuda, here at the school. But the second those 2,000 cursed spirits were released into Shinjuku and Kyoto, there was no way you would stay safely behind the school's barriers and wait. Because somewhere inside that brutal moral code of yours, failing to kill Ghetto today was your mistake. And every civilian torn apart by those 2,000 cursed spirits would become a sin you blamed on yourself. You would hurl yourself straight at the bloodiest front line without hesitating. You'd turn into the nastiest meat grinder on the battlefield and carry every ounce of guilt on a body that hadn't even started putting itself back together. Far from the school, inside a hidden safe house, the air felt tense enough to crack. Under dim lights, Suguru Ghetto sat slumped on a sofa. His robes were soaked in blood. Several low-grade cursed spirits with healing abilities writhed over the stump of his left arm, trying to close the wound where it had been severed clean off at the shoulder. The pain had drained all the color from his face. But behind his narrow eyes something feverish and ugly still burned. Nearby, the Hasaba twins clung to each other and cried in silence. Nanami Suda, Toshihisa Negi, and the rest of his so-called family stared at the scene with gray, shaken faces. Laru's body had been brought back and laid out on the floor. Headless. Seeing the man they had always treated like a pillar, something solid and unbreakable, cut down like that, and seeing Ghetto himself reduced to this, Nanami Suda finally cracked. Lord Ghetto, she couldn't hide the fear in her voice. Or the despair. Laru is dead and your arm, that man, Touma Hayase, he's a monster. I don't even know how to make sense of him. She drew in a shaky breath and forced herself to keep going. We've already lost too much. Our strength is crippled. Maybe we should call off the night parade of 100 demons for now. Pull back. Wait until you've recovered and then, no. Ghetto didn't even look at her. His voice was calm in a way that made it worse, flat and obsessive and a little sick. It cut her off clean. He rose slowly and brushed his remaining hand over Laru's cold corpse. When he finally lifted his head, the bloodless face looking back at them wore a cruel smile fit for a curse user. It's because Laru died. Because I paid for this with an arm. That's why I can finally see the opening clearly. His gaze shifted toward the window, toward Tokyo Jujutsu High somewhere far in the distance. Something venomous flashed in his eyes. Touma Hayase is a monster, yes. I'll give him that. But to me he's also an idiot shackled to his own humanity. A man like that after failing to kill me today? He'll treat every civilian death caused by those 2,000 cursed spirits as his own sin. Ghetto's breathing turned ragged. The smile on his face stretched wider and started tipping into madness. He'll leave Yuda Okatsu behind. He'll run straight to the front lines in Shinjuku or Kyoto and butcher cursed spirits to make up for his precious guilt. And the moment both he and Gojo are dragged away from the school, the barrier around that place turns into an empty shell. Mine for the taking. His eyes lowered to the arm he'd lost. The hunger burning there was absolute. Once I have the queen and her endless cursed energy, who cares about one arm? I'll grind every last monkey in this world into dust. Chapter 95. December 24th, sunset was almost gone. The last light smeared Shinjuku's skyline red, turning glass and concrete the color of fresh blood. You stood with the rest of Jujutsu High in the middle of a city that had already been cleared of civilians, waiting in silence for the night parade of 100 demons Suguru Ghetto had promised. With both you and Satoru Gojo staying in Tokyo, two walls no sane enemy would want to crash into, you'd pushed hard for one specific deployment. Yaga eventually signed off on it. Kinji Hikari and Kirara Hoshi, along with Grade 1 sorcerer Atsuya Kizakabe, had gone to reinforce Kyoto. They weren't the only ones out tonight. Low-grade freelance sorcerers, dragged in on short notice, were tucked into alleys and under overpasses all across the district. Assistant managers had already spread through Shinjuku's key positions, faces tight, hands ready to throw up massive curtains the second things got ugly. Even with the civilians evacuated, a full-scale fight against cursed spirits in the middle of a dense city could wipe whole blocks off the map if the cursed energy ran wild. The curtains were there to keep the damage contained. Your own read was simple. Ghetto's real target was probably Tokyo. But probably wasn't good enough when civilian lives were on the line. Kyoto could handle itself. The school there had deep ties to the Kumo clan, and the Zenin stronghold wasn't far either. If all Ghetto sent was a straight cursed spirit wave, they had more than enough Grade 1 firepower to crush it. The reason you'd insisted on Hikari was the worst-case scenario. If Ghetto used Tokyo as a feint and showed up in Kyoto himself, Hikari was the only person you trusted to hold him in place long enough for backup to arrive. His cursed energy was just that nasty. Kizakabe had grumbled the whole time, cigarette hanging from his mouth, muttering, "Why the hell am I suddenly getting shipped across the country to die?" Still, his feet kept moving toward transport, so that was that. Hikari had walked up to you with his usual delinquent grin. "Mr. Hayes, how about this? I kill that Ghetto guy, save everybody the trouble, and in return you help me sell the higher-ups on an underground cursed energy casino. Fair deal, right?" One look at your face killed that conversation dead. You were smiling, technically. Your eyes weren't. Hikari clicked his tongue, shoved both hands into his pockets, and turned away. A few steps later, he stopped and half looked back. When he spoke again, the joking edge was gone. Mr. Hayes, you're the one who said it, yeah? Don't push yourself too hard. Dead men don't have any chips left to bet. Night swallowed the last strip of sunlight. Right after that came the surge of cursed energy, huge and sickening, rising all at once like something rotten being forced back up a throat. Cursed spirits started appearing everywhere, crawling out of walls, dragging themselves from storm drains, taking shape on rooftops and at street corners. Big ones. Small ones. All of them ugly. The city had been tomb quiet a minute ago. Now the streets were packed like rush hour, except every body in sight was a monster. Shinjuku stopped looking like a business district and started looking like hell. Your attack on Ghetto during the declaration had changed things. Most of the surviving core members of his little family had been assigned to Tokyo. Keeping Satoru Gojo busy wasn't enough anymore. Touma Hayase had become the other piece they couldn't afford to ignore. Wind tugged at Gojo's white hair. Hands in his pockets, he tipped his head back beneath the white bandages and looked toward a distant high-rise. A small, interested smile tugged at his mouth. Oh? There's somebody up there who might actually be fun. The man he'd spotted was Miguel, a dark-skinned sorcerer in a plain white t-shirt and sunglasses. Definitely not Japanese. From the rooftop, Miguel looked down at Gojo in the street and spoke to Nanami Suda beside him in smooth Japanese. So that's him? The white-haired guy with the bandages? Suda's fists were clenched so tightly her knuckles had gone pale. She nodded. That's right. Leave everyone else to us. Your only target is him. Miguel's eyes shifted a little and found you standing just behind Gojo, already looking up at the rooftop with the kind of flat, cold stare people usually reserved for corpses. And him? That's the one who did that to Ghetto? One of Miguel's brows lifted. Suda nodded again, harder this time, and fear flashed plain across her face. Yes. That's Touma Hayase. Lord Ghetto was very clear. Under no circumstances do you fight him alone. Anyone below special grade is dead if they try. Miguel rubbed his chin and muttered under his breath, quiet enough that only he could hear it. I see. So that's how a hard case like Laru ended up dead. And why Ghetto came back looking like that? Suda took a breath, obviously trying to shove down the panic climbing up her throat. Anyway, we'll keep Hayes tied down. Miguel, let me say this one more time. I know. He cut her off, already tired of hearing it. My job is to stall the white-haired special grade. Buy Ghetto enough time. Got it. Down on the street, Gojo ran a hand over his chin while the six eyes swept the battlefield in every direction. Cursed energy signatures slammed into his brain in a constant flood. He sifted through all of it with absurd precision, looking for one specific trace. Nothing. There wasn't even a hint of Suguru Ghetto's cursed spirit manipulation residuals anywhere in Shinjuku. Every cursed spirit in the area had been dropped off ahead of time and left to rampage on its own. The guy lives for an audience and he's not even here. Gojo's thoughts sped up. If he'd gone to Kyoto, somebody would have spotted him immediately. No way that place stays quiet. So he really did go straight for the school. Straight for Yuda? Before he could finish the thought, Kiyotaka Rajichi came scrambling out from behind a barricade, drenched in sweat and clutching a stack of papers to his chest. He nearly tripped stopping in front of Gojo. Mr. Gojo. There's something I need to report right away. Then he caught the look on Gojo's face, that deep crease between his brows, and faltered. Is something wrong? Gojo shook his head once and pulled himself back into the moment. No. Nothing. What is it? He barely got the question out before he felt it. Behind him, a burst of cursed energy exploded into existence. Violent and dense. Refined down so hard it felt like a volcano being compressed into a needlepoint. You had moved. No signal. No waiting for the enemy to make the first move. In your mind, everyone on the other side tonight, every curse user tied to this night parade of 100 demons, every person ready to drown civilians in blood, had already been marked for death. There was nothing to discuss. Phantom Night Parade activated. The Zenin clan's prized projection sorcery, copied in an instant and forced into motion. Your muscles tore with a wet, ugly sound. You released extreme overload control in both legs without hesitation. The acceleration shredded the blood vessels in your calves. In return, you got speed that had no business existing. The asphalt beneath your feet exploded into a crater. Chunks of debris kicked out like shrapnel. You became a blur no normal eye could track, a sonic boom ripping through the air behind you as you shot straight up the side of the building where Miguel and Suda were waiting. The shockwave knocked Ajichi flat on his back. Papers flew everywhere. A strangled yelp tore out of him. Wah! Gojo watched you disappear over the lip of the rooftop, frowned for half a second, then looked back down at Ajichi lying in the street. What were you going to say? Ajichi stared at the spot where you'd vanished, cold sweat pouring down his face. He scrambled after the loose papers with shaking hands and answered as fast as his tongue would let him. The timing may be terrible, but I thought you needed to know as soon as possible. It's the result of the investigation you asked for, into Yuda Okatsu's family line. Chapter 96, The Throne Built on Mountains of Dead bonus. Up on the rooftop, your landing hit like a meteor. Concrete blew apart under your feet, cracks racing outward in every direction. Miguel's pupils shrank. He dropped into a fighting stance, every muscle wound tight. Hey now, this isn't how it was supposed to go. My opponent was supposed to be the special grade down there. The instant Suda recognized you, all the color left her face. She slapped a hand over the comm at her ear and shouted into it. Change of plans. It's Hayes. He ignored Gojo and came straight for Miguel. The plan's blown, we need to move up the... She never finished. Behind you, the giant LED billboard on the neighboring tower flashed a hard red, stretching your shadow across the rooftop until it spilled right up to Suda's feet. The moment she opened her mouth, that shadow came alive. A huge serpent made of thick black cursed energy burst out of it without warning. No pause. No mercy. Its jaws snapped shut around Nanami Suda's slim neck and crushed it. Blood sprayed into the air. She didn't even get a scream out before the life left her body. On the other end of the comm, Toshihisa Negi's voice crackled through, confused and sharp. Hello? What happened? Suda? Answer me. The only reply was the soft thump of a headless body hitting the rooftop, followed by the dull knock of a beautiful head rolling twice across the concrete. Blood spread fast. You stood over it without a flicker of expression and slowly raised your right hand. Metal whispered against lacquered wood as Asakirimaru, the blade that had already taken Laru's life, slid free inch by inch. You lifted the gleaming edge and pointed it straight at Miguel, who stood there braced like he was staring down a natural disaster. Your voice was cold enough to frost the air. So you speak Japanese. Good. That makes this easier. Are you one of Sugiru's people too? Miguel's whole body stayed locked tight. He didn't answer right away. Because the thing standing in front of him felt wrong. You weren't a special grade sorcerer. If anything, the raw amount of cursed energy pouring off you was actually lower than his. But the pressure coming from you was horrible. Your killing intent was so savage it felt like it had been crushed inward and chained down, only for something ugly and unstable to keep throbbing underneath it. It made Miguel's skin crawl. Then his eyes dropped below your knees. Blood was still streaming out of both pant legs, pooling on the rooftop in dark, widening puddles. He knew what that meant immediately. This man had wrecked his own body for that kind of speed. And he hadn't even blinked. There was also the shadow technique that had killed Suda in an instant. Miguel had heard Laru talk about your ability to replicate curse techniques, but in the few seconds since you'd arrived, he'd already picked up the residual traces of at least two entirely different and absurdly dangerous techniques coming off you. A line of cold sweat slid down Miguel's temple. Ghetto's warning, never face him alone, hadn't been dramatic. If anything, it had undersold the problem. A sharp crack split the air. Miguel gave up pretending to be calm. He grabbed the frayed rope in his hands with both palms and pulled it tight. The black rope, woven over decades by the sorcerers of his homeland, sang as it stretched. He met your gaze and answered in a low, hard voice. Of course I'm Ghetto's ally. I'll use everything I have to help him claim his throne. Whatever little expression had been left on your face vanished completely. You looked at him and said it like a simple fact. So even if that throne is built on top of tens of thousands of innocent corpses, you still don't care. Fine. I get it. Even while you spoke, Phantom Night Parade was already tearing apart his cursed energy signature and the structure of his technique. Your brain, pushed right to the edge, kept running calculations in parallel. The cursed energy coming off that strange rope was abnormal. That much was obvious. And after overhearing him and Suda, the rest of the picture had fallen into place. In Ghetto's original plan, this man Miguel had been assigned to fight Satoru Gojo alone. Nobody alive understood how terrifying Gojo's limitless was better than Ghetto. And he'd still decided that Miguel was the answer. That meant only one thing. The man in front of you was strong enough to justify the assignment, and he had some method of dealing with limitless. None of it mattered anymore. He was going to die tonight. That was the only ending this night had left. Speed had been the plan from the start. But until the system finished parsing Miguel's technique, you kept your head cool and settled for high-speed probing instead. Extreme overload control was already pushed through both legs. Cursed energy flooded every movement like water breaking through a dam. Human eyes couldn't keep up with you anymore. Asakarimaru turned into a blur in your hands. Slash, thrust, feint. Every line went for Miguel's throat or heart, the blade shrieking through the air each time it passed. What you hadn't expected was for the sunglass-wearing sorcerer to actually keep up. His movements were bizarre, loose and rhythmic. Almost like he was dancing in the middle of a death match. Somehow that strange flow let him take your killing combinations head-on, peeling them apart one after another with scary precision. Then, in the middle of another clash, you caught it. Crack. The sound was sharp enough to feel like a whip snapping right beside your ear. The instant Miguel's black rope hit your blade, or even brushed the cursed energy wrapped around your skin, Phantom Night Parade's analysis staggered hard. It was like a machine getting blasted by interference. Your eyes narrowed. So that was it. Now you understood why Ghetto had the guts to send this man alone against Satoru Gojo. The problem wasn't Miguel himself. It was the rope in his hands. That unremarkable curse tool worked on the same principle as the inverted spear of heaven, the special grade weapon that had nearly killed Gojo years ago. Interfere with cursed techniques on contact. Disrupt them. Cancel them outright if it landed cleanly enough. A few more exchanges told you the rest. Every time the black rope successfully messed with Phantom Night Parade, a tiny section near the end of it burned away and crumbled into ash. A consumable. A strategic-grade curse tool that could interfere with limitless, and every use shaved part of it away. Your probing had stayed cold and clinical the whole time. Miguel's reaction did not. He looked down at the rope in his hands, now very obviously shorter than before, and for the first time since the fight started, real horror crept onto his face. He'd made an assumption at the start. The monstrous speed. The raw physical force. The way your body kept moving like it had forgotten human limits. He'd taken all of that for some kind of reinforcement technique, which was exactly why he'd tested the black rope on you. What he got back shattered that idea. What you were doing wasn't a curse technique. It was brute force self-destruction. Blood vessels rupturing. Muscle fibers tearing. Then reverse curse technique patching the damage back together in real time so you could keep going. Miguel had seen you healing with his own eyes, and even then his brain still rejected it. No sane sorcerer fought like this. No sane sorcerer used ripping their own flesh apart as a standard way to accelerate just because they could heal afterward. To Miguel, every swing of your sword gave off the same ugly message. This man is trying to destroy himself. And the worst part was that this still might not have been your actual technique. If the crushing physical pressure he was barely surviving wasn't even the real problem, then he had to keep some part of his attention free, waiting for whatever your true killing move was. Especially after what he'd already seen. That giant black serpent had burst from your shadow and torn Nanami Suda's head off in a heartbeat. So while Miguel fought, part of his focus stayed locked on the shadow at your feet, stretching and shrinking with the rooftop's neon glare. That split-second hesitation was already enough to doom him. Chapter 97 You Go, I Go bonus. As the fight dragged on, Phantom Night Parade's progress bar finally hit 100%. Prayer Song. A technique that used physical rhythm to exorcise curses while boosting the user's body through that same rhythm. Everything clicked into place. The weird, almost ridiculous breakdance-like movement he'd kept up even while trying to kill you. You'd originally taken it for some combat style from his homeland. It wasn't style. It was the trigger. With his last card turned face up, there was no point dragging this out any longer. Unlike Ghetto's cursed spirit manipulation, Prayer Song wasn't complicated enough to require anything special. Break the movement and the technique died with it. You stopped. Miguel's eyes twitched. For the first time since the fight began, you stood perfectly still in front of him. Then, under his wary stare, you tilted your chin up a little, packed a brutal amount of cursed energy into your throat and spoke. Don't move. Cursed speech drop. D over the rooftop like a verdict. Miguel's rhythm died instantly. His whole body locked up. Every muscle. Every joint. He froze in place like someone had poured concrete through his veins. Against an attack that skipped right past physical defense and seized the body through sound itself, the black rope was worthless if he couldn't move his arm to swing it. You lifted Asakarimaru. Your face didn't change. The blade angled down for the finishing stroke. A hand shot out from behind you and caught your wrist. Strong, warm, and familiar enough to be irritating. On a battlefield soaked in blood, there was only one person alive who could slip up behind you without warning and still have the nerve to physically stop your sword arm. You didn't know when Gojo had arrived. You didn't know why he had chosen this exact moment to interfere. But your resolve didn't shift in the slightest. The people who had helped launch the night parade already had civilian blood on their hands. They were ready to butcher tens of thousands more for a rotten dream. They deserved neither mercy nor discussion. A wet, ugly tearing sound split the air. From the shadow pooled beneath Miguel's feet, a massive claw burst upward. The Chimera's forelimb. You had only summoned a single limb to save cursed energy, but that was more than enough. The claw punched through Miguel's frozen chest without the slightest pause and buried itself deep inside him. The moment it pierced his heart, lightning exploded. A muffled boom rolled out from inside his body. The smell of scorched flesh and burnt protein spread through the cold rooftop air. White smoke curled up from the hole in his chest. The Chimera confirmed the stop in his vitals, pulled back the claw now dripping dark red, and sank back into your shadow. Gojo released your wrist without a word. Through the white bandages he looked at what was left of Miguel, a body with its chest cored open, organs cooked black by lightning, folding to the concrete like an empty bag. His mouth pressed into a thin line. Somewhere underneath it all there was a trace of regret. From Gojo's point of view, Miguel had been the real thing. He hadn't needed to exchange blows himself to know it. Lasting that long against your assault was proof enough, and the cursed energy coming off the black rope had been rare enough to matter even to him. A sorcerer like that dying here with nothing to show for it felt wasteful. By the rules of the Jujutsu world, what you'd done was completely justified. These were curse users who had launched the night parade of 100 demons and thrown a whole city into terror. Field execution was allowed. Encouraged even. And still, in some deep place Gojo usually ignored, a sliver of sympathy for his own kind hadn't fully died. You turned to face him. You didn't ask why he tried to stop you. You just flicked the blood off Asakarimaru and looked at him evenly. What is it? To his credit, Gojo didn't bring Miguel up again. The usual playful expression was gone. In its place was a heaviness that looked almost wrong on his face. Ghetto isn't here. He never showed up in Kyoto either. He's gone to the school. Your expression didn't change. You knew Suguru Ghetto too well. If he wanted to keep pushing that childish fantasy about exterminating every non-sorcerer, he needed power that could stand against both you and Gojo. The fastest, dirtiest shortcut in the world was obvious. Take Rika from Yuda Okatsu. Once you understood that, tonight's attack barely needed explaining. Throw the night parade out front, drag you and Gojo away from campus, then hit the school while the two strongest people who could stop him were gone. Simple. You met the white bandages over Gojo's eyes and asked the only thing that mattered. You go or I go. For once, Satoru Gojo said nothing. The choice sat there between you, naked and ugly. He had already felt something was off. Earlier, he'd sent Ajichi to move Panda and Toge Inumaki back to the school ahead of time. But he knew exactly how much that was worth. Against a special grade sorcerer, 2 first years bought minutes. Maybe. Ghetto's twisted moral code only targeted monkeys. He protected sorcerers with a zeal that bordered on insanity, even when they stood on the other side. He would never kill Panda or Inumaki. But if you were the one who went back, Gojo looked at you. At your pale face. At the blood still soaking your clothes. At the killing intent packed so tightly into you it felt almost solid. He knew what would happen. If you returned to the school and faced Suguru Ghetto a second time, you would burn every last thing you had to kill him. To save the students. To save the civilians. To end the disaster. There would be no room in you for anything else. A vicious wave of self-loathing crawled up from somewhere deep in his chest. Making you carry Suguru Ghetto again, making your hands take the blood of a former classmate because he himself couldn't do it, felt hideously selfish. From the day the three of you enrolled together, you had never been the strongest. Your cursed energy had limits. Your body was still flesh and blood. And somehow, every time the impossible showed up, every time some mess far bigger than your shoulders should have been forced on anyone, you were always the one already moving. You were always the first one to throw yourself into it. All the filth, all the sin, all the pain. Somehow it kept ending up on you. A question he hated rose up again in Gojo's mind. That day in Shinjuku, if I'd just done it myself, would everything have ended differently? For Suguru. For you. For everyone. In the end it all came back to one thing. His weakness. His cowardice. He had wanted to avoid the pain of killing his best friend with his own hands, and that mercy had left the rot alive long enough to spread. Now the price was counted in thousands of civilian lives. Gojo drew in a slow breath. Then he crushed the bitterness and disgust in his chest and looked up again. When he met your eyes this time, all that remained on his face was resolve. I'll go. No hesitation after that. Cursed energy rippled once. Gojo's figure vanished from the rooftop. A fading trace of residual cursed energy was the only proof he'd been standing there at all. After he left, the rooftop belonged to you again. To you. To the cursed spirits tearing through the city below. And to the surviving members of Ghetto's little inner circle hiding on the platform across the way. They had watched everything through binoculars. They had seen Nanami Suda lose her head in an instant. They had seen Miguel, the man they thought was untouchable, get punched through the chest by your Shikigami and drop as a burnt shell. The screams coming from their position were a mess of rage and terror. The loudest ones came from two girls in sailor uniforms and sweaters. You stood at the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Phantom Night Parade's cursed energy analysis fed you the answer immediately, and recognition hit hard. Those twins. That remote mountain village from years ago. The two little girls the villagers had locked in wooden cages like animals. Nanako Hasaba and Mimiko Hasaba. Their faces were twisted up with hatred as they glared back at you. Your grip on Asakarimaru tightened until your knuckles went white. If I'd stopped Ghetto back then, if I'd made him deal with those villagers the right way, these two would probably be students at the school right now. But there was no if. Ghetto had dragged them out of hell, and then filled the hollowed-out space inside them with his own warped gospel. Now they were what he'd made them into. Executioners. Girls who treated civilian lives like they were worth nothing. You closed your eyes for a second. When you opened them again, whatever pity had been there was gone. Your hand tightened around Asakarimaru's blood-wet hilt. For girls whose hands were already stained with civilian blood, you had nothing left to offer except the death that would stop them. But next time you would change everything. Chapter 98, Absolutely Not. Rewind a bit. While Shinjuku was drowning in blood and fire, Jujutsu High sat out in the Tokyo suburbs under a silence so thick it felt hard to breathe. The classroom was dark. No lights. Yuda Okatsu sat alone at his desk, slumped back in his chair, staring up at the dim ceiling with empty eyes. Back during the night parade of 100 demons, he'd already been marked as suspicious. The higher-ups were convinced Suguru Ghetto's real target was him, the boy at the center of it all. Worse, if Rika, his special-grade vengeful cursed spirit, lost control in the middle of a large-scale battle, Tokyo itself could go up in flames. So the order had come down hard and final. No deployment. Not to Tokyo, not to Kyoto. He was to stay inside the school's barrier like a prisoner and wait. Maki Zenin got the same treatment. She'd been born without cursed energy. Couldn't even see cursed spirits on her own. So the school dressed it up as protection and barred her from the fight too. Transparent garbage, but that was the excuse. Yuda's thoughts kept circling back to the same scene. That day on the training field. The fight between Touma Hayase and Suguru Ghetto. It had been so fast, so brutal, it still didn't feel real. Hayase-sensei, his file only says grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. Yuda muttered it to himself, still sounding like he didn't quite believe it. But when it came down to it, even against a legendary special grade, he never hesitated. He just threw himself in. Some of the techniques he used were basically suicidal. He's always felt different from the other teachers. Even from Gojo-sensei, Bang. The classroom door flew open with a violent kick before he could finish. Maki stood in the doorway with her long-handled naginata slung over one shoulder, lit from behind by the hallway. She snorted and picked up right where he'd left off. Obviously he's different. Something unusual flickered in her eyes. Not softness exactly, but close. A memory she couldn't fully hide. Back when Hayes-sensei was only grade 2, he stormed the Zenin compound by himself. Aside from the current clan head and that old bastard, he tore through the Kukuru unit and most of the Hei on his own. Yuda had been at Jujutsu High long enough to understand what the big three families meant. The kind that sat on the whole Jujutsu world like a mountain. He straightened so fast his chair creaked. But the Zenin clan is on the same level as Gojo-sensei's family. They're basically nobility in the Jujutsu world. Why would Hayes-sensei do something that insane? That's practically treason. Maki walked to the window and looked out at the darkening sky. He went to take back a kid the Zenin clan had forcibly seized. Grabbed his sword, kicked in the front gate and walked straight in. But the scary part wasn't that he fought dozens of elite sorcerers at once. It was that he controlled every strike perfectly. He didn't kill a single one. Left them all in critical condition and stopped there. She paused, expression turning complicated. Since nobody died and because of a few other factors, the fallout wasn't as bad as it could have been. Yuda blinked, then caught on the detail that mattered to him first. A kid? Hayes-sensei still looks young. He already has a child? Maki scratched at her hair, clearly trying to compress that messy history between Touma Hayase, Megumi Fushiguro, and the Zenin clan into something Yuda could follow. In the end, she went with the shortest version. Not his biological kid. Legally, he wasn't even the guardian. At most, he was the boy's teacher. That's all. Yuda just stared. For a student, he'd gone straight at one of the big three and cut through an entire branch of the clan without blinking. Maki glanced at him and wasn't surprised by the look on his face. He hadn't been around Hayes long enough to really understand what kind of person he was. Honestly, even most veteran sorcerers would have called that story absurd. She looked back out the window. Hayes-sensei is a good person. A ridiculously good one. To the point it almost feels warped. I only really understood that recently. That kindness of his doesn't extend to people who slaughter innocents. And as for why he keeps you at a distance, why he treats you colder than everyone else, you're smart enough to know, right? Yuda's hand drifted down to the ring on his finger. His eyes lowered. A long breath slipped out of him. Yeah. I know. Of course he knew. Touma Hayase hated any kind of violence that put civilians at risk. And Rika, the spirit bound to Yuda, was basically a walking disaster. If she went wild, tens of thousands of ordinary people could die. Whether he liked it or not, the harm Rika had done was part of the burden he carried. That thought kept chewing on him. He'd been labeled special grade, but when things really mattered, he was useless. Trapped inside Jujutsu High. Unable to help anyone. While Hayes, already battered half to death, had gone to the front lines and fought in his place. The shame of it sat in his chest like a weight. He wanted badly to be more like Hayes. To be the kind of person who stepped forward when it mattered. The one who stood in front of everyone else and held the line. And right as that thought took shape, the sky turned black. An ocean of cursed energy poured down from above like ink. It spilled over the campus in a single breath and hardened into a massive hemispherical barrier that swallowed the entire school whole. A curtain. But before it could finish sealing, two sharp screams tore through the air overhead. Boom! Two figures dropped like meteors and blasted through the curtain at its weakest point. Stone and dust erupted as they slammed into the training ground outside the building where Yuda and Maki were standing. Who's there? Maki's hands tightened around the Naginata as she stared into the smoke. When it cleared, her eyes widened. Panda? Toge? Weren't you supposed to be on the front lines? Why are you back? And what the hell is this curtain? Panda dragged himself out of the crater, dirt shaking loose from his fur, while keeping a wobbling Toge Inumaki steady beside him. He looked up toward the second-floor window and shouted, urgency ripping raw through his voice. It's Ghetto. He came here himself. Those 2,000 cursed spirits were a fake-out. His real goal was getting Gojo and Hayes-sensei away from the school. He's after Yuda and Rika, the ones left behind. Gojo used his technique to throw us back here. We have to hold Ghetto off until he gets here. Maki's face turned cold in an instant. Without another word, she flipped the naginata, vaulted out the second-floor window and landed cleanly below. Yuda's blood surged. He grabbed the sill, already about to jump after her. "I'm coming too. Stay where you are." Maki didn't even turn around. Her voice cracked like a whip. She was glaring toward the darkness deeper in the school grounds, jaw tight. "Are you stupid? You're the whole reason he's here. Running out now is exactly what he wants. Stay hidden. Don't waste everything Hayes-sensei and the others are risking their lives for." Panda turned and gave Yuda a firm, serious nod. Beside him, Toge pulled down his collar slightly and shook his head. "No, absolutely not." Chapter 99 Phantoms of the Past, Bonus. Yuda's grip tightened until his knuckles went white. Every instinct in his body told him to jump, to run, to fight. But Maki was right. If he went out there, he'd only make it worse. He bit down so hard he tasted blood and forced himself to stay put. Once they were sure Yuda wouldn't move, Maki, Panda, and Toad shot off at once, 3 streaks cutting across the grounds toward that massive swirl of cursed energy. They never found Suguru Ghetto. He found them. He was standing in the middle of the only path leading to the school buildings, already waiting. 3 first-years throwing themselves into a suicide charge to stop him. It didn't surprise him at all. His oversized monk's robe shifted lightly in the evening wind. The left sleeve hung empty and flat. With his remaining hand, he casually stroked his chin. There was no obvious killing intent in his narrow eyes. Somehow that only made him worse. He looked almost feverishly pleased. "You came rushing back here, ready to risk your lives for Okatsu. Correct?" Ghetto looked at the 3 of them like he was admiring a painting. Jujutsu sorcerers willing to sacrifice themselves for another sorcerer. Such noble compassion. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. The world I've dreamed of, a world without monkeys, where our kind help one another, it's right here in front of me. What the hell are you rambling about?" Maki cut him off before he could enjoy himself any longer. She burst forward, crossing the gap in a blink as her naginata carved a cold arc straight for his throat. "That disgusting world of yours is never happening." Ghetto didn't move. Not even one step. He barely glanced at the strike coming for his neck and answered in a flat, disinterested voice. "Oh. So the monkey without cursed energy is here too." He moved before the last word finished leaving his mouth. Even with Maki's reflexes, she never saw the kick. 1 second she was attacking. The next, it felt like a bullet train had plowed straight into her stomach. Crack. Bone broke. The cursed energy packed into Ghetto's leg turned the blow into a battering ram. Maki flew backward like she'd been fired from a cannon and crashed into Panda, who'd tried to catch her. They hit the ground hard. Blood poured from Maki's nose and mouth, staining her uniform red. Pain blanked out everything for a second. And lying there in her own blood, she finally understood just what kind of monster Hayes had been fighting on the verge of death. Toge didn't look at his teammates. His instincts wouldn't allow it. The instant Ghetto's kick left an opening, Toge acted. He yanked down his collar and exposed the markings around his mouth. Every bit of cursed energy in his throat compressed into a single point, and he screamed, "Fall!" Boom! Cursed speech slammed down like raw gravity. The ground beneath Ghetto cratered and his body was forced hard into the earth. But using that technique on a special grade came with a brutal price. Blood burst from Toge's mouth immediately. His throat felt like it had been ripped open from the inside. He dropped to one knee, completely spent. And still, not bad. Ghetto's calm voice drifted up from the crater. The attack hadn't left so much as a scratch. He leaped back out with easy grace. Behind him, black cursed energy surged like a tidal wave, and dozens of cursed spirits pushed their grotesque heads through it. Every last one of them carried pressure at least on the level of semi-grade 1. Ghetto glanced once at his missing left arm and his expression cooled. Jujutsu High had been ready for him. Which meant Satoru Gojo and Touma Hayase could arrive at any moment. Time to stop playing. He gave up on restraint altogether and unleashed a flood of semi-grade 1 and grade 1 cursed spirits. The swarm crashed over Panda, the last one still standing, and buried him under sheer numbers. With only one arm left, close combat in a melee wasn't his best option anymore. So Ghetto simply stepped past the fallen first years and turned toward the deeper campus. Toward Yuda Okatsu. Then something changed. Roar! A savage howl exploded behind him. Ghetto spun around. A tall black shadow ripped onto the battlefield like a storm. In less than a heartbeat, 3 semi-grade 1 cursed spirits were torn apart. Precise enough to be ugly. When the rush of motion stopped, the figure landed 10 meters in front of Ghetto and planted itself squarely in his path. A cursed corpse. Black fur from head to toe. Maki's dropped naginata clutched in both hands. Perfect stance. A monkey. The moment Ghetto saw it clearly, something rare happened. His eyes went still. Something old and sour surfaced from the very back of his memory. He stared at the monkey and spoke so softly it almost sounded unreal. "Wukong, is that you? It's really been a long time." His gaze turned distant. The last time he'd seen it, it had just been made. Barely half a meter tall. Now it stood at full human height, radiating far more power than he'd expected. His voice dropped even lower, carrying a bitter little smile. "So even you've grown up." Wukong had zero interest in nostalgia. It let out a sharp shriek, gripped the naginata with both hands, spun it like a heavy staff, and whipped up a wall of black wind. Then it charged straight into Ghetto and his army of cursed spirits without the slightest bit of hesitation. Watching that familiar but not quite familiar fighting style, the nostalgia in Ghetto's eyes slowly cooled into something else. Something sad. He exhaled, raised his remaining hand, and prepared to tear apart this miserable ghost from his past. Crack! The curtain covering the whole campus suddenly buckled overhead. It had been solid as iron a second ago, but now something outside was pressing against it with overwhelming force. A single sharp fracture rang through the sky. Then the whole thing shattered. Black fragments drifted down. Through that rain of broken pieces, a figure descended slowly from the sky. Black Jujutsu high uniform. White blindfold. Cursed energy so massive it twisted the air around him and seemed to bend space itself. Satoru Gojo. He tilted his head, first glancing at the monkey-cursed corpse, Touma Hayase's creation, still ripping through cursed spirits below. Then he looked across at the man facing him. One arm gone. Posture still perfectly straight. His oldest friend. A smile touched Gojo's lips. Complicated. Sharp enough to cut. This really does take me back, doesn't it, Suguru? Chapter 100 Forward, even on a dead-end road bonus. The shattered curtain broke apart into a storm of black cursed energy, fragments drifting down over the ruined training grounds like dark snow before fading away. Ghetto tipped his head back and watched the white-haired figure descend through it, slow and inevitable, like some god finally stepping down to pass judgment. Something complicated twisted across his face. Regret that the plan had failed. Acceptance that there was nowhere left to go. And buried underneath both of those a thin, ugly hint of relief. If he was being honest with himself, he'd seen this ending the moment he split his forces. His brain had never been the problem. He looked at Gojo, standing there like a wall nothing alive could ever climb, and tugged faintly at the corner of his mouth. "I will say this, though. I didn't expect you to be the one standing in front of me at the end." In a gamble built on thousands of lives, Touma Hayase had always been the one ruthless enough to finish the job without blinking. Compared to Gojo, who still dragged his emotions around like chains, Hayase was the natural executioner. In Ghetto's head, it should have been Hayase standing here now, soaked in blood like some war demon who'd torn straight through every obstacle in his path and come to deliver the final sentence. Wind snapped at the hem of Gojo's uniform. Behind the white bandages, he stared at the friend who had once fought at his side. He didn't answer. His face gave nothing away either. Even the cursed energy pouring off him felt unnaturally still, like standing at the lip of a bottomless pit. That silence pulled Ghetto's eyes down for a moment. Something in them dimmed. He took a slow breath. "My family, are they all right?" Gojo turned his head a little. When he spoke, his voice was flat. "Touma handled them." That was as soft as Gojo could make it. It didn't matter. Ghetto knew Hayase. He knew exactly what handled meant and how much blood came with it. His body went rigid. Slowly, he lifted his face to the gray sky and let out a long, hollow breath, like something important had finally been pulled out of him. "He really is stubborn as ever, huh?" For a second, memory dragged him straight back. A corridor at Jujutsu High. Hayase's face, cold as frozen ground, staring down special-grade sorcerer Yukitsukumo while she tossed around her grand theories. And the words he'd thrown at her, sharp enough to cut. If that kind of hell ever becomes reality, if, in the name of some greater good, this world turns into a paradise for monsters, where killing infants is just the price of entry, then I don't care if you're special grade or something even worse. The moment you stand on that side, I'll kill you. Ghetto could see the battlefield in Shinjuku as clearly as if he were standing in it. Haze in the middle of a lake of blood. Asakarimaru dripping red in his hand. Behind him, Nanako, Mimiko, Miguel, his family, the people who had given him everything, lying broken across the ground. Around them, heaps of cursed spirit remains stacked like garbage. The truth was, Ghetto had always known. A mind as sharp as his couldn't miss what path he was really on. The road he'd chosen had been cursed from the start, doomed to end in annihilation. He'd known for years that his so-called righteous cause was full of holes. But the moment he shoved open that blood-soaked door in the village and stepped onto this road with no return, the malice of the era and his own warped sense of duty swallowed him whole. After that, all he could do was grit his teeth and keep moving. He had no right to stop. Not with every homeless curse user who had followed him, every one of those so-called family members and all their hopes piled on his back. Stopping had never really been an option. Ghetto raised his one remaining arm. The air screamed. Thick black cursed energy started gathering around him, spiraling inward and compressing at a terrifying speed. The semi-grade 1 spirits still fighting the Wukong, the reserves hiding in the dark, even the special grade imaginary vengeful spirit Tamamo no Mei incarnate, all of them were dragged inward by that violent pull. Crushed. Stripped apart. Forced into one single mass. Through the 6 eyes, Gojo saw every detail of the compression. The black sphere folded in on itself and bulged with nauseating waves of power. He knew what he was looking at. Ghetto was burning whatever life he had left for one last hit. This had to be the deepest secret of cursed spirit manipulation, the move Haze had told him about once. Maximum Uzumaki. Even without the thousands of spirits scattered across Tokyo and Shinjuku, the high-grade cursed spirits packed into this Uzumaki were enough to produce absurd destructive force. But absurd only mattered when the person in front of it wasn't Satoru Gojo. He didn't move back even half a step. Didn't raise his guard. He spoke to Ghetto in the same tone someone might use to comment on the weather. If Touma were standing here instead of me, he'd be busy trying to contain this without letting it hit the campus behind him. But Suguru, you know better than anyone. Pure physical power, no matter how much you pile on, means nothing against limitless. Ghetto either didn't hear him or didn't care. Blood vessels burst at the corners of his eyes from the strain. He threw everything into it, every last scrap of cursed energy left in his hollowed-out soul, every remaining spirit still under his control. He knew he couldn't break through Gojo. He did it anyway. Like he needed to prove this life hadn't all been pointless. Like he needed proof that the 10 years he'd spent carrying hate and wading through filth hadn't been a complete joke. Proof that he wasn't what Haze had called him all those years ago, a man who'd stopped thinking and chosen self-destruction. Even if he was not the strongest, Suguru Ghetto still wanted to show the world he had enough pride to burn himself to ash for what he believed in. Go! The scream tore out of him half in desperation, half in madness. The torrent exploded. Hundreds upon hundreds of cursed spirits, compressed into one absolute black column, roared forward like a dragon trying to eat the world. The ground split open in its wake, carved into a chasm too deep to see. The violence of it was enough to make it feel like the whole world might get swallowed up. And still, this was just a mortal throwing everything he had at a god. The invisible wall of limitless stopped the strike dead half a meter from Gojo's body. It hung there, trapped in endless regression. Power bled out in every direction, but it couldn't even stir the hem of his uniform, couldn't move a single strand of white hair. That was the gap. One man had given everything. The other stood untouchable. Impossible to reach. Then a tiny violet point lit up inside that black flood. Small, pure and heavy enough to feel like a collapsing star. It sliced through the endless dark like a dying meteor and split the torrent of cursed spirits straight down the middle, erasing them as it went. In the next instant, that violet light passed clean through Suguru Ghetto's chest. Hollow purple. Blue and red fused into one. Maybe, if Ghetto hadn't split his forces, if this Uzumaki had been built from the thousands of spirits loose across Tokyo and Kyoto, Gojo's attack wouldn't have torn through it that easily. It still wouldn't have changed the ending. Thud. With a gaping hole where his chest should have been, Ghetto's body lost all support and dropped flat onto the cold ground. Blood spread beneath him. But the pain from his ruined body felt far away now, almost irrelevant. What filled his fading eyes was something else. Relief. The kind that only came after carrying a burden for 10 straight years and finally putting it down. The leftover energy from Maximum, Uzumaki thinned out and disappeared into the air. Gojo was still standing in the same spot as before. No wounds. No heavier breathing. Nothing. He lowered his head and looked at Ghetto lying there in the widening pool of blood. For a long time he said nothing. Cold wind stirred his white hair. Minutes passed. It felt longer than that. At last, Gojo slowly turned and looked toward the far-off horizon, toward the battlefield in Shinjuku that was still burning. Behind the white bandages, it was as if he could see a familiar figure there. The one who always took on more than his share and kept walking anyway. In a voice so quiet no one else could have heard it, heavy with old grief, he murmured, "So this is what it felt like for you too, Touma." Chapter 101 The Root of All Distortion. The instant Suguru Ghetto's life finally winked out, the contract holding his cursed spirit manipulation together broke with him. Thousands of cursed spirits lost their leash at once. They poured into Tokyo and Kyoto like a busted dam, shrieking, rampaging, drunk on the sudden freedom. It didn't last that long. Jujutsu High had already committed heavy forces for the night parade of 100 demons, and a mob without a leader was still just a mob. Once the spirits lost Ghetto's command, the sorcerers started cutting them down in batches. Even so, more than 100 civilians died. And through all of it you vanished. You didn't help with cleanup. You didn't hunt a single stray spirit. You were busy killing Ghetto's so-called family. Every last one of them. On that rooftop, blood ran down Asakarimaru's edge. One body dropped after another, splashing into its own red, and you felt absolutely nothing. No relief. No satisfaction. Not even the ugly comfort of revenge. You knew Ghetto too well for that. Under all the ruin and madness, he had always been too soft in the worst possible way. He would never have gathered those people around him with something that cheap, some slogan about killing all ordinary humans. The truth was uglier than that. Every one of them had been crushed by the world first, tossed aside, ground down, and Ghetto had been the one person who reached back. They followed him because he was the only person who'd ever bothered to look at them. But being wrong didn't give anyone the right to become the next monster. Suffering wasn't a free pass. It didn't make it acceptable to turn around and carve into other innocents while calling yourself justified. You looked down at the twin sisters lying cold at your feet, and your thoughts slid back to that village from years ago. The villagers had tortured Nanako and Mimiko for one reason only. Those girls had powers they couldn't understand. Fear did the rest. People who couldn't see curses, couldn't fight them, couldn't control any of it, started blaming every disappearance and every strange death on the two little freaks in their midst. From a sorcerer's point of view, the whole thing was disgusting. But take that arrogance away for a second. If an ordinary person went their whole life without ever seeing a curse, if their world had no room for that truth at all, then what did those unexplained deaths look like from where they stood? In their tiny, broken understanding of reality, was that fear really just malice? And Ghetto, at the moment everything in him started to rot, had chosen to see that entire tragedy from one side only. Sorcerers as victims. Full stop. That narrow view had carried him straight into slaughtering an entire village. The villagers and the sorcerers had both been trapped on their own miserable little patch of understanding, each making the only choice their limited view allowed. Neither side saw the full picture. Neither side had the room to. They should never have ended up as enemies doomed to kill each other. The real cause had always been cursed energy. Curses. That whole rotten system. Without cursed spirits, there would have been no disappearances in that village. No reason to suspect two little girls. Without cursed energy in their veins, Nanako and Mimiko would have lived and died as ordinary children instead of being marked as different. Without any of this, you and Ghetto never would have been sent there that summer in the first place. And if you kept following that line of thought, the answer only got uglier. If cursed energy and curses had never existed at all, then Jujutsu sorcerers wouldn't need to exist either. The filth at the top of Jujutsu society, the corruption in the leadership, the smug rot of the big three families, every privilege, every distortion, every pile of human garbage built on top of that foundation, all of it would collapse with the base ripped out. The source of all evil was cursed energy itself. Curses themselves. Keeping order at Jujutsu High, exorcising one spirit after another, it was just pruning branches. Busy work. You could keep trimming forever and the swamp would still spit out more monsters. If the root stayed buried, this world would keep repeating the same tragedy until the end of time. But tearing out the root wasn't something you could do today. You needed time. Time to find the real answer. Time to stack enough power in your hands that even the laws of the world could be overturned if necessary. The road ahead was going to be long. Mean. Lonely. What happened to Ghetto, to those girls, to everyone tonight, it would not be the last time. And the choices you made with your own hands tonight, those wouldn't be the last either. Far away, cheers rose from the streets. Sorcerers celebrating the final cleanup. Spirits dead, danger over, another bloody night closed out and filed away. None of it belonged to you. You stood in the dark and looked down at your blood-soaked hands. You didn't bother wiping them clean. Instead, you forced yourself to remember every face. The anger. The desperation. The hate in their eyes right before they died. You burned all of it into your memory on purpose. If you were going to keep walking, then you would carry this with you. And somewhere in that cold silence, you made yourself a promise. Next time, you would change the ending with your own hands. That night, with ultimate energy-saving mode still active, your brain should not have been dreaming at all. It did anyway. The same nightmare dragged you under again. A black sea with no bottom. Ghetto drifting in front of you, close enough to touch, chest blown open, body ruined. He fell backward into the dark before you could even reach for him. The filth in the deep wrapped around your arms and legs, dragging you down, their laughter thin and ugly against your ears. The abyss itself felt like it was sneering. The crushing pressure. The freezing bubbles clawing past your face. The silent mockery. It laughed at your principles. At the lines you drew and refused to cross. Like it was asking whether everything would have turned out differently if you'd dirted your hands sooner, faster, without hesitating. You didn't fully crawl out of that mental fog until the next day, and even then it was because of something no one had expected. Kinji Hikari, the one you'd personally recommended for Kyoto's defensive line, had thrown hands with the conservative old guard over there. Violently. One senior official got beaten bloody, and Hikari was now staring at suspension. You hadn't predicted that mess, but Hikari himself didn't blame you at all. Over the phone, he laughed it off in that reckless way of his and said your recommendation had been the right call. If anything, those old fossils had it coming. Besides, his class advisor was Kizakabe. Kizakabe had been standing right there when the whole thing happened and hadn't done a damn thing to stop it. With that kind of witness on site, the higher-ups could bark all they wanted, but the responsibility was never going to stick to an outsider like you. That annoyance barely lasted before something much bigger shoved it aside. Ijichi sent over the results of a bloodline investigation. Yuda Okatsu was a direct descendant of Sugawara no Michizane, one of Japan's 3 great vengeful spirits. The connection was distant, but on paper it was real. Yuda was technically related to the Gojo clan. He shared blood with Satoru Gojo. The moment you heard that, your face went cold. Frost spread over the nearby surfaces as your cursed energy slipped its restraints. Because this changed everything. The story had never been, a dead childhood friend cursed an innocent boy and accidentally made him special grade. It was the other way around. Yuda Okatsu, a child born with monstrous cursed energy, had refused to accept Rika's death. In that selfish, desperate instant, he had cursed her. He had twisted her soul into that grotesque special-grade vengeful cursed spirit with his own hands. Ijichi saw your expression turn frightening and started to say something, but you were already moving. A gust of wind, killing intent, footsteps heading straight for the first-year classroom. Because a special-grade vengeful cursed spirit had been born from this boy's subconscious selfishness. And after all that, he'd still gotten to stand there as the victim. He enjoyed the privilege of being special-grade. He carried none of the weight for the bodies left behind. Because Rika had existed, Ghetto launched the night parade of 100 demons. Because the night parade happened, all those people died, and in the end you hadn't even been allowed to shoulder Ghetto's final moment yourself. Gojo had killed him instead. When you kicked open the first-year classroom door, Gojo was at the front, calmly explaining everything to Yuda in that maddeningly gentle voice. So you were right, Yuda. It was never Rika who cursed you. You cursed Rika. Now all you have to do as the one who cast the curse is release it. If Rika, the one who was cursed, chooses not to punish you, then the binding will come undone. Yuda looked hollowed out, like the bones had been pulled out of him. He clutched his head, tears hitting the floor, voice shaking apart under the weight of it. It was all my fault. I made Rika into that thing. I hurt so many innocent people. Because of me, Ghetto came, and everyone almost died protecting me. All of it was because of me. You walked in without expression. You stopped in front of him and looked down. There was no pity in your eyes. None of the softness Gojo was giving him. Only contempt, and something even colder sitting underneath it. When you spoke, your voice was so controlled it sounded worse than shouting. Disgusting. You looked at the point where all of this started and let your mouth pull into something sharp and ugly. After everything, you're still doing this? Crying like the victim? Who exactly are you hoping will feel sorry for you? SPE style. Grade. Jujutsu. Sorcerer. The room went dead. Pressure spilled out from you and filled the classroom, heavy enough to crush the air itself. Yuda shook, but he didn't get angry. He knew exactly why you were furious. Only hours ago, to stop the night parade he'd helped create, you had walked through the slaughterhouse in Shinjuku and killed whoever needed killing. Hundreds dead. Hundreds more ruined. Your hands still carried the blood of people who had chosen the wrong side, and the root of all of it sat here in front of you, a boy too selfish and too weak to let go. Hey sensei. Yuda bit his lip hard enough to draw blood. With clumsy hands he wiped at his face, forced himself to look up at you, and spoke through a voice gone raw. I understand why you're angry. I know what I did can't be forgiven, but I'll take responsibility. No matter what it costs, I'll break Rika's curse. He never got to finish. Don't hurt. Yuda! A shriek ripped through the room, sharp enough to make eardrums ring. Rika, the special-grade vengeful curse spirit born from Yuda's twisted love and possessiveness, was insanely sensitive to his emotions. She felt the killing intent rolling off you and locked onto the threat to her Yuda instantly. No hesitation. To protect him, she manifested in full. Huge, distorted, and monstrous. One pale claw, big enough to smash reinforced concrete flat, tore through the air with a scream and came down at your head. There was no restraint in it. No warning. Just pure special-grade violence meant to crush you into paste. Gojo, who up until then had been content to watch the two of you deal with it, went cold. Even he hadn't expected Rika to lash out that fast or that hard. If that hit landed cleanly, even your body would take catastrophic damage. Cursed energy rose around him at once. His hand came up, ready to force himself between you. And then he stopped. Behind the blindfold, those blue eyes widened. You had not moved. You had not blinked. You hadn't even touched Asakurimaru. Boom. Rika's claw stopped dead a few centimeters from your forehead. It slammed into something that might as well have been infinite distance, an invisible denial that would never let her through. The impact hit the room like muffled thunder. Cursed energy shockwaves blasted outward and shredded desks and chairs into splinters. At the very center of it, not a single strand of your hair moved. Infinity! Gojo slowly lowered his hand, but his expression stayed hard. He stared at the barrier in front of you, one he knew all too well. If the six eyes hadn't confirmed in that instant that you had reproduced Limitless through Phantom Night Parade, he might have stepped in by force anyway. Yuda's eyes went huge with horror. He spun around, spread his arms, and threw himself between you and the spirit, shouting until his voice cracked. Stop. Rika, stand down. You can't hurt Hayase-sensei. At his command, Rika froze. Her claw still trembled against the invisible wall. A deep growl rolled out of her, furious and unwilling, but under Yuda's desperate order she slowly pulled back and sank into shadow again. Silence hit the room. Only the soft clatter of broken furniture settling and Yuda's rough breathing. You didn't spare Rika a glance as she retreated. Instead, you let Limitless fade and fixed that same freezing stare on Yuda's face. When you spoke again, every word landed like a blade. Responsibility? Is this what you call responsibility? You stepped forward. Every instinct in Yuda's body screamed at him to back away. So what exactly am I supposed to make of what just happened? Was that just the protective instinct of a monster? Or was it your subconscious again? The same coward's reflex? You keep talking about guilt. You keep talking about breaking the curse. But the second you felt threatened, your curse showed its fangs at me without even a moment of hesitation. Your gaze stripped him down to the bone. Maybe that remorse of yours, those pretty speeches about taking responsibility, are just lies you tell yourself so you don't have to look at what you really are. The second someone corners you, your real instinct shows up. Hide behind the monster. Let her kill whatever scares you. No? That's not it. I never thought that. Yuda shook his head so hard it looked painful. Tears spilled out again. He sounded desperate now, almost frantic, clawing for some way to prove himself. You had heard enough from a sheltered child with blood on his hands. You turned away from him and looked at Gojo instead, standing off to the side in dark silence. Your eyes met. In that brief glance sat the kind of weight only two people could understand. Two men who had walked through Shinjuku's hell together. Two men carrying Suguru Ghetto's death between them whether they wanted to or not. When you spoke, nothing casual remained in your voice. He's your hand-picked student. You forced him in over every objection, so teach him properly. Teach him what resolve actually looks like. Teach him what it means to carry the weight of the hundreds who died because of him. Your hand settled against the hilt at your waist. You didn't draw the blade, but the cold leaking off that one motion made the classroom drop several more degrees. This time, for a lot of reasons, I wasn't the one who put down the special grade at the center of all this. You stared straight at Gojo's blindfold and made the warning painfully clear. That does not mean I'm unwilling to cut down a rogue special grade whenever I have to. If next time he's still this weak, still this close to losing control. Whether you act or not, I'll correct that mistake myself. You left the words hanging in the wrecked classroom and walked out without looking back. Behind you, Gojo watched your retreating figure with something unreadable hidden behind the blindfold. And Yuda Okatsu stayed on the floor amid the splintered wreckage, fists clenched so hard his knuckles went white, teeth grinding hard enough to crack, swearing some silent oath to himself in the ruins. Chapter 102 Ghetto. The moment you finally understood the warped chain of cause and effect tying Yuda Okatsu to Rika Orimoto, the whole thing felt like some sick joke. You'd chased the truth all the way into a dead end, one where the current rules left no room for punishment. You had already secured approval through back channels for Yuda Okatsu's execution. But as long as his awakening was officially judged passive, and as long as Satoru Gojo stood in front of him, killing the boy by force would not be justice. It would be personal revenge wearing a righteous face. Love. That was the excuse. Love, and from that, a special grade curse with enough autonomy to protect its host. What a disgusting setup. Sometimes you caught yourself thinking it would have been cleaner to follow the higher-ups' logic from the start. Kill the unstable bomb in secret. End it before it could get worse. If anything, this only proved how rotten the Jujutsu world's rules had become. They were full of holes, full of exceptions. Bloodline got exceptions. Talent got exceptions. Every absurd special case got an exception. Meanwhile, the real source of the disaster could walk free. And the normal people caught in the night parade? The ones who died in it? No one was speaking for them. Their lives had already been flattened into lines on a report, casualty totals on someone else's paperwork. In the end, until you could wipe out cursed energy and curses completely, seizing the current jujutsu establishment and rewriting its rules would probably save more people faster. The night parade's aftermath sparked a vicious political fight inside jujutsu society over what should be done with the dead. The higher-ups wanted the whole thing buried quietly. Suguru Ghetto's name erased, his existence scrubbed clean from the record. Gojo fought them head-on and demanded a proper funeral. Ghetto's birth parents had died by his own hands years ago. At the end of it all, the only person willing to collect his body was the friend who had once been closest to him. It was open defiance. Suguru Ghetto had launched a terrorist attack. Hundreds of deaths were attached to his name. And now the head of the Gojo clan, the man called the strongest jujutsu sorcerer alive, was going to bury him himself. Even people on Gojo's side opposed it. Loudly. But nobody dared push too hard. Not against someone like him. The timing was too bad and panic from the night parade still hadn't settled. On that point you actually agreed with a good number of Gojo's own allies. You were not as cold as the higher-ups, who probably would have denied Ghetto even a grave marker. But this was the wrong moment. Let the dust settle first. Bury him later. Doing it quietly as a friend was one thing. Ignoring the fallout entirely was just reckless. That difference in judgment was why you did not attend the funeral. The higher-ups noticed the crack between you and Gojo immediately. When the commendations came down afterward, they barely mentioned the fact that Gojo had personally stopped and killed Ghetto. Instead, they aimed the spotlight at you. A Grade 1 sorcerer who had crippled Special Grade Suguru Ghetto before the main battle had even begun, then hunted down and slaughtered the rest of his faction afterward with cold efficiency. That was the story they pushed. They polished it. Blew it up into a legend. Your brand of harsh, uncompromising order was exactly what those old fossils wanted. So much so that even the Gojo clan leadership, despite knowing nothing about your private attempt to obtain Yuda Okatsu's execution rights, started looking at your loyalties with obvious suspicion. Those political ripples did not really calm down until a month later, when the next Tokyo-Kyoto Jujutsu High Exchange event was announced. With second years Kinji Hikari and Kirara Hoshi both suspended, Tokyo had no choice but to send its first years, Maki, Toji Inumaki, Panda, and Yuda Okatsu. Principal Yaga had strongly wanted you to lead the team. But the second Yuda's face came to mind, irritation stabbed straight through your chest. You shoved the job onto Gojo without even pretending to be polite. Let him handle his own student. With the school mostly emptied out, you took the chance to visit Ghetto's grave alone. The cemetery on the outskirts of the city was dead quiet. The kind of quiet that pressed against your ears. Overhead, the sky hung low and gray, like it might collapse at any minute. You drove deep into the grounds and stepped onto the narrow path leading to Ghetto's headstone. That was when you passed a tall man in an oversized black hoodie, most of his face buried in shadow. In the split second you crossed him, your nose caught something wrong. Not just unpleasant. Wrong. It was heavy, damp, saturated like rotten wood left soaking in wet earth. At first you brushed it off. Maybe someone had just finished visiting a grave. Then Phantom Night Parade, that passive mechanism always ticking in the back of your mind, suddenly screamed. The warning that hit your nervous system was so sharp it made every hair on your body stand up. The man in black was a Jujutsu sorcerer. And the innate technique Phantom Night Parade identified from him was one you could not possibly mistake. Cursed spirit manipulation. Your pupils shrank. You were still trying to process when cursed spirit manipulation had become some mass-produced technique when Phantom Night Parade shoved a second result into your skull hard enough to make your vision flash white. 3. That person had 3 innate techniques. Besides cursed spirit manipulation, there were 2 more inside him, still unidentified and still being analyzed. 3 innate techniques. For a second, your thoughts went blank. This was beyond ridiculous. In all your years in the jujutsu world, you had never heard of anything this blatantly impossible. It was not like your Phantom Night Parade or Yuda Okatsu's copy, where techniques rotated through some borrowed medium. Phantom Night Parade's feedback was clear. That body contained 3 separate innate techniques carved into one vessel at the same time. And that was not even the worst part. Phantom Night Parade followed a strict rule. Even if it encountered the same technique twice, analyzing it through a different host would never be instantaneous. It might be faster than a first scan, sure, but never immediate. Yet this time, cursed spirit manipulation had been identified instantly. Which meant only one thing. You had already analyzed this exact host before. And in your entire life you had only ever analyzed one user of cursed spirit manipulation. When that answer locked into place, a chill exploded up your spine and dropped you straight into an icy void. Impossible. Chapter 103 8-Handled Sword Divergent Sila Divine General Maharaga, bonus. You had heard the details directly. At the end of the night parade, Satoru Gojo had killed Suguru Ghetto with an unrestricted hollow purple fired point-blank through his chest. Maki, Panda, Inumaki, and Yuda Okatsu had all seen it happen. They might hide other things, but on a matter like this, Maki would never lie to you. And even if somehow Maki had conspired with the others, Panda could never keep a lie that big from cracking. You had raised him since infancy. You knew better. More than that, you trusted Gojo. That man's pride was built into his bones. If he was sending off his closest friend, he would never choose something as pathetic as a fake death. So Suguru Ghetto could not be alive. You spun on your heel, shot out a hand and seized the retreating figure by the collar, yanking him to a stop. Your teeth were clenched so hard your jaw ached. You bastard, who the hell are you? Before the last word had even fully left your mouth, the figure turned. The hood slipped back. And the face looking at you was Suguru Ghetto's. Those brows. That faint little smile at the edge of his mouth. It was all the same. And from the corner of your eye you saw the left hand sliding out from that oversized sleeve. The same left arm you had cut off with Asakarimaru 1 month ago. Whole reattached, as if it had never been severed at all. Your brain locked up. How? He could not use reverse cursed technique. Had Shoko Yeri done something? Were you hallucinating? Thoughts smashed into each other in your head, but your body moved before reason could catch up. No hesitation. Cursed energy surged to the limit. Extreme overload control activated. Your left hand snapped around the throat under that stolen face like a steel clamp. Phantom Night Parade spun into overdrive, locking onto Toge Inamaki's cursed speech and reproducing it in an instant. At the same time, your right hand ripped Asakarimaru from your waist at blinding speed, the blade flashing up toward the impostor's forehead. Don't. The word had barely left your mouth. Something monstrous dropped from above. A weight so dense it felt like space itself had caved in. It slammed you into the ground with absolute force. The stone pavement of the cemetery exploded under the impact. Your body was hammered into the earth, cracks racing out in every direction. GHK. Your organs compressed all at once. Blood burst out of your throat and splashed across the dirt. Gravity? Pressure? That's not cursed spirit manipulation. One of the other two techniques? Pinned beneath that impossible force, every bone in your body groaning, you could not even pry your eyelids open. All you could do was listen. That horribly familiar voice floated down from above, casual and almost amused. My. I was being so careful and you still saw through me instantly. That technique of yours, I assume. The voice was Ghetto's in every way, tone, cadence, all of it. But those words made one thing painfully obvious. This was not Ghetto. And yet the body was real. Phantom Night Parade had confirmed cursed spirit manipulation. Every signal screamed that this was Ghetto's flesh. Balanced on the line between life and death, you swallowed the pain tearing through your insides and forced Phantom Night Parade to switch targets in less than a second. Limitless. The infinite spatial barrier snapped into place around your body, breaking the crushing force for a single precious instant. You drove one palm into the ground and launched yourself backward like an arrow, putting more than a dozen meters between you and the thing wearing Ghetto's face. You landed on one knee, dragging air into your lungs in rough, burning gulps. When you looked up, the impostor was still standing exactly where he had been, looking mildly surprised that you had escaped. He raised that restored left hand and touched the scratch your grip had left on his throat. A ripple of cursed energy passed over it, and the wound closed right in front of your eyes. Oh? You can even replicate Gojo's limitless? Clever. Fast reflexes too. You stared at him through bloodshot eyes and roared, fury and fear tangled together in your voice. Reverse curse technique, 3 innate techniques, you're not Suguru Ghetto. What the hell are you wearing a dead man's skin? The thing in Ghetto's body did not react in the slightest. Instead it smiled. It was a deeply wrong smile, the kind that made your skin crawl. Its narrow eyes moved over you with the easy interest of a collector studying a rare specimen. You've already mapped my hand this quickly? Phantom Night Parade, was it? What a fascinating technique. You're always holed up at Jujutsu High, you know. I never had a good chance to get close to you. It paused, and the next trace of regret in its voice was so thin and fake it only made the whole thing worse. I've been watching you for quite a while. That cold, twisted sense of order you cling to. The way you went behind Gojo's back to secure a death warrant for the Okatsu boy. Honestly, I thought the two of us might have a great deal to discuss. The shock that hit you this time was so violent it almost numbed everything else. This thing had stolen a special grade sorcerer's body without anyone noticing. And all this time it had been lurking in the dark, watching you. It even knew about your secret request for Yuda Okatsu's execution rites, information that should have been restricted to the highest level. For the first time, real fear crawled up from the deepest part of you. When you faced Toji Fushiguro, the terror had been simple. Physical and direct. You might die and that was it. What stood in front of you now was different. Yes, its power was monstrous. But worse than that was the feeling of being reduced to a piece on somebody else's board, manipulated by something operating on a level you could not see. The unknown was what made it terrifying. You did not know what this thing was. You did not know what it wanted. but every instinct in your body was screaming the same thing. Whether this was Ghetto's corpse possessed by some parasite or his ghost twisted into something inhuman, it could not be allowed to leave this cemetery alive. You thrust both hands forward. Here. Now. You would use the final card, even if it dragged both of you down together. Furu, oh dear, that won't do. Letting you call out something that troublesome right now would be very inconvenient for me. The creature wearing Ghetto's face smiled again. Before the incantation for Maharaga could leave your mouth, its hands were already flashing through seals. Domain expansion, womb perfusion. There was no time to react. A grotesque pillar burst from the earth in front of you, a twisted mass of writhing faces and raw flesh. The moment you recognized it as a domain, the sure-hit effect took hold. A crushing force far beyond the one from before, 100 times worse, maybe 1,000, wrapped around you and the space you occupied like invisible hands trying to grind both into pulp. The pressure of the domain tore through the cursed energy you had gathered and, with brutal finality, cut off the last syllable of your attempt to summon Maharaga. Chapter 104 Interlude, Gojo Bonus. Note: the following contains information the protagonist had no way of knowing. Sunlight poured through the windows of the bullet train racing from Kyoto back to Tokyo, warming the quiet cabin as it glided along the tracks. Jujutsu High had reserved the whole car. The only people inside were the first-years coming back from the exchange event, plus the teacher escorting them, Satoru Gojo. Gojo was sprawled in his seat with his long legs crossed, lazily fiddling with a Kyoto souvenir he'd bought on the way out. Then his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and saw the caller ID. Masamichi Yaga. He answered without thinking twice. A smug little grin tugged at his mouth, his tone light and easy. What's this, a post-victory check-in? Obviously we won. Who do you think was coaching them? Yuda crushed their whole side. Even Yuki's favorite student Aoi to-do couldn't do much of anything, but Yaga didn't answer with his usual tired sigh or one of those fed-up lectures. There was only silence. A few long seconds passed before Yaga finally spoke, and when he did, his voice was so low it sounded scraped raw. I didn't call about the exchange event. That alone made Gojo's grin slip. He sat up straighter, a faint crease forming between his brows beneath the blindfold. Something ugly and uneasy twisted in his chest. The joking tone vanished. Then why are you calling? What happened? Yaga went quiet again. It sounded like he was trying to figure out how to say it. Or maybe there just wasn't any good way to say it at all. Hell, how am I supposed to explain this? Yaga was not the type to hem and haw. He was blunt. Hearing him stumble like this lit a fast, sour irritation in Gojo's chest. His voice sharpened immediately. Spit it out. Stop circling it. Yaga drew in a deep breath. Like he was bracing himself to say something that couldn't be taken back, he spoke with painful care. Touma seems to have gone missing. Huh, Gojo blinked, frowning harder. Before leaving for Kyoto with the first years, he'd seen Touma Hayase at Jujutsu High with his own eyes. That had barely been more than a day ago. Missing didn't even sound real. A normal person disappearing for a day usually wouldn't amount to anything yet. And this wasn't some normal person. This was Touma Hayase. Almost automatically, Gojo reached for the most reasonable answer. There was resistance in his voice before he even noticed it himself. Come on. You probably just can't contact him. It's been one day. That workaholic probably took some classified mission, got dragged into some remote innate domain, and lost signal. That's all. Yaga answered with silence again, heavier this time. Even while Gojo kept talking, kept trying to pin the situation down to something ordinary, the part of him under the blindfold already knew better. If this were just a temporary loss of contact, Masamichi Yaga would never have made this call. He definitely wouldn't sound like this over something so minor. A worst-case thought flashed across Gojo's mind. His instincts rejected it on the spot. Something hot and ugly burst to life in his gut, and the cursed energy resting quietly inside him started to shake. He shot upright in his seat and snarled into the phone, fury already leaking through. What happened? Talk to me. The bark of his voice ripped through the stillness of the cabin and made every head snap his way. Yuda Okatsu, Maki, Toge Inumaki, and Panda all froze where they sat, staring toward the front of the car in alarm. Even from where they were, they could tell something was very, very wrong. The teacher who usually treated every disaster like an inconvenience barely worth getting up for now felt like a live bomb with the casing already splitting. One more push and the whole place might blow apart. Gojo-sensei, what's wrong? Yuda swallowed and muttered the question to the others. Since entering Jujutsu High, he had never once seen Gojo lose his composure like this. Panda tilted his head, eyes fixed on Gojo for a long second before he answered in an unusually serious voice. No clue. But the atmosphere in here just dropped off a cliff. Something's wrong. Maki's fingers tightened around the staff resting across her legs. Her thoughts went to another teacher at Jujutsu High, one who'd changed recently. Her brows drew together. When a teacher reacts like that, it's never good news. While the students traded uneasy looks, Yaga finally let out a long, tired breath on the other end of the line. He couldn't hide the exhaustion or the grief in his voice anymore. Satoru. Right now, I can't tell you exactly what happened. But Touma's disappearance is a confirmed fact. And based on the investigation at the scene, there's a very high chance he's already. Huh? Gojo reacted like he'd just heard the world's worst joke. A sharp, humorless laugh slipped out of him. He cut Yaga off before he could finish, words coming fast and hot. What the hell are you talking about? You're saying somebody killed Touma? Touma Hayase? The guy who wrecked special grade Suguru Ghetto in seconds in a one-on-one? The monster who carved through Ghetto's whole crew of curse users like they were nothing during the night parade? Tell me, who the hell in this world can kill him? The Zenin clan after he nearly wiped them out? Yukitsukumo suddenly decides she's suicidal enough to pick a fight. Yaga didn't interrupt. He just listened with endless patience while Gojo burned through what barely counted as questions anymore and was much closer to denial detonating in real time. He understood. When the first emergency report from the assistant managers had reached his desk, he'd reacted the exact same way. Anyone who had met Touma Hayase, anyone who had seen that overwhelming combat power up close, would hear this and think it had to be a bad joke. Yaga waited until Gojo's fury slowed, then spoke again. His tone was more solemn than Gojo had ever heard from him. Satoru, listen carefully. What I'm about to say is going to sound insane. Like some stupid ghost story. But I swear to you I am not joking. I don't have it in me to joke about this. He paused. Then his voice dropped even lower. At the confirmed site of Touma Hayase's last battle, the residual cursed energy team found Suguru's cursed energy signature. The words hit Gojo like a lightning bolt straight through the spine. The instant Yaga finished speaking, Gojo was on his feet. Boom! Pale blue cursed energy exploded out of him in a dense wave, rage forcing itself into the open. The air inside the cabin seemed to get ripped away. The pressure slammed into the first years so hard it stole the breath from their lungs. And then he roared into the phone, every word razor-sharp with fury. Have you lost your damn mind, Yaga? I killed Suguru myself. I watched him die. And now you're telling me some dead man got up and walked around? Yaga didn't flinch. I told you. I'm not joking. Gojo's chest rose and fell hard. He ground his teeth so hard it felt like he might crack them, forcing that storm of cursed energy back under control through sheer will alone. His face had gone dark enough to make the air around him feel wrong. Behind the blindfold, killing intent twisted like something alive. When he spoke again, it was only one word. Where? Yaga answered just as briefly. Suguru's grave. The moment those words registered, Gojo clenched his fist so hard his knuckles cracked one after another. He stayed perfectly still for a full 10 seconds, dragging in slow breaths and hauling himself back from the edge by brute force. Then he ended the call. He turned around and faced the back rows, where Yuda, Maki, Inumaki, and Panda sat frozen in place, bits and pieces of the conversation still written all over their stunned faces. None of them looked like they knew what to do with what they'd heard. When Gojo spoke, his voice was perfectly calm. And cold enough to freeze the air in their lungs. Something came up. I need to go ahead. Still rattled by the pressure pouring off him, they answered on reflex. Oh, okay, sensei. Chapter 105 Interlude, Body Bonus. Somewhere on the outskirts of Tokyo, inside an abandoned underground construction site hidden behind high-level barrier techniques. A man in a black Jujutsu High uniform stood alone on the bare concrete, throwing punches and snapping kicks through the air as he tested the body he'd only just taken for himself. Ha ha! the man paused to catch his breath, a deep frown settling on his face. Something about this body felt seriously off. Not in absolute terms. Compared to an ordinary civilian, this vessel was still absurdly strong. It could crush bone with raw physical force alone. But the man's standard wasn't ordinary people. It was the bodies of peak grade 1 sorcerers. Measured against that, this vessel felt almost laughably underwhelming. It wasn't just the muscle density or the lack of explosive power. Even the basic cursed energy reserves were far lower than they should have been. Before today, the man had never had the chance to examine Touma Hayase's body this closely. Now he was starting to wonder whether the intelligence network he'd planted throughout the jujutsu world had somehow made a catastrophic mistake. Every detailed combat report said the same thing. Hayase had crushed special grade Ghetto in a one-on-one simulation at Jujutsu High. During the night parade, he'd torn through the battlefield in Shinjuku like a natural disaster wearing human skin. Every account pointed to physical power so ridiculous it stopped sounding believable. And only a few hours ago at the cemetery, the man had felt that strength for himself. The moment Hayase grabbed Ghetto by the throat in a burst of rage, the spike in raw physical force had been unmistakable. It had been strong enough to overpower a special grade head-on. By all logic, his body-hopping technique, refined across 1,000 years, should have inherited everything. The innate technique too. There was no reason for physical power on that level to just disappear. Because he'd seen it clearly. At the cemetery, when Hayase unleashed that strength, his left hand had been controlling the body, his right hand had drawn the blade, and his mouth had been using replicated cursed speech. That terrifying force hadn't come from some enhancement technique. It had come from the body itself. Over the course of 1,000 years, the man had changed bodies the way a hermit crab changed shells, taking one vessel after another. But a disconnect this extreme between the information and the actual body? That was new. Once in a while he'd met martial artists whose strength didn't come from cursed techniques at all, but from refined striking methods polished over decades, or secret combat arts passed down through generations. But those bodies always left signs. Muscle memory. Bone structure altered by brutal training. Traces burned into every part of the flesh. This body had none of that. Other than that heaven-defying innate technique, every single part of its physical specs flatly contradicted the terrifying combat records tied to Touma Hayase. The man lowered his gaze to his own hands. They were slim. Not especially muscular at all. He muttered under his breath. "How strange, why is this body built like this?" Before the last word fully faded, he turned to a deep breath, gathered every bit of force this vessel could produce, and drove a full power punch into the reinforced concrete floor. The floor cratered. Shallowly. Dust rose in thin little wisps. He looked down at his reddened knuckles, his frown deepening. No, this feels completely wrong. The body's output and its muscle memory didn't line up at all. Something important was missing. Some central mechanism. According to the reports, when Hayase really let loose, the force of his own power tore his body apart. But this punch hadn't even come close to finding the limit of this flimsy vessel. It wasn't just Phantom Night Parade that was abnormal. The supposedly ordinary body itself was full of contradictions. It's like, in a world that runs on rules, someone accidentally slipped in a bug that ignores all of them. That was the man's final exact conclusion. But the crease in his brow didn't last. Compared to that miraculous innate technique, the mystery of the flesh barely mattered. He had lived for 1,000 years. He had seen geniuses beyond counting. He had catalogued more bizarre techniques than most people could imagine. And never, not once, had he come across anything this broken, this fundamentally absurd. No binding vow. No brutal activation cost. As long as a target came within analytical range, and as long as understanding deepened, the technique could dissect it and reproduce it. What truly unsettled the man was the technique's passive analysis. When Phantom Night Parade sat idle and quietly gathered data in the background, it was almost impossible to notice. Unless someone caught the exact instant it activated, and had absurdly sharp perception on top of that, they'd never realize they were being analyzed from the inside out. So that's how he saw through me at the cemetery so quickly. The technique recognized Ghetto's body before his conscious mind did. The man slowly raised one hand. He closed his eyes and reached through this new brain, using Phantom Night Parade to pull up the freshly recorded memory of that gravity technique. A low hum spread through the air. In the center of his palm, a dense and perfectly stable gravitational field took shape. Effortless. A flawless copy. His mouth curled into something close to manic delight. He shifted his cursed energy into positive flow and pushed it through the body, activating technique. A powerful anti-gravity field rippled out from his center. Shattered chunks of stone around the room rose into the air, hanging there in defiance of common sense. Another perfect copy. No lag. No distortion. Ha 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 ha. Watching the stones float, the man threw his head back and laughed. In 1,000 years of plotting, he had never stumbled onto an opening this perfect, this stupidly overpowered. When he'd first started paying attention to Touma Hayase, his expectations had actually been pretty modest. A rumor had leaked out of Jujutsu High about someone who could copy other sorcerers' techniques, and that had been enough to catch his interest. Jujutsu history had produced mimicry-type techniques before. Most of them came with fatal drawbacks. He simply had not expected Phantom Night Parade to be this ridiculous. No wonder he hadn't moved sooner. Hayase kept such a low profile in Jujutsu society that most of his terrifying potential had been completely overshadowed by the blinding presence of two special grades, Gojo and Ghetto. Very easy to overlook. The man let the technique fade, clearly in the best mood he'd been in for a very long time. He turned and looked down at the body on the ground with the appreciation of someone admiring a masterpiece. Suguru Ghetto's corpse. The top of the skull had been removed and the body had been tossed aside like trash. The man touched the neat line of stitches circling this new body's forehead, smiling with naked cruelty and anticipation. What a nice surprise. Once I've fully mastered this little bug of a technique, with Ghetto's body and cursed spirit manipulation backing me up, I won't even need those annoying alliance plans with the special grade cursed spirits anymore. A new whirl, I really can't wait. Chapter 106. You died. You died. This simulation has ended. Cause of death, loss of bodily functions under extreme gravitational amplification. Killed by Suguru Ghetto. Evaluation. While steadily advancing your plans and attempting to reshape the Jujutsu world's order, you once again brushed against the hidden currents churning beneath the surface of distortion. Calculating rewards. Congratulations. You have received the following inheritance. 1. You have obtained all memories from this simulation. 2. Acquired experience in cursed energy manipulation, cursed corpse crafting, jujutsu deployment, and barrier techniques. 3. Cursed energy has been enhanced. Your base cursed energy will receive a multiplier based on simulation count. Current cursed energy, 25, 5 by 5. 4. Acquired divided attention R, natural R, masochist R, document maniac N, corporate slave N, ultimate energy saving mode N, dimensional reduction analysis R, dynamic speed reading N, absolute temperature control system N, ballistic intuition R, extreme overload control SR, voice print analysis and mimicry R. Absolute center of gravity N. Rewards distributed. The system's cold little chime faded out, and then the memories hit. Years and years from inside the simulator came crashing back into Touma Hayase's head all at once, like a black flood bursting through a broken gate. The exhaustion from fighting to rewrite one tragedy after another. The numbness of killing curse users with his own hands. The rage that came with finally learning the truth. And at the very end, that cemetery, that insane gravity grinding his organs into paste. Every memory forced itself into his brain at once, bright ones, ugly ones, all of them, cramming into every corner hard enough to make his skull feel ready to split. Hayase let out a rough, strangled groan and clamped both hands over his forehead. It felt like someone had poured a concentrated shot of unlimited void straight into his head. At the same time, the 25% boost to his base cursed energy fed back into his real body and started remaking it from the inside. His reserves climbed higher and higher, pushing past anything he'd ever had before. By the time the pressure in his head eased enough for him to think straight, he was bent forward in his chair, breathing hard. His eyes were bloodshot. Locked on one line from the settlement screen. His stare bored into it. Killed by Suguru Ghetto, those quotation marks. Just two tiny marks around a name, but they told him everything. Hayase trusted one thing about the system more than anything else. It never lied. So if the system had put Ghetto's name in quotes, then that meant the thing that killed him in the cemetery was not normal. It was not the real Suguru Ghetto. but it was close enough to the real thing to be terrifying. If the body, cursed energy and soul residue hadn't all been tied to Ghetto somehow, the system wouldn't have labeled it as Suguru Ghetto. It would have given him some other identity. An unknown true name. Something cleaner. And his own Phantom Night Parade had confirmed it too. In the instant they passed each other, it had identified the host body's base technique as Ghetto's cursed spirit manipulation. That meant the shell was real. The actual body of Suguru Ghetto. And if he followed that logic a step further, the answer only got worse. That same body also carried two more unknown innate techniques. One of them had to be the gravity-type ability, or maybe some kind of telekinetic technique, the one that had flattened him at the end. Which meant the secret behind Ghetto's so-called resurrection most likely rested in the third technique, the one that never showed its hand. Hayes sat perfectly still, his mind spinning flat out. No, this wasn't something simple like puppet manipulation. Not a seance. Not some cheap remote control setup where a sorcerer sat somewhere else and steered a corpse around from a distance. The logic didn't hold. A remotely controlled body, cut off from its real owner, shouldn't have been able to hold and run three separate innate techniques at once. More importantly, a corpse was still a corpse. Reverse curse technique needed a living brain to turn negative cursed energy into positive energy. A dead body being puppeted around couldn't do that. Once you stripped away every impossible answer, the one left standing, no matter how absurd, had to be the truth. That thing was inside the body for real. Inside the skull. He shut his eyes and dug back through the simulation's memories, combing through every tiny detail from that cemetery fight. Every frame. Every movement. Every look from that fake Ghetto. Then it clicked. He had seen something off back then. He just hadn't fully caught it in time. At the start of the fight, the impostor had casually used reverse curse technique to heal the scratch Hayes left on his throat. In that instant, Hayes had caught a glimpse of the thing's forehead. There had been a suture there. A crude horizontal seam running across the skull. Fresh stitches. The thread still looked raw, still faintly red, like the wound hadn't been there for long. A new incision. And that was exactly where the logic started breaking apart. The impostor's reverse curse technique was absurdly refined. It had restored Ghetto's chest after Hollow Purple. It had regenerated the left arm Hayes himself cut off during the night parade. So why leave the suture? Why let the forehead stay visibly stitched, like somebody had opened the top of the skull and just closed it back up in a hurry? If it could heal everything else perfectly, why not that? His thoughts jumped to the final blow. Domain expansion, womb perfusion. That domain had nothing to do with cursed spirit manipulation. Not even remotely. Hayes had personally copied and used cursed spirit manipulation before through Phantom Night Parade, and now that he replayed both techniques in his mind, comparing the flow of cursed energy, the answer was obvious. They weren't related at all. This wasn't like forcing his way toward the maximum output, where he could at least feel the same root structure buried underneath the difference in output and mastery. Womb perfusion was different from the ground up. Completely separate. Completely incompatible. And while replaying that last moment, Hayes caught something else too. Something worse. When that fake Ghetto expanded his domain, the cemetery itself hadn't changed. No enclosed space. No sealed shell. No transformed environment. Every domain expansion Hayes knew, unlimited void, idle death gamble, all of them, required a barrier in the opening moment. That barrier created a closed pocket of space and trapped the target inside it. But womb perfusion hadn't done that. It had stamped the innate domain directly onto reality itself, without building a barrier first. Like painting on thin air. He died almost instantly under the sure-hit gravity, but he was certain of what he'd seen. Hold on, the stitches on the forehead, a domain without a closed barrier. Something surfaced from the pile of old memories. He'd heard about this before. Years earlier, during the simulation on the night he infiltrated the Zenin compound to take Megumi Fushiguro away, Mei had passed along a piece of intelligence she'd gathered. Buried in the verbal reports from her sources was mention of a strange woman with visible stitches across her forehead. The Star Religious Group. That had been their base. And later it had become Ghetto's territory. If something with forehead stitches had already been moving around inside the Star Religious Group years before the night parade, then there was a very ugly possibility here. Ghetto's fall, every ugly step of it, might not have been entirely his own. Somebody may have been nudging things from the shadows the whole time. The problem was Mei's intel had only been verbal. No photos. No physical evidence. Nothing concrete enough to lock the two together for sure. But there was more. Something else about the whole thing made Hayes' spine go cold. The thing inside Ghetto's body hadn't just been lurking in the dark and watching. It had known with freakish precision about his secret arrangement with the higher-ups, the one where he'd secured the right to execute Yuda Okatsu. Even after the deal was done, some of the senior officials closest to the Gojo clan still hadn't shown the slightest sign of knowing about it. So how had that thing known? Hayes started sorting through the possibilities. Given its likely long-term foothold inside the Star religious group, there were only two serious answers. First, it could have ties to some faction among the higher-ups. Second, it could be connected to either the Zenin clan or the Kumo clan. Instinct and logic both leaned toward the second option. Still, without evidence, he couldn't rule the first one out. Right now, if he had to put numbers on it, the odds felt about 70-30. As for Ghetto's actual death, Hayes replayed the whole night parade in his head again. Nothing there suggested outside interference. That road had been paved by Ghetto's own choices years in advance. One mistake leading to the next, one ugly consequence rolling cleanly into another, until the ending became almost inevitable. But the monster wearing his body had absolutely taken advantage of the timing. And more importantly, it hadn't moved until Gojo was gone. It waited until Gojo took his people to Kyoto for the exchange event, and only then did it dare slip into the cemetery and claim the corpse. That timing mattered. It exposed a weakness. Even with a domain like that, even wearing Ghetto's body, even carrying whatever grotesque third technique made all this possible, the thing still feared Satoru Gojo. Feared him badly. If it ever had to face the strongest head-on, maybe it wouldn't stand a chance. But before killing him, that thing had said something. That lazy, amused voice slipped back into his memory, disgusting and clear. You know, the two of us might get along. Hayes' expression darkened. What the hell did it want? It had a special grade body. It had cursed spirit manipulation. It was hiding in the shadows and moving pieces around without anyone noticing. Was it trying to remake the order of the world? Trying to end jujutsu entirely? Trying to build something worse? Hayes slowly drew in a breath of cold air. And felt his thoughts knot tighter than ever. Chapter 107 Divine Dogs Bonus. Hayes sat down and sorted through it carefully. Before the next simulation, there were two things he needed to start setting up in the real world. The cemetery fight, the one where he'd gotten crushed almost instantly, had made one thing painfully clear. His next opponent could throw out a domain expansion without a second thought. A real special grade monster. No hesitation, no restraint. So the first priority was obvious. He needed to start working toward domains. That meant not just studying whether Phantom Night Parade had the potential to form its own domain expansion, but also seeing whether he could use it to reproduce other techniques' domains and actually deploy them. The problem was that this road was absolute hell. He had seen Gojo use unlimited void with his own eyes. He'd even endured that flood of information himself inside the simulation. At least that gave him something to aim at. A peak he could actually see. Phantom Night Parade was different. Hayes wasn't delusional about his talent as a sorcerer. Forcing his way to the very top of jujutsu combat in a short amount of time was basically a fantasy. Which made the second problem a lot more realistic. If he couldn't force his way to the top fast enough, then he needed the tools weaker sorcerers use to stay alive inside someone else's domain. New Shadow Style's Simple Domain. Falling Blossom Emotion, the anti-domain technique the big three sorcerer families kept close to the chest. Out of those two, Simple Domain was the easier target. The most straightforward method would be to contact Mei in the real timeline and simply throw enough money at her until the school and lineage restrictions around Simple Domain stopped mattering. As for Falling Blossom Emotion, technically he could ask Gojo. Gojo was the treasured heir of one of the big three after all. But the second Hayes grounded himself in the current timeline, he dropped that idea. Right now they were classmates who had known each other for a few days. Never mind whether Gojo, who was still deep in his obnoxious phase, would agree to teach him. The request itself was a problem. A no-name sorcerer with no background, no status, and no family prestige suddenly asking to learn one of the big three's closely guarded high-level techniques? That alone would set off alarms. And worse, there was no clean explanation for why he would even know Falling Blossom Emotion existed. At this point in time he had no legitimate reason to know about it, and definitely no natural reason to urgently study a technique made specifically to counter domains. For a second, Hayes actually considered telling the truth. Just a little of it. Telling Gojo and Ghetto about pieces of the future waiting for them. He crushed that thought before it could grow legs. Too risky. Way too risky. That wasn't honesty. That was tying himself to a bonfire and lighting the match. Reality only gave him one life. No save points. No reloads. Until he figured out where that stitched-up thing was hiding and how it kept tabs on him, staying quiet was the only sane option. His gut still told him the thing moving pieces from the shadows was probably tied to the Kumo clan. After all, when he raided the Zenin compound in the simulation, that monster never showed up. But there was a worse possibility. Maybe the damage he'd done to the Zenin clan just hadn't crossed the creature's line yet. Or maybe back then he simply hadn't been threatening enough to bother with. Looking back on the cemetery fight now, he had definitely been reckless. If, in that instant when gravity slammed him down, he had given up on the mutual kill gamble with Maharaga and instead burned through his cursed energy swapping between limitless and projection sorcery, he might actually have escaped. Peak defense plus absurd speed. That combination had at least given him a chance. Still, it wasn't all bad. That one death in the simulation had forced the enemy to show its hand. Resurrection. 3 innate techniques. A domain on the same level as unlimited void. That information mattered. It bought him time in reality. Once his thoughts were in order, Hayes got to his feet and decided to test something about the inheritance system. He walked to the middle of the room, overlapped his hands and formed the familiar hand sign for the canine shadows. Phantom Night Parade activated. He reached for the 10 Shadows technique, the one that had fought beside him through years of simulated bloodshed. The shadow at his feet rippled like ink dumped into water. Then 2 divine dogs slipped out. One black, one white. Sleek bodies. Glossy fur. Bright, sharp eyes as they looked up at him, curious and alert. Exactly what he expected. The system preserved the memories and experience he'd gained in the simulation, which meant he could summon the 10 Shadows technique starting Shikigami just fine in the real world. But the system was strict about one thing. A simulation was still just a simulation. Reality was the true baseline. Which meant Chimera, that grotesque fusion he had built by sacrificing Shikigami to squeeze out every ounce of combat power, did not carry over into the real-world shadow inventory. And these 2 divine dogs were new. They had no memory of fighting beside him. No familiarity forged in blood and battle. Hayes crouched and slowly reached out a hand. The 2 dogs stepped closer, pressed wet noses against his palm and sniffed. A beat later, recognition settled in. Their tails started wagging. They leaned into him, letting him scratch between their ears. Honestly, the reset was a good thing. A fresh 10 Shadows technique meant he had room to experiment before subjugating the stronger Shikigami. If he used this blank period properly, he could take advantage of the technique's inheritance rule, the one where destroyed Shikigami pass their power on, and create fusions far more deliberately than he had last time. He dismissed the divine dogs and headed for the training grounds. Logically, he'd already ruled out Ghetto as the mastermind. Still, logic wasn't insurance. If Ghetto had some dormant split personality even he didn't know about, or if the thing hiding in the dark was buried deeper than Hayes's analysis could reach, then the smartest move was simple. Go see the 2 strongest teenagers in person. Chapter 108, Nobody Believes You When You Tell the Truth bonus. From a distance he could already hear the indoor court. The thump of a basketball. Sneakers screeching over polished wood. He pushed open the double doors and stepped inside. Gojo and Ghetto were in the middle of an absolute mess of a one-on-one game, the kind where neither side was pretending rules existed. Before Hayes could say a word to Ghetto, Gojo, who was already in the air for a clean fadeaway 3, caught sight of him in the doorway. His whole body locked up. Like he'd grabbed a live wire mid-jump. Thud. The ball slipped from his hand and bounced away across the floor. Through the 6 eyes, Gojo saw it instantly. Hayes's cursed energy, which had been unremarkable before, had jumped again. Roughly another 25%. It looked like someone had pumped pressure into a sealed tank. It was the exact same kind of jump as the day they first met. Gojo landed with a face like he'd just swallowed a bug. Everything he knew said total cursed energy was one of the clearest measures of innate talent. You were born with it. That was that. But this guy, Touma Hayase, some classmate he'd known for a handful of days, kept doing the impossible. His reserves had started out mediocre NEA. RLY pathetic, and now they kept spiking upward at a ridiculous pace. What the hell was he? Gojo blurted it out before he could stop himself. You've gotta be kidding me. What the hell? Ghetto, who obviously didn't have anything like the 6 eyes, hadn't caught on yet. He smoothly stole the loose ball, spun past an imaginary defender and dropped in an easy layup. Only after the shot went in did he follow Gojo's stare toward the door. And even without cheat code eyes, once Ghetto actually focused on Hayase, that much of a jump in cursed energy was impossible to miss. The sheer scale of it jammed the scolding he'd been about to give Gojo right in his throat. Satoru, don't talk like that in PU, what the hell? That was it. Gojo's self-control fully died. He flashed to Haze's side and started circling him like a giant cat that had found something deeply suspicious. Looking clearly wasn't enough. He poked Haze's stomach, pressed at his arms, tried to pull his mouth open like he was checking a horse's teeth. Then he planted both hands on Haze's cheeks and kneaded them with shameless enthusiasm. Gojo looked genuinely offended by reality itself. You're screwing with me. Who grows their cursed energy like this? Every couple days, like drinking water? What are you? Are you even human? Are you some curse stuffed into a human skin suit? Ghetto saw Haze's soul visibly leaving his body and finally snapped out of it. He stepped in, grabbed Gojo by the collar and dragged him backward. Stop that. That's rude, Satoru. Gojo flailed in protest, pointing accusingly at Haze while Ghetto hauled him away. Are you blind, Suguru? This isn't even the first spike. At this rate, in 6 months his cursed energy alone is gonna get him labeled special grade by the higher-ups. You think this is normal? Ghetto paused. Then he let go of Gojo and looked at Haze again, this time with a lot more focus. If the growth kept going at this pace with no hard limit, then yes, that curve was ridiculous. Gojo immediately took advantage of his freedom, jabbed a finger to within an inch of Haze's nose, and adopted the tone of an interrogator who had already decided the suspect was guilty. Nope. You're confessing. Right now. What have you been doing behind our backs? What kind of cursed nonsense makes your energy jump like that? The two of them staring at him together was giving Haze a headache. He rubbed his sore cheeks and looked back at Gojo, whose face was practically glowing with rabid curiosity. Do I really have to answer that? Gojo's reply came down like a guillotine. Yes. Haze sighed to himself. Fine. Half-truth it was. He chose his words carefully and spoke in an even voice. Sometimes I dream. Gojo's face instantly collapsed into pure disbelief. Huh. Haze ignored that and kept going. I dream about the future. In those dreams, things happen that feel completely real. I spend long periods fighting. Then I wake up here and my cursed energy has increased. It's like the experience from the dream gets carried over. That's your explanation. Gojo looked like Haze had just tried to sell him haunted discount nonsense. He did not believe a single word. The look in his eyes practically said it for him. I'd believe a curse tap dancing in a school uniform before I'd believe that. Even Ghetto, who had been defending him 30 seconds ago, was now wearing an expression that very clearly read not buying it. Haze's shoulders sank a little. Amazing. The one time I tell the truth, nobody buys it. Since honesty had completely failed, his brain immediately changed tracks and pulled together a lie that at least fit within the jujutsu world's existing logic. Keeping the same expression, he said, Fine. I'll be honest. My innate technique is a weird one. When my analysis and mastery of it pass certain thresholds, my maximum cursed energy permanently increases as a kind of feedback. Privately, Haze braced for impact. Without life is like a play cushioning things, what he just described sounded suspiciously like leveling up in a game. He expected the two geniuses in front of him to tear it apart in seconds. Instead, both of them accepted it so fast it nearly gave him whiplash. Ghetto let his hand fall from Gojo's collar, touched his chin and muttered thoughtfully, I see, a principle of equivalent exchange. Gojo, who had looked like skepticism made flesh a moment ago, was suddenly nodding like he'd cracked the case. I knew it. Based on my unmatched world-famous expertise, that's obviously a strict binding vow built into your technique. It all lines up. No wonder your cursed energy was trashed here when you enrolled even though your technique was weird. You paid for this growth system with your starting reserves. Hayes stared at them. Actually stared. The two of them had managed to sprint all the way to a conclusion they built themselves, and somehow they looked proud of it. His eye twitched. Hold on. You're listening to me describe something that sounds exactly like grinding experience points to level up, and neither of you thinks that sounds weird. Gojo and Ghetto exchanged a look. Then both of them turned back toward him with the sort of gentle, tolerant expression older students used on a clueless first year. Great. Now they were going to explain reality to him. Right, Gojo said. You came into this world late. You're not from a sorcerer family, so you wouldn't know this stuff. He laced his hands behind his head and rocked on his heels. In the jujutsu world, there's an absolute law called a binding vow. Think F it like a cost. You give something up, and in exchange you get power that's equal or even greater in value. The most extreme example is heavenly restriction. Some members of the Big Three are born with it. Their cursed energy gets completely stripped away, and in return they get physical ability way beyond what humans should have. Ghetto picked it up from there, sounding warm, patient, and maddeningly earnest. So your situation, where cursed energy unlocks as your technique develops, is unusual but not impossible. Jujutsu is rooted in curses. Power almost always comes tied to a cost. And for a technique as extraordinary as Phantom Night Parade, carrying a heavy binding vow like this isn't something to be discouraged by. If anything, it shows your potential runs deeper than people can measure. Don't be discouraged? Hayes went completely silent. This was not how he'd pictured any of this going. He had meant to throw out a disposable excuse. Instead, somehow, he'd ended up cast as the bright-eyed rookie being gently reassured by two prodigies who thought they understood his problem better than he did. The role reversal hit so hard he genuinely had no idea what face he was supposed to make. Gojo, clearly delighted with his own reasoning, lifted his chin and moved the conversation along. Anyway, why'd you come here? Hayes shoved the lingering absurdity aside, nodded once and looked toward Ghetto. Yeah. You both saw it, right? My technique proficiency improved again, so. He paused, then finished plainly. Ghetto, I wanted to ask if you'd spar with me. A guided match. I need to know where I stand. Chapter 109 Don't Make Me Laugh bonus. Ghetto's brows lifted a little, surprised for maybe half a second. Then the look vanished, and he slipped right back into that calm, polished honor student expression he wore like it had been glued on. He ran through the logic in his head fast. Compared to Gojo, who treated every spar like a natural disaster, and Shoko, whose combat value was basically please don't die before I heal you, he really was the best choice here. Cursed spirit manipulation gave him control, range, flexibility, all of it. If Hayes was supposed to be a beginner, then Ghetto was the safest and most reasonable sparring partner. The conclusion was obvious. Ghetto smiled. Works for me. Let's do it outside though. If we wreck the indoor court, Yaga-sensei's going to murder us. Hayes nodded once. The three of them left the stuffy gym and headed out into the training field. During the walk, Hayes never stopped running Phantom Night Parade under the surface. Quietly, carefully, he sent a deep scan through Ghetto's cursed energy system. The result came back clean. No weirdness. No hidden extra layer. No ugly surprise tucked away where it shouldn't be. This was the same Ghetto as the untouched timeline, the version from before everything went to hell. One innate technique only, cursed spirit manipulation. Nothing like the abomination from the cemetery fight, that twisted thing wearing Ghetto's body with 3 separate innate techniques stuffed inside it like stolen parts. That alone was enough to rule this era's Ghetto out as the mastermind. Completely. Still, Hayes wanted the live test. And honestly, he had another reason for wanting this spar too. They stopped in the middle of the field. Hayes looked at him. Ghetto ready? Ghetto stood there with one hand in his pocket. With the other, he gave a lazy little go-ahead gesture, like some annoyingly elegant host welcoming a guest into his garden. Ready? Since this is just a guided spar to check how your technique's progressing, I won't use anything too serious. We'll start simple. While he was talking, he was already sorting through his cursed spirit stockpile in his head. He planned to send out something light first. Grade 4, maybe grade 3. Just enough to test Hayes without putting real pressure on him. That choice said a lot by itself. Ghetto didn't think Hayes was on his level. Not remotely. It wasn't arrogance. It was just the obvious read. Other than Hayes' flashy technique and the recent jump in cursed energy, there was nothing about him that screamed threat. His physical ability, his cursed energy output, his general combat presence, none of it matched a special-grade sorcerer. So Ghetto did what any experienced upperclassman would do against a newbie. He held back. Then, right as he moved to release a spirit, his expression locked up. Cursed spirit manipulation didn't respond. Nothing came out. Not one spirit moved. For a split second, Ghetto thought maybe the lower-grade ones were just being stubborn. He immediately reached higher, pulling for grade 2, then semi-grade 1. Still nothing. Every command vanished into empty space. It felt wrong in a way that made his spine go cold. Like the connection between his brain and his limbs had been cut clean through. His cursed energy was there. He could feel it. But the technique itself was dead. My technique? His pupils shrank. A thin line of cold sweat slid down his temple. And in that tiny gap, the instant where shock held Ghetto still, Hayes moved. No warning. No hesitation. He triggered extreme overload control. His muscles screamed immediately. This body still wasn't fully adapted and he knew it. He wasn't using the suicidal output he'd forced out in life-or-death simulation battles. Doing that here would just rip himself apart. But even with the limiter on, the burst was vicious. Hayes shot forward in a blur and cut straight into Ghetto's blind spot with speed his current level had no business having. At the edge of the field, Gojo had dropped into a crouch like he was front row at the world's trashiest fight club. Behind his shades, the 6 eyes caught what nobody else could. Ghetto's technique hadn't malfunctioned. Hayes had shut it down on purpose. The cursed energy around his body had been adjusted with absurd precision, enough to interfere with and cancel Ghetto's technique the second they came into contact. Faced with that charge, Ghetto proved exactly why he was special grade. He didn't stand there panicking over the mystery. His weight shifted. His guard came up. He switched to hand instantly, trusting the close combat skill he'd trained for years. Too bad Hayes knew that version of him way too well. He'd fought Ghetto in the simulator so many times the patterns were burned into him. The stance, the defensive angles, the little habits in his footwork, he knew all of it. It was practically muscle memory at this point. And the worst part for Ghetto was that he was still holding back. Still treating Hayes like a novice. Still scared of hurting him. From Hayes' perspective, the defense looked almost painfully soft. He slipped low under Ghetto's guard, smooth and fast, and his arm swung out in a broad, nasty arc. Slap. The sound cracked across the field so hard it almost felt fake. Crisp. Loud. Clean. A perfect full palm hit landed right across Suguru Ghetto's face, carrying just enough force to suggest Hayes had maybe been storing up some personal resentment. For a second, the whole training ground went dead quiet. The spar was over. Not with some spectacular exchange of techniques. Not with a dramatic finisher. Just like that. Ghetto stayed frozen in place with his guard half raised, his brain completely blank. His bangs were a mess now, pushed crooked by the strike in the wind. Somewhere inside his stunned silence, one thought tried to form. He was special grade. And he'd just gotten beaten in front of witnesses by a newcomer who'd awakened his technique a few days ago. Not just beaten. Slapped. Straight across the face. Hayes lowered his hand and let out a slow breath. His muscles ached from the overload, but the bigger surprise was the feeling in his chest. That slap had helped. Just a little. Something bitter that had been sitting there for a while had loosened. He put on a properly apologetic expression and gave Ghetto a small bow. Sorry. That was rude. But honestly, it only worked because you were holding back. Ghetto's eyes were still a little unfocused. He slowly lifted a hand and touched the cheek that was already heating up. It's fine. Before anyone could get into the technical side of what had just happened, Gojo completely lost control. He bent over laughing so hard he nearly folded in half, one hand on his thigh, the other pointing at Ghetto's cheek like he just witnessed the funniest event in human history. Ah ha 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 ha. Suguru, you bum. A rookie broke your guard and slapped the hell out of you. I'm using this against you for the next year. Minimum. Ah ha 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 ha. That laugh finally snapped Ghetto out of his stupor. Color rushed up his neck. He whipped around and glared at Gojo like he genuinely wanted to strangle him. Shut up, Satoru. Close your mouth. He dragged in a breath, forced himself to calm down, then looked back at Hayes. The earlier casualness was gone. Completely. His eyes were sharp now, serious in a way they hadn't been a minute ago. Just now, he said quietly, what was that? My technique. Why couldn't I activate it? Hayes had no reason to hide it. He'd already decided this much was fine to reveal. It's something I learned in a dream. Or more accurately, something I recently mastered. The reversal of Phantom Night Parade, Curse Technique Reversal, Najihairu Kinku. The effect's simple. If I successfully copy and analyze someone's technique, I can forcibly suppress it using reversed cursed energy. Ghetto's eyes widened so fast it was almost comical. What? You can forcibly suppress someone else's technique? The implication hit him immediately. Against Hayes, sorcerers could get dragged into a pure fistfight whether they liked it or not. No technique. No trick. No comfortable distance. Just hands. It was the kind of unfair ability that made people want to call bullshit on principle. Gojo's laughter cut off midstream. He stared at Hayes through his dark lenses, suddenly far more focused than before. He'd caught the real problem hidden in that explanation. Curse technique reversal. That was not beginner-level material. Not even close. Gojo Satoru, self-proclaimed genius and annoyingly qualified to say it, was still grinding his teeth over positive energy control. He hadn't fully stabilized reversal himself yet. And this guy? This guy had spent yesterday following Yaga around asking basic questions and somehow now wanted to claim he'd mastered it? Absolutely not. Gojo strode up, jabbed a finger into Hayes' chest and shoved him once, his tone openly nasty. Curse technique reversal? Don't make me laugh. There's no way you've mastered that. Yesterday you were following Yaga around like a baby duck. Now one day later you've learned reversal? If you can use curse technique reversal, then I can combine forward and reverse applications into some ultimate move. Don't stand there feeding me garbage just because your technique is flashy. Hayes looked back at him with that calm, sincere expression that made people want to hit him even when he wasn't doing anything wrong. Like I said, I learned it in a dream. Gojo's shades dipped low. On his nose as he gave him the nastiest eye roll known to man. The message on his face was obvious. Oh, screw off. You're still using that? Do I look 5? Hayes sighed. Fine. If Gojo wanted an explanation that fit inside normal reality, then he'd give him one. All right. The dream part was a joke. But I'm not lying about the rest. I really did master curse technique reversal. If I hadn't, my cursed energy ceiling wouldn't have jumped this much. As he spoke, Hayes lifted a hand. No chant. No hand sign. He just extended one finger and pointed it straight at Gojo's chest from point-blank range. The cursed energy gathering at his fingertip was immediate and terrifying. A tiny red point formed, so dense the air around it seemed to warp. It glowed like a compressed star, radiating violent repulsion. Hayes met Gojo's suddenly sharpened gaze and spoke in a low, steady voice. Curse technique reversal, red. Gojo stared at the red sphere gathering at Hayes' fingertip. The repulsive force inside it was horrifying. Even before it fired, he could feel it. And the 6 eyes made one thing painfully clear. That was red. Not an imitation. Not some vaguely similar trick. Red. The reversal application of limitless. The move he'd envisioned over and over, simulated in his own head countless times, and still hadn't cleanly brought into reality. This bastard hadn't just proven he could use curse technique reversal. He'd copied Gojo's own move and pointed it at him from arm's length. Huh? Phew. Shock lasted maybe 1 heartbeat. Then instinct slammed into place. Gojo pushed his always active limitless to the max, building the strongest defensive barrier he could at point-blank range against an incoming red. And the second he mobilized the technique, it stuttered. His perfect force field hit resistance, like the whole system had suddenly run face-first into interference. Wait, my limitless, why is it? Chapter 110. Want my seat as the Gojo clan's prodigy? Gojo didn't even get his comeback out before the red point of light on Hayes' fingertip blew apart. Red burst forward. A wave of crimson repulsion crossed the space between them in an instant. Gojo's prized limitless, already buckling under Najihairu Kinka's brutal suppression, flickered once like a bad light and got punched straight through. There was no time to yell. No time to brace. Gojo flew backward like somebody had cut his strings, spinning through the air before crashing flat into the thick hedge at the edge of the training grounds. Dust and shredded leaves exploded everywhere. Hayes hadn't been trying to hurt him. He'd compressed the output with meticulous control, turning the blast into a shove instead of a real attack. The point wasn't damage. It was proof. Solid, undeniable proof that he'd mastered curse technique reversal, the very thing Gojo himself was still struggling to pull off. The bushes rustled violently. Gojo shot back to his feet like a man trying to stop his dignity from leaking out on the ground. 2 yellowed leaves were still stuck on top of his head. His face went through several emotions in quick succession: shock, disbelief, then a rising flush of humiliation. Behind the shades, the 6 eyes were working hard enough to burn. The shock part was easy enough to understand. A few days ago, this newcomer had used some bizarre method to copy Limitless. Fine. Irritating, creepy, but fine. But now Hayes was casually firing off Red, the reversal application that Gojo Satoru, the acknowledged prodigy of the Gojo clan, still hadn't managed to use. That was enough to grind the entire jujutsu world's common sense into dust. And the anger was even simpler. He'd just been used as the test dummy. Hayes stood there in the distance with the same calm expression as always, not even a trace of smugness on his face. Somehow that made it worse. Getting blasted across a field by your own clan's technique was already bad. Getting blasted by a man who looked as if he'd just finished some light paperwork was worse. From the sidelines, Ghetto took in the whole scene. Watching his unbearably cocky best friend, the untouchable genius himself, sprawled in a hedge with leaves on his head, the knot of resentment from Hayes slapping him earlier disappeared on the spot. His mood improved immediately. Actually, the more he thought about it, the better it got. Gojo Satoru, pride of the Gojo clan, had just been launched across the yard by the Gojo clan's own inherited technique, one he himself couldn't even use yet, in the hands of a total outsider. Something warm and deeply inappropriate bloomed in Ghetto's chest. He stood there with one side of his face still swollen and red from Hayes' slap, lips pressed tight, shoulders shaking from the effort of not laughing. That puffed-up face, twisted from pain and badly hidden delight, was the final spark. If this ends here, I actually look worse than Suguru. He got slapped. I got launched without doing a damn thing. No way. Gojo clenched his jaw. A pulse of visible cursed energy rolled off him, and every bit of dust, grass, and leaf stuck to his black uniform disintegrated on the spot. The leaves on his head vanished too. In 1 second he looked immaculate again, as if nothing had happened. Then he started walking back. Long strides. Deliberate. Heavy enough that every step seemed to announce pure irritation. A vein throbbed on his forehead. He forced his competitive streak into something that almost looked like restraint, dragged the corners of his mouth up into a smile that was supposed to pass for friendly, and failed badly. So you're done sparring with Suguru, heh? That guy can only summon jellyfish and trash. You're not learning anything useful fighting someone who can't even dodge a slap. How about you let me have a turn? Hayes didn't react at all. His breathing stayed even. His answer came out in that same maddeningly polite tone. That's kind of you, Gojo, but I don't think that's necessary. You saw it yourself. I've already mastered curse technique reversal. Whether it's Najiharu Kinka's force suppression or the Gojo clan's red from just now, you've experienced it firsthand, haven't you? He put the slightest emphasis on experienced it firsthand. That line hit Gojo like acid poured straight into an open cut. Calm on the surface. Lethal underneath. His jaw locked so hard his teeth gave an audible grind. He glared at Hayes for several long seconds before dragging the words out one by one. Oh. Yes. I have. Already. Experienced it. Firsthand. Ghetto watched the whole thing and finally lost the fight. The logic here was airtight. Hayes had produced results. He'd proved his point. And technically he was still the weaker side. If Gojo hit him now, that was just bullying. Gojo knew it. Hayes knew it. Everybody here knew it. Pfft, ahahaha. For all the absurd things Hayes had shown off today, both of them still instinctively filed him under the same category: poor physical stats, low total cursed energy, needs protecting. Gojo could rage all he wanted, but he was never going to treat Hayes the way he treated Ghetto in a real fight. That huge gap between Gojo's anger and his total inability to do anything about it was exactly what Ghetto's wounded pride had needed. Even though every laugh pulled at the swollen handprint on his face, he couldn't stop. He doubled over and laughed for a good half-minute. Whether it was Ghetto cackling like that or the simple fact that he couldn't stomach the humiliation of being sent flying in front of an audience, Gojo finally snapped and chopped one arm through the air with all the stubbornness of a spoiled kid. No. Today I'm showing you what a real special grade Jujutsu sorcerer looks like. Don't think knowing a little curse technique reversal puts you above me. Haze's expression didn't move. His tone stayed flat, almost academic. But I've already analyzed your technique through Phantom Night Parade. Every offensive application you currently have, blue and the red from earlier, I understand the principles and the effects. I don't think continuing would accomplish much. A little reluctance crossed his face. A little boredom too. Then, as if something had just occurred to him, he looked up. Ghetto's laughter cut off. Gojo narrowed his eyes immediately. Under both of their stares, Haze slowly turned and raised one hand, pointing toward the empty hills behind the school. Oh right. He tilted his head slightly. There was something sly at the corner of his eye, though his expression stayed perfectly earnest. There's one combination technique from my analysis that I still haven't fully polished. Maybe you could give me a few pointers, Gojo, since you're the original owner of the technique. Gojo had no idea what game he was playing. He folded his arms, his shade slipping lower as his blue eyes narrowed into slits. Huh? Pointers? You can already fire red instantly. What exactly am I supposed to teach you? Haze didn't look back. His eyes fixed on an empty point in the sky above the hills. The air, a second ago, seemed to go rigid. Hollow technique. Blue's absolute pull and red's savage repulsion met at his fingertip. And then he forced them together. Positive and negative energy crashed into each other. Something that shouldn't exist did anyway. Imaginary mass took shape right there, dragged out through the seams of reality. Purple. Haze kept the output on a leash. He clearly wasn't trying to erase a mountain. What left his hand was a compressed hollow technique, purple, small by its usual standards and precise enough to feel surgical. A streak of deep violet tore across the sky. Even scaled down, the pressure of it was suffocating. The air behind it imploded, and a sonic crack split across the campus like a thunderclap. His aim was perfect. The beam skimmed the treetops and climbed higher, touching nothing on the ground, wrecking nothing nearby. It only carved a huge trench through the clouds overhead, slicing the sky cleanly in two. Ghetto went still. He had no point of reference for what he'd just seen. At this stage, Gojo couldn't even use red, much less demonstrate some hidden technique that barely existed in the Gojo clan's old records. Ghetto had never seen purple. Never even heard of it. The lingering cursed energy in the air made his skin prickle, and cold sweat soaked the back of his uniform. Hollow? Hollow technique, purple? His voice came out rough. What was that? Haze lowered his arm and finally turned back to Gojo with a mild, perfectly courteous smile. The meaning in those clear eyes couldn't have been more obvious. So? How was my form? Passable? Silence swallowed the training grounds whole. Gojo's mouth had fallen open. It looked like his jaw had simply detached. The truth was, the six eyes had already told him everything the moment blue and red fused at Haze's fingertip. His cursed energy perception had screamed the answer before the attack even fired. He knew exactly what was coming. And his rational mind had immediately rejected it. Impossible. That fusion, the combination of forward and reverse applications into imaginary mass, barely shows up in the oldest clan records. A few scraps in dusty scrolls. No way this latecomer can do it. The violet light disappeared beyond the horizon. Gojo stood there. After a long, painful stretch of silence. He finally raised one stiff hand, grabbed his own jaw and pushed it shut with an audible click. Then he stared at Haze through his shades with the expression of someone who'd found out, on an otherwise normal walk home from school, that the completely ordinary nobody standing in front of him was actually the secret illegitimate son his reckless father had left behind years ago. A son who had inherited the Gojo bloodline and limitless in full. A son whose talent was somehow even more monstrous than that of the legitimate heir. Gojo took a long breath of the faintly scorched air drifting over the training grounds. Then he slumped, all the fight draining out of him at once. He shrugged like a punctured balloon, rolled his eyes and spoke in a voice thick with self-pity. Pointers? I've got nothing. You want my seat too? Maybe I should just hand over the title of Gojo Clan Prodigy while I'm at it. Chapter 111, A Long, Long Nightmare bonus. Hayes took Gojo's half-pissed, half-deflated jab about handing over the prodigy title without reacting at all. He just gave a small shrug and answered. Phantom Night Parade lets me force copy this stuff, sure. But reality's not that kind. Without your 6 eyes to handle the processing, my brain can't keep up. And my body doesn't have enough cursed energy to support that kind of stupid combat in a real fight. That small purple just now was basically my ceiling. To Ghetto, it sounded like theory. To Gojo, still trying to come down from the shock, it landed more like a sedative. Because the 6 eyes were telling him Hayes wasn't lying. After forcing out hollow technique, purple, Hayes's cursed energy had almost bottomed out. Even the residual cursed energy bleeding off him had gone thin and weak. So that was the price. If you brute force somebody else's technique way past your own specs, it chewed you up for it. That was enough for Gojo's bruised ego to get back on its feet. TCH. So what if you've seen the blueprint? Without these eyes, you're just some guy holding a design with no factory to build the damn thing. Now that the prickly white cat had calmed down a little, Hayes turned to Ghetto, who was standing there with a thoughtful crease between his brows. Ghetto, can I borrow 2 cursed spirits? Nothing strong. Grade 4 flyheads are fine. Ghetto's eyes narrowed. He looked at Hayes's face, read the calm there, and immediately got a bad feeling about where this was going. Logic said the next few minutes were about to get ridiculous. Curiosity stepped on Logic's throat. Hayes clearly wanted to demonstrate something related to cursed spirit manipulation, and Ghetto wanted to see it more than he wanted to be careful. So he didn't hesitate. He raised a hand. A strand of dark cursed energy spilled from his fingertip, and 2 ugly grade 4 flyheads appeared with those low, grating shrieks. The moment they manifested, Ghetto cut the technique link and released them from his control. Hayes took a slow breath. Inside him, Phantom Night Parade shifted gears smoothly, locking onto the structure of cursed spirit manipulation and spinning up a copy. With both special grades watching, he raised one palm. An all-too-familiar pull burst out of it. The 2 flyheads, barely free and still buzzing around at random, got yanked in at once. The force crushed them together, kneading and compressing them until they turned into a single black sphere of cursed spirit matter, radiating a sickening aura. Hayes's expression didn't change. He tossed the sphere into his mouth and swallowed. His throat bobbed once. Yep. Same awful taste. Like licking a rag somebody used to wipe up vomit. He kept that complaint to himself. Gojo and Ghetto both understood what they'd just seen. It was spirit absorption, plain and simple. But while Hayes swallowed, something weird happened to Gojo's face. The 6 eyes had connected a few dots nobody should ever want connected. Those 2 spirits had already been absorbed once by Ghetto, using the exact same swallowing method. Then Ghetto spat them back out into the world. Now Hayes had balled them up and swallowed them again. So what was that exactly? An indirect kiss? Or worse, eating something somebody else had already thrown back up? The image hit Gojo right in the gut. His whole tall frame twitched, then shuddered hard, one full-body recoil after another. His face twisted in naked disgust. Hayes ignored whatever cursed movie was playing inside Gojo's head. After absorbing the spirits, he released them again above his open palm. The next second made both of them focus. The 2 low-grade spirits didn't attack. They didn't drift there either. A tiny vortex of cursed energy, too small for normal eyes to catch, formed above Hayes's palm and locked onto them. The flyheads screamed. Their twisted little bodies stretched under the pull, warped and thinned out like black taffy. Then they spun together like twin currents of filthy water, fusing into a fast-turning sphere of pitch-dark energy. It pulsed with such dense cursed energy that the surrounding air visibly distorted. They were grade 4 trash. The weakest of the weak. And yet the cursed energy at the center of that vortex had no business being that refined. Hayes held the unstable balance in his palm and looked up. I know neither of you really bought the dream explanation. But the proof's right here. Put simply, because my technique analyzes things absolutely at this point. I may understand and have mastered your innate techniques more deeply than either of you has. Ghetto stared at the spinning black vortex in Hayes's hand. The easy smile he wore by habit was gone. What replaced it was sharp enough to feel almost grim. As the only person alive with cursed spirit manipulation, he knew exactly what he was seeing. This wasn't basic spirit control. This was destroying a cursed spirit's original form, grinding it down, purifying it, and forcing it into a new whole. A grotesque advanced application that was so close to destructive alchemy it barely sounded real. What technique is that?" he asked, and the words came out rough with shock. Hayes looked at the shifting vortex in his hand and answered in that same flat, steady voice. "It's the ultimate expression of cursed spirit manipulation. A prototype of maximum, Uzumaki. Merge all absorbed spirits into one mass, extract ultra-high-density cursed energy, then fire it straight at the target." He let out a small sigh and closed his fist. The miniature vortex shattered instantly. "But like I told Gojo, I can't hold cursed spirit manipulation forever. It's a technique built on years of collecting spirits through constant absorption. And limitless isn't my road either. Even if I can use it, I don't have the 6 eyes." His gaze flicked to the system interface only he could see, where dimensional reduction analysis was already loaded. "So here's what I'm proposing. The advanced knowledge and development paths for your techniques, the stuff I'm carrying around in my head right now, things that are way beyond where either of you stands at the moment. I'll hand all of it over. No holding back. To the people who actually need it and can push it the farthest." The wind over the training field seemed to still. Gojo and Ghetto both went quiet, staring at the dark-haired boy in front of them with unreadable expressions. On paper, the offer sounded ridiculous. The weak one. The kid they'd casually sorted into the needs protection category. That guy was going to teach the 2 monsters everyone called the strongest of their generation? But that same weak one had just spent 15 straight minutes smashing their pride to pieces on their own turf, and he had receipts for every bit of it. Neither of them was stupid enough to let ego blind them completely. Under all that talent and arrogance, both their minds were already sprinting ahead. If they accepted, if somebody could stand in front of them and show perfect execution like a living answer sheet, how much faster would they improve? They both reached the same answer. At the bare minimum, twice as fast. Ghetto was quicker to let go of pride than Gojo, who was still busy wrestling his prodigy complex into submission. So Ghetto asked the real question first, locking eyes with Hayes. "This is basically a gift dropped in our laps. But why? What do you get out of it?" "Why, huh?" Hayes tipped his head back a little and repeated the word under his breath. Then his eyes drifted up to the blazing noon sun. The light stabbed into his retinas hard enough to draw a sting to the corners of his eyes, but he didn't look away. Under that harsh brightness, memories from the simulation flickered through his mind like old film. When he finally spoke, the words came slowly. "I had a nightmare. A long, long nightmare." His voice dropped until it was barely more than a whisper, but the weight in it didn't belong to a teenager. He could have been answering Ghetto. He could have just been talking to himself. "I thought, if I could make you both stronger sooner, maybe that nightmare won't happen again. At least if they start growing now, the star plasma vessel incident won't end the same way. Ghetto won't break after Riko Amini dies. And even without this, I still have plans for Toji Zenin. One way or another, history's not repeating itself." Ghetto caught it immediately. That tone, that exhaustion buried deep in Hayes' voice, it belonged to somebody decades older than the boy standing there. Under the sun, Hayes looked unfamiliar. Like there was an ancient, worn-out soul crammed inside a young body. Like he'd watched too many people die and gotten ground down by it all. Nothing about him matched the quiet transfer student who'd been sitting in class 2 days ago. Those eyes of his, reddened slightly by the glare but still steady, tugged at something in Ghetto's chest. For the first time, he seriously reconsidered the dream story. That sadness, that feeling of somebody carrying the world's weight on his back, it didn't look fake. Ghetto drew in a long breath, let the last of his guard down and accepted. From any angle, this deal was all upside for him. Gojo, meanwhile, had frozen up like somebody pulled the plug on him. He didn't say a word for a long time. Just stood there staring at the ground, face unreadable. Hayes watched him stew for a bit, then turned slightly and added one last line, a trace of mischief sneaking into his voice. "Oh right, Gojo. For the record, I do have complete information on your domain expansion, unlimited void. But unfortunately, without your 6 eyes, that's the one thing I can't demonstrate for you in person." Whatever knot had been holding Gojo in place snapped instantly. His head jerked up. His sunglasses had slid halfway down his nose at some point and he'd forgotten to fix them. His pale blue eyes went wide as he repeated the words under his breath. Domain expansion? Unlimited void? It hit him like a truck. A concept so heavy, so packed with meaning, that he, the rightful owner of that future technique, had never once thought of it. Never even heard the phrase. His brain stalled out on the spot. 15 full seconds passed with him just staring blankly before the meaning finally clicked. My domain. He's talking about my domain. Gojo broke. He grabbed his head with both hands and raked his fingers through his white hair until it looked like a bird had tried nesting in it. Hayes had dropped one revelation after another on him so fast that his nervous system had basically gone numb. After a long, painful silence, he managed to lift one shaking finger toward Hayes. You bastard. He didn't get to finish. A voice full of pure authority and absolute fury exploded out from the main building dozens of meters away. Go. Joe. S.A. 2. Are you? Masamichi Yaga's huge frame filled the corridor. His black sunglasses gleamed. One thick arm jabbed toward the sky behind the school, where the violet scar left by purple still hadn't fully faded. You lawless little degenerate. How many times have I told you? No testing dangerous techniques on campus grounds. Are you trying to blow the barrier in my office into orbit? The roar hit Gojo like ice water straight to the spine. All that shock inside him curdled instantly into injured outrage. He spun around, flung one arm out, and pointed at the picture of innocence standing next to him with absolutely zero hesitation. The hell? Yaga-sensei, are you blind? It wasn't me this time. It was Hayes. This bastard Touma Hayase did it. Even from this distance, Gojo could see it clearly. The slow, monumental eye roll happening behind Yaga's dark glasses. It practically radiated across the field. The meaning couldn't have been clearer. Do I look stupid to you? Who else in this school could possibly cause that kind of damage besides you? Chapter 112 New Sensei Bonus. Afterward, in the faculty office, Hayes sat across from Masamichi Yaga and decided to come clean about part of it. Yaga was behind his desk as usual, broad and heavy and oppressive enough to make the whole room feel smaller. Under that kind of stare, most people would have tried to dodge. Hayes didn't. He chose the cleaner option and laid out the truth, or at least the part of the truth he could afford to reveal. He explained the training ground incident from start to finish, including the hollow technique, purple that had nearly blown a hole through the school's barrier. He admitted it had been his doing, the result of reproducing limitless through his own innate technique. Then he moved on to Phantom Night Parade itself, what it actually did, how it let him copy and simulate other techniques, and how, after digging deep enough, it could even push those techniques farther than their current owners could. Which meant, yes, he said flatly, he was now in a position to teach Gojo and Ghetto advanced applications of their own techniques over the next few days. When that frankly absurd explanation landed, Yaga's eyes behind his sunglasses widened so much they were practically visible through the lenses. For a second, the shock was written all over his face. But Yaga was still a grade 1 sorcerer. He'd seen too much weird nonsense in his life to stay rattled for long. Once the first hit wore off, he frowned and started turning it over properly. Replication. Simulation. Deep analysis. Tracing a target's technique far enough to uncover layers that hadn't been obvious before. Extrapolating new applications from what was already there. The more he thought about it, the more it all lined up. It wasn't normal, sure, but it was internally consistent. If anything, Yaga privately suspected this had always been the real terrifying part of Phantom Night Parade, the piece everyone had been underestimating. Then Hayes mentioned the rest. Unlocking technique ability nodes permanently raised his cursed energy ceiling. Yaga's reaction to that was almost identical to Gojo's and Ghetto's. A brief blank stare. Then the immediate realization of how stupidly broken that sounded. Still, even that fit. Rare? Obviously. Impossible? Not in the jujutsu world. This was a world built on cursed energy, risk, and equivalent exchange. Power gained under harsh conditions wasn't some unheard-of miracle. Binding vows existed. Strange growth mechanics existed. As long as the logic held together, jujutsu society would accept it. Hayes's explanation held together. No contradiction. No obvious hole. No part of it sounded like impossible garbage. And as for Hayes's proposal to teach Gojo and Ghetto their own techniques, Yaga didn't just approve. Deep down, where nobody could see it, he felt an almost embarrassing amount of relief. There were things a teacher's pride wouldn't let him say out loud. Yaga knew his own limits. He knew them very well. As a homeroom teacher, as an adult, as someone who could help keep those two idiots pointed in the right direction morally, he was fine. More than fine, probably. But when it came to the microscopic, technical side of helping them grow stronger, the real nuts and bolts of how their technique should develop, he had almost nothing to offer. Gojo's limitless, paired with the 6 eyes, was the kind of thing that only showed up once in a few centuries. Yaga wasn't just out of his depth there. He was drowning. His understanding of limitless was probably less useful than the moldy old records sitting in the Gojo clan archives. And Ghetto wasn't much better. Cursed spirit manipulation at least had some overlap with his own puppet manipulation on a very basic conceptual level, but only on paper. In practice, the gap was huge. Yaga made cursed corpses one by hand, each one carefully built and limited in number. Ghetto controlled entire swarms of cursed spirits across every shape, type, and grade imaginable. Yaga couldn't even begin to picture what it felt like to command that many curses at once. If he couldn't picture it, he couldn't guide it. He simply wasn't the right person for that job. Gojo and Ghetto had never blamed him for it. In the jujutsu world, that was normal. Honestly, getting recruited into a jujutsu college at all was already better than Hat most sorcerers ever got. Stable support, actual supplies, an experienced veteran as your teacher. That alone was a luxury. Plenty of sorcerers awakened somewhere out in the sticks, figured out their techniques by almost dying repeatedly, and spent their whole lives stumbling through the dark with nobody to teach them a damn thing. For people like that, having a mentor who truly understood your technique and could guide you step by step was almost a fantasy. And now there was Hayes. An absurd little anomaly who could analyze your technique, copy it, and then walk you through how to use it better than you could yourself, all with the strange calm of someone whose instincts felt decades older than he looked. In Yaga's private opinion, the kid was practically made for this. A natural-born teaching prodigy. If the goal was helping those 2 special grades sharpen themselves, there really might not be a better person alive. That also locked something else into place in Yaga's head. Hayes was a genuine genius. Not the loud, flashy kind. The hidden kind. The sort that looked ordinary until you realized what he'd actually done and then had to sit there for a minute. Because understanding technique theory and actually doing it were 2 completely different things. History had proved that plenty of times. The Gojo clan had produced more than one limitless user over the centuries, but without the 6 eyes, most of them had ended up holding a god-tier technique they couldn't properly use. That was just reality. Yet Hayes, with no 6 eyes at all, had forcefully recreated limitless and even squeezed out hollow technique, purple, one of the most absurdly precision-heavy applications in existence. If news of that ever got out, the jujutsu world wouldn't just react. It would explode. And that was before you added the other details. Civilian-born. No sorcerer family. Technique awakened less than half a month ago. Any one of those would be enough to get attention. Put together, they were gasoline on a fire. The big 3 sorcerer families would lose their minds. They'd come with offers first, of course. Recruitment, marriage alliances, or soft control. If that didn't work, they'd move on to uglier methods. What relieved Yaga most was Hayes' attitude toward all of it. The boy had no visible hunger for power. No desperate need to be admired. No ambition to become some golden prodigy everybody talked about. If anything, he looked like he wanted less attention, not more. That restraint mattered. In Yaga's book, it mattered a lot. So in the end, everyone reached an unspoken agreement. Following Hayes' wishes, the whole matter was sealed as top-level classified information inside the college. Which, of course, came with consequences. Over the next few days, mentoring Gojo and Ghetto started taking up a huge chunk of Hayes' time. Not all of it, thankfully. The only reason it wasn't all of it was because his cursed energy reserves still sucked. He couldn't spend an entire day casually demonstrating cursed technique reversal, red, hollow technique, purple, or maximum, Uzumaki. Just showing those things a few times burned through him hard enough that he needed long recovery breaks. And once the hours were added up, Gojo ended up taking a noticeably bigger share of that limited time. Part of that was practical. Ghetto had missions to run. He needed cursed spirits, and not just any cursed spirits. He had to collect them, sort them, and prepare ones Hayes could absorb and use for demonstration purposes. That took work. Gojo was much simpler. He just had to be there. As long as Hayes still had cursed energy left in the tank, lessons could start whenever and wherever. The other reason was much dumber. Competition. Ferocious, childish, relentless competition. Best friends, worst rivals. Neither of them could stand the thought of falling behind in what was basically remedial tutoring for special grades. The problem was that their constant jockeying for position had started wrecking Hayes' own routine. His try-hard card only activated when he was training alone with nobody around. Recently, though, these two had been glued to him so often that his solo grinding efficiency had cratered. At this point, the training grounds had basically become the official venue for fights over Hayes' schedule. Chapter 113, Sharing the Burden bonus. Satoru, enough already. One afternoon, a vein pulsed at Ghetto's temple as he glared at Gojo, who was currently hanging off Hayes' shoulders with all the dignity of a parasite. The number of times Hayes can demonstrate things for me is already limited because I have to prepare spirits first. You can ask him questions whenever you want, and you're still barging in on the little time I managed to carve out? What are those precious 6 eyes of yours even for? Decoration? Don't tell me you're actually too stupid to learn no matter how many times he shows you. Gojo immediately bristled. He shoved his sunglasses up his nose, exposing those bright blue eyes, and snapped back at full volume. The hell do you mean I can't learn? I'm doing this for Hayes' sake. Have you looked at your technique? It's disgusting. I don't want him choking down those vomit-flavored cursed spirit balls you've already spat out just so he can teach you. Ghetto's expression didn't crack. If anything, it got more dangerous. Then all the more reason to give him to me, he said with a smile that looked way too calm. If you stop sticking to him every second and let him come out on missions with me, he can absorb fresh spirits on sight. No need to swallow my prepared ones at all. That should make you happy, shouldn't it? Bullshit. You just want private lessons. And you don't? Not a chance. Absolutely not. You're asking to get hit, Satoru. Come try it. From there, things went the same way they always did. A few more increasingly nasty lines. A spike in cursed energy. Then both of them dumped Hayes where he stood and started fighting each other in the middle of the field. Fists cracked. Cursed energy slammed into cursed energy. Dust shot up. Gravel sprayed. The ground took another round of abuse. This had happened often enough over the last few days that Shoko Yeri, who had taken to sitting on the steps at the edge of the field like this was some terrible sport she couldn't stop watching, barely even reacted anymore. She bit down on her unlit cigarette and rolled her eyes so hard it looked physically painful. I seriously don't get it. It's only been a few days. How the hell did they end up like this? Weren't those two saying behind everyone's backs that bringing along 2 non-combat support types was totally unnecessary dead weight? And now they're about to cave each other's skulls in over one support guy's schedule. Whenever it got to this stage, Hayes would just sigh, dust himself off, put a safe amount of distance between himself and the disaster zone, and head for the steps. That made him, by default, part of the audience. As the school's other smoker, Shoko always tapped a cigarette from the pack and offered it to him without needing to be asked. Click. The lighter flared. Shoko took a drag, watched the 2 idiot special grades currently rolling around on the ground with both hands wrapped around each other's throats, and let out a perfect ring of smoke. Then she glanced at Hayes. There was actual sympathy in her eyes, which felt rare enough to be alarming. You really have it rough, she said. You're a first year too, but somehow you ended up training yourself and babysitting those 2 idiots at the same time. Hayes leaned in, borrowed the flame and lit his own cigarette. The small sting cleared his head a little. He watched the dust churning over the field for a moment before turning slightly toward her. Shoko, actually, I've had some new ideas lately about reverse cursed technique. The energy conversion part of it. If you want, I could. Stop. She cut him off before he could finish, like she'd already heard the rest. Her hand paused halfway through another drag. For a moment she just stared at the field, quiet. The weariness in her eyes was so plain it almost hurt to look at. She exhaled slowly. It's fine, she said. Things are okay like this. Then she turned and met his eyes directly. The curve at the corner of her mouth wasn't really a smile. I'm not ready to face more casualties. Hayes froze. And then it hit him all at once. Of course. If Shoko's reverse curse technique made a major leap under his guidance, if she suddenly became faster, more efficient, more capable, that wouldn't make her life easier. It would make the higher-ups lean on her harder. It would make them use her more. It would mean more work. More bodies. More broken sorcerers dragged to her table in pieces that no one should have to look at, let alone put back together. Gojo and Ghetto fought cursed spirits. Shoko dealt with what left behind. And that meant in its own way she was looking at something uglier than either of them. More despair. More death. A different kind of horror maybe, but not a lesser one. Hayes looked at her face, at the casual expression she was forcing into place, and felt something tighten in his chest. He took a long drag, held it for a moment, then let the smoke out slowly. Sorry. That hadn't been what he wanted. None of this had. He hadn't meant to turn his own burdens into everyone else's problem, hadn't meant to spread them out across other shoulders just because he couldn't carry them properly yet. The simple truth was that the version of him standing here now still wasn't strong enough to handle everything alone. The cigarette burned down to the filter. Hayes stubbed it out on the stone step beside him and lifted his eyes past the training field, toward the horizon. The sun was dropping behind the mountains, red enough to stain the whole sky. He went through the list in his head again. The mysterious woman who had appeared inside the Star religious group. Toji Zenin. Riko Amanai. The mastermind who would one day hijack Ghetto's body. Megumi Fushiguro, and how to use him as leverage to crush the Zenin clan. Kizakabe's nephew, Takaroo, and the tragedy waiting for him. Rika Orimoto before she could become a vengeful cursed spirit. Nanako and Mimiko. And woven through all of it the biggest problem of all, finding a way to permanently end the cycle of curses and cut out the root of every tragedy still waiting to happen. Sometimes Hayes really did wonder how many lifetimes it would take. Real ones. Simulated ones. However you counted them. How many before he could finally put all of it to rest? Chapter 114, A Miracle, Ahead of Schedule. The whole thing moved way faster than Hayes had expected. Maybe that was what special grade really meant. About a month in, Ghetto was already done. His instincts were ridiculous, and his cursed energy control was even more absurd. Once he understood the logic behind Maximum, Uzumaki, Hayes no longer had to keep draining himself every day just to swallow spirits and run live demos for H.M. At that point, all Ghetto needed was more spirits. He could take exorcism jobs, build up his stockpile, and spend the downtime practicing the finer points of compression on his own. Gojo kept pace too, which was honestly offensive in its own way. In that same short month, the Six Eyes had let him absorb reverse cursed technique and curse technique reversal, read almost completely. By the end of it he could use either one in the middle of a fight without even thinking. Even hollow technique, purple was down to the last stage, with Gojo personally testing output balance and trajectory control. When it came to the tiny details of a technique, how much cursed energy to pour in, how fast, how precisely, a Six Eyes user and a guy brute-forcing things through repeated simulation were playing different games. Once a monster like Gojo had the right instructions, the rest was just cleanup. So Hayes was finally free. The life of a full-time sparring coach loosened its grip, and for the first time in a while he had real chunks of time to himself. Which was good because a pile of other work had been waiting for him this whole time. First up was cursed corpse fabrication. That was the whole reason he'd specifically asked to study under Yaga in the first place. The problem was that over the last month, Hayes had spent almost all of his time, and most of his already pitiful cursed energy reserves, helping Gojo and Ghetto train. He never held anything back. Yaga, as his homeroom teacher, never said much about it, but he saw every bit of it. So even though Hayes had produced basically nothing in cursed corpse studies during that stretch, Yaga never criticized him. In Yaga's eyes there was a limit to what a person could give. Hayes had already pushed well past his own. Falling behind in one area because of that was understandable. Then one morning, Yaga woke up for no reason at all. It was 5 a.m. Still dark enough outside to feel wrong. The sky was a heavy slab of blue-black, and even the bugs and birds around campus hadn't started up yet. He threw a jacket over his shoulders and went for a walk. That was when he noticed something off. His personal cursed corpse workshop, a place that should have been shut tight and completely dark at this hour, had light leaking through the shutters. Yaga slowed, a bad feeling crawling up his spine. He approached without making a sound. When he looked through the window and saw the familiar figure bent over the workbench inside, the eyes behind his sunglasses widened on the spot. Hayes! The same kid Yaga had watched get wrung dry yesterday on the training grounds, running non-stop between Gojo and Ghetto, guiding high-intensity sparring until even his last scraps of cursed energy had been squeezed clean. And now at 5 a.m, there he was again. sitting alone on a cold wooden stool, holding a precision carving knife, doing incredibly delicate finishing work on a cursed corpse core. The first thing Yaga felt wasn't admiration. It was horror. He wasn't horrified by the work ethic. He was horrified for Hayes' body. The boy had spent all day fighting, teaching, and burning through cursed energy, then apparently slept less than 4 hours before dragging himself back here to do work that demanded total focus and absurdly fine control. Insane. The word hit Yaga so hard it practically echoed in his skull. Even monsters with advanced reverse curse technique, people who could patch their bodies back together on the fly, couldn't live like this forever. Reverse curse technique could deal with physical damage. It did absolutely nothing for a worn-out mind. From the point of view of an adult, of a teacher, Hayes had already gone way past hard-working. Past dedicated. Past tireless. This wasn't discipline anymore. This was self-destruction. No normal teenager lived like this. Anger and heartache twisted together in Yaga's chest so fast it nearly made him sick. The moment he understood what he was looking at, he stopped hesitating. He strode forward and slammed the workshop door open with one hard shove. Bang! The door crashed against the wall, the sound ripping through the pre-dawn quiet like a gunshot. Hayes didn't react at all. Not even a shoulder twitch. He didn't turn around. He didn't pause. Under the effect of divided attention, his hand stayed steady as ever while the carving knife continued tracing its path over the core. Then he spoke in the same mild tone a person might use over breakfast. Yaga-sensei? You're up early. Yaga didn't answer. He crossed the room in 2 strides and planted himself in front of the workbench, his presence pressing down like a wall. His gaze dropped to the half-finished core pulsing faintly in Hayes' hands, then to the neatly organized tools, then to the thick pile of blueprints and discarded drafts spread across the table. One look was enough. This wasn't something Hayes had started 10 minutes ago. Yaga took one heavy breath. When he finally spoke, his voice came out lower than Hayes had ever heard it. Fine. Then what about you? Why are you still here at this hour? Hayes kept polishing the core without missing a beat. Me? Mostly because once Satoru and Suguru wake up, they take over my whole day whether I want them to or not. So I check the schedule. Early mornings and late nights are the only real gaps left while they're asleep. I can't let the cursed corpse work fall behind. Behind the sunglasses, Yaga's face went even harder. Hayes had said it casually, but the meaning landed like a punch. Early mornings and late nights. So this wasn't some one-time burst of inspiration. This had probably been the routine for the entire month. Every day. Every night. The kid had been living like a machine. He's lost it. That was the only thought Yaga had left. He'd always thought Gojo and Ghetto were the real problem children, the 2 disasters most likely to punch a hole in the sky and drag him into the paperwork afterward. But looking at Hayes now sitting quietly under the desk lamp with that dead steady posture and eerie breathing, Yaga realized this one had gone too far in the opposite direction. Hayes was too composed. Way too composed. Not for a first year. Not for a teenager. Hell, not for most adults. He didn't look 16 or 17. He looked like some monk who'd already spent a lifetime carrying something ugly and had long since stopped expecting rest. And because Yaga could see that so clearly, the fear in his chest only got worse. He was scared this kid was grinding himself down until there'd be nothing left. No room to breathe. No room to rest. No room to enjoy being alive, even a little. For the first time since becoming a homeroom teacher, Yaga found himself sincerely wishing Hayes would act a bit more like Gojo and Ghetto. A little reckless. A little stupid. If the boy caused some petty trouble around campus once in a while, Yaga would probably be relieved. At least that would mean he was still living like a human teenager instead of some carefully maintained tool. Yaga had never pried, but over the last few weeks he'd pieced together enough to feel the shape of it. Hayes was chasing something big. Or maybe carrying something so heavy it would have crushed anyone else flat. Even so, this was too much. Enough. Yaga couldn't take the atmosphere anymore. He shot a hand out and grabbed the wrist guiding the carving knife, fingers closing hard enough to send pain straight up Hayes' arm. Stop, Hayes. Put it down. His voice shook at the edges despite the authority in it. You're going back to the dorm right now. What you need is sleep, not another hour of burning your own life away. Hayes didn't resist. He calmly set the tools aside, turned on the stool and looked up at Yaga through the glare of the desk lamp. Then he smiled, bright and harmless in a way that honestly made it worse. "I'm fine, Yaga-sensei. Look at my eyes." He even tilted his head left and right like he was showing off for inspection. "See? No dark circles. My complexion's fine too. Do I really look like someone on the verge of a breakdown?" He sounded almost playful. "And sensei, you're the expert here. If I were actually exhausted to the limit, would I still be able to do work this precise?" While speaking, he lifted the core he just finished polishing through one full phase and held it out. The core was the heart of a cursed corpse. Without one, dead materials like wool, leather, or wood were just shells. Yes, someone like Yaga could still move the shell around by externally feeding it cursed energy through puppet manipulation, but that meant splitting attention in combat and micromanaging every action. It was clumsy. Inefficient. The quality of the core decided everything. Over the past month, Yaga had watched Hayes show no visible results and naturally assumed the reason was simple. Learning puppet manipulation itself was one thing, but physically crafting a core was just manual work. It had nothing to do with innate techniques. Phantom Night Parade's cheat-like replication couldn't help here, so of course Hayes's progress would drop to the level of an ordinary student. That was what Yaga had believed. Then, almost on reflex, he took the small sphere from Hayes's hand. It was only about half the size of a fist. Yaga looked down, and his brain nearly stopped. His eyes sharpened instantly. Decades of experience in cursed corpse craftsmanship kicked in as he studied the surface, where impossibly fine cursed script circuitry had been engraved so densely it was hard to process at a glance. His pupils shrank behind the sunglasses. The hand holding the core started trembling. What the hell is this? This was nothing like he'd assumed. Hayes hadn't been slow because he was bad with his hands. From the first day he entered this workshop, he'd never been trying to build a basic core for some simple cursed corpse that swept floors or threw clumsy punches. The sphere in Yaga's palm carried a terrifying amount of information. Layer after layer of cursed energy circuitry had been woven together at a complexity that bordered on madness, and the craftsmanship was so clean it almost didn't look handmade. There wasn't a single obvious flaw, not a visible slip of the blade anywhere. From the perspective of the greatest cursed corpse craftsman in the jujutsu world, only two words fit. Terrifying. Incomprehensible. Buried inside that maze of technique logic, Yaga caught glimpses of methods so advanced they brushed against ideas he'd only theorized about in private, conclusions he'd never published, never taught, never even fully finished putting into words. This wasn't just a core meant to animate dead material. It was closer to simulating a soul. Engraving 1. Chapter 115, I want to find a way to save everyone bonus. Yaga's head snapped up. The rock-solid composure he usually wore shattered cleanly. When he spoke again, his voice came out hoarse and wrong, the voice of a man staring straight at something impossible. Hayes, what the hell have you been making in here? Hayes met his gaze and smiled, small and calm. He was making a cursed corpse. But in this timeline, he wasn't following the path he'd taken in his previous simulation. He wasn't trying to recreate the combat monster called Wukong. This time, he meant to skip ahead. He meant to drag that miracle into the world long before its per time. Still holding Yaga's stare, Hayes answered in a voice so steady it felt like he was reading out a law of nature. Sensei, I'm going to create a fully independent cursed corpse, one with a soul of its own. A fully independent cursed corpse? Yaga went completely still. For a second, he honestly thought he'd misheard. It was the middle of the night. The workshop was quiet except for the faint scrape of tools and the hum of the lamps. And in the middle of all that, this kid had just said those words as casually as if he were asking for coffee. How was that even possible? The fully independent cursed corpse was Yaga's deepest, most carefully buried line of research. He'd poured who knew how many hours into it and still hadn't broken past the core bottleneck. The whole thing was stuck at the theoretical stage. No real breakthrough. Nothing he could point to and call progress. More importantly, he was absolutely sure he'd never told Hayes about it. Not Hayes, not anyone at the school. Sure, somewhere in the back of his mind, Yaga had planned to bring it up one day, once Hayes got further with puppet manipulation. At the right time. Carefully. But that was supposed to happen months from now. Not barely a month after the boy enrolled. So how did he know? How had he jumped straight to the final answer? Behind his sunglasses, Yaga's eyes were bloodshot from the force of the shock. When he spoke, his voice came out rough. What are you talking about? Hayes paused with the carving knife in his hand. He understood exactly why Yaga was rattled. Turning around slowly, he looked at his teacher with the same calm as always, dark eyes still and deep enough to make people uneasy. I know I didn't discuss it with you first, Yaga-sensei. But once I understood the basic structure of cursed corpses, this was the natural direction for my research. Yaga's brain just about short-circuited. He repeated the words like his thoughts had stopped working. Your research direction? Hayes nodded. Over the past month here and while preparing cursed spirits for Ghetto, I've figured out a lot. More than enough to understand what being a jujutsu sorcerer really means. People like Gojo and Ghetto, sorcerers born with overwhelming advantages, are rare. For most sorcerers, going out on an exorcism mission means living with the constant chance they'll die. He paused, then kept going. But if I can create a fully independent cursed corpse, one that has its own soul, then it wouldn't need an operator standing in the rear and risking their life to control it. A self-sustaining soul should be able to generate a stable cycle of cursed energy and keep the body moving on its own. In the best case, they could replace human sorcerers entirely. People who keep walking into life-and-death missions wouldn't have to anymore. The workshop went dead quiet. His voice stayed level, almost clinical. And even in the worst case, as long as the core isn't destroyed, the body being torn apart doesn't matter. There's no real death. You repair it, replace the damaged parts, and it can operate again. Humans aren't like that. The school has someone like Shoko, and reverse curse technique makes her invaluable. But in an actual fight, things change in an instant. Once a cursed spirit lands a fatal blow, most sorcerers are just dead. Silence. Yaga stood there like a carved statue, taking in words that somehow sounded cold enough to belong to something far above humanity, yet were soaked through with a compassion so deep it hurt to hear. It took him a long while to swallow. You really thought all of this through by yourself? Hayes didn't answer the question directly. His gaze slid toward the window, toward that thick stretch of darkness right before dawn. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet. Yeah. Maybe it's because I remember how it started for me. Not everyone gets lucky like I did, awakening a technique in the middle of a life-or-death situation and managing to kill the cursed spirit before it killed them. And after I survived, the windows still had to come inspect the scene. That put them in danger too, with lingering cursed spirits still around. Then the mission gets posted and passed to some sorcerer as a bounty. That's a third person risking their life over the same incident. He looked back at Yaga. The shortage of sorcerers isn't exactly a secret, is it? You can tell just by looking at how few first years there are. The whole profession is drying up. I want to find the answer. The one that fixes it for good and saves everyone. You. Yaga had blown straight past the point where shock still felt like shock. Something invisible seemed to clamp around his heart and squeeze. He stared at Hayes's face, at how young he still looked, and searched his expression over and over for some sign that this was teenage posturing. Some desperate idealism. Some rehearsed speech meant to impress a teacher. He found nothing. Not one crack. It wasn't a rational judgment, and Yaga knew that. But every instinct he'd sharpened over decades as a grade 1 sorcerer, every lesson beaten into him by a world where reading people wrong got you killed, was screaming the same thing at him. Hayes meant every word. And because Yaga believed that completely, a deep, crawling horror started to rise in his chest. Only now did he finally understand what had been driving Hayes since the beginning, that invisible pressure behind his sleepless, machine-like pace. This boy was trying to save a world that was already falling apart. He was trying to do it with one body and one will. It was so self-destructive it felt twisted. So huge it was honestly terrifying. Just imagining that burden made Yaga feel like he couldn't breathe. And Hayes, fully aware of what he was saying, was choosing to carry it anyway. Chapter 116 Holiday, Bonus. Hayes noticed the shift in Yaga's face. Misreading it as doubt about the theory itself, he added in an easy voice, "Of course, Yaga-sensei, I can't say with complete certainty that the concept will transfer perfectly into reality. I've also considered the obvious risk. If this kind of soul creation technology ever becomes real, someone with bad intentions might steal it one day and turn it into a weapon for war or exploitation. But that's a problem to guard against later. No matter what happens after, this technology has to exist first. In Yaga's eyes, the boy sitting under the dim desk lamp stopped looking human. Inside that suffocating obsession, Yaga sensed something impossible. The realization hit him hard. Compared to Gojo's shameless confidence, compared to Ghetto's noble certainty that protecting the weak was simply what the strong should do, Hayes, the one who seemed the most normal on the surface, was actually the real disaster. The real problem child. His mind was warped in a way Yaga didn't even know how to classify anymore. And the worst part was that Yaga, as his homeroom teacher, had no idea where to even start. No idea how to guide him. No idea how to fix this. Because this kind of problem was too strange. Strictly speaking, what Hayes wanted was deeply selfless. By normal standards, it might not even count as a problem at all. But Yaga knew all the way down to his bones that the way Hayes was treating himself was horribly wrong. He was burning his own life like fuel. Using himself up like he was a disposable tool. Any thrill Yaga felt at discovering his prize student's absurd talent for cursed corpse engineering vanished on the spot. So did every impulse to sit down with him and compare notes. To discuss research. To share his own progress. He couldn't even bring himself to look twice at the gorgeous core sitting there on the table, the one that could have shaken the entire jujutsu world if word of it got out. Slap. Yaga snatched the core out of Hayes' hands and dropped it on the workbench with zero care. Then he reached out, grabbed the boy by the collar with one huge hand, and yanked him straight out of his chair. Yaga-sensei? What's wrong? Hayes blinked, genuinely caught off guard. A faint crease formed between his brows. Was there an obvious flaw in my theory? The fact that Hayes was still worried about whether the theory held up almost made Yaga grind his teeth to powder. He didn't explain a thing. Like he was carrying a kitten by the scruff, he dragged Hayes out of the workshop and toward the dorms, voice cold and absolute. I don't give a damn about your stupid theories right now. The only thing I know for sure is that you should not be in that workshop at this hour. He half-dragged, half-marched Hayes all the way back to the boys' dorm. When Hayes finally opened his door with a resigned look, Yaga planted himself in the doorway like a furious guardian statue, pointed at him, and gave the order like he was laying down martial law. Listen carefully, Hayes. Not just tonight. From now on, every night. As your homeroom teacher, I am officially forbidding you from entering my workshop before 9 in the morning or after 10 at night. If you set one foot in there outside those hours, I'll break your legs. His chest rose and fell hard. Then he looked at Hayes' calm face, decided that still wasn't enough, and immediately doubled down. No, forget that. For the next 2 days, you're on mandatory leave. I refuse to let you work yourself into the grave in this school. Go shopping. Go sleep somewhere. I don't care. Classes, combat training, exorcism missions, and that cursed corpse research of yours, none of it concerns you for the next 2 days. Get out of this school and act like a normal high schooler for once. Bang! Yaga's completely unrestrained roar exploded through the pre-dawn hallway and woke the other 2 residents on the floor. Creak! Gojo's door and Ghetto's door opened one after the other. 2 messy heads poked out, both of them sporting enough bedhead to qualify as a natural disaster. They hadn't heard the whole argument, but Yaga's final order about forced leave had come through loud and clear. Gojo, drowning in oversized pajamas, rubbed at his sleepy blue eyes, yawned without an ounce of grace and complained, why does Hayes get time off? I've been training my ass off too, you know. I want a break. Yaga, already one breath away from exploding, spun around and glared at both of them like an enraged black bear. His voice cracked through the hall like a whip. And you 2 little bastards. For the next 2 days, you are not to contact him for any reason. And from now on, cut way back on how much you drag him into training. Understood? Ghetto stood there in his doorway looking completely lost. He glanced at the homeroom teacher radiating murderous intent, then at Hayes standing behind his own door with that helpless expression, and had no clue what had happened to produce this scene. Gojo was just as confused, but irritation beat common sense as usual. Hands shoved in his pockets, he twisted his mouth and fired back. Why are you throwing a tantrum this early? Early menopause or something? The veins on Yaga's forehead bulged instantly. His fist clenched hard enough to crack. That is a direct order from your homeroom teacher. Shut your mouth before I shut it for you. Gojo, naturally, was not impressed in the slightest. If anything, the threat seemed to amuse him. He tipped his chin up and muttered just loudly enough for everybody to hear. TCH. Who are you trying to scare? I've already go. T reversal, read down so I'm pretty strong now, you know. It's not like you could actually take me. Thwack. The impact rang through the hallway before he'd even finished the sentence. Ow. Yaga didn't waste another word. His iron fist, fueled by the full righteous anger of a teacher who had absolutely had enough, came down on top of Gojo's white head in one brutal knuckle rap. Gojo grabbed his skull, eyes watering, ready to launch into a protest. Then he got a proper look at Yaga's face and immediately shut up. The truth was, Yaga's outburst and this forced vacation weren't only about making Hayes rest. Yaga needed the time too. He needed room to sit down, clear his head, and figure out what the hell he was supposed to do with a kid carrying that kind of suffocating messiah complex. For the first time in years, Masamichi Yaga had no answer. He needed space to think about how to guide, how to correct, this boy who seemed to be walking the razor-thin line between humanity and something far beyond it. Chapter 117 Ring Ring. Morning light slipped through a gap in the curtains and laid a pale stripe across the dorm floor. Hayes lay on his back on the narrow bed, staring at the tiny cracks in the ceiling. His eyes were unfocused, but his mind was busy picking apart one question. Why had Yaga gone that far last night? Why force him into a mandatory break like that? In the quiet, the answer came faster than he expected. He still hadn't really adjusted to this timeline. Not deep down. Not in the part of him that reacted before thinking. This was a world where things could still be saved. But after that long, hopeless simulation, he dragged the pace of the endgame back with him into reality. That constant pressure, that feeling that every wasted second meant another person dead, was still stuck to him. He'd been living like the clock was already at zero. Too tight. Way too tight. The problem was, when he examined it logically, he still couldn't find anything wrong with the way he'd been acting. Because he knew something Yaga didn't. In the simulator, failure meant a reset. Here, if things went bad, they stayed bad. If someone died, that was it. No loading a previous save. No second run. He'd seen hell once already. Of course he clung to every second of the real world like a starving man. Ha! He let out a long breath and pressed the back of his hand to his cheek. Looks like I'll have to start using that around them, he muttered. At the very least, I need them to think I'm a normal, well-adjusted student. Still, mandatory leave wasn't really a problem. Yaga had only banned him from working on school grounds. He hadn't said a word about what Hayes did elsewhere. Which meant the answer was obvious. Find somewhere quiet in the city. Rent a basement if he had to. Keep working. Even Panda's construction could keep moving. The core materials were locked inside Jujutsu High's workshop, sure, but the body framework and cursed energy channeling paths could still be done outside. Everything except the core itself. A vacation. Still flat on the bed, still staring upward, Hayes asked himself the question honestly. Do I actually need rest? What would I even do with it? Games? Shopping? Amusement parks? Normal teenager stuff? None of it appealed to him in the slightest. But once he followed the thought of leaving Jujutsu High a little further, something clicked. If he was going outside the barrier's watch, there were things he could do out there that he couldn't do inside. Things that needed privacy. He got up, washed his face, changed clothes, and headed out. Before leaving, he stopped by Yaga's office and calmly told him he planned to use the 2-day break to go on a short trip. Yaga frowned from behind his desk and immediately asked where he was going and what he intended to do. Hayes had expected that. His expression dimmed a little. His voice softened, touched with just enough grief to sound real. I want to visit my hometown. And stop by the cemetery. See my family. The ones who died in the cursed spirit attack. That did it. Yaga's suspicious look eased almost at once. Guilt flashed through his eyes. He didn't ask any more questions. He just opened a drawer. Before Hayes could leave, Yaga pulled out a slightly worn black wallet, counted out a thick stack of 10,000 yen bills, and pressed the money into his hand. 100,000 yen. Yaga-sensei this. Hayes felt the thickness of it and blinked in real surprise. He gave a helpless little smile and tried to hand it back. I really can't take this much. Please keep it. He wasn't being polite. Registered jujutsu sorcerers got paid for exorcism work, even low-level jobs. The exact amount depended on the mission, but compared to an ordinary salary, sorcerers made very good money. Of course, that money came with the minor inconvenience of maybe dying horribly. On top of that, Hayes barely spent anything. Aside from basic necessities like food, he had almost no personal expenses. Over the past month, his account had built up a respectable balance all on its own. The projects that would really need cash hadn't started yet. But Yaga covered Hayes's hand with his own and pushed it shut. His rough face was set in that stubborn adult way that made it clear refusal was pointless. Behind the sunglasses, his stare was steady and dead serious. I said take it, so take it. For these 2 days, don't think about jujutsu. Don't think about your plan to save the world. Eat something decent. Buy clothes a kid your agey would actually wear. Waste it all at an arcade for all I care. Just spend every last yen. It was painfully sincere. He just wanted this kid who'd been grinding himself down to the bone, to act his age for 2 days. To waste money on stupid things and enjoy it without feeling guilty. The warmth of that hand made Hayes pause. He looked at Yaga's face, at the concern plain as day and the part of it visible beneath the sunglasses, and sighed to himself. Then he stopped resisting. He folded the bills neatly and slid them into the inside pocket of his jacket. Because he knew accepting the money would at least let Yaga feel a little better. Like fine. The kid finally listened for once. Too bad Yaga was wrong. That money, handed over with so much honest concern, was never going toward food, clothes, or games. Once he was outside the layered barriers of Jujutsu High, Hayes headed straight for the crowded streets of Shinjuku. Using faded memories from the simulator, he found an underground shop so forgettable it almost looked fake, then paid extra for an anonymous overseas SIM card, the kind that was a nightmare to trace by normal methods. After that, he doubled back through a messy route, taking enough turns to shake off cameras and casual eyes, until he finally stopped in a deserted alley that smelled faintly of mildew. He popped open the back of his phone and swapped the card in with practiced hands. Before he dialed, he took a slow breath. Under the control of voice print analysis and mimicry, the vibration of his vocal cords shifted completely. When he spoke again to test it, the voice that came out belonged to someone else. An adult man. Calm, steady, a little rough around the edges. Once he was satisfied, he dialed a number burned into the deepest part of his memory. A heavily classified one. Ring. 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 The monotonous tone kept going. Long enough that he briefly wondered if the call would connect at all. Then, finally, a click. The line opened. No greeting. No words. Just the faint sound of someone breathing, held low and careful. Hayes didn't wait. In that fabricated baritone, utterly certain and carrying just a little pressure, he spoke first. Am I speaking to special grade jujutsu sorcerer Yukitsukumo? Silence. Then a woman's voice came through. Lazy on the surface, but only on the surface. Underneath it was clear confusion and a sharp edge of caution. Who are you? I don't know what gutter you crawled out of, but I am very curious how you got my private number. Chapter 118 Blood That Can Never Be Washed Clean Bonus. The hostile reaction didn't bother Hayes at all. If anything, it was expected. A special grade sorcerer with no fixed location, suddenly getting a direct call from an unknown man on a line nobody should have? Anyone sane would be on guard. Honestly, if their positions were reversed, his response would have been even colder. But Yukitsukumo's attitude wasn't the point. Right now, Hayes did not trust Yukitsukumo. Not after that disastrous simulation. He would never be arrogant enough to assume the mastermind behind everything had worked alone. How many spies were buried among the higher-ups? Had one of the special grades already been compromised? Without proof, the number of people he could trust completely was tiny. This call had one purpose. Get information from the person who knew the most about eliminating cursed energy. That was all. So he ignored both her question and her threat and went straight to the point. For the complete eradication of cursed energy, is a living heavenly restriction user with zero cursed energy absolutely necessary? That question landed like a hammer. On the other end of the line, Yukitsukumo went genuinely quiet. She hadn't been expecting anything like this. 1 second she'd probably been stretched out on some beach overseas, doing whatever the hell Yukitsukumo did on vacation. The next, an unknown caller had gone straight for the core of the secret research she'd been pursuing for years. And from that one sentence, her mind locked onto 2 ugly facts. First, the man speaking to her didn't just know she was a special grade. He also knew, in unervingly specific detail, about the research she'd never reported to the higher-ups. Second, he'd specifically asked about a living heavenly restriction user with 0 cursed energy. Which meant he was talking about the anomaly who'd broken free from the Zenin clan. And if he was asking that question, there was a good chance he intended to do something drastic involving that man. Could it be? Is this guy trying to overturn the whole rotten system too? The possibility stirred her curiosity hard enough that, for a moment, it even outweighed her instinct to track the call and drag out his real identity. Excitement flashed through her. She took a breath and asked, in complete seriousness wrapped in her usual nonsense, "Before I answer that, I need to confirm something. What kind of woman are you into?" It sounded ridiculous. But for Yuki, it was one of the best ways to read people. The answer came instantly. No hesitation at all. In that fake mature voice, Hayes replied with chilling calm. "Probably a woman who can truly save this world." For a beat, the air seemed to freeze. Then, perhaps because he realized how easily that answer could be misunderstood by a certain self-confide NT woman on the other side of the ocean, he added a correction. "Don't get the wrong idea. I know you've been looking for a way to erase curses at the root. But you still don't have a workable method. So the ideal I'm talking about wasn't you." Yukitsukumo was speechless for the second time that day. Sitting in a beach chair somewhere, golden hair moving in the sea wind, her eyes had probably lit up more than they had in years. Because that answer was unlike anything she'd ever heard. He wasn't talking about romance. Not really. He was talking about devotion so extreme it barely looked human anymore. As if he could decide to love anyone, absolutely anyone, so long as they were the one who actually saved the world. Love didn't matter. Desire didn't matter. The only thing that mattered to him was that goal. Saving the world. Absurd on paper, sure. A little childish, even. But her instincts told her he wasn't lying. Whatever else this man was hiding, that part was real. Of course, she also knew he might have prepared that answer in advance. Anyone who knew this much about her probably knew about that question too. Still, rehearsed or not, the way he'd said it mattered. For now, Yuki was willing to treat it as truth. More than that, she could feel it, in that half-rational way sorcerers sometimes just knew things. The person on the other end of the line, the one who wouldn't even use his real voice, somehow resonated with her. A kindred soul, maybe. Or something close enough to be dangerous. When she spoke again, the teasing was gone. What came through now was the serious voice of a researcher. "Heh. I'll admit it, you're very interesting." "Fine. Since you aced that question, my answer is no." She paused, then explained. "That man is an absurdly valuable specimen. A near-perfect case of completely losing cursed energy in exchange for extreme physical ability. I've wanted to study him for years. But heavenly restriction users like him are freak exceptions, not the only possible path. Something that rare, that unreproducible, is terrible if you're trying to scale the result to all humanity. So objectively, he has tremendous research value, but no, he isn't absolutely necessary. Though for the record, I did used to really want to tie him to a lab table and dissect him." In the alley, Hayes listened without much visible reaction. This matched his own projections and what he'd pieced together from the memories of his previous life. His eyes darkened slightly. Then he went straight for the weak point in her theory. "Your thinking is too naive. Even if you could study that anomaly and find a way to cut cursed energy out of the human race, how would you scale it? Let's say you somehow spend decades, centuries even, and eventually turn all of humanity into people with no cursed energy at all." His voice turned ice cold. "Then all you've done is create a world full of physical monsters. Once cursed spirits are gone, people with the strength to rip armored vehicles apart bare-handed will just start killing each other instead. Resource wars, greed, slaughter. It would be worse than the damage curses ever caused. As a solution, that's garbage." Yuki wasn't offended. If anything, she sounded more interested. He'd hit the problem dead center. "You're not wrong," she said. "I've thought about the collapse that could come from creating a world full of superhumans. But research works through trial and error. If I can isolate the exact equivalence between the loss of cursed energy and the gain in physical ability, maybe one day we could make finer changes. People with no cursed energy but no monstrous physical boost either. Just ordinary humans. If nobody produces cursed energy anymore, curses disappear with it." Hayes listened, and this time the sigh slipped out before he could stop it. Heavy and tired. Like someone who'd already watched the world burn once. Too slow. Your plan is too slow, Yukitsukumo. It won't happen in our lifetime, maybe not for several generations. And whether you can even separate those two variables is still a giant unknown. This world doesn't have time to wait for your research to crawl forward. The urgency in his voice, hard and absolute, made Yuki shift gears. No more theory. Her tone sharpened. You went through all this trouble to contact me on a line like this. That voice is fake too, isn't it? Who the hell are you? Hayes had no intention of answering. His reply was light, almost detached. Who I am doesn't matter. Not to you. Not to this world. So Yuki changed the question. This one was sharper than the last. What are you planning to do to him? Hayes didn't answer right away. For a brief second, memories from the simulator rushed up in his mind. Hidden behind perfect anonymity, what came out next sounded less like an answer to Yuki and more like a confession to the weaker version of himself from before. There was a time when I was stupid enough to think curse users, the ones who killed for money or for fun, could be left alone. I thought that as long as they didn't commit something unforgivable right in front of me, I could ignore it. Pretend I didn't see it. Leave judgment to whoever officially had the right to make it. I thought that was what following the rules looked like. His disguised voice dropped lower. Rougher. Killing intent bled through it so densely it would have made most people's skin crawl. But I was wrong. That wasn't mercy. It was cowardice. Curse users are called curse users for a reason. Their hands are already covered in innocent blood. And that blood doesn't come off. Ever. A tumor has to be cut out, no matter what excuse it comes with. On the other end of the line, Yuki listened quietly. Patiently. As that nameless person poured out something that sounded half like repentance and half like an oath, her curiosity deepened, along with a faint chill. Because she understood very well what he was talking about. The sorcerer killer, Toji Zenin, was not some ordinary criminal you could just arrest and process. He was a monster. For 99.9% of all sorcerers alive, saying you were going to kill him was just fantasy. Still, from the steady calm in this caller's voice, she could tell one thing. He meant it. And he had no intention of revealing who he was today. Fine. If he really intended to do something as insane as hunting the sorcerer killer, then one way or another the aftermath would leave traces. Either he would kill Toji or Toji would kill him. There would be something to follow. Eventually she'd find out. So she didn't push any further. Instead, genuine interest curled at the corner of her lips, and she asked softly, "Sounds like you've decided to be the exterminator. So, mysterious savior, after it's over, will you call me again?" What came back was not the answer she wanted. The line cut. All she heard was the flat, merciless beep of a disconnected call. And in a dark corner of Shinjuku that Yukitsukumo would never see, Hayes calmly removed the overseas SIM card from his phone. A flicker of cursed energy brushed his fingertips. The flimsy bit of plastic crumbled into powder so fine it would never be pieced back together. The next gust of wind took the remains with it. No trace left behind. Chapter 119 Toji Bonus. Outboard motors roared across the venue, tangled up with the crowd screaming. The whole boat racing track felt like it was vibrating. Every breath came with the same nasty mix: cheap cigarettes, bottom-shelf booze, and the sour stink of sweat from gamblers on both sides of the wind line. Near the back of the cramped stands there was a weirdly clean gap in the seats. Nobody went near it. Toji Fushiguro sat dead center in that empty pocket like he owned it. Black hair. Scar at the corner of his mouth. Tight black t-shirt stretched over folded arms and a chest built like a weapon. His long legs were kicked up on the seat in front of him without an ounce of shame. One man taking up room meant for two. Part of it was the timing. It was a weekday, so the crowd wasn't packed. But mostly it was him. Toji gave off the kind of presence that made people instinctively keep walking. Like an apex predator lying still, not because it was harmless, but because it didn't feel the need to move yet. Even the regulars, the kind of thugs who basically lived in places like this, would accidentally meet his eyes and feel cold crawl down their backs. His stare was flat, detached, like he was already looking at a corpse. Nobody with a working brain wanted to test him. Out on the water, the boats lined up. The biggest race of the day was about to start. Right before the referee dropped the flag, an old flip phone buzzed in Toji's pocket. He clicked his tongue, pulled it out, and glanced at the screen. Shukong. Kong worked as an underworld broker, the middleman who connected curse users and assassins to whoever was paying. In the loosest sense possible, he and Toji were business partners. Not that it was a smooth arrangement. Toji was foul-tempered, impossible to manage, and terrifying enough that most brokers wanted nothing to do with him. Or couldn't handle him even if they tried. Shu Kong was one of the few who could put up with his bullshit and somehow keep the relationship functional. Toji hit answer, jammed the phone to his ear, and kept his eyes on the water. What? Kong didn't waste time on greetings. He knew better by now. Got a job for you. Long-term contract. The client's asking for someone specific. Someone who can stand up to strong jujutsu sorcerers, but absolutely can't be a sorcerer himself. A non-sorcerer. He wants a personal bodyguard. The starting whistle screamed through the venue. The announcer started hollering as the race kicked off. Even with all that noise, most of Toji's attention stayed on the boats ripping across the water. His pick dropped behind almost immediately. His brow twitched. Bodyguard? Long-term? Toji grunted into the phone. Sounds like rich idiot cleanup duty. Hard pass. Kong sighed, patient as ever. The client's not Japanese. Rich businessman from overseas, based in East Asia. Might need you to travel with him later. And as a non-sorcerer, you're basically invisible to the people he actually has to worry about. He paused, then added the part that mattered. The pay is very good. For once, Toji didn't argue right away. The venue speakers filled the silence for him. Crossing the line. Number 4, Hata, takes first with a commanding finish. Number 1, Deguchi, comes in second. What a race. Then came a short, dead stretch of silence. After that, Kong heard paper crumpling. Getting crushed in a fist hard enough to pulp it. Then a savage click of the tongue. Kong rubbed his temple. He knew exactly what had happened. Toji had a body that could chew through monsters and a face that still worked on women, but when it came to gambling, his luck was complete trash. He lost constantly. And the more he lost, the harder he chased it. That shredded betting slip said enough. He was broke again. Perfect. So? Kong said mildly. Not interested? Shame. The client reserved a top-tier restaurant in Shinjuku tonight just to meet you in person and discuss the contract. Nice gesture, honestly. Unless you're busy, I guess. Landed something better recently. Toji had just blown his last yen and was hanging by a thread. He flicked the ruined betting slip into a trash can several meters away without even looking, then bared his teeth at the phone. You're pissing me off. What is with that tone? Trying to make me sound like some deadbeat with no work. From his dim office, Kong rolled his eyes. Aren't you? Toji's lip curled, but he let that one slide. Isn't pay negotiation your job? He snapped. Why do I have to show up in person? What a pain. Kong pinched the bridge of his nose. He could feel the headache already. I'd love to handle it myself. But this overseas client is apparently very superstitious. According to him, the god doesn't allow him to share too many details with anyone except the bodyguard himself. Third parties get calamity and bloodshed, or whatever the exact wording was. He exhaled. I don't pretend to understand any of it. But this is a first-time whale and the commission is huge, so we follow the rules. Show up, be normal for 5 minutes, make a decent impression. Besides, he let the pause hang. I heard this security job is tied to a major underground casino. That word flipped a switch. Casino. The dead look in Toji's eyes sharpened a little. Whether it was the idea of fresh gambling money or the more urgent issue of not being able to afford dinner, the job suddenly sounded a lot less annoying. He rubbed his empty stomach and smiled a little. Oh yeah? Fine. If I show up, don't like the terms and walk out, the meal's still free, right? Kong answered instantly. Obviously. You think I wouldn't check that first? So, you're going Zenin? At the old surname, something dark flickered through Toji's eyes. Gone just as fast. Yeah. Send the address. And quit calling me Zenin. His voice flattened. I took my wife's name. It's Fushiguro now. Chapter 120. Don't move. A few hours later, Toji showed up at the address Kong sent him. Same tight black shirt. Cheap casual jacket thrown over it. Same loose, arrogant walk like the street belonged to him. Hands in his pockets, he tilted his head back and looked up at the luxury hotel towering over some of the most expensive land in Shinjuku. Gold-trimmed revolving doors. Valets in spotless uniforms. Money everywhere you looked. Toji's mouth hooked into a cold little smile. This guy has more cash than brains. That settled it. Whoever this client was, he looked ripe for the picking. With the simple plan of if the terms suck, I'm walking, but not before I eat every expensive thing in the place, Toji strolled into the lobby like he belonged there. A gold-trimmed VIP elevator took him to the top floor, where a private reservation-only restaurant waited behind polished doors and quiet lighting. At the front desk, a tailcoat server stopped him with a perfect customer service smile. Too perfect. My sincerest apologies, sir. The gentleman who reserved the private room is still on the way. Minor traffic delay. Per hotel policy and at the guest's request, we can't seat anyone until the reservation holder arrives in person. If you don't mind waiting in the lounge for a short while. That polished smile irritated him on sight. This is exactly the kind of rich person protocol garbage Kong should be dealing with. Nothing annoyed Toji faster than being made to wait. Still, he was already here. Walking out hungry would be stupid. He was already planning revenge. The second he got seated, he was ordering the most absurdly expensive bottles on the list. Every last one. If this flashy idiot wasn't going to get fleeced, then what was even the point of the trip? Bathroom, Toji said, waving a hand. Come get me when he gets here. He turned and headed for the corridor without waiting for a reply. The washroom door was heavy wood. He pushed it open and stepped inside. Big room. Warm lighting. Faint smell of expensive imported incense. Quiet enough to feel staged. Nothing looked wrong. He walked to the marble sink and twisted the gold-plated faucet, about to splash some cold water on his face and wash off the irritation from losing money all afternoon. Clear water rushed out with a soft hiss. And then, from less than 2 meters behind him, a voice drifted over. You got here early too? Shu Kong's voice. Exactly Shu Kong's voice. That same tired mid-low tone. Same rhythm. Same slight drop at the end. Perfect. Toji's hand stopped. Every instinct in his body lit up at once. He wasn't confused for long. He reached for the faucet, ready to shut it off and turn around. Didn't you say the client only wanted to speak to me? He thought, already annoyed. So what are you doing here, you sneaky bastard? Trying to score the free meal too? Or planning to cut me out and take the job yourself? But before he turned, his eyes caught the mirror over the basin. His pupils shrank. The person standing behind him, the one speaking in Kong's voice, was half hidden where the hallway light gave way to shadow. Wrong clothes. Wrong build. Wrong shoulders. Wrong way of standing. That wasn't Shu Kong. Not even close. Who the hell? His instincts were already screaming at him to move. But before he could even sort out why his ears were hearing one man while his eyes were seeing another, the figure in the mirror moved his lips. And Kong's voice came out again. Only now there was something else in it too. Something heavy. Something that pressed down on the body like a command hammered into steel. Don't move. What? In the split second it took Toji to realize that voice sounded exactly like Shu Kong, and to start processing how that made no sense at all, pure horror slammed into him. Those 2 words had been completely ordinary. Nothing special about them. But the instant they hit his ears, his body locked up. The flesh he'd honed to the limit through heavenly restriction, that ridiculous monster body of his, froze like someone had driven steel spikes through every muscle all at once. An absolute force pressed down on him, cold and merciless, with no room to resist. Every muscle went rigid. Even his blood felt frozen. A jujutsu sorcerer? How? I should have felt him. A shift in the air, a trace of danger, something. So how the hell did he get this close without setting off a single alarm in my head? And that still wasn't the real killing move. Less than half a second after that, don't move, a soft click sounded in the restroom. All the lights went out. The room dropped into absolute darkness, and at the exact same moment his vision vanished, something else touched his skin. Metal. A thin edge, freezing cold, wickedly sharp, slid against the thick side of his neck and started to cut. Silent as a snake. Fast enough to make lightning look slow. Wrath. Faced with death, the sorcerer killer's instincts exploded. Toji roared like a beast, eyes bloodshot, and the monstrous strength packed into his body detonated in one violent burst. The binding force of cursed speech groaned under the strain, then started to crack apart from raw physical power alone. He twisted his neck hard, forcing it sideways, barely slipping past the blade's path. His muscles tore free. Dodged it. A savage flash of triumph went through him. He only needed to get a little closer. That was all he needed. In the dark, he'd tear this sneaking rat apart with his bare hands. Except he was wrong. Way too wrong. The attack waiting for him was nastier than he'd imagined, and a lot more thorough. In the gap between breaking the cursed speech and moving again, that tiny instant where his body had to reset itself first, space itself warped. The feeling was sickening. His movement froze. His thoughts froze. For that instant, even his existence seemed nailed in place by a second force, one completely different from the first. And this one was worse. Much worse. The kind of power brute strength couldn't bully its way through. It felt like he'd been crushed flat and pinned inside a frame with no depth, no motion, no time. For 1/24th of a second, Toji Fushiguro became a specimen under glass. Helpless. Waiting to be cut apart. And the blade, knocked a little off course when he'd broken the first restraint, didn't stop for even a moment. It slashed again through the darkness in a clean, brutal arc. Harder, faster, and deadlier than before. Then it bit into flesh. SHHK. The wet, ugly sound of meat splitting filled the dark. There was no recovering from that. His eyes stayed wide, fury and disbelief frozen inside them as the strike finished its work. His severed head fell into darkness along with the last shreds of his consciousness, taking all that rage and confusion down with it. Chapter 121 Schrodinger's Toji Bonus. SHHHHH. Water kept running from the faucet. Right when the restroom lights had suddenly gone out, the odd little malfunction caught the attention of a hotel attendant walking down the corridor with a tray. He stopped and looked toward the pitch-black restroom entrance at the end of the hall, frowning to himself. Huh? That's weird. Why'd the lights go out? Burned out tube? I could have sworn some guest in black just went in there. He edged over to the doorway and leaned in, trying to see through the darkness. If there really was a guest inside, leaving them stuck in the dark would be a terrible look. Sir? You still in there? He was already running through the proper apology in his head for what had looked at a glance like a very bad-tempered customer. Then his nose twitched. Under the expensive air freshener in the restroom, another smell lingered. Rust. Sweet and metallic. What is that smell? He muttered under his breath and reached along the wall until his fingers found the backup light switch. Click. The fluorescent tubes flickered twice, then came back on. Bright light flooded the restroom. The attendant swept his gaze across the room. Nothing. There was nothing there. The marble floor was spotless. Not even a splash of water ruined the shine. No one stood by the sinks. Other than the faucet still running and that faint rusty smell that hadn't completely faded, there was no sign anyone had ever been inside at all. He shot one last uneasy look at the closed stall doors, then exhaled. Walking over to turn off the faucet, he scratched the back of his head and muttered on his way out. Weird. I really thought somebody went in here. Must have imagined it. Maybe the motion sensors messed up. Better tell engineering to check it tomorrow. At that same moment, hundreds of meters below the building, Touma Hayase used that brief stretch of total darkness to move like a ghost. He slipped through the shadows in complete silence and landed on a concealed open-air platform beneath the hotel. In an empty corner hidden by both night and the building's shadow, he stood still with a blank expression. At his feet, his own shadow twisted like something alive. He crouched and slowly pulled a flip phone out of that black mass. It was still warm. Still slick with fresh blood. Toji Fushiguro's last possession. The screen lit up. Another incoming call from Shu Kong. A follow-up. Touma answered and raised the blood-stained phone to his ear. Shu Kong spoke right away, mild curiosity in his voice and no wasted words. Hey, what happened earlier? Why didn't you pick up? How'd it go? You sort things out with that mystery boss? Pay good enough? Touma's eyes didn't move. They were flat and still. There wasn't even the slightest trace of emotion left from killing a living man moments earlier. Voiceprint analysis and mimicry did the rest. When he spoke, the voice coming out was a perfect copy of Toji Fushiguro's, lazy, arrogant, and annoyed in exactly the right way. Yeah, I met him. Guy's a pain in the ass, too many damn rules, but he's loaded. Terms are set. Already got the deposit in cash. Then, keeping that same rough Toji attitude, Touma added, I'll be tailing this superstitious bastard for a while, so unless you've got a job that'll make me stupid rich overnight, quit calling. I won't have time for you. Fine. Got it. Shukong didn't notice a thing. To him, it just sounded like Toji had landed another big contract and was about to disappear for a while. He hung up without any suspicion. And with that, the final piece clicked into place. A perfect closed loop. Everything had gone the way Touma predicted. If Toji hadn't entered the restroom on his own, there had already been a backup plan waiting. Touma could have used Shukong's voice, along with the slightest suggestion, to draw him out of the lounge and into that enclosed space. But fortune was on his side tonight. Toji's own dislike of trouble had guided him straight into the killing ground Touma prepared for him, and he'd done it willingly with his guard down. Touma knew exactly how terrifying heavenly restriction made a person's senses. That was why he'd hidden in the restroom's shadows beforehand, pushing natural and thin presence to their limit, wiping away his presence, his killing intent, even the beat of his own heart until there was almost nothing left to detect. Enough to fool even Toji Fushigiro's animal instincts. The moment Toji turned on the faucet, the copied voice of Shukong scrambled the last bit of judgment he had left. After that, the kill sequence left him no breathing room. Cursed speech locked him down for half a second. When Toji shattered it by force, the tiny opening created by that reset was immediately filled by projection sorcery's spatial lock. And in the darkness, backed by cursed energy and the violent release of extreme overload control, the decapitation was completed. But killing him was only the first part. The moment the blade finished its work, Touma used the 10 shadows technique. His shadow opened like a bottomless mouth and swallowed everything. Toji's huge headless corpse, the spray of hot blood, even the droplets still hanging in the air. All of it disappeared into the darkness before he left. That was why the attendant found a restroom with no trace of violence. A locked room killing with nothing left behind. As for anyone figuring out who he was, that was impossible. The reservation at the top-floor restaurant had been real, but the man behind it had never been any overseas tycoon. Touma had gotten those details through his own channels long before tonight. He'd already checked the timing. Already mapped the surveillance blind spots. From beginning to end, he never entered the building through a normal route. There wasn't a single frame anywhere in the hotel's security system that showed his face. Neither the Windows observers nor the civilian police would ever connect him to this disappearance. And that was only if anyone even treated it as a disappearance in the first place. Toji was exactly the kind of man who could vanish without anyone finding it strange. He had no fixed schedule, no stable base, no predictable pattern. He drifted wherever he pleased. Touma had killed Toji Fushiguro without hesitation, cutting out a dangerously unstable variable. But for everything that came next, he still needed the name Toji Fushiguro to remain alive. So he would bury himself under that infamous face. Wearing the perfect skin of the sorcerer killer, a name terrifying enough to make curse users flinch while still staying under the radar of Jujutsu's upper ranks, he would make quiet, natural contact with the fanatic cult known as the Star Religious Group. And under that cover, he would look for the truth about that woman. Chapter 122 Toji's Legacy, Bonus. Deep in the mountains, far from the noise of Tokyo, the first winds of spring moved through the forest with a low, restless sound. Touma Hayase stood in a clearing and watched the two divine dogs work. The black one and the white one tore into the packed earth with heavy claws, dirt spraying everywhere as they dug out a grave. They looked almost ridiculous doing something this mundane, huge shikigami built like guardian statues, but they did the job fast. Beside the pit lay a corpse. Toji Fushiguro. The sorcerer killer. Touma crouched beside the body and held one hand over it. A faint shimmer of cursed energy flickered at his fingertips as he tried one last time to use Phantom Night Parade to probe deeper, to pull something, anything, from that absurd body. Nothing. Same result as every other time. It was like dropping a pebble into a bottomless sea and waiting for a sound that never came back. Still, that was more or less what he'd expected. Heavenly restriction wasn't a normal curse technique to begin with. And Toji's version of it, that complete absence of cursed energy in exchange for a body pushed beyond human limits, made him a total blank to Touma's technique. There was nothing to catch. Nothing to copy. Toji's strength had never come from some trick or hidden formula. It was just his body, forced to an insane extreme by the rules of the world. Touma let his hand fall and opened his eyes. He looked down at the man he'd killed himself. Before bringing the body here, he'd taken the time to reattach the severed head, stitch things up, clean away the worst of it. It hadn't mattered in any practical sense. The man was dead. Long dead. But Touma still hadn't wanted to bury him in pieces. It was the least he could do. No matter how filthy Toji's reputation was, no matter how many people he'd butchered for money, he was still Megumi Fushigiro's father. Touma was quiet for a long moment. So, is this what revenge is supposed to feel like? In all those brutal simulation runs, Toji had killed him over and over without hesitation. If Touma hadn't had linked false bodies in that last round, none of his planning would have meant a damn thing. Toji would have found him and killed him anyway. That monster instinct of his had been that bad. And in the original timeline, this same man would have stabbed Satoru Gojo through the throat, shot Riko Amanai in the head without even blinking, and left Suguru Ghetto broken in the aftermath. From there, the whole future would start curdling into disaster. So yeah, Touma had reasons. More than enough. But standing here in front of the fresh grave, he didn't feel satisfied. Not even close. What he felt instead was tired. Bone-deep tired. Sad too, in a way that sat ugly in his chest. He looked at Toji's face one last time at the bottom of the pit. Eyes closed. Mouth still carrying that same faint, mocking slant, like death hadn't managed to fully erase the attitude. It made Touma think of a child born with absurd talent who got twisted little by the jujutsu world until there was nothing decent left. One wrong turn after another. One rotten hand dealt after another. And eventually the bill came due. The whole thing just felt lousy. I really do have limits. There were too many moments where his hands couldn't reach far enough. This wasn't the simulator. This wasn't a fake world where failure meant hitting reset and trying again. This was real. One way only. People he couldn't save were dying every day in this world, dragged under by curses, and there was no magical rollback waiting for him after the fact. At the same time, he couldn't play saint. He couldn't throw innocent people onto the scale just so he could pat himself on the back for showing mercy. He couldn't stand on some fake moral high ground and forgive a man drenched in blood. So this was it. Death. A clean stop. The end of Toji Fushiguro as a curse user, and the end of the path that would have led to something far worse. It was cruel. It was also, in Touma's mind, the last bit of mercy he could offer. Bury him. At the quiet command, the divine dogs immediately got to work, shoving the loose dirt back into the pit with their noses and paws. A few minutes later, the grave was nothing more than a plain mound in the mountain soil. Touma picked up a flat stone, ran cursed energy through Asakarimaru, and carved 2 shallow characters into the surface. Fushiguro, that was all. No full name. No epitaph. No attempt to dress it up. Whatever unfinished business still clung to this man could wait until later, until everything else was over, until the world had finally dragged itself to dawn. With that done, Touma turned and looked at the patch of open ground nearby. Something there was trembling hard enough to shake the grass. A cursed spirit lay curled up on itself, looking like some disgusting mix between a giant caterpillar and a human infant's face stitched onto the front. The inventory curse. Toji's old storage spirit. It had clearly tried to run. Didn't work. The white divine dog had its tail clenched between its jaws, while the black one stood over its face with bared teeth and a low growl that basically said, "One more move and you're dead." Touma walked over and looked down at it. He had zero intention of keeping the thing for himself. For one, going into battle with an ugly worm wrapped around his body was not happening. He had standards. For another, the concealment effect from system skills like natural only applied to him. Not to extra equipment. Not to a cursed spirit hanging off him. Carrying this thing around would just create exposure problems for no real gain. And more importantly, with how Phantom Night Parade worked, there was no chance he was going to waste ongoing effort on cursed spirit manipulation or keep stuffing the thing into the 10 Shadows technique just so he could use it as a glorified walking storage box. That was backward thinking. Empty it out and hand it to Ghetto later, Touma decided. A utility-type cursed spirit like this is basically catnip for him. Unfortunately, this one was another dead end for analysis. Just like Toji's body, the inventory curse's storage wasn't really a cursed technique in the usual sense. It was closer to a biological trait. Phantom Night Parade couldn't pull apart its internal structure any more than it could copy heavenly restriction. Touma gestured and the divine dogs finally let go. Then he leaned down and gave the spirit's grotesque baby face had a light pat. Maybe it sensed the killing intent coming off him, colder and heavier than anything Toji had ever directed at it. Maybe it was just smart enough to know when it had already lost. Either way, the curse cooperated immediately. It opened its huge toothless mouth and started retching things up. Touma watched the pile grow and started taking stock. There were 4 cursed tools giving off especially nasty waves of cursed energy, each one valuable enough to make most sorcerers lose their minds. First was a short blade with a strange forked tip. The special grade curse tool, Inverted Spear of Heaven. That one didn't need much introduction. It forcibly cancelled active curse techniques. In the simulation timelines, it had come very close to sending even Satoru Gojo straight to hell. Second was a black chain that seemed to go on forever. The chain of 1,000 miles. As long as one end stayed out of sight, the other end could keep extending almost without limit. Logic not included. Third came a 3-section staff made of dark red segments. Playful Cloud. Another special grade curse tool, but unlike the others, there was no trick to it. No built-in technique. No special effect. It was just raw physical destruction pushed to the extreme. Its power scaled with the user. In Toji's hands, it had basically been a portable wrecking bar. Last was a slim katana that gave off a chill just from looking at it. The Split Soul Katana. Its effect was disgusting. It ignored physical toughness and cut the soul directly, which made most conventional defenses pretty much meaningless. Those were bad enough. What gave Touma an actual headache was everything else the inventory curse coughed up after them. Guns. Modern firearms, all of them reeking of oil and gunpowder. Several customized handguns. A large caliber sniper rifle. A ridiculous amount of ammunition. Curse tools he could maybe explain away if somebody from the school spotted them. Not easily, but maybe. Walking around with enough firepower to equip a small mercenary team was a lot harder to handwave. Still, Touma's eyes narrowed a little. These things mattered too. As props, if nothing else. They were solid proof that the professional killer called Toji Fushiguro had really existed in this world. After counting everything, Touma didn't take any of it for himself. Instead, he told the inventory curse to open up again and swallow the whole pile back down, curse tools, guns, ammo, all of it. When it finished, he crouched in front of it and met its eyes. "Behave," he said flatly. "I'll find you a new home soon. Until then, don't try anything stupid. Not once. Got it?" Whether the low-grade cursed spirit truly understood human speech or just understood death standing right in front of it, the outcome was the same. It obeyed. The thing opened its mouth, bit down on its own tail and started swallowing itself piece by piece. Its huge body shrank smaller and smaller until all that was left was a gray-brown ball about the size of a ping-pong ball. Touma picked it up, dropped it into his coat pocket, and started walking off beneath the darkening sky. Chapter 123 I Used to Hold You. By the time Megumi Fushiguro started home, the sun was already going down. Tokyo was all orange light and long shadows. Dry leaves scraped across the sidewalk. His backpack, way too big for him, thumped against his back with every step. He was alone, same as usual. Other kids his age walked in little groups, talking over each other, trading snacks, laughing about dumb stuff. Megumi passed through all that noise by himself, quiet enough to look out of place. He had one of those faces adults like to call mature for his age. Really, it just meant he looked too closed off for a kid. Being alone didn't bother him much anymore. It fit. The man he remembered raising him had always treated him with this half-hearted indifference, cigarette smoke, horse track stink, tired eyes, never really there even when he was standing right in front of you. Calling it neglect almost felt too generous. Neglect implied effort at some point. Megumi had figured out young that his family situation was a mess. Not weird. Past weird. Broken was probably the better word. Still, what was he supposed to do about it? When the adult in your life was basically a rumor and the person you actually relied on was your stepsister, Tsumiki Fushiguro, one more strange thing didn't really move the needle. Head down, he kicked a pebble along the curb and watched it bounce ahead of him. Then he looked up. There was a narrow alley a little farther down, darker than it should have been because the light above it had probably been dead for years. Something was watching him from inside. Megumi stopped cold. Two pairs of eyes glowed faintly in the dark. When they stepped far enough into the light for him to see them properly, his breath caught. Dogs. One black, one white. Both huge. Way too huge. Each one was about the size of a calf, with red markings on its forehead and eyes that were too clear, too bright, too aware. That was the part that got him. Not the size. Their eyes looked like they knew him. And for some reason he wasn't scared. He should have been. Any normal kid would have run the second two animals that big stared at him from a dark alley. Instead, a weird warmth rose in his chest. It felt familiar. Like something buried so deep he'd forgotten it was there until now. They're beautiful. If they'd been normal dogs, Megumi would. Been done for. Backpack on the ground, hands in fur, all dignity gone in 2 seconds flat. He was still a kid. No child had real defenses against fluffy things. Not even one trying this hard to act emotionally constipated. But his instincts had already picked up what mattered. These weren't normal. They felt too much like those ugly things he sometimes caught in the corners of dark rooms, the ones nobody else ever noticed. The ones Tsumaki walked past without seeing. Nobody had ever explained any of this to him. He didn't know words like curse or jujutsu. He just knew one thing. These things were not normal. And things that weren't normal were usually bad news. Megumi tightened his grip on his backpack straps. He stood there at the edge of the alley, warring with himself. They look like those ugly monsters, but they don't feel the same. They're so pretty. Their eyes are nice. No. Bad idea. Definitely bad idea. One foot slid forward anyway. He stopped himself, sucked in a breath, and turned around before he could do something stupid. He started walking. Behind him came a soft whine. Megumi glanced back before he could stop himself. Both dogs had lowered themselves to the ground right where the alley's darkness met the light from the street. They were looking at him with a kind of wounded disappointment so dramatic it would have been embarrassing if it weren't working. The black one even made this small, pleading sound deep in its throat. Seriously? You're gonna do that to me? Megumi whipped his head forward again like that would help. His face twisted up in visible pain. Please don't look at me like that. 5 seconds passed. He lasted all 5. Fine. If I get bitten, I get bitten. That was it. His self-control folded instantly. Megumi dropped his backpack on the sidewalk and ran into the alley on short little legs, committed now, no backing out. He was still trying to slow down, still trying to approach carefully, when both massive dogs exploded into motion. Woof. Whoa. Megumi flinched so hard his eyes snapped shut. For one awful second he thought, yep. This was how I die. Mauled because I wanted to pet something cute. No teeth came. Instead, he got hit from both sides by warm, heavy bodies and an absurd amount of soft fur. Then came the licking. Wet tongues across his cheeks, his neck, his jaw, everywhere. He cracked one eye open. The black dog was shoving its face into his chest. The white one was doing the same from the other side. Both tails were wagging so hard they blurred. And just like that, the tightness that always sat on Megumi's face broke. He smiled. A real smile, bright and open and way too young to belong to the expressionless little boy most people saw. Both hands grabbed fistfuls of thick fur. He sank into it shamelessly, giggling while he tried and failed to dodge the non-stop licking. Haha, stop, that tickles. Quit it. It was right in the middle of that warm, ridiculous little moment that footsteps sounded deeper in the alley. A man stepped out of the dark. Touma Hayase had come here tonight for one reason. He wanted to confirm something. In the previous simulation cycle, he'd already met Megumi. But this was earlier, before any of that. He needed to know whether Megumi had already awakened the 10 Shadows technique and whether the boy could clearly see curses at this point in the timeline. Watching the kid get mobbed by the divine dogs answered both questions pretty fast. The second Megumi heard footsteps, he stopped laughing. He pulled back from the dogs and turned toward the stranger. Under normal circumstances, a random adult appearing in a dark alley would have made him grab his bag and bolt. But the divine dogs were pressed against his sides like they'd already decided he was family, and that changed things. Instead of running, Megumi looked up at the young man in the black uniform with wary curiosity. Then he pointed at the dogs. Mister, are they your dogs? Touma smiled and crouched so they were eye level. As he did, a faint shift passed through his gaze. He quietly activated dimensional reduction analysis, breaking down the absurd complexity of cursed technique theory and cursed energy control into something a child could instinctively understand. He threaded it into the rhythm of his voice, into the way he spoke, into the images behind the words. "They are," Touma said gently. "They're my Shikigami. But here's the interesting part, Megumi. You've got ones like them inside you too." At his words, the two divine dogs finally left Megumi's side and padded back to Touma, settling behind him. Megumi blinked. "You know my name?" Touma gave a small nod. "Yeah. Your father and I go way back. We've been through some ugly situations together." He smiled a little, softer this time. "I used to hold you, actually." Megumi frowned and searched his memory. "Nothing." That made sense. Touma wasn't talking about this timeline. Megumi didn't argue, though. For whatever reason, the guy didn't feel like he was lying. What bothered him more was the fact the dogs were no longer touching him. His eyes flicked from Touma to the two giant divine dogs and back again. Then he pointed at himself, looking honestly baffled. "You're saying I have those too?" "Of course you do." Touma's tone stayed calm, patient. "It's in your blood. If you want, we can try it right now." He slowly lifted both hands and formed a hand SI. Shaped like a dog's face, making the motion exaggerated and easy to follow. "Like this. Copy the shape. Then close your eyes and picture them as clearly as you can. Take a breath, focus, and say their name." He paused. "Divine dog." Megumi stared at him. The suspicious part of his brain immediately tagged the whole thing as scam nonsense. This sounded exactly like something a magician at a bad theme park would tell little kids. But he looked back at the dogs again. The black one tilted its head. The white one blinked at him, calm and watchful. Megumi swallowed. He wanted that warmth back. Wanted them back against his side. Wanted, maybe for the first time in a while, something badly enough to stop pretending he didn't care. One try, he told himself. If it doesn't work, fine. He took a deep breath. Then he raised his small hands and carefully copied Touma's sign, fingers clumsy, brow furrowed in concentration. He shut his eyes. He pictured the two divine dogs as hard as he could. Then he opened his eyes again, fixed his gaze on the pair standing behind Touma, and spoke in a steady little voice that sounded older than it should have. "Divine dog." Something tore out of him. That was what it felt like. Not pain exactly, but a violent draining, like some enormous hand had reached inside his body and yanked loose a piece of him. The strength went out of his legs all at once. His vision darkened. His knees buckled. He pitched forward. Before he could hit the pavement, something burst from the shadow at his feet and caught him across the back. Woof! Megumi sucked in a shaky breath and looked down. His eyes went wide. At his feet were two tiny dogs. Tiny compared to the adult pair anyway. They were only about the size of ordinary puppies, unbelievably cute, but otherwise identical. Same black and white coats. Same forehead markings. Same bright intelligence in their eyes. They were real. One of them, the little white one, nosed at the back of his hand with a damp, eager little MMF. Megumi's fingers shook as he reached down and touched it. Warm. Solid. Soft. Real. Something in his expression cracked open. The dull, shut-down look he'd worn for years disappeared so fast it was almost shocking. Light flooded into his eyes, hot and bright and alive. He jerked his head up toward Touma. The excitement in his voice came out rough and thin, like he could barely get enough air. "Mister, are they really mine?" Touma looked at him and smiled for real. This was one of those tiny moments people missed when they talked about fate. Nothing flashy. Just one kid, one answer, and the entire direction of a life quietly shifting. He reached over and ruffled Megumi's messy hair. "Yeah," he said. "They're yours." His voice stayed gentle, but there was nothing uncertain in it. "And no matter what happens from here on out, they'll protect you." Chapter 124, They Could Think bonus. Touma saw the excitement lighting up Megumi's face, and the edge of his expression softened. He kept going. Cursed energy rippled over his fingertips. The dark pool at his feet stirred again, circles spreading across it like somebody had dropped stones into black water. He muttered something under his breath, bent down and shoved both hands into the shadow. When he straightened, there was a wriggling ball of white fluff in his palms. It was a fragment of rabbit escape. The little rabbit settled against his hands without a fuss, warm and soft and absurdly harmless looking. Touma held it out for Megumi to see, voice gentle. The power in this shadow isn't just the divine dog's. Look. This one's called Rabbit Escape. The rabbit rubbed its face against Touma's palm. Its eyes were a clear, jewel-bright red. Whatever scraps of composure Megumi usually forced onto himself, all that cool, too-grown-up stiffness, vanished on the spot. What was left was what he should have looked like all along. A kid. He reached out with one careful finger and touched one of the rabbit's long ears. The moment he felt how soft it was, his head jerked up. His green eyes were shining. Can I learn this one too? The look on his face was so eager it could have melted stone. Touma smiled and gave him the surest answer he could. Of course. If you're willing to learn, all of this will be yours one day. But, his tone turned more serious. Not today. Forcing out cursed energy for your first Shikigami at your age puts a huge strain on your body and mind. You've already hit your limit. He hadn't even finished speaking when Megumi made a small, choked sound. NGH. The color drained from the boy's face so fast it was almost scary. At the same time, the two little divine dogs that had been rubbing against his legs and helping keep him upright started to flicker. Their forms stuttered like bad TV static. Then they broke apart. Their bodies turned into thick black cursed energy, dripping to the ground in heavy drops before sinking right back into the shadow below. The backlash hit Megumi all at once. His knees gave out. His body pitched forward. He never made it to the pavement. The two full-grown divine dogs behind Touma moved first. They lunged in the instant the smaller pair collapsed, pressing in from both sides and catching Megumi between them before he could fall. The boy sagged against their bro. Ad bodies, breathing hard. Touma watched him struggle for air, thoughtful for a second. In this timeline, he'd interfered early. More than a year earlier than in that other, desperate simulation cycle. That changed things. It gave him room to move. He could start laying the groundwork now, and he'd already decided he was going to push Megumi's training schedule forward hard. He understood what kind of kid Megumi was. On the surface, the boy acted cold. Like he wanted the whole world kept at arm's length. But under that? Too soft. Way too soft. The kind of child who'd carry guilt for years if a Shikigami died for good and could never be summoned again. The kind who'd be more shaken by the death of an animal than by the death of some stranger he'd never met. An exposed nerve pretending to be stone. Even knowing that, Touma had no intention of repeating what he'd done in the simulation, shielding Megumi under his own protection and personally taking on the Zenin clan to prove the worth of the 10 Shadows technique. No. This time he would shape the boy himself. He would make Megumi strong enough to stand in front of that rotten family on his own 2 feet and crush every last doubt they had with sheer mastery of the 10 Shadows technique. To anybody else that would have sounded insane. How was a kid this young supposed to force the whole Zenin clan to bow their heads, especially after what had happened with Naoya Zenin in the previous cycle? But Touma had already lived through that hell. He had fought there, bled there, died there. He knew exactly how ugly that clan could get, exactly how far their malice reached, and he'd already worked all of it into his calculations. Megumi defeating them head-on with absolute combat superiority, using the very inheritance the Zenin clan coveted most, was one of the pillars of his long-term plan. And if Megumi's inherited technique had been something else, something like projection sorcery that leaned hard on physical reflexes and raw bodily conditioning, Touma never would have gambled like this. But the 10 Shadows technique was different. 2 things made this plan possible. The first was the cruel, iron rule governing cursed energy. In this world, unless you were some bizarre exception like Touma with his system-granted cheats, or one of the rare monsters whose techniques triggered abnormal mutations, a sorcerer's maximum cursed energy was set at birth. That was it. Fixed. Written into the body from the start and not changing again. What an ordinary sorcerer could improve was control, precision, and efficiency. Getting better at moving their own energy, understanding their technique more deeply, and shaving down the cost every time they used it. The second was what made the 10 Shadows technique terrifying. The Shikigami summoned from the shadows weren't like the dead-eyed puppets other Shikigami users controlled. They could think. They had instincts. They fought like living creatures, not disposable tools. And because Megumi carried the original body-engraved innate technique, he wouldn't suffer from the flaw Touma dealt with whenever he used Phantom Night Parade. He wouldn't lose control of his Shikigami just because he had to keep switching techniques in the middle of battle. That changed everything. If Touma ran enough precise tactical drills beforehand, he could hammer responses to every Zenin technique, projection sorcery included, straight into Megumi's instincts and into the combat habits of his Shikigami. Like programming it into bone. With the right framework, with the Shikigami coordinating on their own and making independent decisions in real time, Megumi had every theoretical condition needed to beat people he had no business beating. And Touma wasn't guessing. He had tested the 10 Shadows technique in the simulation with his own blood and his own life. He knew what it could become. He knew how monstrous it really was. He pulled himself out of that nest of plans and let his expression ease. Chapter 125, that is absolutely unforgivable bonus. Megumi was still leaning against the divine dogs, trying to steady his breathing. Touma crouched in front of him and asked softly, in a tone gentle enough to calm a stray animal and serious enough to feel like a vow, "What do you think, Megumi? If you don't mind, I can teach you how to use these powers. A little at a time. Want that?" For a child who'd spent his whole life ignored and left to scrape by on scraps of security, that offer was irresistible. Power. Companionship. Somebody staying. Megumi didn't think. The answer came out before he could stop it, breathless and shaking and bright in a way he hadn't been earlier. Yes. Touma smiled. From his inner pocket, he pulled out a slip of paper he'd prepared beforehand. A fresh anonymous phone number was written on it in neat print. He pressed it into Megumi's hand and lied without hesitation. "Keep this with you. Your father, because of some special kind of work, nobody really knows where he's gone. He probably won't be back for a long time. If you ever run into trouble you can't handle or somebody gives you a hard time, call this number any time." Megumi looked down at the digits in his palm. The excitement drained out of his face almost immediately. In its place came that same chilly quiet, the kind no child his age should have worn so naturally. He stared at the paper without saying anything. Touma lowered his voice. "What's wrong? Has it been a long time since you've seen him?" Megumi crumpled the slip a little in his fist. He turned his head and stared at a dim streetlight off to the side. When he finally spoke, his voice was flat and empty. "I haven't seen him in years. I can barely even remember his face anymore. So whatever happened to that man, whether he's dead or alive, wherever he is, it has nothing to do with me. I don't care." The words landed like ice water. Hearing something that final from a boy who wasn't even 10 yet made Touma's chest lock up. He looked at Megumi's stubborn profile, at the way the kid was trying to use indifference like a weapon, and for a second nothing came out. His lips moved. In the end all that escaped was a whisper too quiet for anyone to hear. "I'm sorry." Megumi couldn't have understood how much weight those two words carried. It was grief for a child thrown away by his own father like dead weight. And it was also a confession buried so deep it would never surface, because only a few hours earlier, the man standing in front of him had slit Toji Fushigiro's throat and buried the body in a remote mountain forest. Touma cut that line of thought off before it showed on his face. He noticed the flicker of confusion in Megumi's eyes and shifted the conversation cleanly. "If he's gone, then how are you living right now? What does that actually look like?" Megumi frowned, thinking it over. He still didn't fully trust this stranger. That much was obvious. But the divine dogs had already tipped the balance. He answered honestly. "I live with Tsumaki. Her mom used to stop by sometimes and bring instant food and check on us, but she's been coming less and less. I haven't seen her in weeks. Those two are probably off somewhere together, doing whatever they want while pretending we don't exist." It was too sharp. Too bitter. Too accurate. Way too grown up. All it did was confirm what Touma already suspected. These kids had been abandoned completely. When it was finally time to part ways, Touma didn't hesitate. He reached into his pocket and took out the thick stack of 10,000 yen bills Masamichi Yaga had shoved at him earlier that day, along with instructions to go waste it on vacation. Aside from the little he'd already spent on the prepaid phone card, every bill went straight into Megumi's backpack. "That's too much. I can't." Megumi panicked and tried to refuse. He'd probably never seen that much money in his life. Touma caught his hand and stopped him. When Megumi looked up, the softness in Toma's face was gone. His eyes had turned hard and every word came down heavy. Take it. This is what keeps you and your sister alive. He didn't give the boy room to argue. Now listen carefully. If you've got spare time, you can try calling the divine dogs out through the shadows and build up your connection with them. But don't manifest them where other people can see. Most normal people can't see them at all, but some can. Megumi went still. Touma took a slow breath, set both hands on the boy's shoulders and spoke with the weight of an oath. And one more thing, Megumi. This matters more than anything else. Burn it into your head and don't ever forget it. Even if one day you gain enough power that nobody can stop you, you must never use it to crush people weaker than you. You understand? Power exists so you can protect the people you want to protect. It is not something you use to bully the helpless. His voice rang through the empty alley. Those words were guidance for a child who could very easily be twisted by the world he was about to enter. But they were also more than that. They were Toma's answer to the entire rotten jujutsu world. The sheer force behind them rooted Megumi in place. He couldn't possibly understand all the blood and bodies packed behind that warning. He didn't know the scale of the hatred, the losses, the mistakes. But he understood the feeling of it. The way a child understands thunder. Not the mechanism. Just the power. He nodded hard. I understand. I won't. Touma looked into those clear green eyes for another second, then slowly let go. He knew that even if Megumi gained strength far earlier than he had in the original timeline, the boy still wouldn't become that kind of person. Touma had already seen what sort of man he would grow into. He stepped back. His outline melted into the evening dark until only his voice remained, already being scattered by the wind. Go on. Get home before your sister starts worrying. Before his short vacation officially ended, Touma made one last stop by himself and went back to his old home. The place where everything in this world had started to go wrong. No one lived there anymore. The old furniture that used to feel warm and familiar now sat in silence under cracked walls and peeling paint. He hid the guns and ammo from Toji's inventory curse there, then turned around and headed back to Jujutsu High. The dorm door opened under his hand. He had just stepped into the familiar wooden hallway and was halfway to his room when he ran into Suguru Ghetto, who had apparently just gotten back from an easy mission and was covering a yawn. Ghetto was dressed casually today. He looked lazy in that usual way of someone who'd just clocked out. When he spotted Touma, he raised a hand. Yo. You're back. How was the break? Did you? He didn't get to finish. Without any warning at all, Touma pulled a round object from his pocket, flicked his wrist, and sent it flying straight at Ghetto's face. Ghetto reacted on instinct. His eyes sharpened. Even half-tired, his hand snapped up and caught it with a clean smack. This is a cursed spirit? He opened his hand and looked down. Curled into a tight little ball, head to tail, was a weird-looking creature trembling in his palm. The residual cursed energy leaking from it wasn't even at grade 1 level. Grade 2 at best. A weak little thing. Touma stopped walking and pointed at it, voice flat as always. Call it a souvenir. I ran into it while I was taking care of some things outside. It's ugly as hell, but its stomach opens into a pocket space big enough to store large objects. Seemed like a mobile storage unit might be useful for you. The word souvenir made the corner of Ghetto's mouth twitch. Normal high schoolers brought back snacks. Touma brought back a cursed spirit. Still, Ghetto understood the value immediately. For sorcerers like them, a hidden storage space you could carry around had all kinds of uses in a fight. Calling it merely useful was putting it lightly. I'm not like that idiot Gojo, getting excited over sweets like a little kid. Ghetto let out a helpless, crooked smile. Still, there was a bit of warmth in his eyes. He didn't waste time. Right there in the hallway, he used cursed spirit manipulation. A pulse of cursed energy rippled through the air, and the inventory curse in his palm shrank inward with a warped cry, compressing into a pitch-black orb that smelled absolutely vile. Ghetto stared at the thing. His throat moved once. Then, fighting down the nausea he knew was coming, he tossed it into his mouth and swallowed. Like eating a rag soaked in vomit. Every single time. It never got easier. Not even a little. His face barely changed, though his brow twitched for the briefest second before he looked back at Touma. You really don't need to bring me extra meals as souvenirs. Still, thanks. Touma gave a small nod. He had no intention of telling Ghetto that the truly valuable contents of the inventory curse, the special grade curse tools, had already been moved into the deep shadows of the 10 Shadows technique he'd copied through Phantom Night Parade before he ever stepped back through Jujutsu High's barrier. What he had handed over was basically an empty bag. As Ghetto forced down the last of the taste still clinging to his mouth, something else came to mind. He changed the subject immediately. Right. Almost forgot. Yaga-sensei told us to let you know he wants to see you the second you got back. Touma could already guess what that careful teacher wanted to talk about. He dipped his head. Got it. Chapter 126, The Weight He Chose to Carry. Touma had barely turned toward the far end of the hallway when click. The door beside him swung open. Warm steam rolled out along with the scent of body wash, and Satoru Gojo strolled into the hall wearing nothing but a towel around his waist, shameless as ever. His trademark white hair was still damp, hanging loose while he rubbed at it with a hand towel. Even without his usual round sunglasses, those eyes locked onto the movement in the hallway right away. Hold on. I definitely heard something important from the bathroom. Gojo patted across the floor barefoot, heading straight for Ghetto like a cat that had smelled food. His voice shot up instantly. Touma's back, right? I heard souvenir. Where's mine? Looking at that expression, the kind of face a debt collector would make, something wicked flashed through Ghetto's half-lidded eyes. He very deliberately chose not to mention what the souvenir had actually been. Instead, he put on the look of a man who had just enjoyed something amazing and slowly licked his lips. Oh, that? It was delicious. I ate all of it. What? Gojo froze. Ghetto kept going. Touma even prepared your share separately. A huge one, too. But I was starving, so I accidentally ate yours as well. Every last bite. There was one beat of silence. Then the hallway exploded. What? Suguru, you trash. You ate my sweets? Spit them back out. Use your cursed spirit manipulation right now and spit out my souvenir. Stop yelling like a brat. I already ate it. What are you going to do about it? Fight me? Fight you? I'll beat you until you throw it back up. Behind him, the two strongest idiots in the jujutsu world were already about to start a war in the dorm hallway over an imaginary box of sweets. Touma shook his head. The corner of his mouth lifted just a little, and he walked off without looking back. A short walk down the quiet campus path brought him to Mazumichi Yaga's personal doll workshop. By now it was fully dark outside. If the lights in the workshop were still on and the reason wasn't Touma himself, then the only possible culprit was the teacher whose obsession with making cursed corpses had long crossed into the absurd. Touma raised a hand and knocked 3 times on the heavy door, not too hard, not too soft. Then he called through it in a half-joking voice. Yaga-sensei, according to the rules you set for me, I'm technically not supposed to enter the workshop this late, right? Unless you want to come out and talk in the hallway. There was a short pause. Then the faint sound of a tool being set down. Yaga's deep voice came through the door. Quit being a smartass. Get in here. It's unlocked. Permission granted. Touma pushed the door open and stepped into a room thick with the smell of wool, fabric, and specialty dyes. At the far end, under the bright light of a desk lamp clearly chosen by someone worried about eye strain, Yaga sat at his workbench. The contrast was kind of ridiculous. He was a huge, rough-looking man, but he was holding a precision magnifying glass and studying the object on the table like it was the most delicate thing in the world. It was the cursed corpse core Touma had made before leaving. The one with the abnormal internal structure. When Touma came in, Yaga set down the magnifying glass with visible reluctance. He took a slow breath, carefully placed the core into a padded case, then turned around. His voice carried the kind of concern that came from someone who had already decided to take responsibility, whether he'd been asked to or not. How was your break? These last 2 days. Touma's expression hardly moved. He sat down in an empty chair, laced his fingers over his knees, and answered in the tone of someone giving a routine report. Handled some personal business. Stopped by my old house to check on it. Exorcised a few stray cursed spirits on the way back. Yaga let out a long sigh. Exactly what he'd expected. From a kid carrying this much on his back, words like went to an amusement park, ate something good, or relaxed at the beach were never going to show up. Still hanging on to the tiniest bit of hope, Yaga frowned and kept going. And the money I forced on you? Tell me you at least bought yourself something. Or had one decent meal? Touma didn't even blink. His answer came out instantly. About that. I happened to meet a kid on the street whose family was having a hard time. They needed the money more than I did, so I left it with him. I didn't tell him it came from you, Yaga-sensei, but if I see him again I'll make sure he knows who to thank. Silence. Yaga went completely still for half a second. He clearly had not expected something this frustrating and this depressing at the same time. But a few seconds later the tension slowly left his shoulders and a helpless smile touched his face. Right. Of course. This was Touma. Someone who threw every waking hour and every scrap of energy into humanity's survival and into making sure his comrades had a better chance of coming home alive. Expecting him to get extra money and spend it on himself had been pure fantasy. More unrealistic than expecting Gojo to sit still for 5 minutes. Giving everything away was just natural for Touma. As natural as breathing. Yaga didn't say anything else about the money. He took off his sunglasses. The sharp eyes usually hidden behind the dark lenses were full of something heavy and complicated. He looked at Touma, filled his lungs, straightened his back, and spoke with a seriousness that put them on equal ground. Touma, these last 2 days I stayed here in the workshop and stared at the core you left behind. I thought about it for a long time. He paused, voice dropping lower. I think I understand now why you push yourself so hard. The things you've suffered, the things you can't talk about, and the fact that before you became a jujutsu sorcerer, you spent much longer living as an ordinary person. That's why you understand the desperation of the defenseless better than anyone else in this school. The words hit the mark exactly. In the current lineup at Tokyo Jujutsu High, Gojo and Ghetto stood way above everyone else, monsters at the top of the pyramid, born with power so overwhelming it let them look down on everything beneath them. Shoko Yeri, with her natural talent for using reverse curse technique to heal others, was a national treasure the whole jujutsu world treated carefully. And Yaga himself was a proper grade 1 sorcerer, elite by any standard. If you only looked at the world from the perspective of the strong, the gifted, the privileged, your view was always going to be warped. People like them could never truly feel what it meant to be weak when curses came knocking. But then Yaga's eyes sharpened again and he leaned forward over the desk. Even so, Touma. Even if your compassion runs deeper than anyone else's, the burden of saving the whole world was never meant to sit on one person's shoulders. His voice grew heavier with every word. There are things that passion alone can't solve. Things one person can't brute force by grinding himself down for a year or 2. He jabbed a thick finger toward the box on the desk. Let's say your theory is right. Let's say you really bring your plan to the higher-ups, replacing human sorcerers on the front lines with fully independent cursed corpses. Then what? I can see your talent for this with my own eyes. If there were a separate rank for cursed corpse construction, you'd be special grade, no question. But even so, between you alone or even the 2 of us working ourselves to death, how many truly combat-capable autonomous corpses could we make in a year? 10? 20? And that's only the start. There's maintenance, repairs, recovery for damaged corpses. And if we try to spread this forbidden technique so production can scale, how much chaos do you think that will cause among the higher-ups and the conservatives? Political fighting, power grabs, all of it. These problems do not disappear just because one person works himself half to death for 2 or 3 years. And this is still only the very first stage of your so-called grand plan. His voice filled the workshop. Every word carried the fear of a teacher watching a student pile impossible weight onto his own back. Through all of it, Touma sat there without moving. His expression never changed. His eyes were dark and quiet as a starless night, and he listened without interrupting once. As if he hadn't already thought through every part of it. 2 or 3 years. His research into cursed corpses across repeated simulations had gone far beyond that already. Touma lifted his head and met Yaga's worried gaze. A faint smile touched his lips. Then, in a voice that was soft but perfectly clear, he answered. Of course I understand. Chapter 127, A Soul That Shouldn't Exist bonus. Yaga heard it clearly. That quiet little "of course I understand" wasn't some half-hearted reply. The kid meant it. The knot in his chest finally eased. His shoulders dropped. A long breath left him. As a teacher, this was the thing he feared most. A student with absurd talent carrying around this much damage, deciding there was only one road left and sprinting straight down it until he broke. At least it looked like his words had gotten through. What the reliable homeroom teacher completely failed to realize was that Touma's understand meant the exact opposite of what he wanted it to mean. It didn't mean I'll calm down. I'll stop pushing so hard. It meant Touma now understood perfectly and without any comforting lies how ugly and impossible the road ahead would be. And he was going anyway. Still, seeing that Touma had settled down on the surface, Yaga let the strict teacher act ease a little. He opened the bottom drawer of his workbench and carefully took out a wooden box wrapped in layers of cursed talismans. Inside was a core giving off a faint pulse of cursed energy. His latest prototype. The one he'd been building for Panda. But a fully independent cursed corpse was still something the modern jujutsu world had never seen before. Nobody had done it. Nobody had mapped it out. It was dangerous ground. Even Yaga, who was probably the best cursed corpse craftsman alive, was still stumbling around in the dark with this one. Progress had been painfully slow. His rough fingers brushed over the unfinished core. Behind the sunglasses, his expression tightened. Part obsession, part honesty. Touma, you don't have to carry every irreversible consequence by yourself. I've been researching this too. Quietly. A rare bit of self-mockery crossed his face. Honestly, it's embarrassing. I'm supposed to be the teacher here. I'm the one who should be guiding you, keeping you out of trouble. But compared to the core you showed me, this thing I've been sweating over feels crude. Worse, after I studied yours, a few technical problems that had me stuck for months suddenly clicked almost immediately. Touma straightened up and waved a hand, cutting him off before he could keep talking like that. Yaga-sensei, please don't say that. I can only work with cursed corpses at all because you taught me everything. Same with reading those cursed energy circuits. The core I made was luck, that's all. I just hit the right arrangement at the right time and got ahead by a little. He meant every word. Yaga, naturally, took it as modesty. The evidence was sitting right there in front of him, a perfectly functioning core. Facts were facts. Deep down, Yaga had already admitted it. In this area, he'd been overtaken by a boy who had only enrolled a few months ago. That only made his opinion of Touma even worse in the most ridiculous way possible. The talent was scary enough already, and on top of that the kid wasn't arrogant about it. What Yaga didn't know was that none of Touma's words were false. One day, if he ever learned the truth about this world, what kind of face would he make then? None of Touma's so-called miracles had come from some once-in-a-generation flash of genius. He had learned all of it the hard way, piece by piece, from a future Mazumichi Yaga across countless simulated timelines. It was built on a mountain of failures. Endless repetition. Tedious trial and error that would have driven most people insane. From the outside it looked like a miracle. That was only because nobody could see the wreckage underneath. Once Touma felt Yaga's resistance had finally dropped, he moved fast. His eyes lit up as he looked at his teacher. Since you've already been researching it too, Yaga-sensei, let me help. Let's build the first true fully independent cursed corpse together. The core I made can be used as an auxiliary core to support the main core you've already built. Then we make a second auxiliary core together. Auxiliary core? 3 cores. Yaga's huge frame jerked. He looked genuinely lost. As far as he knew, a cursed corpse used 1 core. 1 power source. That was the rule. 3 cores sounded insane. The cursed energy rejection alone should have torn the body apart on the spot. Seeing the confusion on his face, Touma took a slow breath. Deep in his mind, he quietly equipped the dimensional reduction analysis card. The world behind his eyes changed in an instant. Data, formulas, structural logic, all of it seemed to start moving at once. He picked up a pen and some paper from the workbench and started explaining the basics of multi-core arrays and cursed energy counterbalance with patient, careful detail. The roles in the room flipped completely. Touma stood at the workbench drawing out dense cursed energy circuits, and for that stretch of time he looked less like a student and more like the master of the workshop. He walked Yaga through the whole process step by step. First he tried forcing overload into a single core and it collapsed. After that he built a simple dual-core system, only for that one to fail too because the polarity repulsion made the cursed energy reject itself. So he refined the precision of each core even further and tried a triangular 3-core structure instead. Each core would observe the other 2, counterbalance them, and keep the circulation stable. A self-sustaining loop. Autonomous existence. Yaga listened like he was under a spell. At some point he'd even pulled out his thick personal notebook and started scribbling furiously, like a student in danger of falling behind the lecture. He could barely wrap his head around it. In a little over a month, Touma had crawled this far through completely uncharted territory alone. And the reason Yaga believed every word, outrageous as it sounded, came down to one thing. It all felt real. The bottlenecks Touma described, the failed attempts, the workaround ideas, they were exactly the kind of choices Yaga himself would have made. The feeling was almost creepy. It was like Touma was standing there narrating Yaga's own future research back to him. It hit somewhere deeper than logic. By then Yaga understood one thing down to his bones. Touma wasn't chasing some fantasy. The researcher inside the stern teacher flared back to life. He wanted to see it. Badly. He wanted to know what this so-called three-core array could produce. From that day on, Touma's routine got a lot harsher. Yaga had officially approved the top-secret fully independent Cursed Corpse project and even joined it personally, but the ban on staying in the workshop at night didn't change. His reason was simple. Teenagers need sleep. So Touma's days split cleanly in two. Daytime meant every scrap of free time between classes went into the workshop with Yaga, carving cores with surgical precision and assembling the cursed corpse's body. Late nights and the hours before dawn, the time a normal person would have spent sleeping, went straight into brutal curse technique training. That schedule kept going for about 4 months, right up against the limit of what a human body should be able to handle. 4 months later, deep in Jujutsu High's underground workshop, the moment finally came. They were going to activate Panda's three-core array for the first time. Honestly, if Touma had only wanted to recreate the Panda from the previous simulation timeline, the blank slate version that woke up not knowing anything, he could have done it himself way faster than this. With Yaga helping, the physical construction should have gone even faster. The reason it hadn't was buried under a much more dangerous goal. Touma didn't want the early Panda. He wanted the one from the end. The Panda who had made it all the way through that long simulated war and reached the bitter finish line. Over those 4 months, Touma had worked in secret using memories carved somewhere deeper than bone. Combat instincts. Personality data. Emotional bonds Panda had built over an entire lifetime in that simulated war. All of it had been engraved into the main core Yaga created, using cursed energy markings so fine they were thinner than hair. Now the air in the workshop felt heavy enough to crack. Touma stood over the bench with both hands hovering above the belly of a fuzzy black and white panda plush about the size of a small puppy. He took a slow breath and looked across the table at Yaga. Yaga's palms were soaked. Behind the dark glasses, his eyes were locked on the cursed corpse sitting on the bench. Then he gave a single heavy nod. No hesitation. No backing out now. After that silent exchange, Touma closed his eyes and activated Limitless. He needed its absolute precision for the last connection. The final thread. There was no room for even the slightest error. Vast but tightly controlled cursed energy flowed from his fingertips and into Panda's body in a thin, steady stream. 1 second passed. Then another. Then came a quiet click, like the last gear in some impossible mechanism finally locking into place. The 3 hidden cores inside the plushie lit up with a soft glow. They settled into a perfect triangle. Energy moved through the system in a clean loop, each core observing the other 2, counterbalancing, supporting, sustaining. Endless internal circulation. It looked like a tiny heart starting to beat. Touma let out a long breath that felt hot in his own throat. Sweat stood out across his forehead. He pulled his hands back from Panda's belly and released Limitless, the mental strain crashing into him all at once. He'd done everything he could. The body was flawless. The cursed energy seals were precise. The smuggled memories were buried deep where nobody would notice. The rest depended on fate. Compared to the previous simulation with all its failures and collapses, this was almost absurdly smooth. 3 seconds after the internal cycle stabilized, the little panda on the workbench, which had been as still as any stuffed toy a moment ago, twitched. Its fuzzy body rose and fell in the faintest imitation of breathing. It looked a little dizzy at first. Its oversized round head wobbled twice. Then, in a weirdly human gesture, it lifted its stubby little paws and patted its own cheeks like it was trying to wake itself up. Slowly, uncertainly, it opened its eyes. They were bright. The first thing it saw was Touma's face close in front of it. Tired. Familiar. Its tiny mouth moved. Something flashed through those newborn eyes that shouldn't have been there at all. Recognition. Confusion. Something much older than a newborn should have had. In a voice so faint it was barely there, it whispered a single word. Touma? The sound was tiny. Too tiny. It got completely buried under what happened at the same instant. It worked. Yaga had been holding his breath for so long he probably forgot how to breathe normally. Now he stared at the creature on the workbench, moving on its own, making self-aware gestures with a level of awareness that shouldn't have existed yet. The realization hit him like a truck. It actually, on the first try, it worked? His voice cracked with disbelief and joy. His hands were shaking. His eyes behind the glasses were wet. He couldn't stop staring at his creation. But Touma heard every syllable Panda had spoken. His senses were far too sharp to miss it. It remembers. It brew. GHT the simulation's soul back with it. He reacted instantly. Before Yaga could notice anything strange, anything that might create a butterfly effect neither of them could control, Touma snatched the tiny panda off the bench and hugged it to his chest. As he turned his back to Yaga, one hand naturally covered Panda's mouth. He lowered his head. His voice came out barely above a whisper, soft and warm and carrying a kind of ache that had nowhere else to go. Long time no see, but not now. Stay quiet. Wrapped in that familiar warmth, Panda's confusion settled almost at once. With a cleverness no newborn should have had, it went still and said nothing else. It only looked up at Touma with those black and white eyes for one long moment, quiet and knowing. That was enough. Touma turned back around and gently placed the calm little panda into Mazumichi Yaga's outstretched hands. Yaga was still shaking from the sheer joy of it. A smile spread across Touma's face. This time it wasn't forced. It wasn't guarded either. It was simple relief all the way down. He looked at his teacher and said quietly, "Yes, Yaga-sensei. We did it." Chapter 128, The Difference in Recognition. The heavy workshop door swung shut behind Yaga. His footsteps, fast and light with excitement, faded down the corridor. He was probably already on his way to dig through more notes, maybe even hunt down some supplements for this miraculous little newborn. That left the huge underground workshop with only 2 occupants. Touma. And the tiny panda sitting obediently on the workbench. Now that no one else was around, the little act was over. The confusion in those black and white eyes disappeared, replaced by something far too deep for a creature that small. The panda lifted its fuzzy head, looked straight at Touma and finally spoke. "Touma, the memories that showed up in my head. What are they?" To be honest, Touma hadn't done anything as absurd as dragging the soul of the future panda, the one who had fought beside him through that long simulated war, intact into the present. What he'd really done was closer to using the core as a container to create a new existence. A different panda. One carrying fragments from a future that had never happened in this world. Even Touma wasn't omniscient. He had no way of knowing every single moment that future panda had lived from birth to adulthood. All he could pass on were the things he himself knew, combat instincts, emotional ties, bits of experience carved into the core through microscopic cursed energy engravings. The question was borderline philosophical, but Touma didn't dodge it. He pulled over a chair, sat so they were eye level, and answered plainly. Those memories don't belong to this world. Or this timeline. They only exist in my head, leftovers from another panda who lived through a much crueler future. He reached out and rubbed the top of the little panda's head, gentle and steady. So don't let them weigh on you. You're not him. You're you. A brand new life, born into this world for the first time. Those memories are just a gift. Extra experience, so you can survive in a dangerous place. The little panda folded its stubby arms over its chest, looking absurdly serious for something that small. Parallel worlds. Yeah, that was a lot for a consciousness that had been awake less than half an hour. What Panda had right now were fragments. Battle scenes. Emotional impressions. Random bits of knowledge Touma had engraved into the core. There was no continuous memory of growing up, no full childhood under Yaga's care, no neat chain of cause and effect. In a way, it was like a supercomputer loaded with a huge database but no proper operating system yet. The rest would have to be built the slow way, through living, learning, and filling in the gaps one day at a time. Still, there was one comforting part. After sorting through those broken memory fragments, Panda felt no resentment at all. No anger over being a replacement. No discomfort over being some kind of receiver for someone else's experiences. For a soul this new and this pure, it honestly didn't matter whether those memories had once been real or where they'd come from. What mattered was simpler than that. In those memories, the boy looking at it now and the broad-shouldered man who'd nearly cried from happiness had both poured everything they had into bringing it into the world. Something close to father's. The little panda gave a small nod, half understanding, half not, then slowly uncrossed its arms. Its clear eyes held nothing but trust. Touma smiled a little. Then his expression turned serious again and his voice dropped. Good. But the extra memories and the part where you and I fought together in some future, that stays secret. From Yaga-sensei. From everyone at Jujutsu High. There are complications I can't explain right now, and if this gets out it'll cause real trouble. He paused, then added, and to avoid suspicion, I'm not going to speed up your growth into an adult body with cursed energy catalysis anytime soon. For now you need to act like a real newborn cursed corpse and get used to being small. Got it. Panda nodded again. Then, like that tiny response had used up the last of its strength, its round body tipped backward and flopped onto the velvet-lined little bed Yaga had prepared. Limbs everywhere. The flood of memory data had gone in successfully, but Panda's mind was still brand new. Its brain was running flat out, trying to sort through fragments full of holes and contradictions. At that point, the newborn nervous system had nothing left to spare for something as basic as controlling its own body. Touma listened to the small, even snores for a second, then pulled a bland cat over the sleeping panda and slipped out of the workshop without making a sound. In the days after that, he handled Panda's existence very differently from how things had gone in the previous simulation. There was no long period of hiding, no years spent tucked away under Yaga's protection alone. This time, Touma stepped forward with a cover story that could survive scrutiny. Officially, Panda was introduced as an advanced puppet-type cursed corpse. Yaga had made the body, and Touma was remotely supplying power and operating it with his copied version of cursed spirit manipulation. It was a clean lie. More importantly, it hid Panda's forbidden status as a fully independent cursed corpse. Whenever outsiders or assistant managers were around, Panda played along perfectly. It went stiff, blank-eyed, and moved with all the rigid awkwardness of a real puppet. Nobody suspected a thing. Around the first years, though, it loosened up a lot. It would sprawl on the couch with a bag of chips, watch TV, and occasionally throw out a sarcastic comment. An obviously intelligent puppet like that wasn't something Satoru Gojo would miss. The six eyes only needed one glance to read the strange cursed energy circulation inside Panda's body. But to everyone's surprise, the disaster magnet himself didn't dig deeper. The first time he saw Panda talking, Gojo pushed down his round sunglasses, grinned like he'd just found something hilarious, and said, "Oh ho, so Yaga and Touma cooked up one hell of a toy." Then he immediately wandered off to drag Ghetto into a video game. That was it. No questions. No prying. From there, with those combat memories as a base, Panda's growth under Touma and Yaga's joint guidance was ridiculous. Progress that had taken ages in the simulation got compressed into a fraction of the time. It was fast enough to make no sense. And just as life at Jujutsu High seemed to be settling down, another development hit. One big enough to shake the entire Japanese jujutsu world. And big enough to give Touma a brutal headache. Satoru Gojo, the so-called divine child, had finally succeeded in combining blue and red. He had completely mastered the Gojo clan's abnormal hollow technique, purple. Which would have been bad enough on its own. Unfortunately, the one who had just unlocked that absurd power was first-year Gojo, arrogant, self-centered, and completely lacking in restraint. Not the somewhat more stable adult he'd one day become after being ground down by the star plasma vessel incident, Ghetto's defection, and every other piece of garbage life would dump on him later. The excitement of a guy who had just unlocked the strongest cheat code on the server and desperately wanted to test it on everything in sight. There really weren't words for it. For several straight weeks, Satoru Gojo was basically a toddler with a nuclear launch button. Forget special grade cursed spirits. If he saw so much as a grade 4 flyhead, one of those ugly little wisps clinging to phone poles and feeding on negative emotions, his fingers were already moving into position. Imaginary mass condensed at his fingertips, fully prepared to erase the curse, the pole, and probably the whole block along with it. That situation was so dangerous Touma had to rearrange his entire schedule. He became Gojo's designated safety catch, following him on every field mission. The assistant managers were hopeless in comparison. Against a sorcerer who could float through the air, teleport short distances with his technique, and casually threaten to level half a hillside, they couldn't supervise him. They couldn't even keep up. After each mission, all they could do was stand at the edge of some fresh crater purple had blasted into the earth, clutch their heads and cry while filling out damage reports. Only Touma had the mobility to stay on top of Gojo. Only Touma could intercept him, stop him, or physically drag him off before he deleted another innocent piece of public infrastructure. After an extended stretch of what was, in practical terms, babysitting, Touma sat alone on his dorm bed one night, rubbing at his temples, and finally realized something. He understood why that system mission had stalled. Why, even after he had taught Gojo and Ghetto advanced applications of their curse techniques without holding anything back, the task that required deep recognition still hadn't been marked complete. So that's what it was. He let out a low, bitter laugh in the dark. The answer was simple. Gojo and Ghetto really did acknowledge Touma's monstrous talent when it came to understanding cursed techniques, analyzing them, and pushing their applications further. But they did not see him as a true equal in direct combat. Not as someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them at the level of pure overwhelming force. That was completely different from Shoko Yeri and Mazumichi Yaga. For Shoko, Touma being able to replicate reverse cursed technique and use it skillfully to heal others was already enough. In her field, that made his value comparable to hers, maybe even above it. Yaga was similar. Touma's insane talent for constructing cursed corpses had not only solved years of frustration for the man, it had also made one thing obvious: this student would eventually reach, and probably surpass, his level in that area. And once Touma's copied techniques were added on top, his future combat value was guaranteed to exceed that of someone like Yaga, who specialized purely in cursed corpses. So Yaga's recognition had come easily. Completely. Gojo and Ghetto were another story. Those two were apex predators from birth. Natural monsters sitting right at the top of the food chain. Somewhere in the back of their minds they understood Touma's techniques were bizarre and powerful. But they also believed that strength was limited by hardware. Touma could never truly replace either of them. No matter how hard he trained, the ceiling imposed by his innate cursed energy reserves was still there. He would never fight the way Gojo could, abusing the Six Eyes' almost non-existent energy consumption to maintain that absurd, nearly perpetual combat style. And he would never do what Ghetto could either, endlessly building up raw cursed energy through consumption, until he could command a special-grade army and unleash something on the scale of the night parade of 100 demons. The more Touma thought about it, the more clearly he could picture the logic running through those two idiots' heads. They had probably already written off their sparring loss as a fluke. One bad stumble. A freak result. Deep down, beneath all that sky-high pride, neither of them truly believed that if they dropped every restraint, threw away every limit and fought to kill, Touma would stand a chance of beating them. Only by crushing them head-on with absolute force, right in the middle of the storm, would those beasts ever really lower their heads. Touma muttered the thought to himself, then shut his eyes and let it pass. The realization didn't disrupt any of his plans. At most, it meant the tempting mission reward, extra simulator runs, would be delayed for who knew how long. It wasn't ideal, but it was tolerable. Next year, the system would refresh automatically and grant him new simulation chances anyway. His real priority hadn't changed. Lie low. Keep gathering every hidden advantage he could. There was no way he was going to do something as stupid as publicly proving himself to those two, making a big show of his combat ability and attracting attention before the time was right. Especially not if that attention might reach the eyes of the thing lurking in the dark. Before long, the exchange event arrived. Chapter 129. Oh wow, you're so amazing bonus. In the previous simulation timeline, this was about the point where Gojo and Ghetto would casually brush the Kyoto students off. Arrogant, sure, but still in the range of normal prodigy behavior. A few cutting words, a one-sided snub, nothing more. This time was different. Touma had stepped in early. He'd taught them ahead of schedule, filled in theory they shouldn't have understood yet, and shoved both of them through a stretch of growth that should have taken years. The result was ugly in the most absurd way possible. Their strength had jumped so far that the exchange event barely felt real anymore. What used to be competitive disdain had turned into something worse. Back then they looked down on the opposition. Now they honestly couldn't bring themselves to care. On this bright, blazing morning, it wasn't just Gojo acting like the Kyoto side didn't matter. Even Ghetto, who usually bothered to keep up basic manners, had stopped pretending. And really, why would they bother? The gap between those two and an actual grade 1 sorcerer was already huge. Against a pack of students who hadn't even graduated yet, most of whom were still fumbling around with their own innate techniques, this wasn't a contest. It was a bad joke. So in the Tokyo waiting area, discipline had completely gone out the window. Gojo had his long legs crossed and most of his body draped over the wooden railing like bones were optional. His spine bent at an angle that looked medically irresponsible. White hair caught the sunlight. His round sunglasses had slipped halfway down his nose. When he opened his mouth, his voice came out as one long, syrupy complaint, full of theatrical suffering. Ah. Suguru, how much longer are those Kyoto small fry gonna waste our time before they crawl over here and witness my all-crushing miracle? He said it while chewing bubblegum, completely serious about how unserious he was being. A pink bubble swelled from his lips, held for a beat, then popped. Beside him, Ghetto stood with both hands tucked into his sleeves, smiling like a fox who'd somehow been put in charge of the henhouse. Pleasant on the outside. Absolutely not pleasant underneath. He tilted his head and answered in a tone that sounded patient and reasonable, which only made it meaner. Satoru, keep your voice down. No matter how feeble our opponents may be. He really leaned on the word feeble, wrapping the insult in silk and somehow making it hit harder than if he'd just said they were trash. You should still try to show a little enthusiasm. We're the hosts. Basic hospitality matters. More importantly, if you get impatient halfway through and throw out hollow purple without proper output control, well, if their fragile little bodies get caught in it, the paperwork afterward would be awful. That did not calm Gojo down. If anything, it made him worse. He shoved a hand through his white hair, clicked his tongue, and looked genuinely annoyed. TCH, what a pain. Why do I have to bother controlling it? Why not just open with one purple, send all of them straight to heaven, and save everyone the trouble of wasting our precious youth on this garbage? Go. Jo. Sa. Tu. Ru. Yaga finally exploded. His huge frame trembled. A vein throbbed at his temple. The look he threw at Gojo was vicious enough to strip paint off steel. He didn't need to say it out loud. The meaning was obvious. This exchange event is being held on our campus. If you blow up my school with that nonsense, I don't care if you're the heir of the Gojo clan. I will beat you to death myself. Gojo stuck his tongue out, glanced away like a cat ignoring a scolding, and that was apparently the end of the discussion. Looking over the whole Tokyo waiting area, the only two people behaving like anything close to normal human beings were Shoko Yeri and Touma. Both of them were off under the shade of a large tree. Shoko leaned against the trunk with the lazy ease of someone watching a rerun she'd already seen twice. A slim cigarette rested between her fingers. She blew out a thin ring of smoke, looked toward the far side of the venue where Kyoto's group had just arrived, and caught sight of Principal Gakaganji's face turning red-purple after overhearing Gojo and Ghetto's running commentary. Then she looked at Touma and smirked. Hey, Touma. You're really just going to stand here and watch? Not even a little interest in joining? Even if those two idiots up front don't cause trouble, you could take Panda out there and deal with Kyoto's students without breaking a sweat. The meaning behind that was obvious. Touma was the one who'd been secretly helping both of those monsters polish their techniques. Even if he didn't match their raw firepower, the flexibility and sheer trickiness of what he could do meant dealing with ordinary Kyoto students would be less of a fight and more of an adult stepping into a sandbox. While she spoke, Shoko casually reached over and rubbed the fuzzy little head of the miniature panda perched on Touma's shoulder, still disguised as a puppet. Touma almost never showed what he could really do in public. He'd gotten very good at being forgettable, just another mild, quiet student who disappeared completely in the blinding glare of Gojo and Ghetto. But inside the school, Shoko and Yaga both knew better. A boy who could help two once-in-a-generation freaks push past their bottlenecks, and who had worked with Yaga to create something like Panda, was not harmless. Touma took a slow drag from his cigarette and let the smoke out in a neat white line. His expression barely changed. I'll pass. No point. At this level, Satoru losing his mind on his own is already enough to finish everything. And honestly, look at Suguru. He doesn't seem very motivated either. His logic was painfully practical. If he actually walked into the arena, Gojo's show-off instincts would probably kick in on the spot. One burst of excitement later, Touma would be standing somewhere inside the blast radius of a purple. He had absolutely no intention of risking his life over something this stupid. Shoko let out a short laugh, ground the cigarette under her heel and shook her head. Touma, sometimes I really forget you're the same age as the rest of us. Listening to you weigh the pros and cons like that is like talking to some exhausted old man. Zero youthful spirit. He just gave a small shrug and didn't argue. After stubbing out his own cigarette in a portable ashtray, he straightened the black jacket of his Jujutsu High uniform and started walking toward the Kyoto delegation with his usual steady pace. At the head of that group, Principal Gakaganji stood gripping his cane so hard his knuckles had gone white. His chest rose and fell sharply. His eyes burned as he looked across at Tokyo's side. From his perspective, the situation was absurd. Over there, two students were openly discussing whether they should wipe out his entire team in one shot. Over here, two more were lounging in the shade, smoking, and watching the whole thing like some afternoon performance. For a traditionalist like him, the sheer lack of discipline was enough to give him a stroke. And yet he couldn't say a thing. Gojo and Ghetto weren't just badly behaved teenagers. They were rare monsters already being treated by the higher-ups as quasi-special grade assets. Gojo had the entire Gojo clan behind him. As for the other pair under the tree, Shoko and Touma were the Jujutsu world's only dual reverse curse technique healing team, basically national treasures at this point. The lineup was ridiculous. Blatantly unfair. Gakaganji had no leverage, no angle, nothing he could use. So all that anger had nowhere to go except inward. He stood there shaking with it, mustache quivering. Right when it looked like his blood pressure might finally finish the job, Touma arrived. He walked up to the Kyoto group with an easy smile, stopped 2 steps away from Gakaganji and gave a polite bow. His tone was so courteous, so carefully respectful, that even the pickiest old man in the world would have had trouble finding fault with it. Principal Gakaganji, everyone from Kyoto Jujutsu High, thank you for making the trip. It must have been tiring. Those two behind me have always been like that, no filter at all, and I sincerely apologize on their behalf for what they said. The sun is pretty harsh today. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to lead everyone to the shaded rest area we've prepared. There was a reason people said you couldn't punch a smiling face. Dropped into this nest of Tokyo weirdos, the sudden appearance of someone who was actually polite caught the Kyoto side off guard. Gojo's earlier mouth hadn't exactly improved their opinion of anybody wearing a Tokyo uniform, but Touma's manners were real. Compared to the others who looked like they had "We're above you" tattooed across their foreheads, that was enough to ease the tension a little. Gakaganji let out a cold snort. His expression softened by maybe 1%. That counted as acceptance. None of them had any idea what was hiding behind Touma's spring breeze smile. He wasn't being helpful out of kindness. This was just the only clean chance he'd get to stand close to every core member of Kyoto's delegation. And behind those warm, attentive eyes, Phantom Night Parade was already running at full speed. As his gaze passed over the Kyoto group, Touma's mind started tearing through their cursed energy flows and innate techniques with frightening speed. He had done this kind of reconnaissance in the old simulation timeline too, but the situation now was different. Kyoto Jujutsu High had always been closely tied to the Kumo clan and the conservative faction among the Jujutsu higher-ups. Even the man standing in front of him, Principal Gakaganji, was one of the conservative central pillars. And, in the network of suspicion Touma had spent months piecing together, the Kumo clan and the conservative camp were still the most likely places for that stitched forehead sorcerer to be hiding. Every meeting mattered. Every encounter was a chance to check whether someone had already been hollowed out and taken over. Information poured through his head as the probing cursed energy moved in total silence. Solo Forbidden Area, a single-flow cursed energy pattern, barrier-type derivative. Blackbird Manipulation, a traditional animal control technique. Sound Amplifier, cursed energy amplification through a musical instrument, confirmed to be Gakaganji's own technique, no abnormalities. Body Manipulation, crude but effective, complete physical control through cursed energy. One after another, the details were parsed and sorted. As Touma turned to guide them forward, something sharp flashed deep in his eyes. Every technique he'd read was cross-checked against the records in his memory at insane speed. The final result was simple. Nothing. No one here had multiple innate techniques stuffed into a single body. No cursed energy signature matched the technique in his memories. Every soul fit its vessel cleanly. No stitching. No occupation. For Touma, that was not reassuring in the slightest. If the answer wasn't here, it just meant the thing hiding in the dark was buried even deeper than he'd hoped. More patient. More careful. Like a blade hanging over his neck, held up by a thread he still couldn't see. Which meant one thing. He could not afford to relax. Not even a little. As for the actual match after the opening ceremony, there was honestly nothing worth discussing in terms of strategy or suspense. The supposed highlight of the exchange event got completely overshadowed by what happened afterward, Yaga chasing Gojo across 3 hilltops and beating the life out of him. The starting whistle had barely finished echoing when Gojo acted. While Kyoto's students were still creeping through the forest, setting up formations and searching for targets, Gojo had already floated to the dead center of the arena. Both hands were in his pockets. He hung there in the air by the force of his own technique with all the subtlety of a god dropping in to issue judgment. With his sunglasses off, those pale blue eyes swept over the grounds like radar. In a few seconds he'd found the grade 2 cursed spirit the match was built around. He gave Kyoto absolutely nothing. No time to organize. No time to react. Not even the dignity of struggling first. One fingertip touched the air. Red and blue cursed energy fused. Then a violet meteor dropped from the sky. Hollow technique, purple screamed downward from above. Boom! The whole campus shook. The ground lurched. That poor grade 2 spirit didn't even get time to make a sound before it vanished, along with the surrounding trees, rocks, and several meters of earth around the impact site. Everything in the area was scrubbed clean out of existence. What remained was a massive crater, perfectly hemispherical, so deep the bottom disappeared into shadow. The match was over in less than a minute. Ghetto, who had clearly expected exactly this from the beginning, never even bothered entering the barrier. He spent the whole time leaning against a tree outside the arena, looking bored out of his mind. When Gojo, still floating in midair after the instant kill, turned and gave him that unmistakable, "I'm the greatest person alive" look, Ghetto lazily raised both hands and clapped twice. There was no rhythm in it. No effort either. With half-lidded eyes and the driest tone imaginable, he offered his praise like he was reading from a script. "Oh wow, you're so amazing, truly terrifying." Chapter 130, Wanting What You Can't Have. The violet meteor faded out, and the arena went dead silent. For a few seconds, nobody moved. The air stank of scorched cursed energy and cooked earth. Dust still drifted over the place where solid ground had existed a moment ago. Gojo's ridiculous speedrun had taken a carefully planned exchange event, the kind meant to show off teamwork, tactics, and individual skill between the sister schools, and turned it into a joke with a smoking crater for a punchline. At the edge of the field, the Kyoto students stood frozen. They stared at the bottomless hole like their brains had simply refused the report their eyes were trying to send in. How are we supposed to fight that? With what exactly? The same ugly realization hit all of them at once. 4 years of high school left. 4 annual exchange events. 4 more chances to be publicly flattened by that white-haired disaster. Something inside the Kyoto side quietly snapped. Whatever expectations they had ever held for the Tokyo-Kyoto exchange event died right there. A silent agreement passed through the group without anyone needing to say a word. From now on, this trip was a government-funded field trip. Show up, sign the attendance sheet, survive the opening ceremony if necessary, then spend the rest of the weekend shopping in Harajuku or wandering Shibuya. A few of them were already checking bullet train times back to Kyoto. Not far away, the man responsible for this one-sided massacre was being pinned to the ground by Yaga, who had him by the collar and was grinding him into the dirt like a badly trained puppy. "You absolute bastard. I told you to hold back. I didn't tell you to shave off the whole hilltop." Yaga's roar carried across campus. After beating Gojo hard enough to vent the first wave of rage, Yaga fumbled for his phone and started calling the Windows assistant manager to clean up the catastrophic mess. A second later, he switched faces so fast it was almost impressive, plastering on a strained smile as he jogged over to calm Gakuganji, who looked about half a minute away from a heart attack. The two principals were old acquaintances. The exchange event was supposed to encourage mutual understanding between the students. Gojo had somehow turned it into a unilateral nuclear deterrence demonstration. Yaga's headache was coming from every direction. While everyone else got swallowed by the chaos, Touma slipped away from the crowd without making a sound. He walked toward a rise near the outer edge of the arena, where a woman with long silver hair stood alone under a tree, looking at the enormous crater Gojo had left behind. "Hello, Ms. May." Touma stopped 2 steps away, his tone light and warm. May turned her head slowly. Her sharp eyes swept over the dark-haired boy in front of her, polite, calm, harmless on the surface. She looked like she was comparing him to a file in her head. When she spoke, her voice had that familiar lilting rhythm. "Oh? And you are?" Touma did not answer right away. He simply raised his right arm. The response was immediate. A jet-black crow that had been sitting quietly in the tree, acting as May's visual sharing terminal, dropped from its branch without warning and landed neatly on Touma's forearm. It did not stop there. The crow turned its dark head toward the miniature panda sitting on Touma's shoulder. Panda had been doing a very respectable job pretending to be a dead little puppet, but the bird seemed fascinated by its shiny eyes. A second later, its beak stabbed forward in a vicious peck. Panda's head snapped aside. Clean dodge. Apparently, playing dead had limits. Physical attacks had touched something deeper in its core, and whatever combat instincts were built into it fired on reflex. The crow was not discouraged. It spread its wings for balance and started hammering Panda's head with a rapid string of drilling pecks. Panda accepted the challenge immediately. Its stubby paws blurred. Thwop. 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 Each peck was slapped away with surprising precision. Bird versus bear, all taking place on Touma's arm and shoulder. It was stupid, ridiculous, and just lethal enough that laughing at it felt slightly unsafe. Only after letting the little scene play out did Touma look back at May and smile. "I'm a first year at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Touma Hayase." He did not need to say much more. The instant her crow slipped out of her control, May had already narrowed the possibilities down to one. Tokyo's list of notable innate techniques was not long. Remove the boy who had just detonated the hilltop. Remove Ghetto, who could not even be bothered to participate. The remaining candidate was obviously not Shoko Yeri. That left the mysterious transfer student rumored to copy and reproduce other people's techniques. But guessing was one thing. Seeing it happen in front of her was another. Hijacking someone's familiar without warning, then using their innate technique smoothly enough to make it look casual, carried a lot more weight than any self-introduction. May lifted one elegant eyebrow, drawing out her words with practiced surprise. My, how unexpected. So after such a brief meeting, without even exchanging more than a few words, you can already use my black bird manipulation properly. Touma's smile stayed modest. More or less. Sorry for the rudeness. As soon as he finished speaking, he cut the cursed energy link to the crow and released it completely. May felt the visual feed snap back into place. Without any ceremony, she gave a silent order. The crow abandoned its feud with Panda at once and flew back to its perch, where it stared down at Touma without blinking. That casual little demonstration pushed May's estimate of him sharply upward. Because on a certain level, this ability was terrifying. She could not figure out how he had done it. Their closest physical distance before this moment had been right now, face to face. When he escorted the Kyoto delegation earlier, she had only watched from afar. No touch. No clash of cursed energy. Even if she included the few times they might have crossed paths before, it still amounted to nothing more than a passing glance from across a room. And from that alone, with no strict activation conditions, no strand of hair consumed, no explanation forced out of the target, he could analyze and replicate her innate technique? As an independent sorcerer who treated information and money as her lifelines, May understood the value of that immediately. This was not something Gojo's invincible destructive power could replace. It was not something Ghetto's vast collection of cursed spirits could imitate. Even Yukitsukumo, the other special-grade jujutsu sorcerer wandering around overseas, did not offer anything quite like this. This was unique. Information value, strategic value, combat value, all in one body. Silently reading an opponent's entire hand before the fight even began, then turning those cards against them, went beyond ordinary combat. A strong intuition settled in May's mind. This dark-haired boy, hidden perfectly in the blinding shadow cast by two special-grade monsters, was much more than the backline healer who can replicate reverse curse technique, the rumors described. He was a predator waiting in the dark. The last bit of casual dismissal left her posture. Mei tilted her head, and the expression on her face shifted into something more like a merchant considering a valuable client. So, Mr. Hayes, I assume you didn't come all the way over here just to show off that you can copy my technique. IME is valuable. Touma did not bother explaining with words first. He reached into his uniform pocket, calm as ever, took out what looked like an ordinary bank passbook and handed it to her. Something sharp flashed in Mei's eyes. She accepted it with one manicured hand and flipped to the first page. Her gaze ran across the long string of digits printed beside the balance. The corners of her eyes lifted. The cool, guarded edge around her melted at once, replaced by the warm and welcoming attitude she reserved for paying clients. She closed the passbook, held it lightly between two fingers and gave it a small wave. Her voice brightened by several degrees. A very pleasing number. So, esteemed customer, what would you like from me? Touma did not dance around the point. I want to learn new shadow style. For once, real surprise slipped through Mei's composure. From her ruthlessly practical point of view, someone like Touma had no obvious reason to spend time learning new shadow style. He could copy powerful innate techniques. Why grind through an old-school discipline like that? The usual logic was simple. Sorcerers born without an innate technique, or those with mediocre talent, learned new shadow style because they needed a fallback. Even among sorcerers who did have techniques, most learned it for one specific reason. Simple domain, the emergency rope you grabbed when an enemy opened a proper domain. But Touma, with his all-purpose replication ability, should not have any obvious gap in firepower or defense. He had not even bothered taking a grade 1 evaluation. The amount in the passbook had already settled the job the moment Mei saw it, but curiosity still got its hooks into her. She had to ask. That's a strange request. Mind sharing why? Touma met her gaze directly. His voice was calm, but there was no playfulness in it this time. Curiosity. You saw it yourself, Ms. Mei. My innate technique, Phantom Night Parade, can replicate any other innate technique without restriction. But during an earlier experiment, I found a blind spot. My technique can't touch abilities that aren't inscribed on the body from birth. Things like new shadow style, which exist purely because someone studied, refined, and passed them down. He paused. Something fierce flickered in his dark eyes. Almost obsessive. So I'm curious. Desperately curious. I want to understand what that kind of thing looks like from the inside. Creations of human effort that exist outside my technique's reach. But new shadow style has strict lineage restrictions and contractual bindings. Trying to negotiate access by myself would be a nightmare. So I'd rather entrust it to you, Ms. Mei. As long as the price is right, you can handle any commission flawlessly. Mei studied his open, earnest face and turned his explanation over in her mind. At first glance, it sounded absurd. But the logic held. This was not practical necessity. It was hunger. His technique could not copy it. He could not obtain it easily. That gap had made him want it even more. Twisted logic. Coming from Mei, that was close to praise. Jujutsu sorcerers were not normal people. Every one of them carried some warped obsession, some irrational thing that kept pushing them forward. In her eyes, Touma's fixation on things that can't be copied was not all that different from her own near-pathological love of watching the numbers in her account climb. Same creature, different flavor. Possessiveness and curiosity pushed too far. Once that clicked, the rest of her doubt vanished. Mei tucked the passbook into an inner pocket close to her body, then turned back to Touma with a smile full of professional charm and contractual certainty. Deal. Your reasoning is compelling and your sincerity has been received loud and clear. Consider this small matter handled. With money lighting the fuse, Mei's mind shifted into high gear. Within moments, she had already laid out an elegant solution for Touma. A perfect way to bypass new shadow style's lineage restrictions entirely. Chapter 131 Satoru Gojo's Devastating Regret, Bonus. Things went almost exactly the way Touma expected. Almost. The only difference was small enough to be funny. He had figured Mei would handle the matter herself. She was practical, greedy in the cleanest possible way, and she knew how to squeeze value out of every job. In Touma's head, she would spar with him directly and use that as a loophole around new shadow style's annoying secrecy rules. Technically, she would not be teaching him. She would just be fighting him. Very different. Very legal. Very Mei. What Touma had failed to account for was that Mei's capitalist instincts were even sharper than that. She took Touma's payment, sliced off a very comfortable brokerage fee for herself, and used the rest to hire a still young Atsuya Kizakabe as his dedicated sparring partner. Honestly, the logic was flawless. Touma had paid her to let him experience new shadow style. Mei had not taught him a single secret. She had merely introduced him to someone who happened to fight with new shadow style. Kizakabe, as a hired sparring partner, had every right to use his techniques while attacking and defending. If Touma got hit enough times and somehow observed his way into learning something, well, that was Touma's business. No rule broken. No penalty triggered. And Mei still got paid. The funniest part was that even Mei, sharp as she was, had no idea that her clever little arrangement fit right into a much larger plan. Touma had lied to her about Phantom Night Parade. His innate technique could replicate new shadow style. Directly. New shadow style was not beyond him. In the simulation timeline, he had already spent years fighting beside Kizakabe. He had seen the style, studied it, and copied it. The difference was in the mechanics. Innate techniques like Limitless or 10 Shadows were carved into a sorcerer from birth. Their cursed energy carried that information naturally, like a fingerprint. As long as Touma analyzed the residual traces, he could pull the data out. New shadow style was different. It was a learned technique, not something born in the body. Its full structure only appeared when the user actively performed it, when cursed energy flowed through the exact circuits needed for the form. Touma could copy it. He just did not want to waste a Phantom Night Parade slot on it. Those slots were limited. Every one of them was a strategic asset, not something he could casually spend because he felt like practicing sword draws. New shadow style was useful, especially as a countermeasure against domain expansion, but that was all it was. A countermeasure. It would not be enough to beat the stitched man who would one day steal Ghetto's body and walk around with a nightmare cabinet of cursed spirits and stolen techniques. New shadow style could be part of the answer. It could not be the whole answer. There was also another issue, one Touma cared about just as much. Plausibility. The surface-level rules of Phantom Night Parade had been public for a long time. Analyze first, replicate second. Everyone knew that much. Which meant Touma could not just walk around using techniques he had no business knowing in this timeline. If he displayed something too early or too cleanly, people would start asking questions. Some obscure curse user's technique from the simulation? Easy enough to cover. I picked it up from a wild curse spirit on a mission. Vague, annoying, hard to disprove. Even Gojo's 6 eyes could not call him a liar if Gojo had never seen the original user. But new shadow style was not obscure. It was known. Too many people in the jujutsu world had seen it before. If Touma suddenly started practicing flawless sword draws in the workshop with no teacher, no sparring partner, and no record of exposure, it would look bad. Very bad. The kind of bad that made adults stop smiling. He needed a legal origin point. A name on paper. A training partner. Once he had that, he could train openly on the practice grounds. After that, he could quietly stack his absurd passive skills, try hard included, and shove his proficiency to the ceiling before anyone had time to question the pace. Also, this was reality. Not the simulator. No resets. No retries. No convenient restart after wasting a month. If money could save him time, he would spend it. Simple as that. Mei, to her credit, worked fast. One day. That was all it took for Kizakabe to be standing outside the gates of Tokyo Jujutsu High the next morning. When Touma walked out to the old Torii gate and saw him for the first time in this timeline, his steps slowed for half a beat. Kizakabe was younger. His face had not settled into that tired adult roughness yet, and his hair was still thicker. But the rest of him was exactly the same. Especially the posture. Hands buried in the pockets of his trench coat. Shoulders hanging like the world had personally offended him. The whole man gave off the same energy as always. God, this is a pain. Can I clock out yet? Perfect match. Kizakabe noticed the dark-haired kid staring at him like he had just seen a ghost and frowned. He rubbed at his stubbly chin. Did I forget to shave? Is that why this brat keeps looking at me? The silence stretched a little too long. Kizakabe's discomfort climbed right along with it. He cleared his throat. So, you're the weird kid Ms. Mei mentioned? The rich one who's apparently paying to get beaten up by new shadow style? Touma pulled himself back together. A mild smile settled on his face. That's me. I'll be in your care for the foreseeable future, Mr. Itsuya Kizakabe. Please follow me. The fact that Touma used his full name did not bother Kizakabe. He assumed Mei had handed over his whole background before closing the deal. Which was fair. She absolutely seemed like the type. Kizakabe, a man who avoided trouble the way normal people avoided fires, was never going to land on the real explanation. So he yawned, followed Touma inside, and the two of them headed toward the open-air training grounds. Unfortunately, they did not make it there cleanly. On the way through the corridor, they ran straight into Yaga, Gojo, and Ghetto. The three of them had been talking about something, but all conversation died the moment they saw Touma walking with an unfamiliar man in a trench coat. Touma gave them the short version. He had paid Mei. Mei had hired Kizakabe. Kizakabe was here as a new shadow-style sparring partner. The hallway turned weird. Gojo pushed his round sunglasses halfway down his nose. His blue eyes widened. His jaw dropped. His whole face twisted into one giant, wordless question. Since when does Touma Hayase need someone to teach him anything? Ghetto and Yaga handled it better. Ghetto tucked his hands into his sleeves. Surprise flickered through his eyes, but only for a second. As someone whose life goal basically involved eating and cataloging thousands of unique cursed spirits, he understood Touma's motivation almost immediately. He understood it on a spiritual level, actually. I don't need this right now, but it's rare, so into the collection it goes. A small smile crossed Ghetto's face. One obsessive collector recognizing another. Yaga, meanwhile, felt the deep crease eye. And his brow relax for what might have been the first time in weeks. Touma choosing to spend his energy learning a defensive skill was fine. More than fine. It was much better than the boy locking himself in that dim workshop day after day, trying to carry a burden no teenager should have been forced to touch. Yaga had watched Touma long enough to understand it. The boy was living under what Yaga could only call the curse of saving everything. And no, forcing a kid to rescue the world, erase every regret, and somehow stay emotionally healthy at the same time did not sound like a path to happiness. So this was good. A new focus. A safer one. Yaga would take that win. While Ghetto and Yaga were quietly processing the situation in their own ways. Ha? Gojo's mouth fell open so wide it looked fake. He stabbed one long finger at Kizakabe, who looked more confused by the second, then whipped it back toward Touma. His face twisted with pure suffering. Not normal suffering either. This was deep, personal, melodramatic suffering. The face of a man who had just realized he threw away a winning lottery ticket. Touma stared at him. Kizakabe stared too. Neither of them had the slightest idea what was happening inside the head of this white-haired disaster, though Kizakabe had at least heard the rumors. Everyone had heard the rumors. Ever since Gojo mastered Hollow Technique, Purple, his reputation had taken a sharp turn into public menace territory. He had been firing that thing often enough that everyone at Tokyo Jujutsu High, assistant managers included, now lived with a quiet background terror. The only saving grace was that Gojo himself had started getting bored. After all, nobody could take the hit. Once people saw Purple's power, the reactions stopped being fun. Every victim gave him the same dead-eyed stare afterward, the look of someone who had accepted that life was suffering and Gojo Satoru was its delivery method. That got old, apparently. But Gojo's current shock had nothing to do with new shadow style itself. It was Touma. Touma had voluntarily lowered his head and asked someone else for instruction. For new shadow style of all things. The Gojo clan elders had made Satoru study it once when he was younger. Back then, Gojo had been soaked head to toe in the absolute confidence of Limitless. To him, new shadow style was a survival tool for weaklings, the sort of thing someone needed only if they planned on getting hit. He had gone through the motions. Half-learned the forms. Barely bothered with simple domain. Then he quit. And now the full weight of his mistake hit him like a truck. He could have been Touma's teacher. He could have stood above him with perfect legitimacy. He could have made Touma bow his head, use polite language, and call him Master Gojo. The ultimate power move. Gone. Wasted. Thrown away because younger Satoru had decided homework was beneath him. Grief washed over Gojo's perfect face. It was so dramatic, so completely overblown, that he looked like a man mourning 100 million yen. Ghetto noticed first. His narrow eyes filled with open disgust. What the hell is wrong with you now? Yaga inhaled sharply. Years of cleaning up after Gojo's nonsense had trained his instincts too well. Every alarm in his body went off at once. Somewhere behind those round sunglasses, a bad idea was forming. Yaga tensed, ready to stop the problem before it became a problem. Too late. Gojo converted heartbreak into action in less than a second. His new resolution was clear and stupid and completely unshakable. He would not let some random guy Mei dug up steal his rightful chance to one-up Touma by acting like a teacher. Gojo moved. One moment he was with the group. The next he was right in front of Touma, close enough to be a personal space violation. He spun around and clamped both hands onto Touma's shoulders with a loud clap. Hard. Too hard. Touma's shoulders immediately started complaining. Gojo leaned in until his sunglasses were almost touching Touma's forehead. His face was grave. Dead serious. The kind of expression a person used when announcing the end of the world. Touma, if you're willing to learn something as dusty as that, then you'd be interested in other techniques too, right? Touma stared at him. His shoulders were going numb. His brain, meanwhile, was still trying to catch up with whatever insane road Gojo's thoughts had taken to reach this point. He blinked once. Under Gojo's stare, Touma finally managed an answer. Probably yes? Chapter 132, Much obliged. The second Touma gave that halting, half-yes answer, all the pain on Gojo's face disappeared. What replaced it was worse. Excitement. Raw, hungry, and way too Gojo. He did not explain. He did not even pretend to. One smooth turn and he was gone, white hair and long limbs blurring down the corridor with a sharp rush of air before anyone had time to blink. The gust he left behind slapped across the group. Oi! Satoru! What the hell is wrong with you now? Where do you think you're going? Yaga's roar cracked down the hall, a vein jumping at his temple as he shouted after the silhouette already vanishing around the corner. Gojo's voice came back from somewhere far ahead, loud as ever and completely shameless. I need to stop by the Gojo clan main house first. Gotta dig up some good stuff. Yaga breathed out. Exhausted in the way only a teacher of problem children could be. He pinched the bridge of his nose. He had no idea what fresh brand of nonsense had grabbed his student this time. The only comfort was that Gojo seemed to be aiming all that destructive energy at the Gojo clan estate. For now at least, Tokyo Jujutsu High was not the target. Small mercy. Very small. Still, he'd take it. Once Yaga confirmed Touma's plan was just live sparring with Kizakabe, he stopped objecting. He waved them through without much thought. As their homeroom teacher, Yaga had not dealt with the lone grade 1 sorcerer all that often, but Kizakabe's reputation was pretty clear. He hated trouble with his whole soul, but when things mattered he got the job done. Add in the paid contract Mei had arranged between them, and Yaga had no reason to worry. Certainly not compared to letting Gojo spar with Touma. That option sat somewhere between property damage and international incident in Yaga's head. A few minutes later, 2 people and 1 tiny bear arrived at one of the school's outdoor training grounds. The field spread wide under an empty sky. Plenty of space. Plenty of room for someone to break something. Kizakabe stood with both hands shoved into his trench coat pockets, wearing the face of a man who had been dragged to work on his day off. Then he watched Touma draw a single weapon from his waist. A short blade. Old-fashioned. Plain but not cheap. Kizakabe's already unenthusiastic expression tightened. His brow dipped. He cleared his throat, and when he spoke his voice had lost most of its laziness. It turned clipped and businesslike. Listen, kid. I'll set this straight now. Ms. Mei hired me to fight seriously and use everything new Shadow Style has. No holding back. So don't expect me to stop in the middle and teach you the basics like one of your teachers. He paused, eyes running over Touma's calm face. And don't expect me to go easy. Another beat. I heard you're the weird one who can use reverse cursed technique. So if I cut you and you start bleeding, fix yourself with that. Don't complain afterward that I was too rough. The words came out cold. Pure work mode. No warmth at all. His actual thoughts were a lot less harsh. At the end of the day, this kid is what, a first year? He joined a few months ago? From what people are saying, he only awakened his technique right before enrollment too. So he's been a sorcerer for, what, a few months total? Kizakabe sighed inside. No idea why some rookie who hasn't even been graded yet is paying good money to get smacked around in live combat. But I'm an adult. His senior, technically. I'll ease up when I need to. At least make sure I don't actually cut off an arm or something. TCH. What a pain. This is just babysitting with swords. Touma did not flinch at the warning, even though it sounded strict on the surface and was secretly much softer underneath. He lifted the miniature panda off his shoulder with both hands and set the cursed corpse on a bench at the edge of the field. Carefully, even. Then he turned back. He breathed in, slow and steady. His right hand closed around Asakarimaru's grip. His knees bent, his weight dropped, and in one smooth motion he settled into a stance so clean it looked copied out of a textbook. Except the pressure coming off him was not textbook at all. Those dark eyes fixed on Kizakabe. Touma's face was serious, his tone sincere. Don't worry about that, Mr. Kizakabe. None of those concerns apply. If anything, if you happen to get injured during the spar, I'll take responsibility and heal you with reverse curse technique. Huh? Heal me? Kizakabe's mouth twitched. Rationally, he understood the boy was probably just being polite. Some earnest, respectful to your elders kind of thing. Emotionally, though? Being told, don't worry, I'll heal you if I hurt you, by a kid who had been a sorcerer for 5 minutes felt strange. Not quite insulting. Not quite funny. More like it had lodged sideways in his chest and refused to move. To hide the awkwardness, Kizakabe looked past Touma toward the bench. The tiny panda had already given up sitting properly. It had flopped onto its side with no dignity whatsoever, one stubby paw propping up its fuzzy head like a bored spectator at a cheap theater. Kizakabe pointed at it. Hey. If controlling that cursed corpse is part of your fighting style, send it in. Forget one-on-one rules. Use whatever you've got. I don't care. Wait. I have to fight too? Panda, who had been fully ready to enjoy the show, froze. Its round little body went stiff. It turned to Touma, raised the paw that was not supporting its head, and pointed at its own nose. The black rings around its eyes somehow made the expression even clearer. Me? Seriously? Touma glanced over and smiled faintly. You're fine. Stay there and watch. This is only a simple spar between Mr. Kizakabe and me. It's nowhere near the level where I'd need to bring you in. Nowhere near that level? Kizakabe turned the words over in his head, frowning harder. Is he looking down on me? Does he think he doesn't even need to go all out? Or is he actually just trying to keep things casual? He decided he did not care enough to untangle it. He had been hired. He had given the warning. Whatever lesson came next, the kid had paid for it himself. Who? Kizakabe breathed out. The laziness drained from his eyes all at once, leaving something cold and sharp behind. His left thumb pressed against the tsuba, easing the katana a fraction out of its sheath. His right hand settled on the hilt. Ence refined cursed energy began moving through his body, the kind that only came from years of grade 1 combat experience. One last warning. All right then. Here I come. The last syllable was still in the air when Touma moved. Boom. The ground under Touma's feet burst apart. He launched forward like something let off a chain, no feints, no testing, no careful approach. Just straight at Kizakabe, Asakarimaru cutting a tight corridor through the air as he charged full speed. Something flickered in Kizakabe's eyes. Disappointment. Too eager. He shook his head inwardly. He did not know how much Touma had learned about new shadow style beforehand. Maybe a little. Maybe nothing. But even against an unknown opponent on a wide-open field with a short blade against a full katana, this was not the answer. You circled. You tested. You looked for the opening. You did not sprint straight into range like an idiot. Might actually clock out early today. Kizakabe spread his feet and nailed. Cursed energy flooded paths he had drilled into his body 10,000 times. New shadow style, simple domain, Batto. The stance settled and an invisible domain snapped into place. A perfect sphere centered on him, 2 meters in every direction. Touma felt the shift immediately through his cursed energy perception. Inside that simple domain, Kizakabe's output had climbed to a genuinely nasty level. The moment Touma's leading foot crossed the 2-meter line, the kill zone. Kizakabe's hand moved. Fast. Too fast for normal eyes to follow. It was the strike he had used to end fights before they started, body and cursed energy working at their limit. A draw cut that could shear through steel. His little thought about clocking out early turned into silver light. The katana screamed out of its sheath, a pale arc aimed straight for Touma's chest. In Kizakabe's muscle memory, the next moment was already decided. Blade biting into flesh. Heavy resistance. Pull back at the last instant, keep the wound serious but not fatal. Instead. Clang. No flesh split. A metallic crash exploded across the field, loud enough to sting the ears. White-hot sparks scattered into the air. Two cursed energy-laced weapons had met at point-blank range, both carrying real force. Kizakabe's half-lidded eyes flew open. His whole body locked for half a beat. He had held back at the very last instant to avoid killing the boy. Sure. He would admit that much. But even with that, it had still been a real grade 1 killing stroke at normal combat output. And it got blocked? Worse than that was how it got blocked. Touma had not thrown Asakarimaru up in a panicked guard. The short blade sat at a clean, precise angle, catching the katana at the weakest point in its arc. Too clean. Too calm. The message came straight through Kizakabe's hands. From the first step of that reckless-looking charge, Touma had already read the speed, angle, and path of the draw. Reality did not give him time to be shocked. Within a tenth of a second, the muscles in Touma's right arm swelled under his uniform. Veins rose like cords. At that crushing range, he wrenched upward. Clang. Kizakabe's longer katana was forced 3 inches higher, its leverage stolen cleanly away. In the same breath, Touma slammed a foot down and cracked the paving stone under him. He rode the recoil and accelerated again. 1 heartbeat later, he had punched through the katana's defensive arc and appeared directly in front of Kizakabe. Close enough to feel his breath. Each movement flowed into the next, and together they broke Kizakabe's rhythm completely. New Shadow Style's simple domain had an automatic counterattack built in. Anything entering the domain triggered an instant response. That was the point. But Touma's impossible parry had not just blocked the strike. It had interrupted the whole sequence and ripped Kizakabe's stance open. At this distance, a full-length katana was a problem. There was no room to draw back for a proper follow-up. Grade 1 instincts took over. Kizakabe gave up on the slash without hesitation, flipped his wrist, and drove the reinforced pommel of the katana toward Touma's temple. A rough counter, just enough to force space. That was also already in Touma's calculations. Without even looking at it, Touma raised his left hand. His palm, wrapped in dense cursed energy, caught the pommel with a clean smack and stopped it dead. At the same time, Asakarimaru had already moved. The blade stopped against Kizakabe's neck, right over the carotid artery. Not touching enough to cut. Close enough that it did not need to. One tiny push and the grade 1 sorcerer would be dead. A breeze moved through the training ground, lifting a few fallen leaves from the cracked stone. For a second, nothing moved. Touma did not press the blade in. He stood perfectly still, Asakarimaru steady in his hand, his expression unchanged. Calm. Almost mild. As if that exchange, where life and death had been separated by less than a coin's width, had been a warm-up. Then he withdrew his cursed energy. With a clean twist of his wrist, Asakarimaru slid back into its sheath. The whole thing had lasted only a few seconds. Touma stepped back half a pace, bowed slightly, and spoke in a tone so polite there was no good way to get angry at it. Much obliged, Mr. Kizakabe. Then he turned and walked toward the bench, where the miniature panda was clapping its stubby paws with real enthusiasm. Kizakabe stayed where he was. For a while he just watched Touma's back. Then his gaze dropped to the ground 2 meters away, where Touma had launched that final burst of speed. Cracks spread through the granite paving like a broken windshield. His hand moved on its own. His fingers touched the side of his neck, right where the blade had hovered. The cold was gone, but his skin remembered it. He replayed the fight in his head. That one blinding instant where every move he'd made had been read, countered, and shoved into a corner with nowhere to go. A fat bead of cold sweat broke from his hairline. It slid down his cheek and fell. Kizakabe swallowed. Inside his skull, something was screaming. Hold on. This isn't how this was supposed to go, right? What happened to the rookie? I'm a battle-hardened grade 1 sorcerer and I just got one shot? Inside New Shadow Style's domain? By a first year with a short sword. Chapter 133, What kind of monsters has Masamichi Yaga been raising? Bonus. Dust rolled across the training ground in lazy sheets. Kizakabe stood there, frozen stiff, replaying that absurdly fast exchange over and over in his head. The more he thought about it, the harder his heart slammed against his ribs. Wait. Did I pull the strike because he was a kid? Did I back off without even noticing? No. Stupid thought. He killed it before it could grow legs. Nobody understood his own sword better than Kizakabe did. He had avoided the vitals, sure. This was sparring, not an execution. But the speed, the power, the snap behind that swing? That had been well above the grade 1 line. It had been a real strike. Which made the other possibility even more ridiculous. Touma's counters, that smooth chain of moves that looked almost like he had known what was coming, had that really been luck? Some blind cat tripping over a dead mouse? Hold on. Kizakabe's breath caught. Was that his curse technique? A chill ran straight down his spine. Right. May had mentioned it before. The transfer student had some weird ability that let him copy other people's techniques. Kizakabe had been so focused on the clash that he'd nearly forgotten. But during that exchange he hadn't sensed even a trace of residual cursed energy from an innate technique. Which was frankly worse. A battle-tested grade 1 sorcerer had just been taken apart head-on by a first year who had only been practicing jujutsu for a few months. No innate technique. No trick. Just raw physical movement against new shadow style. And new shadow style had lost. What kind of joke is this? Then another detail hit him. That burst of strength. His thoughts scrambled around, desperate to put the world back into a shape that made sense. When Touma caught his katana with that short blade, the muscles in his arm had snapped tight like something detonating under the skin. That kind of force was not normal. It could not be normal. A human body did not just do that. It had to be some kind of technique effect. Or maybe Touma had secretly copied a physical enhancement technique. Yes. That had to be it. It had to be. Cold sweat soaked Kizakabe's back. He clung to that explanation like it was the last decent plank in a flood. Without it, his whole understanding of jujutsu started looking very stupid. While Kizakabe was busy patching holes in his worldview, Touma had already walked back to his starting point. This time he did not lower himself into that coiled, predatory stance. He held Asakarimaru loosely in one hand and stood straight, almost relaxed, watching Kizakabe with calm eyes. Mr. Kizakabe, are you ready? Shall we continue? Soft voice. Polite question. It still hit like a hammer. Every bit of Kizakabe's earlier "let's hurry this up and go home" mood vanished. He had already lost once cleanly. If he went into the next round with that same lazy attitude, he might actually embarrass himself in public. His brow tightened. His eyes sharpened in a way they had not in a long time. Both hands closed around the long grip of his katana. Yeah, kid. His voice dropped, all the joking scraped out of it. This time I'm not playing around. The words had barely left his mouth when cursed energy burst out of him like a furnace kicked to full blast. Under his feet, a crescent-shaped arc of pale light appeared on the ground. New shadow style, simple domain, evening moon. Touma's eyes narrowed. He could tell at once that Kizakabe had changed gears. The first loss had lit a fire under him. He was serious now, properly angry, and the cursed energy rolling off him was on a completely different level from before. But Touma did not rush in. He stayed where he was, rooted like a tree, and stretched his cursed energy perception as far as it could go. Every thread of awareness spread outward. Every contour, every ripple, every tiny fluctuation in Kizakabe's simple domain was filed away. This round, Touma was not here to attack. He was here to learn. And his body was going to be the notebook. In the next instant, the edge of Kizakabe's simple domain surged outward. The invisible boundary swelled like a clear set of jaws snapping shut, swallowing Touma even though he had been outside the original 2-meter range. That expansion was only the opening move. The moment Touma entered the domain, Kizakabe blurred. He crossed the distance in a heartbeat and appeared right in front of Touma's face. What came next was the full weight of a swordsman who had clawed his way up to grade 1 without a single innate technique. A storm of slashes crashed down, each one boosted by the domain's AUT. Omatic counterattack protocol, each one moving with the precision of trained reflex burned into bone. Clang. 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 At this distance, the short blade's weakness showed itself immediately. Against a full-length katana, Asakarimaru simply did not have enough reach. Touma could not step in and cut off the arc before it formed. He was forced to defend. His wrist became a blur. The short blade whipped back and forth, trying to build a wall of steel in front of him. It was not enough. The domain-enhanced slashes came too fast and too thick. Even pushing himself to the limit, Touma could only stop about 70 or 80% of them. The rest got through. Wet ripping sounds followed one after another. Red lines opened across his body, some deep enough to flash white bone underneath. His black jujutsu high uniform split apart. Blood sprayed over grass and broken stone, dotting the training ground like ugly red rain. The shriek of colliding blades filled the air without pause. It was sharp, metallic, and maddening. Touma could have ended it whenever he wanted. One thought and Phantom Night Parade could call up Gojo's limitless. The rain of steel would become pointless. Not a single cut would reach him. Or he could be even more direct. There were several ugly, efficient ways to shut Kizakabe down on the spot. The easiest was to use his technique stripping ability and tear new shadow style, simple domain, evening moon right out of Kizakabe's hands. The grade 1 swordsman would freeze mid-swing helpless. Touma did none of it. His goal was very clear, and beating Kizakabe was not part of it. Beating Kizakabe would be easy. It would also be worthless. What Touma wanted was the structure of new shadow style's simple domain. He wanted to steal the principles behind it without wasting a Phantom Night Parade replication slot. He wanted to learn it the way an ordinary jujutsu sorcerer would. With his body. With pain. With exposure. So he made a choice that would have looked completely insane to anyone watching. He endured it. Every slash he failed to parry he took with his flesh. At the same time he pushed reverse curse technique to maximum output, stitching himself back together in real time. White steam hissed from his wounds. Through the frantic clash of blades, Kizakabe watched in horror as a shoulder he had just cut open, flesh peeled back to muscle, sealed itself shut a second later. Positive cursed energy flooded the injury, fusing tissue and rebuilding skin. And then, a fraction of a second later, his katana tore that same fresh skin open again. Healed. Cut open. Healed again. Cut open again. Touma's expression did not change. Not once. Kizakabe's thoughts stalled. He had expected a lot of things from an all-out assault. A desperate counterattack. A sloppy retreat. Maybe panic, maybe anger. Not this. Not someone choosing to stand in the kill zone and regenerate through it, holding a losing position through sheer, disgusting endurance. He did not even have the room in his head to properly appreciate how terrifying the technique control was. Running precise reverse curse technique while parrying in a close-range knife fight was insane on its own. But the decision itself was worse. Has he lost his mind? Kizakabe's pupils trembled. His sword hand was already starting to ache. Is his nervous system broken? Reverse curse technique heals flesh, yeah, but the pain still gets to the brain. A blade cuts through muscle, severs nerves, all of that still registers. Can he not feel any of this? Seconds dragged by. 1 minute. 2. 3. 5 full minutes. The sustained assault tore Kizakabe's breathing to pieces. Sweat gathered across his forehead, and with every swing the dread in his stomach twisted tighter. A question he badly did not want to ask kept crawling back up. The blood-soaked boy in front of him, the one being ripped apart and repaired over and over, was he still human? Did he feel pain? Did he understand exhaustion? Or was this some higher-order curse wearing a very convincing human skin, something that had never learned what suffering meant? Could someone who had only been a jujutsu sorcerer for a few months really have a mind and will forge to this point? Kizakabe was practically screaming inside. What kind of deranged Spartan education is Tokyo Jujutsu High running now? What the hell kind of monsters has Mazumichi Yaga been raising? By the 5th minute, numbness had settled in completely. And then Kizakabe noticed something that hammered the final nail into his disbelief. Touma had no intention of calling for a stop. Worse, he had been adjusting the entire time. The kid had read him. He had figured out the one thing Kizakabe could not hide. In a spar like this, there was no chance Kizakabe would aim for the head or heart. So Touma stopped healing the non-lethal cuts. He let them bleed. He saved the cursed energy that would have gone into reverse curse technique and spent it only on the wounds that actually mattered. The tactical sense behind that choice was bad enough. The calm needed to execute it mid-combat was worse. From the moment he accepted Mei's commission, Kizakabe had had a rough guess about Touma's plan. A rich kid with too much money and no proper lineage, trying to work around new Shadow-style strict rules by hiring a sparring partner and teaching himself through live combat. Get hit enough times, watch closely enough and steal the secret. Kizakabe had almost laughed at the idea back then. Easier said than done. If new shadow style could be cracked by watching a few swings and eating a few cuts, the school would have become useless centuries ago. But now, watching this lunatic stand in a widening pool of his own blood, eyes tracking every slash like a researcher studying a specimen, Kizakabe felt his certainty start to crack. Maybe with someone this far gone, someone willing to wreck himself for the answer, the stupid plan might actually work. For one shameful second, he even wondered whether Touma was a real masochist. Not as an insult. Literally. Did the kid actually believe a few more cuts and a few more liters of blood would be enough to unlock new shadow style? Then Kizakabe's focus slipped. Just a little. Fatigue had built up in his arm, and for one heartbeat, his blade's path gained a tiny hitch. That was when he heard it. Between Touma's blood-flecked lips came a quiet murmur, so low it sounded like it had crawled up from somewhere deep and dark. I see. So that's how the cursed energy conducts. Touma's eyes snapped open. Each word that followed landed clear and heavy, one after another. Kizakabe felt his soul try to evacuate his body. New? Shadow style? Simple domain. A pulse of cursed energy erupted from Touma. Kizakabe felt it in his bones. And horrifyingly familiar. Beneath Touma's feet, without a stance, without a wind-up, without any visible trigger, a perfect circular domain bloomed into existence. It shone with a cold blue light. Then it expanded. It hit Kizakabe's own domain with brute force, like a battering ram slamming into a gate. Two domains. The same nature. Different owners. The moment they overlapped, the air screamed. A harsh electric crackle tore through the space between them as the barriers collided and began chewing each other apart. And with that collapse came the thing Kizakabe feared most. His automatic counterattack protocol, the engine that locked onto intruders and moved his blade by reflex, stuttered. Sputtered. Died. Like someone had yanked the power cord out of the wall. The domain feeding it dissolved in real time. His katana, still mid-swing, turned into dead weight in his hands. The precision was gone. The supernatural guidance was gone. All of it gone. Kizakabe stared at the boy in front of him. Blood still ran from a dozen open wounds. A perfect functioning simple domain spun beneath his feet. Kizakabe's own signature technique had been copied cleanly and turned back on him. Every muscle in Kizakabe's face twitched. He looked like a man who had just seen a ghost. His jaw dropped. His eyes went wide. And from the bottom of his lungs, with perfect pronunciation and a lifetime's worth of shock packed into one breath, he delivered his verdict. What the fuck? Chapter 134 should still be grade 2, I think. The two simple domains scraped against each other for all of 2 seconds. That was enough for Touma. The wounds carved into him, the kind of ugly, bone-deep cuts that would have ended most sorcerers' careers right there, closed under a flood of dense positive cursed energy. It was fast enough to watch in real time. Flesh stitched itself back together with wet little cracks. New tissue crawled over the gaps and sealed them shut. By the time it stopped, there was not even a scar. Kizakabe stared at him. The kid was fine. Completely fine. Not a nick on him. And now he was using a perfect copy of the technique Kizakabe had spent his whole life beating into his body. His will to fight just dropped dead on the spot. What's the point? The thought came out like a scream. No, seriously. What is the point? I cut him up, he heals back to full like I was swinging a practice stick. And now this lunatic watched me for a few minutes, got hit a few times and copied my simple domain? Mine? The thing I trained for years? Is this even a person? Kizakabe did not hesitate. He slid backward in one smooth retreat. Cowardly? Sure. Also extremely reasonable. In a single motion he opened 5 full meters between them. His simple domain vanished the instant he moved. The katana that had been carving Touma apart moments earlier clicked back into its sheath. Clack. His whole posture said, I'm done. It was the body language of a man backing away from a poisonous snake while trying very hard not to look tasty. Touma stayed where he was. His eyes drifted shut. Inside his body, every newly forced cursed energy pathway settled into place. The circuits for new shadow style, built through 5 minutes of controlled suffering, stabilized one by one. Only after that did he open his eyes again and look at Kizakabe. Continue? Like hell I'm continuing. Kizakabe's cheek twitched. His thoughts were already a non-stop stream of profanity. Even in a normal spar, fighting someone with that level of regeneration was garbage. You could win every exchange and still lose the match, because the other guy simply kept coming back fresh. But that was not even the worst part. The worst part was that Touma had cracked the core of New Shadow Style's simple domain in 5 minutes. Kizakabe knew his school rules better than anyone. If he drew his sword again and kept feeding techniques to this kid, Mei's clever little contractual loophole might not save him anymore. The school's binding covenant could easily decide this counted as actual instruction. And Kizakabe had absolutely no interest in taking the backlash from a New Shadow Style contract violation over a middleman's fee. TCH. He raked a hand through his hair. His face was a messy mix of irritati, awe and something annoyingly close to fear. When he spoke, his voice came out dry and rough. Kid, since you've already managed that, let's call it here. That was what he meant to say. The words died halfway up his throat. Because Touma was not stopping. His arm snapped out of its relaxed position. His center of gravity dropped. His right hand closed around Asaka Rimaru's grip in a reverse hold while his left steadied the scabbard. Both feet rooted into the ground like stakes driven into stone. It was an IAI drawing stance. Textbook. No, worse than textbook. Flawless. The kind of form that looked like it had been drilled 10,000 times. Cursed energy burst through Touma's body. New Shadow Style, Simple Domain, Evening Moon. A crescent of cursed energy appeared beneath his feet, spreading across the stone without the slightest drag or resistance. The pale half-moon glow, the deployment speed, the texture of the barrier, all of it was identical to Kizakabe's. A perfect mirror. GLK. The sentence Kizakabe had been trying to finish jammed in his throat and came out as a strangled noise instead. His half-lidded eyes snapped wide enough that they looked ready to fall out of his skull. No. Absolutely not. Touma had not just decoded the basic simple domain during those 5 cursed minutes of getting sliced open. He had seen Evening Moon once. Once at the very start of the second round. And once had been enough. The advanced fusion of domain and IAI technique was now sitting in front of him, reproduced on the spot with casual perfection. This has to be a joke. What is he? The tiny delay caused by that shock cost him. Because Touma did something that made even less sense. He moved. He did not plant himself and wait for Kizakabe to enter range, which was how New Shadow Style practitioners were supposed to use the technique. Deploy the domain. Hold position. Counter the moment the opponent stepped in. That was the doctrine. Defensive, stable, reliable. Touma kept the drawing stance and rushed forward. The pale blue crescent under his feet slid with him across the ground as he accelerated straight at Kizakabe. He's moving with the domain active. Cold shot through Kizakabe's veins. Within New Shadow Style, even prodigies raised on the art could not all use simple domain properly. Plenty of practitioners needed self-imposed restrictions in their early and middle years just to keep it from collapsing. Things like feet must stay planted, harsh little rules that traded freedom for stability. Maintaining a simple domain during high-speed movement? Expanding its radius explosively in an instant? Those were not beginner tricks. Those belonged to masters who had spent decades soaking in the style. Then Kizakabe realized the problem. Touma did not know any of that. He had only watched Kizakabe do it. He had no idea supplementary restrictions were supposed to exist. Kizakabe was not being vain when he thought of himself as one of the finest living New Shadow Style users in Japan. By any sane standard he was. And yet here was this lunatic, sprinting at him with an active domain after stealing the whole thing in 5 minutes. His veteran eye did catch one flaw. The edge of Touma's moving domain flickered a little as he advanced. The barrier was not perfectly locked down. Big comfort. A first-timer had forced the technique into existence mid-fight without blowing his own cursed energy control apart. That alone was already the kind of nonsense that should have been written down, framed, and filed under things that should not happen. Before Kizakabe could finish processing it, the domain swallowed him. The roles flipped in an instant. The hunter became the one trapped inside the circle. Clang, 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 clang. The moment Touma entered striking range, Asaka Rimaru turned into a sphere of silver light. The slashes came so densely and from so close that Kizakabe felt the displaced air brush his eyelashes. At this distance, drawing his katana was suicide. He knew that much immediately. The long blade would only get in the way. The second it cleared the scabbard, Touma's short sword would take his wrist off. So Kizakabe clenched his teeth, packed cursed energy into his sheathed katana, grabbed it by both ends and used the whole thing like a shield. It worked. Barely. His arms screamed under the impacts. Numbness crawled from his wrists up into his shoulders. Every strike rang through his bones. Still, the defense held. For a moment he thought he could ride it out. The tempo changed. Touma's already stupidly fast chain of attacks sped up with no warning at all. No wind-up. No shift in posture. Nothing. The speed jumped past normal human movement and straight into something wrong. The blade left afterimages hanging in the air. Kizakabe's brain could not keep up. His arms, shoulders, and chest opened at the same time. Half a dozen brutal cuts bloomed across him in one beat. Cold steel parted dense muscle, and the blood dragged out by each slash hung between them in red streaks before falling. What, that instant acceleration? No build-up. This is a cursed technique. Pain ripped through him, and with it came the last, worst realization. Touma was not only pressing him with a stolen evening moon. In that burst of speed, the kid had finally used his own innate technique. The real one. The one he had kept hidden this whole time. Everything stopped. Kizakabe's breath came in ragged pulls. He stared at the short blade hovering less than a centimeter from his right eye. A warm drop of his own blood gathered on the edge, trembled and fell. His instincts screamed at him to move. Raise a hand. Push the blade away. Do something. His arms did not answer. Somewhere in that blur of slashes, Touma had cut the exact muscle groups needed to lift them. Not hacked. Not mangled. Severed, clean and precise. Both arms hung useless at Kizakabe's sides. Blood soaked into his brown trench coat, spreading until the familiar color disappeared under wet crimson. A blade slid back into its sheath. Click. Touma's voice followed, quiet and warm with real regret in it. Much obliged, Mr. Kizakabe. Sorry about that last part. Lost control for a moment. Only then did Kizakabe remember how breathing worked. His mouth fell open and he dragged in air in greedy, shaking gulps. A chill crawled down his spine and settled deep. Cold sweat had already soaked his undershirt. He knew it with perfect clarity. If this had not been a sparring match with a no-kill rule, if this had been a real fight, the moment that cursed technique acceleration kicked in, his head would have been gone before he even noticed the cut. No. It was worse than that. Looking back now, with his panic clearing just enough to hurt, Kizakabe understood something else. Touma had been holding back from the start. Everything, including those 5 minutes of standing there and getting carved up, had served one purpose. He had wanted to observe new Shadow Style's simple domain from the inside and learn how it worked. If Touma had opened with his real physical ability, that replication and reverse curse technique all at once, Kizakabe's first-round confidence would have lasted about 2 seconds. Maybe less. The match would have been over before he knew what was happening. The more Kizakabe replayed it, the worse it became. He could not even cling to his earlier excuse anymore. That nice, comforting lie that Touma must have been using some kind of enhancement technique the whole time. No. During those 5 minutes, aside from reverse cursed technique, Touma had not activated a single innate technique. Nothing. A battle-tested grade 1 sorcerer had been beaten face-to-face by a first-year transfer student who was not even using offensive abilities. And in the span of a few minutes, that same student had stolen the school's guarded secrets, simple domain and evening moon. If Kizakabe tried to report this to the higher-ups, nobody with a working brain would believe him. He could already hear the response. Kizakabe, are you drunk? Why would you pick a fight with the Gojo clan's divine child, the one with the 6 eyes? What? It wasn't Gojo? Some kid named Touma Hayase? Where did that monster come from? Can't win. This isn't even the same species. And because the universe apparently enjoyed kicking him while he was down, Kizakabe's stalled brain finally circled back to what Touma had said before the match. Back when someone had suggested sending the panda-cursed corpse into the fight with him. You're fine. Just stay there and watch. This is only a simple sparring match between Mr. Kizakabe and me. It's nowhere near the level where I'd need to bring you in. A bitter smile twisted Kizakabe's mouth. He got it now. That had not been the arrogant brag of some cocky teenager who did not know his own limits. In Touma's eyes, it had just been the truth. Handling Kizakabe really had not required showing a single card from his real hand. While Kizakabe was busy drowning in humiliation, a low hum brushed against the air. Hum. A warm current of positive cursed energy washed over his bleeding arms and chest. The effect was immediate. Rich vitality spread through the torn muscle, precise and powerful enough to make Kizakabe's scalp prickle. Touma had stepped closer without a trace of hostility and started applying reverse curse technique like it was the most natural thing in the world. The warmth dragged Kizakabe out of the wreckage of his own thoughts. Unfortunately, the come-down hit right after. His nerves, wound tight enough to snap, loosened all at once. Every wound adrenaline had been hiding roared to life together. HSSS. Ow, 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 ow. He sucked air through clenched teeth, face twisting. Under Touma's frankly ridiculous healing speed, the pain was already fading, but the first wave still made him want to curse out several generations of somebody's family. He endured it with gritted teeth. When Kizakabe spoke again, the lazy drawl was gone. So was the casual disregard. The proud Grade 1 swordsman looked at the dark-haired boy healing him and, against his own dignity, sounded almost deferential. Kid. Mr. Hayes. If you don't mind me asking, what grade are you classified as right now? As a Jujutsu sorcerer. Touma kept his head slightly bowed, eyes focused on the flow of positive cursed energy. He sealed the last wound on Kizakabe's body and smoothed the skin shut without leaving a mark. His answer came lightly, like it was not worth making a fuss over. Me? Should still be grade 2, I think. Since I can replicate and use reverse cursed technique, they gave me an accelerated initial assessment. Started me at grade 2 right away. Chapter 135 Grade 2, My Ass Bonus. Right. Sure. A first year who had only been enrolled for a few months. Provisionally rated grade 2. Very normal. Normal my ass. What kind of grade 2 sorcerer at any school looked like that? Kizakabe's face stayed calm. On the outside he looked like a respectable senior quietly digesting his junior's answer. On the inside the man was screaming so hard his soul was probably hoarse. The worst part was what he realized after replaying the fight from start to finish. Touma had not gone all out. Aside from that weird burst of speed at the very end, the kid had been controlling the whole pace. Comfortably too. Like he was doing warm-ups. You're telling me this thing can pin a grade 1 swordsman to the ground, steal his signature techniques like party favors, and he's rated grade 2? Are the old fossils in the grading department blind? Collectively? As a hobby? A long, dead-tired sigh slipped out of him. Today had not just beaten his body. It had dragged his intelligence and dignity face down through the dirt. May's instructions had been simple enough. Go scare an arrogant new student. Spar with him. Teach him some humility. Somehow, by the end, the roles had completely flipped. It looked more like the monster named Touma Hayase had paid good money to rent a premium human punching bag, and the punching bag happened to come bundled with a high-level skill package. If Kizakabe had known this job included blood loss and a full collapse of his sanity, he would not have accepted so quickly. Still, his hand drifted to his pocket. The one comfort he had left was this: May really did pay well. If he calculated the fee by the 10 or so minutes the whole thing lasted, the hourly rate was disgusting. Hard to say no to. Ignoring the small detail that it had cost him his pride and nearly his life, everything else was fine. One thing still bothered him though. If Tokyo Jujutsu High had produced a freak like this, someone who could copy reverse cursed technique and new shadow style almost flawlessly, why was the kid basically unknown in the jujutsu world? It was not that being able to use reverse cursed technique on others was unimpressive. Of course it was impressive. But compared to that healer talent, the combat sense Touma had just shown was terrifying. His close quarters pressure alone should have made him famous 10 times over. Whatever. Not my problem. Kizakabe shook his head. He was too drained to think about whatever political mess was keeping the kid hidden. Being unknown works for me, actually. Fewer people means fewer chances anyone hears that a dignified grade 1 sorcerer got humiliated by a first year today. As long as I keep quiet and the kid keeps quiet, my reputation lives. Right as he was desperately trying to patch his mental state back together, urgent footsteps pounded in from the edge of the training ground. Masamichi Yaga had been in his office when he sensed it. 2 sharp, violent waves of cursed energy had collided near the training field. The output was so intense that the barrier signatures were practically canceling each other out. Thinking something had gone horribly wrong, he dropped everything and ran. What he found nearly stopped his heart. How long has it been? Half an hour? Less? The center of the training field was ruined. The ground had been smashed beyond recognition. Worse, both Touma and Kizakabe were drenched head to toe in alarming amounts of red. What kind of sparring match was this? This was a blood feud. You too. Yaga crossed the remaining distance in 3 huge strides. His stern face, half hidden behind dark sunglasses, was tight with shock. He grabbed Touma by the shoulders and looked him up and down. What in the world did you? Before he could finish, before he could even get out, how did you get hurt this badly? Touma spoke first. I'm fine, Mr. Yaga. He gestured at himself. His clothes were soaked in blood and torn in a dozen places, but beneath every rip, the skin was smooth and untouched. His tone was as calm as if he had just finished morning stretches. I already handled the initial treatment with reverse curse technique for both of us. Could you stay here and keep Mr. Kizakabe company for a moment? I need to get something from the workshop. I'll be right back. He did not wait for permission. He just turned and headed toward his personal curse tool workshop, walking steadily, like none of this was strange. Yaga stood there and stared at his blood-stained back. Then he turned. Kizakabe was slumped on a bench, equally covered in blood, wearing the empty stare of a man whose soul had briefly left his body and was still deciding whether to come back. Yaga's brow tightened. His teacher instincts kicked in first. He stepped over, looming over Kizakabe, and his voice came out sharp. Kizakabe, I don't know what happened in the last 10 minutes, but against a first year who only just enrolled, don't you think you went too far? Kizakabe had only just managed to breathe properly again. Now he froze. His brain crashed. Too far? Who? Me? You're talking about me? His eyes bulged. One trembling finger rose to point at his own face, which was doing its best to broadcast innocence, disbelief, and betrayal all at once. He looked down at his trench coat, slashed to ribbons, then back at Yaga's expression. That expression clearly said, "You bullied a child." A stampede of profanity charged through Kizakabe's skull. I'm the victim here. Your precious student nearly took my head off. The blood on his clothes is from wounds he tanked on purpose, but the blood on my clothes is from him actually cutting me. His mouth opened. He wanted to scream his innocence to the sky. But the memory of that final ghost-like slash flashed through his mind. Right after it came his solemn vow to protect what little dignity he had left. So he swallowed every complaint. What came out instead was a smile so miserable it was almost worse than crying. Ah yes. You're right, Mr. Yaga. I got carried away. A short while later, Touma came back from the workshop. He was holding a plain paper box. He walked straight to the bench and placed it in Kizakabe's hands. Kizakabe looked at the box, then at Touma, honestly confused. What's this? Compensation for the medical bills. He opened the flap while he spoke. Inside was not a rare curse tool or a stack of cash. It was a plush doll, small and carefully made. But Kizakabe was still a grade 1 sorcerer. His instincts would not let him write it off as a child's toy. The moment his fingers touched it, he felt the cursed energy inside. Gentle, steady, and tightly compressed deep in the doll's core. A cursed corpse? He lifted it out and studied Touma with growing confusion. This is high-end work. Why give it to me? Touma looked quietly at the doll. If anyone there had known the future, they would have recognized it at once. It was nearly identical to the cursed corpse that, in the simulated timeline, had stayed beside Kizakabe's young nephew, Takaroo. Only this one was a little smaller. Touma lowered his lashes. When he spoke, his voice was warm and unhurried. It's something I worked on in my spare time. A special cursed corpse that detects dangerous cursed energy fluctuations nearby and gives some defensive protection at critical moments. He paused, then added, You came all the way here today for an intense sparring session, Mr. Kizakabe. I'm sure it took a lot out of you. I don't have much to offer in return, so please take this as a small thank you. Keep it at home. Think of it as a good luck charm. After the earlier shock of hearing I did not even need to use my real cards, Kizakabe did not take this as a jab. He did not think Touma was calling him weak or saying he needed a cursed corpse to protect himself. The kid was blunt, yes. Painfully blunt. But this was sincere. A defensive cursed corpse, huh? Kizakabe looked down at the round little doll in his hands. If it was for himself, he probably did not need it. A grade 1 sorcerer should not need something like this for basic protection. But then his younger sister's face surfaced in his mind. She was pregnant. If I gave this to her, as a charm against small curses during the pregnancy, that would actually be a thoughtful gift. An expensive one, too. The stiffness in his face finally eased. He stopped trying to refuse and carefully placed the cursed corpse back in its box. In that case, I won't be shy. Thanks. Chapter 136. Can you say, Mr. Gojo, one more time? Bonus. Yaga watched from the side and said nothing. From what he could sense, it was a slightly specialized but otherwise ordinary cursed corpse. Nothing like Panda, the fully autonomous, self-aware, abrupt mutated cursed corpse whose existence had to be kept from the higher-ups. If Touma wanted to give away something he built in his spare time to make connections, that was his business. But out of everyone present, only one understood what the doll really meant. Only the miniature panda, carrying memories that did not belong to this reality, knew the weight behind it. While Yaga and Kizakabe talked, Panda climbed up Touma's pant leg and onto his shoulder. It pressed its fuzzy head close to Touma's ear and whispered so softly only Touma could hear. Touma, that one? You made it for Takaroo, didn't you? Touma did not turn his head. He gave the smallest nod. Yeah. I just didn't expect the sparring partner May found to be Kizakabe himself. The timing lined up on its own. I'd been trying to figure out a natural excuse to get this thing into his hands without making it suspicious. Worry flickered across Panda's little black and white face. Its stubby paws twisted together. But is that enough? What if history changes and it doesn't reach Takaroo? What if? Touma looked past the training ground walls and up at the faintly overcast sky above Tokyo Jujutsu High. He let out a quiet sigh. It should be fine. His voice carried exhaustion and conviction in equal parts. Kizakabe acts like everything is too much trouble, but I know what he's really like better than anyone. With his personality and with how much he cares about his family, a defensive doll like that will definitely end up with his sister. Intact. He paused. Something buried deep flickered in his eyes. Whether it actually activates when the time comes, whether it can really change Takaroo's fate, that I can't guarantee. Because... A faint self-mocking smile tugged at his mouth. I'm not an all-knowing god. I'm just a person. I can't hold every thread of every life and force things to turn out right. Once one small change starts moving, there's no promise reality will follow the script I remember. His voice dropped. And I can't abandon the bigger picture to stand guard over Takaroo all day every day. Panda had those brutal simulated memories too. It understood. It understood the helplessness pressing on Touma's chest. He was flesh and blood. No matter how ridiculous his cursed technique was, he still had limits. Time, energy, attention. He could not seal off every tragedy waiting for every person in the world. And Panda understood the size of Touma's wish. It was too big. Almost insane. Panda could not find the right human words to comfort the boy who kept trying to carry everything alone. So it reached out one soft little paw and gently patted Touma's messy black hair. If saving everything was Touma's wish, then Panda decided it was its wish too. It wanted to see that world. The world Touma was fighting for. Feeling the soft touch on his head, Touma murmured. The words W. Air barely there, half aimed at the small creature on his shoulder and half aimed at himself. If I had absolute power, if I became a god, could I guide everything toward a better ending? In the jujitsu world, the moment the word God appeared, Touma's mind supplied one image. Blinding white hair. The strongest sorcerer of the modern era. Satoru Gojo. But even Gojo, powerful and absurd as he was, had not been able to stop the losses in the original fate. Tragedies had still come one after another. Strength alone did not fix everything. And yet, the instant Gojo's face appeared in Touma's thoughts. Whoosh! The air twisted violently aside. Gojo's tall figure blinked into existence in the middle of the training ground without warning. Instant teleportation. Only the divine prodigy, who usually cared very much about looking cool, looked ridiculous right now. I figured it out. I figured it out. I finally figured it out. Those bright blue eyes pierced through his sunglasses and locked onto Touma. Gojo crossed the field like a white tornado. Thud. Both hands clamped onto Touma's shoulders. Gojo shook him with pure excitement, his handsome face practically screaming, Praise me. Praise me right now. Touma? I cracked it. Besides that dusty old new shadow style, the big three sorcerer family's secret archives had something way cooler and way more advanced for anti-domain def. Touma stared at the man vibrating in front of him like a child who had just gotten a limited edition toy. One eyelid twitched. Without the slightest mercy, he cut straight through Gojo's grand reveal. You're talking about falling blossom emotion, aren't you? Gojo's wild grin froze. His eyes widened. He even dragged his round sunglasses down his nose, revealing a pair of stunned pale blue irises. Huh? How do you know that name? I didn't even say it yet. Touma's face did not change. He looked at Gojo with the calm, almost pitying expression one might use for someone who had proudly announced that water was wet. Because I came across it while researching barrier techniques in the library. You ran home specifically to look into new shadow style, so of course you'd search for a higher-tier alternative in the same category. He continued, utterly natural. New shadow style simple domain and the big three sorcerer family's falling blossom emotion are both defensive measures against a domain's guaranteed hit effect. In the reference texts, they're listed almost next to each other. Was it really that hard to guess? TCH. The theory doesn't matter. Gojo was annoyed that his thunder had been stolen, but that irritation lasted about half a second. He tossed it away like trash and puffed out his chest. What matters is that I have now completely and totally mastered falling blossom emotion. Silence sat over the training ground for several seconds. Gojo barely managed to stop himself from saying anything else. But Touma could see it clearly through the sunglasses sliding down Gojo's nose. Those eyes were burning with hints. Loud, desperate, painfully obvious hints. It was exactly like a kindergartner who had scored a perfect 100 on a test and was now holding the paper up in front of a parent, silently begging for candy. There was no mystery about what Gojo wanted. He was waiting. Practically vibrating. All Touma had to do was lower his head and say the line Gojo was dreaming of. Wow, that's incredible. I want to learn it. Please teach me. Unfortunately, for anti-domain defenses, Touma was currently leaning toward the new shadow-style simple domain he had just acquired. He had only forced the technique into existence a short while ago. The barrier was still unstable. His immediate plan was to use his passive skill to grind simple domain's proficiency to the limit. Trying to chew too much at once was how people mastered nothing. He truly had no plan to learn both new shadow style and falling blossom emotion at the same time. And yet, Touma looked at Gojo's face, pink with anticipation, and got the distinct feeling that if he answered honestly right now, "Sorry, but I'm not planning to learn falling blossom emotion at the moment," the bristling white-haired menace in front of him might suffer a complete emotional collapse on the spot. Possibly one destructive enough to erase the entire training ground, Touma included, with a hollow purple. A small ache stirred in Touma's chest. If only Gojo could be a little more mature. A little more grounded. The thought faded almost as soon as it came. Because Touma knew better than anyone what maturity meant for Satoru Gojo. Suguru Ghetto's defection. The star plasma vessel's death. Loss after loss, each one ugly enough to tear a person apart from the inside. Growth was never free. Gain always came with a bill. In the end, Touma surrendered with a silent sigh. He adjusted his expression, looked up at Gojo with earnest, humble admiration, and carefully soothed the man's ego. In that case, could I ask Mr. Gojo to teach me falling blossom emotion? The effect was instant. The moment Mr. Gojo left Touma's mouth, Gojo's entire mood shifted. The smugness on his face hit critical mass. He looked weightless, almost floating, while the air around him practically filled with pink bubbles. Heh heh heh. Ah ha 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 ha. One hand flew up to cover his face, and he let out a laugh so gleefully villainous it could have been used in a final boss cutscene. When it comes down to it, you still need me to teach you. Since my idiot student is asking so sincerely, I, the strongest teacher alive, will graciously bestow my wisdom upon you. Then the laughter stopped. Gojo shoved his face inches from Touma's, eyes sparkling with the shameless energy of someone pushing his luck while he had the chance. So, could you say it again? Mr. Gojo, in that same worshipful tone from just now. One more time. Touma could feel the stares drilling into the side of his head. Yaga and Kizakabe were both watching with the blank horror of people witnessing a psychiatric episode in real time. Exhaustion settled over Touma like a physical weight. His lashes drooped. With the boneless patience of a veteran caretaker coaxing a difficult toddler through dinner, he stretched out the syllables in a flat, dead monotone. Yes, yes. I'm counting on you then, Ms. Tur. Gojo. Chapter 137, The Gears of Fate Turn. Compared with new Shadow-style Simple Domain, which needed the user to stack a bunch of harsh binding conditions on themselves before it would even work, the Big Three Sorcerer family's secret art, Falling Blossom Emotion, was much easier to get started with. No complicated barrier construction. No fiddly setup. The user simply covered their whole body in cursed energy. The instant an enemy's guaranteed hit technique touched them, that cursed energy reacted on its own, deflecting the attack and striking back automatically. And with Gojo standing right there, 6 eyes open and reading cursed energy flow like a diagram drawn in the air, the so-called secret technique of the Big Three families might as well have come with step-by-step instructions. Touma tried it twice. That was it. A ripple of cursed energy spread out from his body. It looked light, almost soft, like petals falling in the wind, but the destructive force packed inside it was very real. In the next breath, the technique had already taken shape. Complete and stable. No visible flaws. Eh? You learned it already? I didn't even get to show off my dignity as a teacher. Gojo puffed his cheeks and muttered to himself, looking genuinely wounded. Touma ignored the act. Even after getting Falling Blossom Emotion, he had no intention of changing his original plan. He knew exactly how stupid it was to grab every shiny new technique and spread himself thin. So for now he would not waste serious time digging into Falling Blossom Emotion's deeper uses. On the surface, his frantic push to master new Shadow-style Simple Domain looked like a simple attempt to patch up his defenses. That was only the part people could see. Underneath it was a much nastier, much more practical plan. No one understood Touma's biggest weakness better than Touma himself. His toolkit was large. His ability to replicate techniques was absurdly flexible. But none of that erased one ugly fact: his cursed energy reserves had a limit. He did not have Gojo's 6 eyes. He did not have that ridiculous near-infinite blue mana bar that let Gojo treat efficiency like someone else's problem. Touma had to count every expense. After running through the problem again and again in his head, he kept ending up at the same answer. If he used new Shadow-style Simple Domain by himself against a top-class domain expansion, just maintaining the barrier clash would eat a huge chunk of his focus and cursed energy. Trying to attack at the same time, or reinforce his defenses, would drag his performance down hard. Worse, it could leave gaps. And gaps got people killed. So until his cursed energy reserves and barrier skill reached the level where he could withstand a top-tier domain alone, Touma came up with a workaround that was bold enough to sound insane. Panda would cast Simple Domain for him. If Panda could serve as an external defense station, keeping Simple Domain active and canceling the guaranteed hit effect, Touma would be free inside the barrier. No divided focus. No forced energy split. 100% of his attention on fighting. 100% of his cursed energy ready to use. And more importantly, enough room in his head to think instead of desperately holding a shield together. Because the moment that would decide everything was getting closer. Touma stood by the window and looked out into the night, his expression unreadable. He still could not figure out the connection between the mysterious woman who had briefly appeared during the Star Religious Group incident and the thing currently wearing Suguru Ghetto's body. The threads were there. He could feel them. But they were still tangled. What bothered him even more was the butterfly effect. He had already changed Jujutsu High's situation by a ridiculous amount. With so many unknown variables moving around, who could say whether his next step would make him run into that woman earlier than expected? Unknowns were annoying. Unknowns also killed the unprepared. So in Touma's plans, the woman from the Star Religious Group was placed at the highest threat level. He prepared for her as if she were just as dangerous as the thing inside Ghetto's body. An extinction-level monster. Nothing less. Still, he knew very clearly that both new Shadow-style Simple Domain and Falling Blossom Emotion were compromises. Useful compromises, yes. Life-saving ones, maybe. But compromises all the same. They existed because he still could not use a true domain expansion. His best hope was that the detailed barrier knowledge he was grinding out through Simple Domain would eventually feed back into his domain expansion research. Little by little. One brick at a time. Until the breakthrough came naturally. The next few days at Jujutsu High were quiet. At least quiet by sorcerer standards. Touma worked like a machine with no concept of fatigue, repeating new shadow styles' simple domain over and over until even breathing felt like part of the training. Most of the energy he had left went into another brutal project. Teaching Panda the simple domain. Panda was smart. After enough explanation and practice, it managed to build a rough prototype of the technique through its own understanding. Touma did not accept it. In a life-or-death battle, rough was just another way to say dead soon. Inside the hidden workshop, Touma used the most advanced methods he had and poured in everything he had beaten into himself during training. Every insight into barrier neutralization. Every painful lesson. Every microscopic habit of cursed energy flow that had been carved into his body through repetition. He carved all of it into Panda's core cursed energy circuits. Not one detail was held back. So the panda sitting on Touma's shoulder still looked like a tiny fluffy thing hugging bamboo, harmless enough to make people lower their guard on sight. Inside that small frame though, its combat ability and barrier expertise had changed completely since the last simulation. The difference was night and day. Under Touma's spend everything now so you don't die later philosophy, physical size had stopped being the main limit on Panda's strength a long time ago. If anything, that cute harmless appearance had become its best disguise. The kind that made enemies relax for half a second. Sometimes half a second was all it took. Time slipped by, one day after another. Then, deep one night, in the hours when the whole campus felt dead, the familiar voice rose from the depths of Touma's mind without warning. Initiating card draw. A faint phantom card appeared in his mindscape, glowing softly as it turned in place. After a short spin, it stopped. Congratulations. Card obtained, Novice Electrician R. Novice Electrician R. Under a master's harsh tutelage and countless electric shocks, you accumulated extensive hands-on experience. Your body has developed a bone-deep memory of electrical stimulation. While this card is equipped, your resistance to electricity-related damage and paralysis effects is increase 30%. Touma looked at the card flickering with pale blue arcs of electricity, then opened his eyes. Based on what he currently knew, the card did not have an obvious use. He had not run into any enemies with lightning-based curse techniques yet. Still, the numbers were solid. A flat 30% resistance increase against an entire damage category was nothing to laugh at. No use right now. That was fine. He filed it away with the rest of his growing collection. Somewhere down some unknown timeline, against some unknown enemy, this thing might be the exact card that kept him alive. Then the mechanical voice spoke again. Simulation charge obtained 1. Ha! Touma let out a long, slow breath. The stale air left his lungs and something cold flashed in his eyes. His voice barely disturbed the room. Finally! And as if fate had been waiting for that exact second to turn the gears, BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. From a locked drawer in the corner of his room came a muffled vibration. Sharp in the silence. A phone. One that had once belonged only to Toji Fushiguro. It was ringing for the first time in a long while. Touma stood, crossed the room, unlocked the drawer with a small key and took out the old handset. It kept buzzing in his palm. The weak screen light washed over his expressionless face. His eyes dropped to the number flashing on the display, then to the contact name above it. He recognized it at once. Shukong. Touma did not hesitate. His thumb pressed answer. In the tiny slice of time it took to bring the phone to his ear, he made several precise adjustments to his throat muscles and vocal cords. When he spoke, Touma Hase's clear, steady voice was gone. What came out instead was low and lazy, with a cold, rough edge that sounded like it belonged to a man who looked at human life the way most people looked at trash by the roadside. The voice of the heavenly restricted monster. The voice of Toji Fushiguro. Yeah. Chapter 138, A Declaration of Certain Victory bonus. On the other end of the call, buried under a thin crackle of static, Shukong's rough voice came through with its usual mix of mockery and testing the waters. Well. Didn't you say you found yourself a nice long-term meal ticket? So why do you still sound half dead when you answer the phone? Don't tell me you got itchy, ran off to the racetrack and handed every yen back to the house. The meal ticket he meant was, of course, the cover story Touma had built for the Toji Fushiguro identity. Secretly hired by some rich University of Tokyo big shot. Touma's expression did not move. He had no intention of chatting. The more he talked, the more chances there were for the story to start leaking. A fake background could survive a few questions. It could not survive Shu Kong sniffing around it for fun. The man was a black market broker, not some drunk uncle at a bar. So Touma narrowed his eyes and slipped fully into character. Gambling addict. Bad temper. Heavenly restricted monster. Instant fit. He let a cold, irritated grunt scrape out of his throat. When he spoke, his voice was pure hostility, the kind that sounded like the phone call itself had offended him. Shut up. None of your usiness. If you've got a job, say it. If you've got something else, make it quick. If it doesn't pay, hang up. That burst of temper did not bother Shu Kong at all. If anything, it probably made him relax. This was Toji Fushiguro. The day that man answered politely, Shu Kong would start checking for curses in the wiring. Their working relationship had lasted this long because Shu Kong had already accepted what Toji was. Greedy, abrasive, dangerous, and easy to understand as long as money was involved. Shu Kong chuckled once, low and raspy, then dropped the banter. Excitement crept into his voice despite his attempt to keep it professional. There's a job. A big one. The kind of payday you could waste for a long time and still have plenty left over. The Star Religious Group put out a contract. They want the Star Plasma Vessel assassinated. Those zealots don't have the muscle to fight Jujutsu sorcerers head-on, but when it comes to throwing money at their faith, they don't blink. The funds are generous. I can guarantee that much. Star Plasma Vessel? Touma paused for half a second on purpose. He controlled his voice carefully, adding just enough lazy confusion to sell it. In reality, counting the simulations, this was the fourth time his fate had tangled itself around those three words. But to Shu Kong, the Toji Fushiguro on the phone was supposed to be hearing some obscure jujutsu term for the first time. Sure, Toji had once belonged to the Zenin clan, one of the big three sorcerer families. That did not mean he cared about the jujutsu world's future, Tengen's assimilation, or any of the grand nonsense sorcerers like to dress up as duty. That kind of thing had about as much appeal to Toji as a philosophy lecture. Tell him a new underground casino had opened near Kabuki-cho, and maybe he'd listen. As expected, Shu Kong did not suspect a thing. He started explaining in the plainest terms possible, clearly aiming for the idiot who only understands money version of Toji. In short, sometime soon, a young human girl designated as the Star Plasma Vessel will be escorted to Master Tengen's location under Tokyo Jujutsu High for an assimilation. Our client's goal is simple. Before the assimilation ceremony begins, the girl serving as the Star Plasma Vessel is to be permanently removed. Touma did not jump on the job like a starving killer smelling cash. He let the silence sit for a moment, tapped his fingers against the desk, and answered in a slower voice. Careful. Evaluating. So the target's just a defenseless civilian. Easy enough on paper, but Tokyo Jujutsu High is protecting her, right? That fortress. And if I'm remembering right, the Gojo clan's white-haired brat with the sunglasses has been making a pretty big name for himself lately. Shu Kong laughed quietly again. He knew Toji's instincts had already locked onto the real problem hiding inside this simple assassination. The fact that Toji brought up Satoru Gojo first was not surprising at all. Gojo's recent accomplishments had gotten loud enough that even the underground market talked about him in lowered voices. Shu Kong tapped ash from his cigarette and asked the question directly. His voice dropped a little. So? Scared? Are you telling me you don't want in on this ridiculous bounty for the Star Plasma Vessel? It was not just provocation. He was actually checking. For curse users, assassins, and every other piece of trash crawling around Japan's jujutsu underworld, the white-haired boy with those pale blue eyes and the name Gojo had become the living definition of don't touch. Especially after rumors started spreading that he had already mastered Hollow Purple. Shu Kong had thought about it himself. The current Satoru Gojo had already stepped past common sense. Human logic did not quite apply to him anymore. He was turning into something monstrous, something people did not even have a proper category for. So if even the sorcerer killer, a man who had never seemed afraid of anything, hesitated in front of that kind of opponent, Shu Kong would not call it shameful. He would call it having a survival instinct. What came back through the receiver, however, was exactly why people called Toji Fushiguro a heavenly restricted tyrant. Huh? Scared? Touma's voice spiked hard, suddenly vicious enough to make the speaker buzz. Did you get your brain caught in a door, Shu Kong? That's Satoru Gojo. The brat has the 6 eyes, something that shows up once every few centuries, and the limitless technique on top of it. As long as something like that is standing guard, nobody on this planet can just walk in and pull off some stupid head-on assassination. What I'm saying is, if the job is that hard, I'm charging more. A lot more. For once, the demand actually caught Shu Kong off guard. His eyebrows lifted. When he spoke again, there was real curiosity under the professionalism. Even with Satoru Gojo at full strength as your opponent, you're that confident you can do it? A cold smile curved across Touma's mouth. He leaned into the relaxed drawl of a predator who had already seen the path to the kill. Then he drove straight through the center of the problem. Idiot. You said it yourself. The final target is some ordinary girl called the Star Plasma Vessel, not Gojo. Nobody's paying me to fight that monster to the death. Nobody's asking me to kill Satoru Gojo. As long as the civilian dies, the job is done. Killing one person? I've got more than enough ways to slip past those eyes. Something sharpened in Shu Kong's gaze. In an instant, the fog cleared. Of course. The real question had never been how to study, defeat, or kill Satoru Gojo, the 6 eyes wielder who was already being treated like a god in training. The real question was how to get around Gojo's line of sight and kill the ordinary human girl he was protecting. Once the target died, the client's objective was complete. With that blind spot neatly solved, the tension in Shu Kong's nerves loosened a little. He snapped back into broker mode, brisk and practical. Understood. Then I'll use Toji Fushiguro accepts and absolutely has the ability to complete the job as leverage, and have a nice long talk with those fat sheep in the Star Religious Group leadership about doubling the fee. Once the final number and details are locked in, I'll contact you. Click. Beep. 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 Only after the dial tone filled the room did Touma lower the phone from his ear. The hard tension in his body drained away, and he let out a long breath full of stale air. The reason he had pulled that move, the aggressive price hike and shameless gouging that had never happened in the original timeline or any previous simulation, was simple. The situation had changed too much. In the earliest simulations, the Satoru Gojo of this era was still a fledgling. A terrifying fledgling, sure, but still someone who could barely use limitless for defense and blue for suppression. Against an assassin with Toji's experience, calling that version of Gojo a rookie was almost generous. But now? Thanks to the butterfly effect Touma had set loose, the Satoru Gojo standing beside Riko Amanai was no longer just good with limitless and blue. He had already mastered reverse cursed technique. He had red. He had hollow purple. What protected the Star Plasma Vessel now was basically a white-haired god strolling around in school uniform, spotless and without a real opening in sight. Touma's fear was very specific. If the Toji he was playing did not project overwhelming greed and absolute confidence, if he did not make it look like he could handle Gojo no matter how strong Gojo had become, the Star Religious Group leadership might not bet everything on one assassin. And if they hedged? If fear pushed them into casting a wider net, hiring random curse users or worse, dragging out hidden powers from deeper shadows that had never appeared in any simulation, the whole situation would spin out of Touma's control. His intelligence network would become useless. And with threats coming from every direction, his chances of secretly protecting Riko Amanai's life from the shadows would drop close to zero. Because the truth was simple. The cold-blooded killer skin he wore was only a mask. The man underneath had already made a decision that was, by most standards, completely insane. He was going to let Riko Amanai live. Not as fuel for Tingen's barrier. Not as assimilation material to be sacrificed because some old system demanded it. She would live as an ordinary girl. She would survive long enough to see what was beautiful about this world. That was why Touma could sell Toji's arrogant confidence to Shu Kong without a single crack in the act. The certainty was real. Only the reason behind it was a lie. This was not some rash burst of pity. Touma had reached this point through simulation after simulation, analysis after analysis, grinding the problem down until it had eaten him to the bone. Idle sympathy had not driven the choice. Something colder had helped push him here. His eyes, the ones that seemed able to read the movement of fate itself, had noticed a pattern long ago. The failure of the Star Plasma Vessel's assimilation seemed to carry enormous strategic meaning for the hidden hand moving behind the curtain. More importantly, after more than a decade of simulated lifetimes, after blood and fire repeated again and again, he had witnessed one brutal but hopeful fact. In timelines where Rico Amani's assimilation failed, Japan did not collapse. The world did not fall into the irreversible disaster the higher-ups loved threatening everyone with. He had even heard it confirmed by Yukitsukumo herself, that wandering special-grade jujutsu sorcerer with a personality that made taking her seriously harder than it needed to be. According to her, the failure of the star plasma vessel's assimilation had not caused a fatal chain reaction in Tengen's barriers. Of course, Touma was not foolish enough to place unconditional faith in every word from a woman who seemed to treat permanent vacation as a lifestyle choice. But if he stripped away the calculations, the risks, and all the strategic justifications, what remained at the center was much simpler. There was a line he refused to cross. Deep down, Touma could not accept a system that dragged innocent people onto an altar and called it necessary. No rule in this world, no matter how ancient or rational it claimed to be, had the right to shove the consequences of some hypothetical future catastrophe onto the shoulders of one unrelated living girl. Especially not when Rico Amani herself had never truly accepted the sacrifice being forced onto her in the name of the greater good. Touma could not approve of that verdict. It was arrogant. It was cruel. And he hated it. He knew he could not guarantee this massive butterfly effect would not create new disasters later. He understood that better than anyone. But the fire burning behind his dark eyes now belonged to someone who had already chosen. He would take the weight of rewriting fate onto his own shoulders. And when the consequences arrived, he would face them with his own hands. Touma closed his eyes. The turbulent thoughts in his mind compressed, flattened, and settled into something perfectly still. Begin the simulation. Chapter 139, You can't save them, only delay it. Confirmed, 1 sim. Ulation charge consumed. Simulation initiated. The timeline moved forward without any major accidents. Kento Nanami and Yu Haibara arrived at Tokyo Jujutsu High as fresh first-years, both carrying that special mix of ignorance and expectation every new sorcerer had before the job punched it out of them. Haibara was exactly what he looked like at first glance. Bright, loud, energetic, and somehow already treating everyone like friends he had known for years. Nanami was the opposite. Calm and serious. Too put together for his age. You used the very natural excuse of being their senior to get close to them and start guiding their training. Wooden swords cracked against each other in the training hall. For Nanami, you skipped the usual nonsense. No endless blind conditioning. No swing until you understand it garbage. You activated dimensional reduction analysis and broke down the structure of his ratio technique with a precision that frankly should not have belonged to a student only 1 year above him. That 7:3 weak point, the one Nanami could only feel by instinct, you pulled apart and explained piece by piece. During sparring, you adjusted his angle, his timing, his grip, even the amount of cursed energy he pushed into each strike. Don't force it. Your technique isn't asking you to overpower the target. It is asking you to hit the correct line. Crack. Nanami's wooden blade struck the practice dummy. The hit looked ordinary. The result was not. The dummy's torso split with a dry, ugly snap. Nanami's expression barely moved. Same serious face. Same flat eyes. Same I have considered this and found it acceptable look. But his hand was trembling around the hilt. He did not understand it. How could a second year know his innate technique better than he did? Haibara needed a different approach. He did not have some flashy innate technique waiting to be polished, so you started from the basics. Footwork, sword forms, breathing, body mechanics, and the first pieces of new shadow style. One step at a time. Senpai, was that last swing right? Haibara wiped sweat off his forehead, eyes still shining like he had not just spent the last hour getting corrected. My lower stance still feels shaky. He looked up at you like a puppy waiting to be told he had done well. You sighed, smiled despite yourself, and stepped in to fix his feet. Your knees are collapsing inward. Relax. If you tense up before moving, your opponent already knows what you are about to do. Oh. Got it. He very clearly did not got it. Still, he tried again immediately. It was not favoritism. If the timing had been right, you would have taught Nanami new shadow style too. But you knew exactly what mattered right now. New shadow style, especially a functional simple domain, took miserable hours of repetition before it became useful in real combat. Nanami's fastest path to survival was mastering his own ratio technique until using it felt as natural as breathing. Trying to grab everything at once only meant ending up half-baked at everything. So the order was clear. First, make Nanami's technique combat-ready. Once the ratio technique fused with his instincts and muscle memory, then you would teach him new shadow style without hesitation. You watched your two juniors sweat across the training floor. For a second, something dark passed through your eyes. Gone before anyone noticed. This was all you could give them for now. Early training. Better habits. A sharper chance at staying alive. But you knew better than anyone that strength did not guarantee safety in this world. Sometimes it did the opposite. If the higher-ups saw a sharper tool, they gave it harder jobs. Harder jobs meant worse curses, worse ambushes, worse odds. The kind of missions where people came back missing pieces if they came back at all. The only real way to escape was to quit. Cut ties with jujutsu completely. Walk away from curses, sorcerers, missions, all of it. In one of your old simulations, Nanami had done exactly that. He left for a while, he even made it look like escape was possible. But that man with the permanently serious face had a conscience buried too deep to dig out. In the end, the kindness in his bones dragged him right back into the filth he hated. You drew in a slow breath. The ache in your chest did not go away, but you swallowed it down anyway. You could not choose for them. That was the part that still tasted bitter. Even with this absurd power to start over, even with all these chances, you still could not stand at the beginning of the road and rip out every hidden thread of despair waiting in the dark. Daily life at Tokyo Jujutsu High had a bad habit of being interrupted without warning. Just like in your previous simulations, one afternoon Shoko Yeri sat in the infirmary, staring at her dead phone screen with a cigarette between her fingers. She was the first to notice the problem. Yudaheim Iori and her team were on a mission in Shizuoka Prefecture. And they had gone silent. Yudaheim's phone won't connect. Shoko breathed out a thin stream of smoke. Her tone was flat as usual, but there was worry tucked underneath it. This time, though, the timeline shifted in a small but important way. The school did not immediately explode into emergency mode. No frantic mobilization. No full rescue team scramble. Because one white-haired menace heard the news first and his eyes lit up with the worst kind of joy. Eh? Yudaheim got herself stuck? Gojo rubbed his chin, grinning so hard it looked painful. She's probably hiding in a corner crying right now. Right? Nobody answered. He did not need them to. Nope. I have to see this in person. A once-in-a-lifetime scene like that? I am recording it. She'll never live it down. The moment he got a rough location, he was gone. No orders from Yaga. No waiting for backup. No normal human process. He launched himself toward Shizuoka like a lightning bolt with a personal grudge. As for what happened during the rescue, Ghetto and Shoko were not there, but the aftermath made the story pretty obvious. First, Yaga's furious shouting echoed through the halls loud enough to rattle windows. Then the television filled in the blanks. Several pale-faced locals were being interviewed on the evening news. One man kept waving his arms around, insisting he had seen a purple meteor crash into the forest in broad daylight. The headline at the bottom of the screen was doing its best to sound official and failing. Daylight spectacle. Purple meteor crashes in Shizuoka Prefecture. Large area of forest flattened by unknown force. That's a bit much. Shoko watched the report with her cigarette paused halfway to her mouth. The corner of her lips twitched. The news had basically told everyone what happened. Gojo, that lunatic, had fired hollow purple during a rescue mission. In the hallway, the culprit was currently trapped in one of Yaga's professional-grade chokeholds while also receiving a fist to the head at regular intervals. Fresh lumps decorated his white hair. None of it ruined his mood. Gojo looked satisfied. Radiantly satisfied. Like a man who had accomplished something important for society. Ghetto and Shoko looked at each other and reached the same silent conclusion. Yudaheim had probably been seconds away from being erased by a civilization-ending hollow purple, only to be dragged out of the rubble somewhere between a nervous breakdown, blind terror, and murder. Honestly, no one would blame her. Chapter 140 Bait big enough to kill them all bonus. Behind the scenes, the hidden world moved exactly the way you had arranged it. Shu Kong worked fast. Confirmation for Toji Fushiguro came soon enough. The battered flip phone buzzed again and you answered. Hey, Shu Kong said. His voice crackled through the speaker. The Star Religious Group agreed to your price hike. There was a little awe in his tone. Not admiration exactly. More like the sound of a man staring at a number with too many zeros. But the deposit stays the same as before. They are not wiring the full amount up front. That ridiculous bonus you squeezed out of them only gets paid after the star plasma vessel's death is confirmed and the job is officially done. It will come with the final payment. The face you wore inside Jujutsu High showed no surprise. That was within your projections. You shifted your vocal cords back into Toji's register, rough and low, the voice of a man who had already gambled with death so many times it had gotten boring. Got it. Now collect every scrap of intel on the star plasma vessel. The more the better. You paused on purpose. And make 2 copies of the package. Huh, Shu Kong's confusion came through clearly. 2 copies? You're one guy taking one job. What do you need 2 sets of intel for? You answered in Toji's lazy, arrogant drawl. Take the second copy to the underground market. Post a bounty. There was a sharp little sound on the other end, probably his cigarette twitching between his fingers. Post a bounty? Shu Kong sounded like he was checking whether he had suffered hearing damage. Have you lost it? You want to pay people to compete for your own contract? You snorted. The sound carried all of Toji's usual contempt, the kind that made people want to punch him and also avoid getting within arm's reach. Idiot. The escort is Satoru Gojo. I don't care how strong I am. If I walk straight up to a freak like that, there is no guarantee I get a clean win. Shu Kong went quiet. You continued, cold and practical. The assassination window lasts several days. So I use the easiest method. Throw money at desperate fools and send them at Gojo in waves. Let them harass him. Drain his stamina. Wear down his focus. When that pampered prodigy is running on fumes, I step in and finish it. For a moment, Shu Kong said nothing. The plan was vicious. Efficient too. It sounded exactly like something the sorcerer killer would do. A war of attrition paid for with other people's lives. But he still had to ask the important part. Clever. So how much are you putting up for this black market bounty? Your eyes went flat. What you said next would have made any underground broker sit up straight. The exact amount the Star Religious Group is paying me. Every coin of the deposit goes into the bounty pool. Shu Kong sucked in a breath. You were not done. The posting also needs to say this clearly. Whoever completes the assassination gets the Star Religious Group's final payment as an extra bonus on top. Silence. Long, ugly silence. Shu Kong had worked with Toji Fushiguro for years. He knew the man. Toji could burn piles of cash at the track or boat races without blinking. Business expenses, though? Different story. He pinched coins so hard they probably screamed. And now that same cheapskate was throwing the entire deposit into bait and promising strangers the final payout too. It was not just unusual. It was wrong enough to make Shu Kong sweat. His voice turned serious. Hey, did you drink something weird today? I'm asking one more time. You really want every cent of the deposit posted as bounty money? This is not pocket change. You answered like you were explaining basic math to someone with a rusted-out brain. Of course. Think for 1 second. The escort is the Gojo clan's golden boy. If the bounty is not high enough to make people lose their minds, how do you hook them? Your tone stayed lazy, but the words were sharp. It has to be absurd. Big enough to short-circuit common sense. Big enough that every desperate moron starts thinking, with a little luck I can get rich overnight. That fatal delusion is what I need. Shu Kong wiped cold sweat from his forehead. The logic made sense. That was the annoying part. Still, one concern remained. But you said it yourself. The real target is just a fragile girl, the star plasma vessel. What if, and I mean what if, some dumb lucky killer or curse user actually slips past Gojo and kills her? Then your money is gone. Total loss. Impossible. That possibility does not exist. If Gojo were weak enough for bottom feeders to slip past him, the Star Religious Group never would have swallowed my price increase in the first place. Your voice through the phone turned colder. So put away your useless sympathy and your useless worrying. Cast the net as wide as it goes. When this show ends, every cent of that bounty will flow back into my pocket, because every challenger will have failed. And the little fish who took the bait will be corpses on the ground. Now shut up and make it happen. Click. You ended the call without giving Shu Kong room to argue. For a moment you stood there with the phone in your hand. Then you pocketed it and walked to the window. The greed, arrogance, and swagger you had borrowed from Toji drained out of your eyes. This was not just an imitation of the tactic the original Toji Fushiguro had used in your simulated memories to wear Gojo down. This time the calculation went deeper. If the Star religious group wanted to act like generous patrons with bottomless pockets, fine. You would take every coin they offered and turn it into bait. The biggest bait the underground had ever seen. You were going to drag every curse user in Japan out of hiding. Every sewer rat skulking in the dark. Every bottom feeder waiting for an easy payday. Every murderer who thought a fat bounty was worth gambling their life on. Let them crawl into the open. Let them swarm Tokyo, drunk on money that was never really theirs. Then you would catch them all at once. A single decisive purge. The more bait on the hook, the better. Chapter 141, you wouldn't mind giving me a chance to show off, would you? Your phone rang, cutting through the quiet room like it had a personal grudge against silence. Masamichi Yaga's name lit up the screen. You answered. His voice came through as stiff and severe as always, but there was something else under it this time. Something heavier. Report to the classroom. Now, that was all. You hung up and stared at the dark screen for half a second. Your eyes lowered. So it had started. The classroom at Jujutsu High looked exactly how you thought it would. Everyone was already there except Shoko Yeri, who, as usual, was too valuable as a reverse curse technique user to be thrown into frontline nonsense if it could be avoided. The full lineup of first-year problem children had been gathered. Yaga gave you a short nod when you pushed the door open. His face was unreadable behind his sunglasses. You're here. Sit. A chair scraped across the floor as you took your place. Only after you sat down did Yaga turn his attention to Gojo, who had both legs shamelessly propped on his desk, and Ghetto, who sat beside him with his chin resting lazily in one hand. I called the three of you here because a highly classified directive just came down from above. The room went quiet. This assignment specifically named Satoru and Suguru for joint execution. Neither of them reacted much. If anything, they looked more annoyed than alarmed, like someone had interrupted a perfectly good day with paperwork. Especially Gojo. He had only just finished mastering every card in his hand, and his ego had inflated to the point where calling him arrogant felt like being polite. In his own head, he had already crowned himself the strongest creature under heaven. So when the higher-ups went out of their way to request both him and Ghetto for one mission? To Gojo, that wasn't caution. That was an insult. You tapped one knuckle against your desk, light but clear enough to cut through the silence. If the higher-ups skipped normal procedure to request Jujutsu High's two strongest assets at the same time, we should assume the mission is dangerous. Probably more dangerous than they're saying. Yaga's eyes shifted toward you. Approval flickered there for a second before he let out a breath. Dangerous doesn't cover it. This concerns the future foundation of the jujutsu world itself. He paused, then looked at you more directly. But Touma, you're sharp. I'm sure you're already wondering something. If the directive only named those two, why did I call you in two? You shook your head. Not hard to guess. The target is probably important, fragile, or both. And Jujutsu High happens to have a certain self-declared strongest sorcerer whose fieldwork style can be summed up as hit at you. Until there is no more it. You glanced at Gojo. You're worried they'll lose control of the situation. So you want me there as a failsafe. Phantom Night Parade can suppress cursed techniques, which makes me a fuse box. A limiter. You leaned back a little. Am I wrong? Yaga did not even bother hiding his satisfaction this time. Spot on. You're the last layer of insurance I'm adding to this mission. Hey. Yaga, objection. A vein twitched on Yaga's forehead. What are you objecting to now? Gojo jabbed a thumb at his own chest, chin raised at an angle so irritating it almost counted as a talent. They gave this mission to me because of my unprecedented, unmatched, one-of-a-kind, overwhelming power. And now you're adding a limiter? Doesn't that defeat the entire point of sending the strongest? I can turn every enemy into dust by myself. Slam. Yaga's fist hit the lectern before Gojo could keep going. Objection denied. Satoru Gojo, drop that reckless attitude right now. His voice hardened. You have no idea what this mission weighs. The directive came from Master Tengen personally, from the deepest level of the tombs of the star. The target is the star plasma vessel, Master Tengen's compatible host. Your mission is to guarantee this girl's safety until the day of assimilation arrives, and then see her erased. That is exactly why I don't trust you without someone holding your leash. The name Master Tengen landed hard. For most students, it was the kind of name that lived in textbooks, old lessons, and half-mythic explanations about why the jujutsu world functioned at all. Even Gojo's smug expression faltered. Ghetto went still beside him. Neither of them had expected a few high school students to be dragged into business involving the ancient being who maintained Japan's jujutsu barriers. The shock lasted maybe 2 seconds. Then Gojo's brain snagged on the obvious contradiction. He ripped off his sunglasses, pale blue eyes bright with irritation. Huh? What kind of nonsense is that? Protect a girl and then erase her? Guard her and kill her at the same time? You sighed. Yaga's face had gone tight, and rather than make him force the words out, you answered for him. Satoru, in plain terms, the girl designated as the star plasma vessel has one fate waiting for her once she's escorted to the bottom of Jujutsu High. Assimilation with Master Tengen. After that, everything she is as an individual disappears. For all practical human purposes, it's death. You let that sit for a moment. Then your gaze moved back to Yaga. That's why Yaga-sensei said erased. Cold word, isn't it? I think it means some part of him can't fully accept the idea that sacrificing an innocent girl is justified. Your eyes stayed on him. Am I wrong? Ghetto caught on instantly. Of course he did. Suguru Ghetto was sharp in a dangerous way, the kind of sharp that could cut through a conversation before most people realized there was anything hidden inside it. He straightened slightly. One hand drifted to his chin and a faint smile touched his mouth. I see. So Yaga-sensei isn't getting worked up because he's drunk on future principal authority after all. His tone was mild, almost amused. There's another layer here. The question is whether erased means what the higher-ups want it to mean, or whether it comes with quotation marks. The first meaning was simple. Follow orders. Escort the girl to her death. The second meaning was much more troublesome. It meant the people carrying out the mission could decide for themselves what erased looked like. And if they had to, they could make the star plasma vessel disappear from the higher-ups' view while letting the girl live. Yaga stood at the lectern with both hands gripping the edges. He clearly had not expected you and Ghetto to decode him this fast. His position did not allow him to say it outright. A teacher at Jujutsu High could not openly tell his students to defy Master Tengen and the higher-ups. But the sigh he let out was long, deep, and tired. That was answer enough. Yaga was barely past 30. Still in his prime. The grand words the higher-ups liked to throw around, assimilation once every 500 years, maintaining the balance of the world, all sounded too clean to him, too abstract. Even the threat that Tengen might evolve and turn against humanity if assimilation failed was vague enough to feel deliberate. What he did understand was much simpler. An innocent girl was going to die. A girl who laughed, cried, got angry, and had probably spent most of her life being told what her death was worth. That was the part Yaga could not file away under duty and forget. So he had taken a risk. He had shaped his orders with just enough ambiguity to leave a crack in the wall. Not much of one, but enough for a student smart enough, bold enough, or foolish enough to slip through. He had worried his students might be too young or too hot-blooded to catch it. Apparently that worry had been pointless. Well, mostly pointless. The classroom now had one very strange problem. Gojo sat there looking from you to Ghetto to Yaga and back again, thoroughly lost. The legendary six eyes could read every ripple of cursed energy in existence, but they were completely useless against three people having an entire conversation through subtext. For once, Satoru Gojo was the one locked out. Hey. Hey hey. He slapped both palms onto his desk. What are you people saying to each other? Star plasma vessel, assimilation, erased with quotation marks. I don't understand any of this. Someone explain it like I'm here. All three of you ignored him with perfect unplanned teamwork. You stood and faced Yaga. If someone is already targeting the star plasma vessel and it's this urgent, we should move now. Waiting just gives the situation more time to go bad. Yaga nodded, but his tone stayed heavy. The assistant manager has a car waiting outside. Listen carefully. The enemies this time are not small fry. There are two main factions. He raised one finger. First Q. A radical curse user group. They want the assimilation to fail so Master Tengen loses control and the Jujutsu order collapses into chaos. Another finger. Second, the Time Vessel Association, an offshoot of the Star religious group. They worship Master Tengen as a pure deity. To them, the Star Plasma Vessel is an impurity that must never merge with their god. Gojo shot up from his chair. Who cares about Q or the Star religious group? Never heard of these nobodies. I'll teleport us there, wipe them out in 30 seconds and we can all go home. Why are we bothering with a car? You looked at Ghetto. Ghetto looked at you. No words needed. The two of you moved at the same time, each catching one of Gojo's arms, and dragged him toward the parking lot while he complained loud enough to annoy half the campus. Halfway down the corridor, still hauling him along, you explained with the patience of a man teaching basic arithmetic to someone who insisted numbers were optional. Satoru, think for half a second. Our core mission is protecting the Star Plasma Vessel. She's an ordinary person with no cursed energy defense. Her body can't survive the forces from your attacks. Do you want to teleport with her and arrive with a puddle instead of a person? Gojo yanked himself free, still scowling. Fine. No teleporting. Then I'll fly over, throw her over my shoulder and haul her back. Drop her in the tombs of the star. Done. Why does this have to be some fancy VIP escort? You stopped walking and were about to answer when Yaga's voice came from the classroom. Because we are to fulfill every reasonable request Riko Amani makes, within acceptable limits. Those are Master Tengen's own orders. Gojo turned back. Yaga stood alone in the doorway, shoulders weighed down by something no one could see. For once, Gojo's face did not look arrogant. It looked confused, like he had just heard a joke and missed every part of the setup. Ha? Chapter 142, How Fortunate bonus. The black sedan cut through Tokyo traffic at a frankly illegal speed, though the assistant manager behind the wheel handled it well enough that nobody died, which was always nice. The city blurred past the windows. Before long, the car pulled up near the upscale hotel listed in the briefing materials as Riko Amani's current residence. During the drive, you and Ghetto had done your best to explain the full situation to Gojo in words he might accept without throwing himself out the window. Assimilation. The Star Plasma Vessel. The death waiting at the end of the escort. The political stakes. By the time you arrived, his handsome face had settled into a look of deep, simmering disgust. Not moral disgust, unfortunately. More like, this job is boring and I hate everyone involved. Clank. Gojo pulled a cold can of cola from a roadside vending machine, popped it open one-handed and took a long drink. Great. So I get it now. This isn't some glorious mission where I show off my invincible power. This is daycare. He grimaced. They want me to play nanny for a kid who's about to die. For a few days. Wow, thrilling. Ghetto stood beside him with both hands tucked into his wide sleeves, eyes drifting up toward the lit hotel windows. When he spoke, his voice carried that soft, melancholy tone he used when he was being thoughtful and insufferable at the same time. That's not fair, Satoru. Try seeing it from her side. Once assimilation happens, every trace of her life as a person disappears. She'll never see her friends again. Never sit in class with them again. If she only has a little time left, letting her spend it on her own wishes is the least the strong can do for the weak. It was kind. It was also very Ghetto. Compassion delivered from a height. A benevolent hand extended downward. That was when you moved. You had been walking quietly behind them, but your pace suddenly quickened. You cut straight between the two of them, shoulder brushing against Ghetto's arm as you passed. Your head was lowered. Hair fell across your eyes. If you really cared about her, if you really thought she deserved pity, then no one should have made this decision for her in the first place. The words came out low, crushed between your teeth. Gojo froze with the cola halfway to his mouth. Ghetto's expression locked in place. Both of them stared at your back. In every memory they had of Touma Hayase, you were the steady one. The rational one. Sometimes annoyingly composed, sometimes so calm it made people wonder if you had skipped being a teenager entirely. Neither of them had ever heard that voice from you. Not once. It was not irritation. It was not pity. It was not even anger in the usual sense. It sounded like hatred that had been sitting quietly in the dark for a very long time. Gojo could not let it pass. He set the cola down, reached out, and grabbed your shoulder hard. Touma, his pale blue eyes fixed on the back of your head through his sunglasses. His voice had lost its usual careless edge. What did you just say? His hand pressed into your shoulder. In the sliver of time before you turned around, you activated a card without hesitation. Life is like a play. Half a second was enough. Facial muscles. Breathing. Eye focus. Tiny shifts in posture. Every micro-expression rebuilt from nothing, smoothed over, dressed up, and placed exactly where it needed to be. By the time Gojo's grip pulled you into a half-turn, your face was already finished. A smile met them. So perfectly ordinary it was almost offensive. The cold fury from a moment ago vanished so cleanly it might as well have been a trick of the light. Your eyes even carried a little harmless confusion, the kind a normal person wore when their friends suddenly started acting strange. What's wrong, Satoru? Your voice was light. Almost playful. The silence that followed was awful. Under Life is Like a Play, your expression was flawless. Not merely convincing. It was flawless. Every breath, blink, and twitch matched the role you had chosen. There was no crack. No wrong note. Nothing to point at and say that's the lie. And that was exactly the problem. Gojo had the 6 eyes. He could read cursed energy with absurd precision. Ghetto's instincts were honed sharp enough to catch danger before it showed its face. Neither of them could prove anything. But both of them felt it. That smile was too perfect. Ghetto's lips parted. His gaze moved over your face, searching for an angle, a weakness, anything. He wanted to ask what had just happened. Wanted to dig into whatever had surfaced from you for that one ugly second. But how was he supposed to question a face that looked exactly like nothing was wrong? You took the opening before either of them could find their footing. With another harmless smile, you pointed toward the hotel entrance. It's nothing. I was just thinking this whole process is way too complicated. Your tone turned casual, easy. Since neither of you big shots wants to play babysitter, how about I go up alone and bring our precious star plasma vessel down myself? You tilted your head slightly. The smile widened. You wouldn't mind giving me a chance to show off, would you? In your pocket, your phone screen still glowed faintly. On it was the bounty notice Shukong had posted at your instruction. The star plasma vessel contract. Complete with the exact location of this hotel. You didn't acknowledge the searching gazes boring into your back from Gojo and Ghetto. You turned, walked through the hotel lobby's glass doors alone, and sealed the stifling heat and noise of the street behind you. Your stride was steady, unhesitating, carrying you straight toward the private elevator that serviced the 20th floor where Riko Aminai was staying. Plush carpet swallowed your footsteps, but it couldn't muffle the cold spreading through the deeper chambers of your mind. Ding! The elevator doors parted. The metal compartment beyond was not empty. A man stood inside. Mid-50s, maybe. A rumpled gray suit hung on a frame that was neither tall nor imposing, thickening slightly around the middle. His face was the definition of forgettable, the kind that dissolved into a crowd the instant you looked away. You stepped in without expression. The moment you turned to face forward, you caught it, the fractional contraction of his pupils as his gaze, deceptively clouded, swept across the unmistakable black uniform of Tokyo Jujutsu High. His breathing hitched for a sliver of a second. Behind your own eyes, a faint light sparked. Phantom Night Parade unfurled like invisible sonar, scanning the space in silence. The feedback was unambiguous. Cursed energy flowed through his body. An innate technique was carved into his circuits. Your mind processed at machine speed. This intersection of variables, a man with cursed energy and an innate technique, present in the star plasma vessel's dedicated elevator at this precise moment, unregistered with any branch of the administration or Jujutsu High, even if he was an unknown quantity who'd never appeared in any of your countless prior simulations, the conclusion was absolute. He was a curse user. Here for the bounty. The door sealed shut. The elevator began its ascent, and the faint pull of gravity shifted beneath your feet. You stood shoulder to shoulder in the cramped space, less than a meter apart. Your hands hung loose at your sides. Your gaze rested on the polished metal of the elevator doors, mirrored enough to reflect both your own expressionless face and, with perfect clarity, the hand beneath his suit jacket that was slowly curling into a claw. How many people have you killed? Not loud. But in this sealed box, the question landed like a blade on stone. The man in the reflection didn't flinch. Didn't turn his head. His eyes stayed fixed on the climbing floor numbers, and when he spoke, it was with the flat disinterest of someone discussing the weather. The tone of a man to whom life held no particular value. Ha! What are you babbling about, kid? Who bothers keeping count of something like that? That's like asking how many slices of bread you've eaten. A textbook answer. The kind only a career killer would give. No anger stirred behind your dark eyes. If anything, a tension you'd been carrying seemed to drain from your shoulders. Confirmed what needed confirming. A long, slow breath pushed the stale air from your lungs. Your head dipped. The words that followed were barely a murmur, meant for no one but yourself. How fortunate. Chapter 143 nullified. The instant those syllables died, the quiet inside the elevator detonated. Clang. No warning. Two flashes of steel erupted in the confined space within the same microsecond. His hand struck from beneath his jacket, a short blade slicked with toxin driving straight for your throat. You drew Asakirimaru in the same heartbeat, the short sword clearing its hiding place just in time. Sparks exploded between the walls. Credit where it was due. The man's combat experience ran deep. The vicious angle of his attack and reaction speed rivaling a Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. None of it mattered. What he faced was a mind forged through countless cycles of simulated death, housed in a body currently operating under extreme overload control. Under the crushing differential in raw power and speed, your blade deflected his poisoned edge at a wicked angle, and in the same motion, the pommel of your sword hammered into his carotid artery. Crack! The impact launched him like a ragdoll. His body slammed into the stainless steel wall hard enough to make the entire elevator shudder and sway on its cables. He slid down the wall, one knee hitting the floor, one hand clamped over the wound at his neck. That unremarkable face was now twisted with pain and terror. He looked up at you, voice wretched and trembling. Please spare me. I didn't want this. I only took this assassination contract because I needed money for my mother's medical bills. She's dying. Please, I'm begging you. You looked down at him. There was nothing in your eyes. Not anger, not pity. The gaze of someone examining a corpse. Because you knew he was lying. Not only because of what he'd said moments ago, that chilling dismissal of human life. The real tell was physical. The feedback from the blade. The volume of blood. Something was deeply, fundamentally wrong. That last strike hadn't been a pommel blow. You'd rotated the edge at the point of contact, a full-force slash aimed at decapitation. You'd committed to a killing cut. But when Asakirimaru's edge bit into his neck, the sensation transmitted back through the handle was grotesque in its wrongness. It felt not like cleaving flesh but like striking the face of a mountain. The force had been absorbed, negated by something invisible. And the blood seeping between his fingers was a trickle. No arterial spray. No fountain of blood. Only one thing could produce results that defied physics this thoroughly. His innate technique, whatever it was, had shielded him. He'd tanked your lethal blow completely. The collapse, the begging, all of it was theater. Deliberate weakness projected at a jujutsu high student who might be naive enough to show mercy. The moment you dropped your guard, whatever second weapon he had concealed would find your heart. And you were right. The real reason this middle-aged man had resorted to such a humiliating tactic was fear. Raw, primal fear. He'd realized with sickening clarity that the baby-faced student standing over him had just overwhelmed him through pure physical force and martial technique alone, without activating a single curse technique. In this cramped space, a contest of close combat would destroy him. Even if the fight escalated catastrophically, if cables snapped and the elevator plummeted, his curse technique would keep him alive through the crash. But the chaos would draw attention, cripple his chances of reaching the 20th floor, and ruin the assassination before it began. So he'd chosen deception. Bait the righteous little sorcerer with a sob story, and the moment sympathy cracked the armor, the second poisoned blade hidden in his sleeve would punch through your chest, clean and silent. He'd miscalculated one thing. The compassion and warmth you carried were reserved, jealously and exclusively, for the innocent. For something like the creature kneeling before you, hands stained with uncounted lives, willing to trample any soul for profit, your code admitted exactly one outcome: physical destruction within the bounds of the rules. Nothing else. You'd already deduced that his innate technique was responsible. But your cold patience had no interest in waiting for Phantom Night Parade to fully decode his cursed energy circuits, map the technique's mechanics, and strip it away. Too slow. Instead, you let your eyelids drop slightly and performed a gesture that sent a spike of triumph through the man's chest. You turned your right hand palm down and opened your fingers. Asakirimaru slipped free with a soft clink, but instead of clattering to the floor, the blade sank straight into the black shadow pooling at your feet and vanished. I see. So you were only trying to earn money for your sick mother. That's what drove you to killing? Behind those downcast eyes, a flash of cunning and murderous elation sparked to life. Ha! Just another brainwashed brat from Jujutsu High's ivory tower. Doesn't matter how strong he is. This sense of justice, this pathetic sympathy, that's the fatal weakness every single one of you sorcerers shares. He screamed with laughter on the inside, convinced you'd swallowed his wretched performance whole. Why yes. I'm so sorry. I was desperate. I never should have accepted such a terrible job. Thank you for your kindness. He continued pouring out his pitiful fraud. Then his peripheral vision caught something that crashed his brain to a halt. From the shadow pooling in your right palm, the hand that should have been empty, a weapon materialized. It wasn't a conventional blade. The steel was shaped into the bizarre, pronged form of a jutty-style short sword, and the aura radiating from its surface was nauseating. A presence that felt like it could devour cursed energy whole. What is that? Every alarm in his nervous system shrieked at once. He didn't have time to shift his weight, let alone counterattack. Because in the 10th of a second he'd spent frozen, the killing intent behind your black eyes erupted like a dam breaking. You gripped the weapon called the Inverted Spear of Heaven and brought it down in a savage overhead arc, driving through him with the ferocity of a predator that would not stop until its prey was torn apart. The logic was simple. An unknown curse technique was protecting him? Then bypass it with a weapon that forcibly nullified all active techniques on contact. Ignore his rules entirely. SHHHK, no sparks. No resistance. His eyes blew wide, bulging from their sockets. He felt it. The tearing of flesh. The severing of bone. Agony beyond anything his technique had ever permitted him to experience. Disbelief and shock consumed his face. He couldn't comprehend it. The technique he'd staked his life on, the absolute defense that had never once failed him, had crumbled like soap foam the instant it touched that grotesque blade. Guhu, his mouth opened. Blood frothed and poured from his lips in a dark tide. He never finished the word. The Inverted Spear of Heaven carved through him like a knife through warm butter, splitting him from the center of his forehead down to his sternum in a single, unbroken stroke. Blood fanned across the elevator in a wide arc. His body seized once, then crumpled to the floor like a rag doll with its strings cut. Dead before he settled. With the host's death, the cursed energy circuits woven through his flesh collapsed. Phantom Night Parade, no longer obstructed, surged through the cooling corpse with vastly improved efficiency. A clear set of data flooded your consciousness. At last you understood the truth of the technique that had nearly fooled you. His innate technique was called inverse. While active, it forcibly rewrote the physical and cursed energy laws governing any attack directed at his body, imposing an absolute rule of inverted force. The stronger and more lethal an incoming strike, the weaker its actual effect became upon conversion, reduced to little more than a scratch. Conversely, a gentle shove, something with negligible initial force, would be amplified into a blow capable of shattering bones. A deeply deceptive technique. Purpose-built to counter overwhelming force. A shame then that today it had run into the Inverted Spear of Heaven, which didn't care about rules at all. Ding! The chime rang out, bright and pleasant. The elevator settled smoothly at the 20th floor, indicator light glowing. You flicked the blood from the Inverted Spear of Heaven's blade with a sharp snap of the wrist, then let it sink back into the shadow in your palm. You stepped over the spreading pool of crimson and the body sprawled in its center, shoe soles pressing silently into carpet, eyes fixed on the doors as they slid open. Inverse. I see. So that's why you could spin those lies without a shred of guilt. Even your soul was inverted. You straightened your collar and walked out of the elevator, stride unhurried, heading for the room where the star plasma vessel waited. Chapter 144 Judgment Passed Bonus. The elevator doors drifted shut behind you. You stood alone in the 20th floor corridor, thick red carpet stretching out beneath your feet, gaze resting calmly on the far end of the hall while your mind ran a high-speed debrief. The dead man's inverse technique had genuinely piqued your interest. Credit where it was due, as a purely defensive mechanism, its activation logic was ruthlessly efficient. You'd felt it firsthand through Asakirimaru's handle, that sickening sensation of force draining away into nothing. Deep in your consciousness, the comparison had already been drawn against Limitless. Limitless was absolute defense, yes. But for any ordinary sorcerer lacking the 6 eyes, sustaining that level of atomic-scale spatial interference meant a computational burden on the brain and a drain on cursed energy that bordered on nightmarish. Inverse, by contrast, held an overwhelming advantage in both mental load and base energy consumption. You'd already dismantled the technique's essence in your head. At its core, it functioned as a highly specialized damage amplifier and reducer for cursed energy. It accepted minor injuries as the cost of doing business, allowing each unit of cursed energy to generate disproportionate defensive returns against lethal strikes. The trade-off cut both ways, though. A genuine double-edged sword. The higher the ceiling it could absorb, the lower the floor dropped against feeble attacks. A killing blow became a scratch, a gentle push became a sledgehammer. A shame it had been wasted on garbage. That was your silent verdict. Unlike Gojo, you didn't possess anything resembling that cheat code called the 6 eyes. You couldn't afford to ignore energy costs and judge a technique solely by its flashiest output. For you, efficiency and practicality were the only metrics that mattered. At the corridor's far end, outside the door to Riko Amani's suite, a bizarre standoff had taken shape. 2 figures in the trademark white military uniforms of Q stood on one side, Koken and Bayer, both already catalogued in your intelligence files. Facing them down were 2 uninvited guests. The first was a girl in a Renchoku girl's junior high uniform, bangs cut straight across her forehead. The second was a man whose face was grotesquely ugly, gripping a heavy iron chain that tethered a low-grade mutated cursed spirit the way someone might leash a dog. The instant you saw the girl, alarms shrieked through your brain. A cold chain of logic snapped into place. One thing you could confirm with absolute certainty, a student in a Renchoku uniform had zero business being here out of concern for a classmate. Phantom Night Parade Koi. Lead in your subconscious had already unfurled in silence. The readings off that seemingly delicate body were unambiguous, active cursed energy and innate technique woven into her circuits. Iron proof that she was anything but innocent. The only variable separating this timeline from every prior simulation was you, wearing Toji Fushigiro's skin, dangling that astronomical bounty as bait. No ordinary schoolgirl stumbled into Riko Amani's orbit by coincidence. To put it more brutally, outside the upper echelons of the jujutsu world and the most elite information brokers, no civilian had any channel through which to learn Riko Amani's current whereabouts. Rather than some prodigious young curse user, you suspected something far worse lurked beneath that skin. Some veteran killer who'd used deeply vile methods to assume a teenager's appearance. Cut the crap. The ugly man, Niji Ebina, wrenched his chain hard. Greed twisted every line of his face as he snarled. That bounty's worth a fortune. I don't care if it kills me today, I'm taking the star plasma vessel's head and cashing in. You 2 freaks in white think you're keeping it all for yourselves? Dream on. Watch your mouth, filthy curse user. Bayer of Q flicked a cold glance his way. Fanaticism and contempt dripped from every syllable. Q's sacred mission is to overthrow the existing jujutsu order. We have zero interest in some reeking black market bounty. Our sole objective is to ensure the star plasma vessel's death and the failure of Master Tingen's assimilation. Nothing more. The girl disguised as a student let out a raspy giggle, utterly at odds with her innocent appearance. Then there's no conflict, is there? You want her dead, we want the money, simple. We break down this door together. You get to witness the kill, and this guy with the dog and I split the bounty. Nobody wastes cursed energy tearing each other apart out here. How about it? Ebina glanced at the 2 Q members and bit down on something bitter. TCH. If it means I don't have to fight you lot, fine. Half the bounty each. You watched the 3-way standoff without a flicker of expression. A pileup. Killers who'd converged from different directions for different reasons had collided in a hallway, each convinced the prize was already theirs. All they'd been arguing about was who got first dibs on murdering Riko Amanai. Your footsteps snapped the silence. Every head in the corridor turned in unison. You'd already suppressed your cursed energy to its absolute floor, but two things screamed for attention regardless: the Jujutsu high uniform marking you as an official operative, and the elevator doors at your back, still weeping fresh blood, radiating the stench of iron. By all rights, the appearance of a Jujutsu high sorcerer should have put these curse users on edge. But when their gazes met the glacial emptiness in your eyes, the undisguised, fully materialized killing intent pooling behind your irises, something shifted. These career criminals, shaped by years of violence in the underworld, instinctively classified you not as a righteous protector arriving to save the day, but as some deranged competitor who'd come for the same bounty they had. So they spared you a single wary look, turned back around, and resumed their nauseating negotiations. Q's Koken and Bayer were, in a twisted way, the most straightforward of the bunch. They hadn't come for the bounty at all. Long before the black market contract had surfaced, these zealots had already committed themselves to killing the star plasma vessel and tearing down the Jujutsu world's existing order. The fake schoolgirl and the man with the chained cursed spirit, on the other hand, had been driven here by pure, blinding greed. You had no interest in whatever drivel they'd exchanged before your arrival. From the fragments of haggling you caught now, the picture was clear enough. This rabble had nearly cobbled together a fragile alliance. Break down the door together, kill Riko Amanai, confirm the death, then split the bounty. No one would be stupid enough to start an internal bloodbath in the corridor and burn through their fighting strength before the real target was dead. After a few more clipped exchanges, everyone seemed to reach the same conclusion. Then, as one, they turned to face you, the ghost who'd been standing several meters away in silence. Ebona, the one with the chained spirit, the one whose face looked like it had been assembled from spare parts, yanked his iron chain and bared a mouthful of yellowed teeth in your direction. Hey, latecomer in the uniform. There's nothing left for you here. Whether you came for the bounty or some bullshit mission, the grown-ups have already closed the deal. If you don't want to die, get lost. At that moment, Panda, who had been draped over Touma's shoulder since the beginning, maintaining the perfect stillness of a lifeless stuffed toy, turned his head a fraction of an inch and whispered in a voice only you could hear. Looks complicated. Need a hand? Your eyes didn't so much as flicker. Your arms hung loose at your sides. Then, in the space of a heartbeat, the shadows pooling in both palms began to churn and twist like boiling swamp water. With steady, unhurried precision, your hands drew downward, and from the left shadow rose the inverted spear of heaven, radiating its sick technique-devouring aura, while from the right emerged the razor edge of Asakirimaru. No. You don't need to move yet. The words came out low, flat, perfectly calm. In truth, you had no habit of dual-wielding. The only reason both weapons were in your hands was practical: you were about to switch innate techniques. To avoid a conflict between active abilities, the shadow storage space provided by 10 Shadows technique needed to be emptied of anything important first. Cold steel fill. Led both fists. You ignored Ebona's barking entirely. Your chin lifted slightly. When you spoke, the volume was barely above a murmur, yet somehow the words carried with unnatural clarity to every person on the floor, as though the corridor itself had chosen to amplify them. Is there anyone among you who hasn't killed before? Silence seized the hallway. No one answered the question. No one dignified it with anything beyond sneering contempt. Every one of them turned to face you fully now, and the look in their eyes was identical, the cold appraisal of predators sizing up a corpse that hadn't realized it was dead. Koken and Bayer had already raised their hands without hesitation, cursed energy surging to their fingertips, clearly prepared to blast you into paste the instant you took half a step closer. You watched their reactions. Read their eyes. Gave a small nod. I see. That's your answer then. Chapter 145 Instant Execution Bonus. In the fraction of a second after those words left your lips, extreme overload control roared to life inside you. The limiters binding your legs shattered, and monstrous physical force compressed into every muscle fiber like a loaded spring. Simultaneously, in less than 1,000th of a second, your brain switched Phantom Night Parade's replicated technique from 10 Shadows technique to the pinnacle of speed, projection sorcery. By the time the group registered the shockwave of cursed energy erupting from your body and realized you were attacking, it was already over. Boom. The only sound any of them heard was the detonation beneath your feet as overloaded force cratered the carpet and the marble subfloor in a single catastrophic blast. Then your silhouette simply ceased to exist in their field of vision. Under the combined thrust of 24 frames per second spatial division and a body pushed past every human threshold, your speed had eclipsed the limits of their neural response. No flourishes. No wasted words. What followed was instantaneous. Koken, Bayer, the schoolgirl, Ebona, the world before their eyes lurched into a violent, uncontrollable spin at almost the same moment. In the final instant before consciousness plunged into black, the last image each of them saw was their own body, still standing in place headless, a geyser of blood erupting from the stump of the neck. And behind them, a dark afterimage already slowing, calmly sheathing its blade. Thud. 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 Heads and bodies hit the carpet in near unison, dull impacts muffled by the plush fiber. You didn't bother looking back at the wreckage. A flick of the wrist sent blood droplets scattering from the blade's edge. Even as you turned, Phantom Night Parade was already feeding. Like a glutton at a feast, it swept through the freshly dead, parsing and extracting the innate techniques each of them had been so proud of. A torrent of data flooded your mind. Koken's directional explosive boundary was familiar territory, harvested in previous simulations. Nothing new there. From Bayer, you pulled blade manipulation. A hyper-offensive technique. It compressed the user's cursed energy to extreme density, injected it into specific melee weapons, and then granted fluid, lethal telekinetic control over those blades across a wide radius. Ranged sword puppetry at its most dangerous. From Niji Ebona, that hideous excuse for a human being, you extracted spirit-rearing chain. Its core mechanic was forced linkage. Through materialized chains of cursed energy or direct physical contact, the user could bind subjugated low-grade mutated cursed spirits to their own body, driving them as external organs or living weapons. In your estimation, it was a knockoff of Ghetto's cursed spirit manipulation. But the technique that made something cold sink through your chest came from the schoolgirl. Seance technique. According to the parsed feedback, it allowed the caster to serve as a vessel for spiritual descent. By consuming even the smallest fragment of a dead person's remains, a strand of hair, a sliver of fingernail, the technique could overwrite the vessel's body with the deceased's physical data. Even their soul. Your gaze dropped to the headless female corpse on the floor and your eyes darkened. With the technique's dissolution, the body had already begun to wither. Skin shriveled and folded. Youth drained away like water through a cracked basin, leaving behind the shrunken, wrinkled husk of a decrepit old woman. Every trace of the young girl's vitality had vanished. You stood motionless. The corridor's blood-thick air stung your nostrils, and for a long moment, silence was the only thing you offered. The cruel truth was self-evident. This aged curse user, in order to infiltrate the hotel and chase the astronomical bounty that Toji Fushiguro had posted, had murdered an innocent girl, a real student of Renchoku Girls Junior High, harvested her remains, and used them to fuel the flawless disguise. Every one of these people deserved to die. That wasn't in question. But the assassination storm you'd orchestrated had reached backward through the chain of consequences and claimed someone who should have been living an ordinary adolescence. You drew a deep breath and closed your eyes. No excuses offered. No rationalizations constructed. You simply carved the weight of that guilt into the quiet ledger you kept in the deepest part of yourself. A few seconds passed. Your eyes opened and every trace of turmoil was gone. Absolute calm had resettled like frost on glass. Inside your mind, the active technique switched back to 10 shadows. Shadows rippled outward from beneath your feet, swallowing the inverted spear of heaven and Asakirimaru without a sound. You stepped over the blood in the bodies, crossed the hall and stopped before the sealed door of the luxury suite. Knock. 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 3 measured, perfectly even raps against Riko Amani's door. Dead silence answered for several seconds. Then came the hurried shuffle of footsteps on the other side, followed by a girl's voice, sharp and clear, doing its best impression of composure, but unable to fully mask the wariness and distrust underneath. She called out from behind the door, her phrasing carrying an old-fashioned, almost theatrical haughtiness. Whoever you are, leave at once. Do not think you can harm me. I am the star plasma vessel. Jujutsu High's escorts will be here any moment, and you villains will not succeed. Beneath the bluster, a faint tremor ran through her words. You lowered your gaze outside the door, and when you raised it again, every shard of cold and killing intent had evaporated as though it had never existed. The corner of your mouth curved upward. Life is like a play engaged on instinct, and the voice that emerged was warm, gentle, the kind of easy reassurance an older brother might offer a frightened child. You've got it wrong. There's nothing to be afraid of. I've been sent by Master Tengen, dispatched from Tokyo Jujutsu High specifically to protect you, Miss Amani. As for the people outside who wanted to hurt you, your gaze drifted sideways, passing over the carpet of carnage without so much as a hitch in your tone, still soft enough to soothe a toddler to sleep. I've already taken care of every last one of them. You're safe now. You can open the door. You reached into the inner pocket of your Jujutsu High uniform and pulled out your student ID. After crouching a little, you angled the stiff card toward the gap under the door and pushed. It scraped across the carpet and slid into the room. On the other side, Riko Amani stood in the foyer like a startled kitten trying very hard to look dangerous. All raised hackles, puffed up pride, and eyes too wide for the act to be convincing. Her gaze snapped to the card as it came to a stop against her shoe. She frowned, bent down with the caution of someone defusing a bomb, and picked it up. She turned it over, checked the front, checked the back, then squinted at the crest and printed text. The longer she looked, the deeper her pout became. What kind of nonsense is this? Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College student ID. She let out a scoff. Ha! Fake. Obviously fake. Scammers these days can't even put effort into it. I've never heard of this no-name school in my life. You're trying to trick me into opening the door with some knockoff badge. The more she talked, the more convinced she became. Fear mixed with anger, and once she had talked herself into believing the person outside was absolutely some villain with bad intentions, she threw the ID back onto the floor like trash. That still was not enough. She lifted her foot and stomped on your photo twice. Hard. Then she ground the card into the carpet with her heel, as if that alone could prove the star plasma vessel would not be bullied. Misato Kurwa watched all of this in silence. After a tired little sigh, she stepped forward, gently moved the still fuming Riko aside, and knelt to pick up the card. She brushed dust from its surface with her fingertip. Her eyes moved over the anti-counterfeit marks, the school crest, and the embossed steel seal with careful attention. By the time she finished, her expression had turned heavy. The ID was real. As the attendant assigned by the Jujutsu World's higher-ups to take care of Riko Amani's daily life, Kurwa was not some random civilian with no idea what was going on. She knew the basics. She knew the important names. And she knew exactly what Jujutsu High meant. This was the regular army showing up at the door. Still, caution was practically carved into her bones. She did not touch the handle yet. Please step back a little. She said it quietly to Riko. Then she took a breath, moved toward the heavy security door on silent feet, and rose onto her toes to look through the peephole. She needed to confirm that the self-proclaimed rescuer outside matched the stern-looking face on the student ID. Her vision focused through the tiny warped lens. And then, her pupils shrank to pinpoints. Terror ripped through her so hard that a scream burst out before she could stop it. Half a second later, the part of her mind that still worked screamed back. Do not provoke whatever is on the other side of this door. Kurwa clamped both hands over her mouth, crushing the rest of the scream in her throat. Her face went paper white. Her legs trembled badly enough that she had to brace herself against the door. Through the lens, she had seen something she would probably remember until the day she died. The boy from the photo was there. Exactly the same face. Exactly the same uniform. But behind him, the luxury corridor with its soft red carpet had become a slaughterhouse. Headless corpses lay in spreading pools of blood. Severed limbs were tangled near heads that had rolled up against the baseboards. Blood covered nearly every surface, wet and dark and too much for the human eye to process all at once. And the boy was smiling. A warm, perfect, friendly smile aimed at the room number on the door. Chapter 146, Protect Me? From deeper inside the room, Riko heard the strangled half-scream and the ugly way it had been cut off. Panic shot across her face. In all her memories, Kurwa had always been calm. The unshakable older sister who could handle anything. If something outside had scared Kurwa that badly, then what the hell was the door? Kurwa. What happened? What kind of monster is out there? On the corridor side you heard every bit of that aborted scream. You also understood exactly what the peephole had shown her. Your expression stayed calm. You turned your head slightly toward the door and spoke in a flat, controlled voice. Miss Kurwa, you've seen what's out there. I don't want to waste time. Riko Amani's situation is extremely dangerous. Staying in a room that only looks secure will just draw more curse users here. They'll keep coming like sharks after blood. You paused. When you continued, the words landed with a weight that left very little room for argument. You're a smart woman. You understand what I'm saying. If I came here to kill her, or if I were another bounty hunter, someone who can wipe out every curse user in that hallway wouldn't need to slide a student ID under the door and ask nicely. Breaking through this door would have been much easier than killing all of them. The words cut straight through Kurwa's defenses. You did not deny the bodies in the corridor. You did not dress them up either. Every death out there was your work, and you were admitting it without shame. But the logic was just as clear. Someone with that kind of strength could have torn through the door any time he wanted. The fact that you had not was proof by itself. Kurwa leaned against the door, chest rising and falling too fast. The bloody scene outside still flashed behind her eyes every time she blinked. Even so, reason forced its way back through the horror. She understood the message. The struggle lasted only a few seconds, but it felt cruelly long. In the end, Riko's safety won. Because the other choice was obvious. If they stayed here, the next wave of curse users might break in, and neither of them had any way to survive that. The boy outside looked like a god of death, yes, but at least he wore a Jujutsu high uniform. Click. The deadbolt sounded painfully loud in the silent corridor. Riko had not followed Kurwa's reasoning at all. She stared in disbelief as her caretaker actually reached for the handle. Have you lost your mind? Why are you opening it? He's obviously a bad person. The accusation died as the door opened. The gap widened and the corridor came into view. The sight hit Riko like a hammer. She had lived her whole life wrapped in layers of protection. Even knowing she was special, even knowing danger existed somewhere out there, she had never been thrown face-first into something like this. Headless bodies lay behind you. Blood shone on the walls, the carpet, the ceiling trim. Heads with frozen expressions of terror were scattered along the floor like someone had thrown away broken dolls. It all flooded her eyes at once. Riko's mind went blank. Her mouth fell open. Her knees buckled and she collapsed onto the foyer carpet, shaking so hard it was almost audible. You did not waste time staring at the shell-shocked star plasma vessel. Your gaze dropped to Kurwa, whose forehead was slick with cold sweat. You're Miss Misato Kurwa, I take it. We're out of time. Get Riko Amani and follow me. Jujutsu High's reinforcements are waiting outside the hotel. Kurwa looked up at you. Under the effect of life is like a play, an ability that behaved less like a technique and more like a rule written into reality. The face she saw was handsome and open. Warm and dependable. The kind of face that belonged on a recruitment poster. Which was insane, considering the hallway behind you looked like a butcher's nightmare. The contrast was so extreme that it looped right past terrifying and landed somewhere close to reassuring. Kurwa bit her lip hard enough to taste blood, forced her thoughts back into order and nodded. Then she turned, grabbed Riko by the arm, hauled her up and half-carried, half-dragged her out of the room. The two of them followed you like frightened quails in a storm, pressed close together and barely breathing. Every step through the blood-drenched corridor looked like it took conscious effort. You walked in front, but your mind was already running calculations. These two had hit the limit of what their minds could take. One more push and they might actually break. As you approached the elevator, the shadow beneath your feet stretched forward in a quiet, almost invisible surge. A second before the doors opened, the middle-aged man's corpse still lying inside the elevator sank soundlessly into the shadow storage of the 10 Shadows technique. After everything they had already seen, making them share a sealed metal box with a mutilated body would have been too much. The elevator doors opened. The three of you stepped inside and the elevator began its smooth descent. The corpse was gone, but the aftermath was not. Dried blood still streaked the stainless steel walls and floor. The thick copper stink had nowhere to escape. The corridor had stripped away every last scrap of Riko's earlier arrogance. She clung to Kurwa like a terrified child, nothing left of the girl who had been shouting demands through a locked door only minutes ago. Her eyes moved over the bloodstains on the elevator walls. She swallowed. When she finally spoke, her voice was small and damp with barely held back tears. Those people, the dead ones in the hallway, did you really kill all of them? You turned to face her. No hesitation. No attempt to soften it. Yes. Every one of them by my hand. You don't need to feel guilty and you don't need to be afraid. If I hadn't reached them before they breached that door, the head rolling across the carpet right now would have been yours. Call. D and brutal but also true. You thought for half a second, then reached up and lifted the round, motionless thing that had been perched on your shoulder the entire time. Until now it had been as still as a stuffed toy tied to a backpack. You held the plump black and white figure out to Rico. If it gets too scary, hold on to this. It'll protect you. Your voice softened as much as you could manage. Rico stared blankly at the plush toy hovering in front of her face. Inside this elevator, with blood on the walls and fear still choking her throat, the sudden appearance of something so absurdly cute almost broke her brain in a different direction. For one miraculous second, the sheer wrongness of it snapped her out of the nightmare. She had actually been wondering about it since the corridor. Why would someone who had just decapitated a hallway full of people without blinking, someone who moved with that cold, efficient danger, be carrying a cuddly panda plushie on his shoulder? In its own way, it was almost more unsettling than the bodies. Rico's arms closed around Panda's soft body. She looked down at the round face, at the lazy dark circles around its eyes, and murmured in a daze. This toy is going to protect me? That was when the plushie, which had stayed perfectly silent until now, lifted one fuzzy paw. Its round black and white head tilted to the side. Then a warm, unmistakably alive voice came out. Hey there. The air inside the elevator froze. Rico's pupils widened. She stared down at the toy in her arms. The toy that had just spoken to her. One full second passed in absolute silence. Aereawa. Her scream was so sharp it felt like it might peel the elevator off its cables. Chapter 147 First Cracks Bonus. Ghetto and Gojo were waiting beside the assistant manager's black sedan, both of them already bored enough to start getting stupid. From where they stood, they watched three people come out through the revolving glass doors. You were in front, walking at an easy pace. Rico Aminai followed behind you, Misato Kurwa at her side. Gojo held an empty soda can in one hand. SKRK. The can folded in on itself with a nasty little screech, crushed down into a tight aluminum ball without him even looking at it. He flicked his wrist. The ball sailed through the air, nudged along by a thread of cursed energy. It drew a perfect arc and dropped several meters away with a hollow clunk, right into a recycling bin. Only then did Gojo bother looking over the top edge of his sunglasses. His eyes landed on the uniformed girl clutching a panda plushie to her chest like it was body armor. Every inch of her screamed wary, defensive, ready to bite if someone came too close. Gojo's brow twitched. TCH. So I'm supposed to babysit this brat? That's the deal. Ghetto had been watching the three of you more carefully. At Gojo's complaint, he turned his head, hands tucked into the wide pockets of his uniform pants. That should be her. But Satoru, listen. When she's in front of us, drop the attitude. Gojo snapped around like he'd just been personally betrayed. Huh? Why? Satoru, I've been meaning to say this for a while. You need to stop referring to yourself like that, especially around authority figures or during official missions. I should be the bare minimum. This assignment involves the star plasma vessel. There's a real chance we'll be granted a personal audience with Master Tengen afterward. The way you carry yourself right now is barely short of disrespectful. Gojo laced his fingers behind his head and tilted his skull at a ridiculous angle. His face said, clear as day, that's it. Huh? What's the big deal about Master Tengen? I am who I am. Ghetto sighed quietly and looked ahead again. Besides, the way you talk scares the people we're supposed to protect. Gojo didn't immediately fire back, which was already unusual. He raked a hand through his white hair, lip curling in annoyance. What a pain. Seriously. While they bickered, Ghetto's attention had already sharpened on the three approaching figures. Something was off. Not loud. Not obvious. Just wrong enough to snag on his nerves. Rico Aminai, the star plasma vessel, had that black and white panda crushed against her chest in a death grip. She wasn't just holding it. She was clinging to it like the thing was the last piece of safety left in the world. Kurwa, composed, made uniform and all, was too pale. Too stiff. And both of them were walking a careful half-step behind you. Not like people staying close to a protector. More like people keeping distance from something dangerous. Ghetto's thoughts stalled on that. Why? Touma isn't anything like Satoru. So why were those two looking at you like that? By the time Ghetto realized he had gone quiet, you had already brought Riko and Kurwa to a stop in front of them. Your face was the same as always. No trace at all of what had happened upstairs. You turned slightly and made the introductions as if this were any other handoff. Riko, Miss Kurwa, these two are my classmates, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Ghetto. Master Tengen personally selected the three of us for your escort detail. And these two are our mission principals, Riko Amanai, the star plasma vessel, and Misato Kurwa. The second you finished, Gojo's brazen stare met Riko's bristling glare. It was instant. A collision in midair. Two people taking one look at each other and deciding with impressive speed that they hated what they saw. The atmosphere between them practically started sparking. You had no intention of getting dragged into that. Without missing a beat, you stepped around the pair just as they locked into their silent little war and headed for the black sedan. Ghetto called after you, confused. Touma, where are you going? You paused and looked back. You all get acquainted. I need to brief the assistant manager on the cleanup upstairs. Cleanup? Ghetto's brow creased. The word meant nothing to him yet. He had no idea the 20th floor had been turned into the kind of scene people wrote reports about in very careful language. A breeze passed between you. Ghetto caught the smell a second later. A chill crawled up his spine before he could stop it. He stepped forward, alarm slipping into his voice. Touma, what happened up there? You met his stare with your usual easy smile. Nothing cracked. Nothing shifted. You just lifted a hand in a small casual wave, like he had asked about a late train. Oh, that? Nothing serious. When I went up to collect them, a few curse users drawn in by the bounty were in the corridor. They were trying to reach the star plasma vessel. It seemed better to remove the threat, so I dealt with them. I'm going to coordinate with the manager now so the civilians don't panic. And that was it. You turned away and walked to the car, leaving Ghetto standing there with the answer lodged somewhere in his chest. At the sedan, you leaned down by the window and began speaking to the sweating assistant manager. Your voice stayed low, and even as you explained the situation on the 20th floor, told him to contact the Windows division for immediate cleanup, and had him start drafting an after-action report. Ghetto didn't move. He stared at your back. For a few seconds, his mind simply refused to work. You had said it so lightly. Killed people. Actual human beings. Curse users, yes, but still human. You had described it with the same tone someone might use for bad traffic or a spilled drink. And your eyes. No ripple. No hesitation. Not even a trace of strain. As if ending lives was just another task on the list. A dirty one, maybe. Annoying, maybe. But not worth thinking about once it was done. That was the part that hit wrong. Because everyone at Jujutsu High knew Touma Hayase as a good person. Not good in the loud, heroic way. Not the kind who made speeches and stood in the center of the room waiting to be praised. Warm, kind, and reliable. The sort of person who stepped in when the assistant manager was on the verge of tears from managing the collateral damage of one of Gojo's unchecked rampages. You would smooth things over, handle the details, and clean up what needed cleaning without acting like you had done anyone a favor. Aside from that one time you'd offered to coach Gojo and Ghetto in hand-to-hand combat, mostly to sharpen their survival odds, you avoided attention. As far as anyone could tell, your real passion was spending long hours alone in the workshop, crafting cursed corpses, or burying yourself in theoretical research on innate techniques. And with Kento Nanami and Yu Haibara, the two first years who had enrolled not long ago, Ghetto had noticed something hard to ignore. The patience you showed those juniors went beyond what even Masamichi Yaga managed. Yaga was strict and responsible. No one could deny that. But he couldn't do what you did. You cut straight into the core of Nanami's highly specialized ratio technique and built one-on-one tactical instruction around it. You gave Haibara, who had no curse technique at all and could only rely on his body, the new shadow style as a practical lifeline. You held nothing back. Ghetto had more than once thought that if those two underclassmen dropped to their knees and called you master, it would honestly be fair. And yet that same person, that warm, reliable, absurdly patient young man who practically embodied gentleness at Jujutsu High, had just stood in front of him, smiled, and talked about killing several people without the slightest pause. The dissonance split through Ghetto's moral framework like a crack through glass. We're Jujutsu sorcerers. We have the right to eliminate curse users who threaten society. The obligation even. That's not the problem. His jaw tightened. But that decisiveness. That coldness afterward? He couldn't finish the thought. While Ghetto stood there, locked inside his own head, Gojo had been busy trading childish faces and petty insults with Rico. Naturally. But even Gojo noticed when Ghetto's expression changed. He dropped the argument and turned, following Ghetto's gaze toward the car. What's wrong, Suguru? You look like you've seen a ghost. Something happened with Touma? Ghetto didn't answer right away. Slowly, he turned his head. His face still hadn't quite recovered from the shock. When he spoke, his voice sounded dry. Touma said he killed several curse users upstairs. He's talking to the assistant manager now about handling the bodies and the fallout. Gojo blinked. 1 full second passed. Then he stared at Ghetto through his sunglasses with pure exasperation, heaved a dramatic sigh, and spoke in the wounded tone of a man who had just watched a friend fail at comedy. Suguru, you really have zero talent for jokes, you know that? Touma? That guy probably agonizes for 10 minutes over whether to step on an ant. You're telling me he went upstairs to pick someone up and just casually killed a few people on the way? Come on. Something that out of character isn't going to make anyone laugh. Ghetto's expression didn't soften. Not even a little. He held Gojo's gaze, staring straight through the lenses at those pale blue eyes. His own look was flat, cold, and deadly serious. Satoru. Look at my eyes. Do I look like I'm joking right now? The air between them went still. Chapter 148, The Limiter. After listening to your calm, almost casual explanation, the assistant manager broke out in a cold sweat. His face went pale by the second. By Jujutsu High procedure, and by the most basic rules of sorcerer self-defense, killing curse users who attacked during a star plasma vessel escort mission was not hard to justify. That part was fine. The problem was the number. 5 bodies in an upscale hotel. No matter how you packaged it, that was excessive. The cleanup alone was enough to make someone's hair fall out. Windows would have to identify each dead curse user, match their black market records, confirm their innate techniques, check their affiliations, and only after that could the higher-ups classify the whole thing as legitimate defense. On paper, it was going to be a disaster. And yet, when you gave him that harmless smile and said you would fully cooperate with any investigation, the assistant manager still wiped his forehead and nodded. What else was he supposed to do? Your reputation at Jujutsu High had always been spotless. Among students, teachers, and managers, everyone knew you as the good-natured one. The obedient one. The model student who made adults feel like maybe this generation was not completely hopeless. Based on that trust alone, the manager promised to pull whatever strings he could and get the cleanup handled as quickly as possible. Once the body disposal arrangements were finished, with every detail neat and accounted for, you turned and walked back toward Ghetto and the others. Your pace was steady. But the closer you got, the heavier the air became. 4 pairs of eyes landed on you. All of them had different expressions, but none of them looked simple. You acted like you did not notice. The same gentle smile stayed on your face, so natural it almost looked fake because it was too natural. Why are you all staring at me like that? You asked lightly. Did I get something on my face? Or have you already decided where we're going next? Ghetto's brows pulled together. He looked at you for a moment before answering. We've decided. His voice was low. Rico wants to go back to school. No surprise showed on your face. Not even a blink. You knew this part of the story. You knew where the rails were supposed to lead, and you had no intention of kicking them out from under yourself. The known route was dangerous, sure. But the unknown route was worse. Butterfly effects were cute in theory. In practice, they were a headache with teeth. A predictable plot could still be held in your hand. An unpredictable one could bite your fingers off. So you shrugged. Then let's head out now. The assistant manager's car can't fit all of us anyway. You glanced toward the black sedan. You guys take her first. I'll stay behind and hand things over to the Windows crew coming for cleanup. Once that's done, I'll catch up. The moment you said clean up like you were talking about clearing plates after lunch, Gojo's pupils tightened. Only then did it really sink in. Everything Ghetto had said in that grim tone earlier had not been a bad joke. It had happened. And you were calmly wrapping up the loose ends. The careless looseness in Gojo's posture disappeared. Behind his sunglasses, those eyes fixed on you. The 6 eyes saw everything. Every shift of cursed energy. Every breath. Every tiny physical change that should have betrayed a lie, guilt, panic, or at least a little discomfort. Gojo stared at you. Touma, he said slowly, you actually killed people? You tilted your head. There was no guilt. No shame. Not even annoyance. Yeah. Did Suguru not explain it properly? To make things clearer, you raised your right hand. Under Gojo's and Ghetto's rigid stares, you folded your fingers down one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your hand closed into a fist. You looked at Gojo and said, calmly enough to make the words crawl under the skin, not many. 5 curse users. Plus 1 cursed spirit someone brought with them. I exorcised that too while I was there. Gojo's eyes widened. The body count came from your own mouth, and the 6 eyes confirmed the worst part. Your heartbeat had not changed. Your cursed energy had not stirred. Not even a ripple. He searched your face. Every tiny expression, every twitch, every pause in your voice. Anything that would prove this was a front. Anything that showed the person in front of him was forcing himself to stay calm. There was nothing. Your calm was not a mask. It was real. For the first time since Gojo had known you, the person standing in front of him felt like a stranger. Not the classmate who smiled and played peacemaker. Not the reliable guy who somehow always handled the annoying adult work without complaint. For one brief, ugly second, Gojo felt like he was meeting the person called Touma Hayase for the first time. You ignored the storm building behind his eyes. With a small clap of your hands, you slipped right back into the role of dutiful team leader. All right, why is everyone just standing around? Let's move. The longer we wait, the later Rico gets to school. Gojo did not move. Several seconds passed. When he spoke again, the words sounded like they had been dragged through his teeth. But you just killed people. There it was again. Because Gojo would not drop it, the topic cut back into the air. Nearby, Rico Amanai still held the plush panda tight against her chest. Kurwa stood close beside her. Both of them had been trying very hard not to think about the 20th floor corridor. Bodies on the carpet. The smell. Blood on the walls. Now the memory came rushing back anyway. Rico flinched and stepped behind Ghetto without thinking. Kurwa moved with her, face tight. The way they looked at you changed all over again. Fear, fresh and raw. Gojo watched your face. He wanted a reaction. Any reaction. Even a little guilt would have been enough. A little discomfort. A little proof that killing a human being had left some kind of mark. But your expression stayed calm. That warm smile did not move. I did what any Jujutsu sorcerer would do, you said. To protect the star plasma vessel, I eliminated several curse users who were trying to kill her. I don't see what there is to make a fuss about. It was airtight. Logically, there was nothing wrong with it. That made it worse. Gojo's instincts were sharper than most people's common sense, and right now they were screaming. Something under that perfectly normal answer was wrong. Deeply wrong. The way you said it. The way you treated killing like sweeping up broken glass. That was not something a high school student should be able to do. Gojo's hand shot out. He reached for your wrist, maybe to grab you, maybe to shake the answer out of you, maybe just to break that clean smile off your face. But just before his fingers touched you, something dark passed through your eyes. Deep inside your body, Phantom Night Parade activated without a sound. No light. No visible effect. Nothing for ordinary eyes to catch. And yet, in that tiny sliver before contact, Gojo's absolute defense was overridden. Limitless. The barrier that rejected every physical force in the world. It did not weaken. It did not open. It was stripped away. Gojo's pupils shrank. He had not lowered it. Something else had erased it by force. The shock bought you less than a second. That was plenty. Your hand snapped around his outstretched wrist with clean, surgical precision. Extreme overload control surged to full output. Power flooded your muscles. Not the dramatic kind. Not flashy. Just raw, unreasonable force, packed into a human body that had no business producing it. You did not give Gojo time to recover. Your left hand yanked open the rear door of the assistant manager's black sedan. Your right arm moved. That was all. The untouchable prodigy of the Gojo clan was lifted like luggage, dragged through the air and thrown into the back seat. Bang! The entire car rocked on its suspension. Ghetto stared. For once, he looked genuinely stunned. You braced one hand against the door frame and leaned down. Gojo lay across the leather seat, still caught between disbelief and anger. You looked down at him. Your smile was perfect. Your eyes were not. There was pressure in them now, quiet and heavy, the kind that made it very clear there was no room for argument. Don't forget, Satoru, you said, your voice soft and clean. I'm the limiter master Yaga assigned specifically to keep you in line. You held his gaze. And as your limiter, it's my job to make sure you follow orders like a good boy for the rest of this escort mission. Chapter 149. On their minds, bonus, Ghetto's eyes, usually half-lidded with lazy amusement, had gone wide. He stood rooted to the spot, blinking in open disbelief. In his memory, there had only been one other time someone had gotten the better of Satoru Gojo. That was ages ago when you first demonstrated the edge Phantom Knight Parade gave you over the rest of them, grinding Gojo's face into the dirt in a way none of them had ever seen before or since. Yet here it was again. After all this time, after Gojo's limitless had matured to near perfection and his strength had skyrocketed beyond anyone's reach, you'd shut him down without resistance. You hadn't even struggled. His proudest technique had been dismantled in a blink. Ghetto's mind raced. Since that sparring match, you'd always been the quiet one, the type who never showed his hand. How much stronger had you grown in the shadows? Had you reached a level where you could face Gojo head-on, 6 eyes, limitless and all, and match him? Suppress him, even? Or was there an uglier possibility? A chill crawled up Ghetto's spine as the thought crystallized. Had you ever shown anyone your true ceiling at all? While everyone stood frozen by the sheer impact of what they'd witnessed, you'd already released Gojo and stepped back. You turned around as though the person who'd just manhandled someone into a car with terrifying force had been somebody else entirely. That warm smile slid back into place, and you waved casually toward Ghetto, Riko, and Misato. Stop standing around, we're burning daylight. Though I'm afraid I'll have to ask Miss Kurwar and Riko to squeeze into the back seat with Satoru. Misato had been drowning in a mix of awe and fear. Being addressed so gently by name caught her completely off guard. She snapped back to attention, hands waving in front of her, her voice respectful and just a touch timid. No trouble at all. It's fine, Mr. Hayes, we can squeeze in, no problem. Ghetto still hadn't moved. You called out to him. Suguru. Let's go. Ah? Oh. You stood in place, watching the assistant manager's black sedan pull away from the hotel entrance, carrying its shocked passengers down the road. The moment the car vanished around the corner, the warmth drained from your face. What replaced it was something cold and fathomless. From your pocket you produced a second phone, a flip model registered to no one. Your fingers dialed Shu Kong's number from memory. The call connected. You spoke. But the voice that came out was no longer the clear, pleasant tone of Jujutsu High student Touma Hayase. Through precise control of your vocal cords, you'd replicated it perfectly, the low, languid growl of Toji Fushiguro, edged with danger. You told Kong the situation in clipped sentences. The pack of idiots at the hotel who'd tried to poach the kill were all dead. The star plasma vessel, Riko Amanai, was en route to Renchoku Girls Junior High. He could release her location to the black market betting pools. And he needed to begin preparations immediately for the kidnapping of the star plasma vessel's maid, Misato Kurwa, per the original plan. On the other end, Kong listened to these terrifyingly precise instructions and couldn't quite mask his surprise. The crisp click of a lighter, a slow exhale. Smoke curled into his question. Hey. You're awfully well informed, aren't you? You know those cannon fodder got wiped out, you know exactly where the vessel's headed. I've never seen you this invested in a contract before. Don't tell me you've been watching from the scene? Kong couldn't have guessed the truth if he'd had 1,000 years. The mastermind who'd posted that exorbitant bounty wasn't some shadowy figure pulling strings from a distance. You were walking alongside the target's own escort, and you were the one who'd personally cut down every last one of those idiots you just mentioned. From Kong's perspective, it seemed like the sorcerer killer, that money-obsessed mercenary, was personally tracking the mission's progress even during this early phase, meant only to wear Gojo down. That was wildly out of character for a man who never showed his face until the final moment. It could only mean Toji was taking this contract dead seriously. You held the phone, a cold smirk curling your lips with the manic edge of a gambler who smelled a winning hand. In Toji's voice, you let each word land with deliberate weight. What can I say? This is a rare catch. I'm planning to take the payout and ride it all the way to another big win at the races. You hung up before he could dig any deeper. On the other end, Kong listened to the dead tone and shook his head, letting out a quiet, unsurprised laugh. If you actually had the luck to win at the track, Toji, you'd have retired ages ago. Wouldn't need to keep doing this blood-soaked work. And you sure as hell wouldn't have married into a family just to mooch off them. You pocketed the phone. You knew exactly what would happen next. With the information released, your astronomical bounty would act like a magnet. Renchoku Girls Junior High would soon be swarming with curse users. Not a ripple of concern touched you. It wasn't blind faith in Gojo and Ghetto's growing power. True, their combined strength at this stage far exceeded what you'd seen in previous simulations. But their ideals still carried the softness of students. Against hardened curse users, killers who'd long since stained their hands with blood for money, those two would probably still extend naive, unnecessary mercy. They wouldn't go for the kill. The real reason you weren't worried was curled up in Riko Amani's arms. Panda wasn't just capable of protecting Riko from assassins on his own. In this chessboard of manipulation and calculated moves, he was one of the few pieces you trusted to watch your back. Meanwhile, Renchoku Girls Junior High. Midday sun scattered across the surface of the outdoor pool. Riko, fiercely protective of her normal girl identity at school, had been horrified at the thought of classmates spotting these weirdly dressed strangers following her around and getting the wrong idea. She'd unceremoniously banished Gojo, Ghetto, and Misato to wait by the empty poolside. But guarding their mission target was the last thing on Ghetto's and Gojo's minds. Both of them were consumed by a single subject. Ghetto sat on a poolside bench, fingers laced together. The questions gnawing at him finally won out, and he turned to Gojo. Hey, Satoru. Back at the hotel entrance, when Touma shoved you into the car, were you deliberately letting him? Before the words holding back could leave his mouth, Gojo whipped around like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Behind those sunglasses, his glare could have cut steel. Deliberately my ass? That was all the answer Ghetto needed. He knew his best friend's pride too well. That instant of total suppression hadn't been some gracious concession. It was a complete, undeniable domination in both raw power and technique. Ghetto lowered his gaze. So, Touma really is that strong. What is Touma hiding? What does he want? It was in that moment, while each of them churned through their own unease, his face went tight. His senses caught it. Several of the low-grade cursed spirits he'd scattered across the school grounds had been killed. Instantly, he shot to his feet, his voice hard. Something's wrong. We need to get to Riko. Several of my surveillance spirits were just exorcised by force. We've got rats. At that very moment, in the silent corridor outside the music room, Riko Amani was staring down a threat she'd never been prepared for. She clutched Panda against her chest with both arms, her back pressed to the cold wall. Terror had stolen the strength from her legs and they trembled beneath her. She was trapped, boxed in from both ends of the narrow hallway. Ahead of her stood a middle-aged man in a striped kimono, a white headband tied across his brow. Round spectacles perched on his nose gave him a deceptively mild appearance, but his bony fingers held several talismans that pulsed with malice. Worse still, something crouched at his feet. A grotesque, mutated cursed spirit. Its lower half was a single enormous human hand that it used to drag itself forward, while its upper body was a bloated lump of flesh with two bulging eyes and a gaping maw. Reeking drool oozed from between its teeth. Behind Riko, cutting off any retreat, loomed a massive figure. A crude brown paper bag covered his head. Killing intent radiated off him without the slightest pretense of concealment. The man in the headband eyed Riko, penned in like a lamb for slaughter, and greed bled openly across his face. He rubbed the talismans between his fingers, his voice a rasp. Looks like the intel was good. All I gotta do is kill this little girl, huh? With a bounty that absurdly high, today really is my lucky day. The paper bag man at the other end took a step forward, cracked his knuckles with a sound like snapping bone, and growled at the older man. Back off, geezer. That bounty's mine. She's my kill. Get lost before I put you down too. Riko, who had spent her life sheltered from anything like this, couldn't pretend she wasn't terrified. Tears of panic brimmed in her wide eyes. Her head swiveled between the two monsters flanking her, despair written across every inch of her face. Then, in the instant before the two curse users turned their greed on each other, the plush panda cradled tight in Riko's arms made a faint click. In the next second, under the stunned gazes of both curse users, Panda's black and white body erupted with a dense, roiling wave of cursed energy, and without a shred of hesitation, he launched himself from Riko's trembling arms. Chapter 150. I'll protect you. The air in the dim music room corridor turned heavy, thick enough that the killing intent pressing down on the place almost had a taste. The middle-aged man and the curse user with the paper bag over his head both noticed the black and white plush toy that had slipped from Riko's arms. For a split second, surprise crossed their faces. Then experience took over. That faint but steady current of cursed energy was too obvious to miss. This harmless-looking stuffed panda was a cursed corpse, and not some cheap toy either. The discovery did not scare them. If anything, it made both men smirk. In their eyes, it was just a backup measure left behind by the Jujutsu sorcerers guarding the star plasma vessel. A little insurance policy for when the real guards were not around. Annoying, maybe. Dangerous? Hardly. No proper sorcerer had shown up. And these two had survived in the black market for years, long enough to think very highly of themselves. Neither one believed he was the sort of third-rate trash who would lose to a security puppet with button eyes. Actually, they were thrilled. Compared to the tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions, waiting for them once Riko Amani died, the final thing in their way was a stuffed animal with cotton teeth. What was there to complain about? This was practically money dropped from the sky. Greed had already gotten into their heads. Before the girl was even dead, both men were thinking about what came after. How would they move the body? How would they prove the kill and collect the bounty? This was a school after all. Dragging a corpse past a bunch of students might be more troublesome than killing her. Their eyes met across the space where Riko stood. It was only for a moment, but that was enough. In each other's bloodshot gaze, they saw the same thing, a refusal to share. Unlike the four idiots at the hotel, neither man had any cute little fantasy about splitting the reward. First one to kill her got paid. Both moved at once. Two hungry predators closing in from opposite sides. The middle-aged man was the craftier one. As he sprinted, his fingers snapped through hand signs. The two grotesque cursed spirits crouched near his feet, the ones with human hands for lower bodies and swollen lumps of flesh for heads, puffed out their foul cheeks like toads. They split apart. One aimed at the paper bag brute charging from the other side. The other locked onto Panda on the floor, both ready to spit out blasts of corrosive cursed energy. The man himself intended to use the mess as cover, slip through, reach Riko, and snap that thin little neck with his bare hands. Riko could not make a sound. She had no training. Her eyes could not keep up with movement that fast. The whole corridor blurred into afterimages and hot, rotten wind rolling off the cursed spirits. Through the panic, her tear-clouded gaze dropped to the small figure at her feet. The stuffed panda. The one that had spoken to her. Here, in a place where no scream would reach anyone in time, that toy was the only thing she had left. The lifeline given to her by the strongest and strangest person she had ever met. Time seemed to stretch until it nearly snapped. What came back to her was not the blood and slaughter from the hotel corridor. It was the moment he had placed the toy in her hands. His calm, warm voice, "If you're ever so scared you can't stand it, hold on to him. He'll protect you." The boy with gentle eyes had said it so plainly, so certainly, and pressed the panda into her hands. Now death was right in front of her, and the brittle shell Riko had built around herself finally broke. The proud composure from the hotel room was gone. The girl who had declared she would merge with Master Tengen, who had talked about dying with dignity as the star plasma vessel, was nowhere to be found. That confidence had been crushed into dust. All she could think about were ordinary things. The life she wanted and would never get back. The youth she had not lived. The food she had not eaten enough of. Misato Kurwa always beside her, the person she treasured more than anyone. Her whole body shook. Tears poured down her face, messy and unstoppable. Only now, with death already reaching for her, did she finally hear the real voice buried at the bottom of her heart. She did not want to die. She did not want to die in some dark hallway for no reason at all. "Help me." Panda did not answer with words. His round little body moved instead. His legs bent low. His center of gravity dropped with clean, impossible precision. His right forepaw crossed toward his left side and gripped an invisible hilt. The stance was textbook. No, better than textbook. It was the posture of someone who had repeated the motion until it lived in their bones. New shadow style, simple domain, evening moon. A thin hum passed through the air, so high it was almost impossible to hear. With Panda's tiny body as the center, pale crescent light bloomed outward in a ring. The simple domain spread brutally fast. In less than a millisecond it swallowed the whole corridor, the middle-aged man, the paper bag brute, and even the two grotesque cursed spirits further back with their cheeks still swollen and ready to fire. Every one of them was dragged into the same killing field. The two curse users were experienced enough to recognize at the instant their feet crossed the boundary. New shadow style. Simple domain. But recognition only made their disbelief worse. They had seen plenty of strange things, sure, but this? A cursed corpse, a puppet that should not even have a proper will of its own, taking a correct stance and deploying a technique that demanded this level of cursed energy control and martial skill? Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Their minds, still racing with their bodies, grabbed the most reasonable answer they could find. The puppeteer had to be nearby. Some hidden sorcerer was using the stuffed panda as a relay, projecting the simple domain through it from cover. So that was the trick. That was why they dared leave Riko Amanai alone. She was bait. Draw them in, trap them with the domain, then step out and finish the job. Why were they so sure? Simple. In their heads there was no world where a half-meter-tall plush toy could do anything besides act as a signal tower. What was it supposed to do, fight them? With those stubby arms that barely reached past its own belly? Please. They did not see Panda's drawn sword stance as a threat. They treated it as a binding condition for the remote domain. Nothing more. Behind the paper bag, the big man gave a mocking snort. His fists. T kept driving forward. In a sense, they were not completely wrong. Panda had taken a drawing stance. But what he was about to draw had never been a sword. Inside the absolute range of new shadow style, simple domain, time seemed to stop. Click. A sharp metallic sound rang out from Panda's right palm. A chain burst from it. Cold, lethal links flashed in the dim corridor, shooting out of his furry palm. Fast did not even begin to cover it. The chain of 1,000 miles. The special grade curse tool you had taken from Toji Fushiguro, hidden here as part of a plan prepared long before this moment. This was the real blade you had left with Panda. A weapon that did not care about common sense or the usual limits of physics. You had used the chain's absurd property to its fullest. As long as one end remained unobserved, it could ignore physical law, shrinking into something almost weightless and folding away like infinite storage. You had buried that hidden end deep inside Panda's core and anchored it there. And because the chain could extend endlessly as long as its tip stayed unseen, you had turned an indestructible special-grade curse tool into a seamless extension of Panda's arm. It was the perfect fix. Panda's biggest weakness in this miniature form was his reach, or rather, the embarrassing lack of it. The chain solved that in the most unreasonable way possible, giving him a range of destruction that had no business belonging to a stuffed animal. The conditions for new shadow style, simple domain, evening moon were complete. Clang! Panda's fuzzy arm snapped forward. The chain of 1,000 miles screamed out like a long blade, and a force strong enough to split stone tore through the corridor. The strike broke the sound barrier. Air shrieked apart as a flashing afterimage ripped through the hall. The blade made from a special-grade curse tool swept horizontally in one clean arc. In that single instant, it caught the middle-aged man, the paper bag curse user, and both grotesque curse spirits mid-charge, cutting all four through the waist. No pause. No struggle. No clever last-second trick. Between one blink and the next, the middle-aged man's smug face and the paper bag man's thick torso were sliced into neat sections. The two cursed spirits did not even get to cry out. The chain smashed through their swollen heads on contact, and their bodies dissolved into a spray of cursed energy residue. The attack still was not finished. To cover such a wide arc, the endlessly extending chain carried its momentum onward, past flesh and bone, and slammed into the concrete exterior wall separating the corridor from the schoolyard. Boom! The reinforced wall crumbled like wet clay. The chain tore a gaping hole straight through it, and harsh sunlight flooded the corridor. No human scream remained in the air. Death had arrived too fast for that. There was only the wet slap of organs hitting the floor, hot blood splashing across the tiles like sudden rain, and the thunderous collapse of concrete filling everything with choking dust. In the middle of the carnage, amid rubble and ruin that looked like a battlefield had briefly visited a school hallway, Panda stood firm. With an almost human flick of his wrist, he cracked the chain of 1,000 miles like a whip. Centrifugal force stripped every drop of blood from the links, leaving a stark red line across the broken wall. Then the chain rattled softly and retracted into his palm, as if none of it had happened. Panda turned his round black and white head. Behind him, Riko Amanai sat collapsed on the floor. Tears still clung to her cheeks, but she had gone utterly still, stunned silent by the impossible violence she had just witnessed. Panda looked at her and smiled. Somehow, even with that rough voice, the smile felt simple and warm. "It's okay. You don't have to be scared. I'll protect you."